I just returned to less than 3 minutes before 30,000 years ago, and I was framed for practicing demonic techniques by my fiancé Lu Ruyan and junior brother Yifan, and I am about to be expelled from the primordial Holy Land. Looking at this pair of adulterers and adulteresses in front of me, I can't help but want to say to my former self, "You fool, I really admire how my past self endured this big green hat, so much so that I could have lived as long as the heavens and the earth, and been revered for eternity, but because of these inner demons, I ultimately could not completely devour the will of heaven, so I brought back the undevoured will of heaven. As long as I eliminate one inner demon, these powers can gradually merge with me. This time, I will no longer consider the grievances of my fellow disciples and sacrifice myself. This time I will kill them all to eliminate the inner demons." Thinking of this, I let out an excited laugh. He, and with this laugh, everyone present at the law enforcement hall was left dumbfounded. Elder Lu Qingshan of the law enforcement hall immediately shouted angrily, "How dare you, Gu Yun! You practice demonic techniques, have gone astray, and still do not know repentance. Laughing out loud here. Come, bring out the severe punishment. Teach this arrogant fellow a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen black armored guards immediately stepped forward, with a fierce aura, ready to capture me. I regained my composure and shouted, "Stop, Elder Lu, why don't you let me explain clearly? This kind of false accusation is too low." Seeing that I still wanted to argue, Elder Lu snorted coldly, "Gu Yun, at this point, you are still stubborn. Your fellow disciples on the same peak have witnessed with their own eyes that you use demonic techniques to harm others. Do you dare say it's a false accusation? Fine, today I will make you die clearly. Bring in the witnesses." As he finished speaking, 2 men and a woman walked into the law enforcement hall. Among the 3, the young man in the middle spoke first. "Greetings, Elder Lu. I am Zhao Yuntian, a direct disciple of the Pumio Peak, and I am a fellow disciple of senior brother Gu Yun. I have indeed seen senior brother Gu Yun practicing demonic techniques." After speaking, he subconsciously looked at me with guilt, then quickly avoided my gaze. At this moment, the young man on the left also spoke up. "Greetings, Elder Lu. I am Zhang Heng, also a disciple of Pumio Peak. I can also testify that senior brother Gu Yun has used demonic techniques." After he finished speaking, he snorted coldly, as if he was determined to be at odds with someone like me who practiced demonic techniques. The third young woman looked at me with disappointment. "Senior brother Gu, how could you have fallen to such a state? Daring to practice demonic techniques? I am truly disappointed in you. Although I have not seen you use demonic techniques, I have noticed that you have been acting strangely lately, but I never thought it was because of practicing demonic techniques." This stunning female disciple is none other than Lu Ruyan, who was supposed to be engaged to me, but ended up in the arms of Yifan. After listening to the explanations of the 3 people, Lu Qingshan snorted coldly, "Gu Yun, do you have anything else to say?" Ha ha ha. After laughing, I said loudly, "Elder Lu, the disciple has a self-proving method that can prove that the 3 of them are all falsely accusing." Lu Qingshan frowned slightly and then questioned, "What method?" "The disciple has a technique that can make people speak the truth from their hearts, guaranteeing that they will tell the truth." After speaking, my whole body was filled with black energy, and with a raise of my hand, I instantly pulled Zhang Heng over out of thin air. Before he could react, my other hand lifted and fiercely slapped his forehead. Upon seeing this, Lu Qingshan immediately widened his eyes. "Soul-searching technique. You actually used sorcery in front of me. Where are the black armor guards of the law enforcement hall? Take him down." Just as the situation was about to reach a critical point, I suddenly sneered and said loudly, "Wait, Elder Lu, don't talk nonsense. Is this soul-searching technique? Clearly, this is the great truth-revealing technique." Lu Qingshan widened his eyes, staring fixedly at the wisp of green smoke I pulled out from Zhang Heng's forehead, which was Zhang Heng's soul. Although Zhang Heng's soul seemed lifeless, it appeared to have suffered no harm. If it were soul-searching, by now, his spirit would have been shattered. Lu Qingshan was uncertain, his brows furrowed, and he instinctively raised his hand to stop the black armored guard. "Gu Yun, what kind of means are you using? Why is it so mysterious?" I smiled lightly. "It doesn't matter. Elder Lu asked me to prove my innocence. Why don't you ask him yourself? He just said I practice demonic techniques. Is it true?" Lu Qingshan frowned and immediately looked at Zhang Heng's soul. "Zhang Heng, let me ask you, did you say Gu Yun practices demonic techniques? Is it true?" A semi-transparent blue phantom slowly spoke. "No, it's not true. Someone made me say that to frame Gu Yun." Hearing this, Lu Qingshan's face turned pale and then green. He immediately asked, "Who did it?" Zhang Heng's soul immediately showed a painful expression. It seems that someone had set a restriction on his soul. Seeing this, I sneered and said, "Elder Lu, you saw it yourself. He framed me." I am indeed innocent, Lu Qingshan said impatiently. Fine. Even if Zheng Hong framed you, how do you explain the striking similarity between the methods you are currently using and soul-searching techniques? I chuckled and immediately said, after using soul-searching techniques, the person being searched will undoubtedly die, right? Lu Qingshan subconsciously frowned. What do you mean? I then pulled back and once again stuffed Zhang Heng's soul back. Soon, Zhang Heng, who had just been pale and lifeless, came back to life. What happened to me just now? Suddenly, I slapped Zhang Heng's forehead hard, and his head burst open like a watermelon. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. After killing Zhang Hong with one palm, I suddenly felt a lot of power emanating from the Chaotic Creation Bead in my dantian, merging into my body. Seeing this, everyone was shocked, their jaws dropping in disbelief. A few seconds later, Lu Ruyan was the first to come to her senses, shouting loudly, Senior Gu, why did you kill someone? Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, Junior sister. I sent his soul back to his body just to prove that I didn't use soul-searching technique. As for why I killed him, he slandered the Son of God. Shouldn't he die? Lu Ruyan was suddenly speechless. Lu Qingshan was also angry. He was about to reprimand. At this time, Zhao Tianqing fiercely knelt on the ground, and said with his whole body trembling, didn't he tell the truth just now? I did see the mountain peak where senior brother Gu Yun often cultivates, and there was a silhouette cultivating magic skills, but the distance was too far. I am not sure if it was senior brother Gu Yun. Gu Yun laughed coldly and walked to him unhurriedly. Senior brother, why didn't you say this just now? Is it possible that you, like Zhang Heng, were instructed to falsely accuse me? Gu Yun said while showing a pained expression. It wasn't pretend. It was genuine. Whether it was Zhang Heng or Zhao Yuntian, or any other disciple of Misty Peak, he treated them all as his own brother and sister. So no matter what their requests were, Gu Yun, who was the eldest senior brother, did his best to fulfill them. But what about them? Falsely accusing yourself for Yi Bufan, a junior disciple who was a late entrant? Pain. It really hurts too much. Otherwise, Gu Yun wouldn't have been able to develop a heart demon because of them. Zhao Tianyun sweated like a pig and hurriedly said, No, I really didn't. Senior brother Gu, please believe me. I really did misunderstand you in a moment of confusion. Gu Yun also sighed, nodded. You and I are like brothers. How could I not trust you? But I'm afraid the others won't believe that. In this case, I'll give you a chance to prove your innocence. As long as you give yourself a hard slap right now to die, I'm sure everyone will believe you are innocent. Hearing this, not only Zhao Tianyun, but everyone present stared wide-eyed. Zhao Yuntian is begging you so much because he doesn't want to die. You want him to die to prove his innocence? To prove innocence you have to die. Not to die is not innocence. You still have to die. So, left and right are both a dead letter. Seeing Zhao Yuntian's wide-eyed, terrified look at himself, cold sweat pouring from his head. But just don't do it. Gu Yun instantly changed his face. What? You don't even have the courage to prove your innocence. It looks like you're still lying. Chapter 3 Why did you sneak up on this holy son? Zhao Yuntian was on the verge of tears. He knelt in front of Gu Yun and kowtowed violently. There's blood on his brain. And the mouth kept repeating it. Senior brother Gu Yun. Senior brother really knows it's wrong. Senior brother really knows it's wrong. Gu Yun, however, did not change his face, but only shook his head and sighed faintly. I gave you the chance to clear yourself. You can't grasp it. After saying that, the black aura on his body once again rose up. Bang! He stomped on Zhao Yuntian's head. In an instant, there were two more corpses in the main hall of the law enforcement hall of the Tai Chu Holy Land, and they died extremely ugly deaths. Many of the onlookers' disciples couldn't help their stomachs from churning and vomiting. Next to her, Lu Ruyan even retreated several steps and sat on her butt on the ground. Her expression was horrified as she looked at Gu Yun as if she was looking at a demon. At the same time, she was puzzled in her mind. Although Zhang Hong and Zhao Yuntian were not as strong as Gu Yun, they were at least peak spiritual platform realm powerhouses. Why? Gu Yun, a divine mansion realm, killed them like chopping melons and cutting vegetables? After Gu Yun killed Zhao Yuntian, Lu Qingshan was completely enraged. Gu Yun killed people in the law enforcement hall, one after another, completely not putting him, an elder of the law enforcement hall, in his eyes. If he is not punished, where is the authority of this elder of the law enforcement hall? Gu Yun, you are reckless. When he finished speaking, the terrifying pressure was like a flood, pouring out towards Gu Yun. Everyone present instantly felt the pressure. Elder Lu, but he's a Dao Palace realm powerhouse. It was definitely not something Gu Yun could resist, even if Gu Yun was a saint's son, a heavenly pride amongst the young disciples. But he was too young after all, and was a whole great realm lower than Elder Lu. With Elder Lu personally striking out, Gu Yun was bound to be overcome. However, just as Lu Qingshan leaped up and stretched out his large hand towards Gu Yun, like a huge mountain pressing down on him, Gu Yun, however, couldn't help but be excited. Mind the devil, another heart demon, or a more energetic heart demon. By killing him, the chaotic creation pearl would definitely release more power. He didn't hesitate for a second. Straight out of the gate, the black aura on his body rolled up as if it were boiling. Gu Yun violently pushed out a palm. Lu Qingshan in midair was suddenly wide-eyed. The holy land of the beginning, the great cause of desolation, heavenly palm. What a terrifying palm. How is it even more terrifying than what the Patriarch used? Not waiting for him to respond. Bang! It was as if a huge mountain had fallen on him head-on. Lu Qingshan clearly felt that the bones in his entire body were showing signs of breakage, sharp pain that spread throughout his body, like millions of ants biting. And those aren't even the scariest ones. The most terrifying thing about the great cause desolate heavenly palm was the damage to the divine soul. Put! Lu Qingshan spat out blood from his mouth, and like a kite with broken strings, he fell hard to the ground, struggling twice to get up. He was ultimately unable to do anything and collapsed to the ground. Everyone at the scene was wide-eyed. What just happened? Gu Yun, the holy son of the holy land of Tai Chu? Surprisingly, he killed the law enforcement hall elder in a second with one palm? A month ago, at the clan competition, wasn't Gu Yun still merely in the divine mansion realm? When did he advance to the Dao Palace realm? And Lu Qingshan's heart was 10,000 times more irritated and stifled as he raised his trembling hand and pointed it at Gu Yun. You, don't you dare! How dare you take a shot at the elder? This sentence has not been finished. Unexpectedly, Gu Yun righteously rebuked. Elder Lu, you have great guts. How dare you sneak up on this saint's son? Do you know that sneaking up on the holy son is no different from betraying the clan? Hearing this, Lu Qingshan's eyes glared and he spat out another mouthful of blood in anger. However, Gu Yun remained unforgiving. Why don't you say anything? Why don't you explain? Are you acquiescing? Lu Qingshan glared in anger. At this moment, his heart chakra was damaged and he was struggling to speak. And Gu Yun was still pursuing him like this. It's obviously driving him to his death. Me. Gu Yun was in pain. I didn't expect that my Tai Chu Holy Land could produce scum like you. Today, I'm going to root out the scum for the Tai Chu Holy Land. After saying that, black chi surged from Gu Yun's body. Another fierce palm blast. Bang! In the next second, Lu Qingshan blew up. It blew up in pieces. From a human being, to scum. Of course, in Gu Yun's mind, he would have been scum. The elder of the Hall of Law Enforcement, ostensibly upholding the law with an iron face. But in order to please Yi Fan, he targeted himself at every turn. Not only did he hold on to Gu Yun's minor mistakes, he pretended not to know even if others deliberately made false accusations. If not for his connivance, how could Yi Fan have succeeded in framing him? So he was also one of Gu Yun's demons. But now, he's dead, too dead to die. The law enforcement hall disciples as well as the disciples present on the sidelines, jaw-droppingly dumbfounded. Such tactics are too ruthless. Brother Gu Yun, are you really not possessed? Moreover, he dared to openly blast the law enforcement hall elder? He's not afraid of the punishment of the door rules? And Gu Yun, who had managed to kill Lu Qingshan, immediately felt the energy spat out by the chaotic creation pearl. Peak Paraclete, only half a step away from being able to witness the Tao and become a saint. Not to mention the Tai Chu Holy Land, even the entire eastern wasteland had no one to stop him. But he didn't flaunt it too much. He has too many demons. There are still too many people to kill. It's only just begun. And it's scaring those people. In case they're hiding, it's not easy to find them. Gu Yun deliberately collected his breath, letting others mistakenly think that he was only at the Dao Palace realm strength. Afterwards, he looked at his favorite junior sister, Lu Ruyan, with a tender expression. Senior sister, everything has been explained clearly. Let's go back. The misunderstanding between us also needs to be cleared up as soon as possible, lest we all get upset. Lu Ruyan opened her mouth slightly and looked at Gu Yun in horror. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer Gu Yun's words, until Gu Yun's hand grabbed her wrist. She felt as if she had fallen into a pit of ice. The shadow of death loomed instantly. She looked at Gu Yun in disbelief. Brother Gu, do you even want to kill me? No, not like this. Elder brother Gu Yun has always loved me deeply and sees me as the only one. There's absolutely no way he's going to try to kill me. But Gu Yun's scarlet eyes were hidden. Even she was out of her depth. Without realizing it, he was brought out of the law enforcement hall by Gu Yun. And seeing Gu Yun leave, the law enforcement hall disciples immediately turned back to their senses. Quickly, go report to the Patriarch. The Saint's son actually killed the law enforcement hall elder with a single move. My Tai Chu Holy Land. It's going to change. And Lu Ruyan, who had followed Gu Yun and left as if she was dumbfounded, finally came back to her senses. She said nervously, "Senior, brother, where are we going with this?" Gu Yun looked at her with an innocent face and said seriously, "Senior sister, you and I are already betrothed and are considered a family. Or else I wouldn't have worked so hard over the years to help your Lu family rise. To put it bluntly, without the resources I traded my life for, your Lu clan's old ancestor might not have had the chance to advance. I've always thought of you as the closest person, but you'd rather trust an outsider than me this time. Frankly, I'm disappointed in you." Hearing these words, Lu Ruyan's back tightened and cold sweat instantly broke out. She stared at Gu Yun with a deadpan stare and immediately explained, "Senior, brother, you, don't think too much. I was just confused for a moment and didn't distrust you." Gu Yun was able to kill even Lu Qingshan of the Dao Palace realm with a single slap, not to mention a little trash like her in the Divine Mansion realm. Gu Yun killed her like a chicken. Gu Yun laughed out loud when he saw how tight she was. "Look at you. You're in a hurry again, aren't you? Relax. Between us, there's nothing to explain. In that case, it's been a long time since I've been to your house to see your parents and elders at home, so I'll take a trip back with you." Hearing this, a trace of coldness flashed through Ruyan Lu's eyes. Gu Yun was clearly possessed. If he really went home with him, he could completely utilize the Lu clan's great formation, as well as the strength of the old ancestors at home, to surround and kill Gu Yun. This was a good way to get rid of the harm for the Tai Chu Holy Land, so she nodded stiffly. Good, good, and Gu Yun laughed. Ruyan Lu was the first woman he loved most deeply in his youth. It has a special meaning for him. Therefore, the power of the heart demon she had caused Gu Yun to generate was stronger than any ordinary person. Simply killing her would not be good enough to break the demonic barrier in her heart. "Baby, then I'll just have to torture you raw before I kill you. Since you're all going to die, your family, of course, should be neatly together. Otherwise, how lonely it seems. LOL, look how much I love you." Chapter 4 Greater Good Willow Family. Gu Yun and Lu Ruyan rose up with their imperial swords toward the Lu family. The two were one in front of the other. One frowned, the other hummed a little tune. Lu Ruyan didn't dare to delay and immediately utilized a secret method to secretly send a message to the family. "Inform your family that Gu Yun will be arriving soon, and that he's already gone demonic," even publicly blasting the Tai Chu Holy Land elder. And the Lu family, who had gotten the news, was instantly excited. Gu Yun has actually become a demon? The holy son of the Holy Land of Tai Chu, to choose the devil's way. What a disgrace. Since that's the case, let's follow what Ruyan said and help the Tai Chu Holy Land get rid of this scourge. However, Gu Yun has been kind to my Lu family after all. If it wasn't for his 2 years of great assistance, our Lu family certainly wouldn't have been able to rise so quickly. Aren't we being a bit gracious and taking a shot at him? Humph. My Lu family is not on the same page as the devil's way. Even if Gu Yun is kind to us, we still have to be righteous. That's right. The one who has been kind to us is the Gu Yun of the past. What's it got to do with the Gu Yun who is now possessed? Killing him will just also allow Ruyan to be squarely with Yifan, who has much more potential than Gu Yun, and is much more suitable to be my Lu family's son-in-law. The Lu family decided unanimously. Kill Gu Yun. As for the love and favor that was once there, that's an ass. The cultivation world has always been so realistic. Who let Gu Yun be indisputable and not as talented as Yifan? Otherwise, how could their Lu family betray Gu Yun? His weakness is the original sin. However, according to Ruyan Lu, Gu Yun was now very evil. I'm afraid there's some kind of scary tactic on it. Just to be sure, the Lu family came to the back of the Lu family's mountain and used a secret method to transmit sound. All of the Lu family, welcome old ancestor to the mountain. A moment later, a hollow and majestic voice came from the distant mountains. What is it? Lu Chongfeng, the head of the Lu family, immediately stepped forward, knelt on the ground, and respectfully said, "Old ancestor, we ask you to come out and kill a person who has entered the devil, so as to rid the world of the evil." He then gave a general account of what happened to Gu Yun. Unexpectedly, after hearing that voice, it just gave a cold snort and said disdainfully, "How dare you use a knife to kill a chicken? How dare you come to bother me with such a trivial matter? The Lu family's crowd was suddenly frightened. Indeed, the old ancestor's strength was terrifying. Even if it was placed in the holy land of Tai Chu, it definitely had a place. Asking him to come out and kill a junior like Gu Yun was a bit of a big deal to say the least. Lu Changfeng immediately explained. Old ancestor, your boy is too evil. We are afraid that without you, we will let him escape. The Lu clan's oldest ancestor snorted coldly. Bunch of losers. Saying that a golden light flew from the distant mountains. It landed straight in front of the Lu family's crowd. It was a small flag, golden in color, with a non-distinctive Taoist rhythm. As soon as they appeared, those Dao Palace realm powerhouses that were present were pressurized to the point where they couldn't breathe. The crowd was overjoyed and knew it was a good thing. At this time, the Lu clan's old ancestor spoke again. This Nine Heavens dragon-suppressing flag, an innate spiritual treasure, has already been refined by me, and it contains a trace of my divine soul. With it here, not to mention a holy son of the district Tai Chu Sacred Land, even if the Tai Chu Sacred Land's mountain protector elder comes, he will only die. Feel free to take it and use it. The crowd was pleasantly surprised. I didn't realize that the old ancestor had such a treasure in his hands. An innate spiritual treasure was a magic treasure that only a powerful person of the transition realm was worthy of possessing. Already possesses a certain amount of spiritual intelligence. As long as it is properly warmed up, it might be able to achieve the great Tao with its owner and achieve the sage Dharma weapon. It's also known as the legendary holy weapon. With such a powerful treasure in place, Gu Yun would surely die. Lu Changhe and the others immediately bowed. Many thanks, old ancestor, for the treasure. Subsequently, the major experts of the Lu family, the elders, began to prepare. The three strongest among them were none other than the three masters of the Lu family. Lu Haoshan, Lu Haohai, Lu Haotian. Among them, Lu Haotian was even Lu Ruyan's great-grandfather. 100 years ago, it was already famous in the eastern continent. With Gu Yun's help in the past 2 years, he had received quite a few resources from the Tai Chu Sacred Land's exclusive elders. Strength has skyrocketed. Nowadays, he was already at the peak of the Dao Palace realm and half a step into the Void Cauldron. With him there, together with the Lu clan's grand formation, and all the Lu clan's experts, it was absolutely nothing to deal with the tiny Gu Yun. The Lu family immediately took action. Several experts were hidden in the shadows, waiting for the opportunity to move, and the Lu family's great formation was open at any time, just waiting for Gu Yun to enter the jar. And at that moment, Gu Yun and Lu Ruyan also arrived at the Lu family. Looking down from mid-air, there were countless Lu family mansions, and the pavilions were even more continuous. It's not even an exaggeration to say it's a small town. There are not 10,000 but 8,000 Ryu family members living here. Seeing this familiar scene, Gu Yun was so happy that she was on the verge of tears. Once, in countless dreams, he dreamed of slaughtering the Lu family up and down. But unfortunately, a dream is still a dream, and once he wakes up, it is inevitable that he will be empty and despondent. But now, everything in front of me is real. Gu Yun was suddenly a bit reluctant to give up. You can only kill it once. It's not fun. It's not fun. Looking at his excitement and regretful sadness, Ruyan Lu couldn't help but frown. Crazy. Gu Yun is really crazy. In that case, killing him would be a relief. He should thank me. So, Ruyan Lu opened her mouth. Senior brother Gu, let's go down. Father and the others are waiting for us. Gu Yun also smiled kindly and then followed Ruyan Lu as he landed in the Lu family, the hall of the Willow family. All of the Ryu family's uncles are here. Gu Yun's nephew is here. Sit down. Sit down. I haven't seen your nephew for many days. I miss him very much. Look at that one. Familiar, hypocritical face. Gu Yun couldn't help but be even more excited. The blackness in his body bubbled up involuntarily. It's all in the mind. It's all in the mind. All deserve to die. At one time, Gu Yun viewed the entire Lu family as family. Do everything you can to help each and every one of them. What did you get in return? It's betrayal and humiliation. They are merely making themselves out to be ingrates. After all sorts of squeezing themselves, they still taunt themselves behind their backs for being cuties. These ungrateful families. None are innocent. All deserve to die. And looking at Gu Yun's evil appearance, the Lu family's crowd couldn't help but frown as well. This kid, he's really gotten into the devil. Also good. Only if he was truly possessed would the Lu family be justified in killing him. Of course, even if he wasn't possessed, the Ryu family will also find a way to make him a demon. And just at this time, a silhouette walked over with a cup of tea. Mr. Gu Yun, please have some tea. Gu Yun looked up at the young girl who had brought the tea and his eyes widened. The heart couldn't help but be ecstatic. White Lotus child. Ruyan Lu's maid. 30,000 years ago, Gu Yun deeply loved Lu Ruyan. And naturally, he also loved the people around her extremely well. This White Lotus child is among them. However, she used this to hold Gu Yun, often claiming all sorts of resources and things of value in Gu Yun's hands in the name of Lu Ruyan. Gu Yun treats her as a sister, and she treats Gu Yun as a sister. In the end, it was her who even went out of her way to fornicate with Yifan for Ruyan Lu. Gu Yun smiled when he saw her appearance. GGG. Another damned heart demon, and one of the ones Gu Yun wanted to kill the most. And looking at Gu Yun's weird smile, Bai Lianer couldn't help but frown, revealing a look of disgust. However, by the time she handed the tea to Gu Yun, he looked at it and laughed louder. Sorry, I don't drink flower tea. Please give a free little bounty. Thanks. Chapter 5, The Holy Sun Shall Not Be Humiliated. The crowd couldn't help but frown, still not understanding what Gu Yun meant. In the next second, Gu Yun's body was swirling with black gas. Bang! A great cause desolate heavenly poem blasted out, and the White Lotus child who had delivered the tea turned into a puddle of blood mist on the spot. The Lu family's crowd stared in disbelief. What the hell? Did Gu Yun see that the tea was poisoned? The smell of blood filled the air. The hall was dead silent. Snap! Lu Changfeng slammed the table, breaking the silence, and said in a heated voice, Gu Yun, what do you mean? Why are you casually killing people in my Lu family? It seems that you've truly become a demon. Today my Lu family will help the Tai Chu Holy Land eradicate you as a scum. The Lu family's crowd instantly woke up. It's not pretending. It's just tearing it up. Everyone silently mobilized the spiritual energy in their bodies, their eyes dead set on Gu Yun, ready to strike at any time. Ruyan Lu also quietly placed her hand on her sword next to her. In his eyes, there was all the killing intent towards Gu Yun. Unexpectedly, Gu Yun laughed out loud. Sheba, why do you accuse me so falsely? I, Gu Yun, am the holy son of the Tai Chu, and I am full of righteousness. Where is the talk of being a demon? The Lu family's crowd was also wide-eyed and couldn't help but be staggered. You have black smoke rolling out of this body, and a demonic aura. Where's the righteousness in that? Lu Changfeng coldly grunted. Gu Yun, you still dare to argue. Look at you now. Your whole body is haunted by demonic aura. How can you look like a disciple of the righteous path? Gu Yun pretended to be innocent and raised both arms, looking down at himself in style. With that, he bristled and sneered. Uncle Say, have you ever seen the Haoran Qi? Lu Changfeng froze and subconsciously frowned. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Gu Yun immediately rebuked loudly. Vast and righteous is exactly what this pitch black looks like on me. Seppo doesn't know. Yet he's here talking nonsense and slandering me. Does Sheba know that the Holy Sun is not to be insulted? After saying that, Gu Yun smiled with even more excitement and thrill. Boom! The black aura on his body exploded out, instantly enveloping dozens of miles of the Lu family's mansion. Lu Changfeng's two eyes widened, instantly feeling bad. Just wanted to remind the crowd to hurry up. But, with his lips slightly parted, he hadn't made a sound yet. Bang! With another slap, Lu Changfeng exploded on the spot. Shattered. The speed and the suddenness of the matter took everyone present by surprise, and after killing Lu Changfeng, the chaotic creation pearl within Gu Yun's body instantly poured out a large amount of heavenly Dao power into Gu Yun's body. Gu Yun became even more excited. Comfortable. It's so cozy. He felt that the Sate realm was just one last thin layer of window paper that could be broken with a single poke. Today, he will kill his fiancée's family to prove the way of saints. His hatred for the Lu family far exceeded even Ruyan Lu. Take the example of Lu Changfeng, who had just been killed. Taking advantage of the fact that Gu Yun is in love with his daughter, he treats Gu Yun as free labor, all sorts of envoys, making Gu Yun contribute money and effort, and even making Gu Yun risk his life many times, and for the sole purpose of allowing their Lu family to grow. Later, after discovering the more talented Yifan, he abandoned Gu Yun as soon as he could. When he first tore his face off with Gu Yun, he also scoffs that Gu Yun is a piece of toilet paper for the Lu family to wipe their asses. Use it up and throw it away naturally. But he didn't realize that Gu Yun had always respected him, really treat him like a father-in-law, or even a father. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become Gu Yun's heart demon. At this time, Lu Ruyan's eyes widened and she immediately cried out with her heart torn out. Father! She then stood up with a prancing motion, drew her sword and pointed it at Gu Yun, gritting her teeth. Gu Yun! You killed my father. Gu Yun immediately said righteously. Senior sister, I know you're angry, but don't get angry yet. Your father is so old that he doesn't know how to be courteous, and he even spoke out to slander me, the holy son of Tai Chu. Moreover, the cultivation level is still so trashy that I'll die with a casual touch. It's simply the trash of trash. Sending him to reincarnation early will also allow him to start being human again sooner, and not in a good way. Lu Ruyan was trembling with anger and looked at Gu Yun incredulously. She couldn't imagine how a human mouth with warmth could speak such cold words. Moreover, Gu Yun's crooked reasoning directly caused the thoughts in her head to tie up in a dead knot, and surprisingly, she didn't know how to refute it for a moment. And the rest of the Lu family instantly returned to their senses. Lu Changfeng was not by Lianer that Gu Yun could kill whenever he wanted to. That was an expert of the Daogong fifth realm. Placed anywhere in the eastern wasteland was the existence of a minor expert. How could he be like a pig or dog, casually blown to pieces by Gu Yun? The Lu family's grand elder bellowed. There's something odd about this kid. All don't hold back. Go all out. Together. Boom. Countless powerful spiritual energy fluctuations instantly erupted. The sky above the Lu family was steeply enveloped by a golden light. The Lu family grand formation was then opened. The divine souls of the countless experts in the family locked onto Gu Yun for the first time. Lu Ruyan's 7 uncles of the same clan immediately launched their swords and formed the 7-star Northern Dipper sword formation, then immediately urged their swords to blast Gu Yun. The several great elders, even more so, offered up their respective means and magic treasures, strive to kill Gu Yun with a single blow. Seeing this scene, Gu Yun was delighted instead of fearful. He laughed maniacally. Fine. I've been so kind to your Lu family. And you're turning your swords against me? I see that you have become demons and have obliterated your minds. Today, I, Gu Yun, will rid the world of demons. The people of the Lu family clenched their teeth and furrowed their brows. This little says all our words, but there was not the slightest pause in the means in his hands. The Lu clan's 7-star Northern Dipper sword formation was the first to rush in front of Gu Yun, pulling him into an arcane space. Countless flying swords stabbed towards Gu Yun. Gu Yunjie laughed, both eyes bursting with scarlet brightness, unable to hold back a low laugh. You, too, want to dance? Boom! Countless harsh black chi, like threads of silk dancing about, burst out from Gu Yun's body. Wherever it went, it was like a sharp blade flying through, cutting through everything. Pust, just for a moment, Ruyan Lu's 7 uncles, not only the body head, the whole body was even cut into countless pieces of broken meat, even the internal organs and bones, all became one piece. The blue stone slabs of the Lu family's hall were instantly dyed red with blood. See this scene. Everyone was shocked. Each of their 7 swords of the Lu family was a Dao Palace realm powerhouse, and when the 7 of them joined forces, they could even shake a Void Cauldron realm powerhouse. In the eastern wasteland, that was also famous. How was it possible that it hadn't even lasted a single breath in Gu Yun's hands, and they were all strangled? What kind of cultivation was this Gu Yun in front of him? The Lu family's grand elder didn't dare to hesitate any longer and immediately shouted, "Quickly, we'll combine our efforts to sacrifice the innate spirit treasure given by the old ancestor." Hearing this, the remaining Lu clan experts didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest and immediately made their move. Boom! In an instant, an additional blinding golden light appeared in the sky above the Lu family, as if it was a sun, enveloping the entire Lu family. That was the very same innate spirit treasure that the Lu clan's ancestor had bestowed upon them to deal with Gu Yun. 9 Heavenly Dragon Suppressor Flag. When the golden flag comes out, it suppresses the living beings in all directions. There were even several golden dragon shadows emerging to help kill the enemy. With such a formation, coupled with the Lu clan's great formation and the Lu clan's various experts, not to mention a tiny saint son of the Tai Chu Holy Land, even if the protector elder of the Tai Chu sacred land came, he might not be able to get good results. However, the moment Gu Yun saw that little yellow flag, there was a great joy. Good. I am worried that there is no material for refining the 10,000 soul streamer. No, it is the human emperor flag. The Willow family actually sent me to the door. Chapter 6, The Human Emperor's Flag. Once the 9 Heavenly Dragon suppressing flag came out, the Lu family's morale had increased greatly, and they had thought that they could suppress Gu Yun. However, he didn't expect Gu Yun to sit peacefully in his seat. The Lu family's grand elder frowned. How is that possible? Could it be that Gu Yun had treasures on him that could fight against innate spiritual treasures? Without waiting for him to think clearly, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Great elder, look, the old ancestor's flag." The grand elder of the Lu family snapped his head up, only to see that the originally glittering golden light of the 9 Heavens dragon suppressing flag was wrapped up in a mass of black chi released by Gu Yun. It even blocked the control of the grand elder and others. The Grand Elder was alarmed. How can this be? How can this be? Gu Yun was actually able to forcibly deprive an innate spiritual treasure of its control. Is it possible that he has already broken through the Tao Palace realm and become a Void Cauldron realm powerhouse? The Void Cauldron realm was already as far as the Grand Elder could think of. Because Gu Yun was too young, only in his early 20s, a person of his age, even if he was an ancient teenage emperor, it was also at most a Void Cauldron realm. It can't get any higher. It was important to realize that some people could not break through to this realm in their entire lives. Even the Lu family, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, had only produced a single Void Cauldron realm ancestor. A moment later, the flag wrapped in black gas violently erupted with a terrifying might. The black aura swept away. A pitch-black flag appeared in front of the crowd. The Lu family crowd was dumbfounded. How come? What exactly did Gu Yun do to old ancestors' spirit treasure? Why has the color changed? Before they could react to what was happening, the black flag waved, and a seeping wail rose from the shadowy winds of the Willow House. A wisp of green smoke rose. Lu Chongfeng, Bai Lianer, and the 7 swords of the Lu clan, who had just been killed by Gu Yun, coalesced their shadows and surrounded the black flag. The Lu family's crowd stared in disbelief. 10,000 souls. Gu Yun actually took my Lu family's greatest treasure and refined it into a 10,000 soul streamer. The 10,000 soul streamer can be a big name. It is a resounding magic weapon of the devil's way. Everyone can make them and they are horribly strong. But the refining method is very sinister. One must kill to take a life. Take someone's soul, and refine it into a shadowy soul to be included in the streamer. When fighting someone, you then release the Yin spirit and attack the enemy. This was definitely a powerful and vicious devil Dao artifact. The people of the Lu family were shocked and angry. Gu Yun, how dare you use my Lu family's greatest treasure to refine the 10,000 soul streamer? Such a cruel magic weapon of the devil's way will surely provoke the wrath of heaven. Aren't you afraid of being condemned by heaven? Gu Yun. However, Jia laughed. Shut up. This saint's son refined and even the greatest treasure of the righteous path. The human emperor flag. You guys went so far as to slander my human emperor flag as a 10,000 soul streamer. What exactly are your intentions? After saying that, he waved his hand again. The Lu family's crowd that had just chided him exploded into smithereens. The divine soul was absorbed by the small black flag in the sky. Seeing this scene, the entire Lu family was all tingling with scalp and fear in their hearts. Gu Yun's methods were simply too evil for them to deal with. Even the several elders of the Lu family could hardly avoid feeling despair. Lu Ruyan even sat paralyzed on a side seat, looking at Gu Yun with incomparable fear. She couldn't figure it out. Why did the always gentle and refined eldest brother suddenly become so brutal? Moreover, the strength was so amazing. And in the back of the Lu family's mountain, an aged silhouette violently spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked and angry. Who is it that has forcibly taken away my father's spirit treasure? After saying that, he instantly transformed into an essence light and flew out of the back mountain. Appearing again, he was already in the sky above the Willow family, only to see that the Lu family was not only wrapped in rolling black gas, but also had debris everywhere and countless dead people. The most crucial thing was that his 9 heavens dragon-suppressing flag, which was now pitch black, was refining the divine souls of all the people in the Lu family. The Lu clan's old ancestor, Lord Lu, was in a rage. Bold devil demon, how dare you come to my Lu family to kill indiscriminately? See the figure in the sky. The Lu family burst into tears of joy. Old ancestor, quickly make a move. Kill Gu Yun, this little man, and avenge the tragic deaths of my Lu family's clansmen. The old ancestor himself has taken action. We are finally saved. The heavens will not fail my Lu family. Even the always strong Lu Ruyan couldn't help but shed heartbreaking tears. Just now, she really thought that the Lu family was going to be finished. Now that the old ancestor has appeared, nothing will happen to the Lu family anymore. Gu Yun, who was sitting in the hall of the Lu clan, immediately detected the divine soul probing of the Lu clan's oldest ancestor, Lord Lu. He smiled playfully. Want to probe my cultivation? At this moment, Lord Lu also appeared in the middle of the hall. Only he frowned slightly and looked at Gu Yun warily. Strange, why can't you detect this kid's strength? Feeling flat and seemingly uncultivated? Did he use some means of hiding his strength? And just as he took a step up to test the waters, he vaguely sensed that Gu Yun seemed to be at the peak of the Dao Palace realm. Knowing this, Lord Willow was instantly energized. A mere Dao Palace realm. What's there to fear? He was a Void Cauldron realm powerhouse. Even if Gu Yun could use special means to snatch his spiritual treasure. But the Void Cauldron and the Dao Palace are worlds apart. Even with his bare hands, Gu Yun was no match for him. He looked toward Gu Yun, his hands behind his back, and gave a cold snort. Kid, you've got some guts. Not only do you cultivate demonic techniques, but you also dare to come to my Lu family to act recklessly. But on account of the fact that you once had a few moments of love with our Lu family, hand over the means by which you snatched my spirit treasure, and I can give you a full corpse. Gu Yun, however, couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Lu family's old man was still the same greedy one. When the Lu family abandoned Gu Yun and chose Yi Fan, it was all at the behest of this old ancestor. Moreover, he also cautioned the Lu family that the grass must be cut and the roots removed. Since he was at loggerheads with Gu Yun, he had to get Gu Yun completely killed to eliminate any future problems. If it wasn't for the fact that Gu Yun had left a few tricks up his sleeve, he might have died at the hands of the Lu family. Therefore, he was one of Gu Yun's heart demons. He's going to die, too. Gu Yun slowly got up and respectfully arched his hand towards Lord Lu. Old ancestor, I have always respected you, so why are you falsely accusing me as well? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you too? Hearing this, the Lu clan's oldest ancestor laughed out loud and coldly hummed in disdain. Gu Yun, don't think that you're invincible just because you have some special means. With you, you're not yet a match for the old man. If you're really capable, you kill one to show me? Hearing this, the Lu clan's crowd was also disdainful of Gu Yun. However, Gu Yun revealed a shocked expression. Old ancestor, you actually took the initiative to let me kill you? I've never seen such a cheap request. However, as a junior, I naturally have to honor your request. The corners of Gu Yun's mouth then rose as his words fell. A monstrous black aura emerged from him. Lord Lu also stared at once, subconsciously exclaiming in shock. You are not in the Peak Dao Palace realm? Gu Yun pretended to be surprised. Ah, you're so gullible. You can't really think that I only have the Peak Dao Palace realm and would dare to come to your Lu family to exterminate it, right? Lord Willow was alarmed. It felt like the whole person had fallen into an ice cave and was enveloped by the coldness of death. The instinct to survive made him subconsciously shout. Wait. Chapter 7, The sun must not be kept. As soon as Lord Lu's words fell, a black shadow violently descended from the sky, plunging straight into his ceiling. His eyes widened momentarily. The flesh and blood on his body was sucked up by the human emperor flag at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the Lu clan's old ancestor, who had been majestic just a moment ago, turned into a pile of withered bones. Even the divine soul was sucked into the human emperor flag. Seeing this scene, the entire Lu family was dumbstruck, and each of them was ashen. Old ancestor is dead. Gu Yun killed old ancestor. The Lu family's crowd was instantly plunged into great fear and a boundless swamp of despair. Gu Yun, however, snorted coldly. It's your old ancestor himself who begged for death. So what's it got to do with me? You have wronged me in this way, deserve to die. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, he killed all the people from the Lu family who had just been screaming in a chaotic manner. And that's when he seemed to think of something else. So then with the human emperor flag, he summoned the divine soul of the Lu Lord and asked with concern, Old ancestor, what did you want to say just now? Don't stutter. Say ah. The divine soul of the Willow Lord was instantly furious and gnashing his teeth. I tried to beg you to spare my life and you just killed me. Then what the hell am I talking about? He desperately wanted to break free from the control of the human emperor flag, wanting to pounce on Gu Yun and die with him. However, after entering the human emperor flag, that's divine soul was completely controlled by Gu Yun. There's no room for him to be wild. Although Lord Lu's divine soul kept roaring wildly and didn't say anything. Still, Gu Yun nodded in dawning realization. Oh, you said you couldn't worry about these children and grandchildren of the Willow family, so you wanted to ask me for my help in sending them to be reunited with you? Well said. I for one never turned down an old man's request. Hearing this, those remaining Lu clan members immediately broke out into a cold sweat. One of the elders of the Lu clan immediately fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. Gu Shao, on the strength of the fact that you and Ruyan once had a love affair, spare our Lu family. Someone took the lead, and immediately someone else reflected. Gu Shao, spare your life. We were just confused for a moment before we went against you. That's right, no more killing. Ruyan Lu also looked back. Yes, brother Gu Yun likes me so much. As long as I beg him nicely, he will definitely not drive the Lu family to extinction. Thinking of this, she was just about to open her mouth when she saw Gu Yun say with a straight face, What are you talking about? How is it that I want to kill you guys? It's clearly your old ancestor who asked you to accompany him so that you can fulfill your filial duties. Even this request, you can't do it? A bunch of unfilial children and grandchildren. After saying that, Gu Yun waved his hand. and the few people who had just begged for mercy were instantly blown up into a bloody mist of ashes. See this scene. The people of the Lu family were all chilled and immediately shut up while staring at Gu Yun in death. Who knows what this crazy demon will do next? At this moment, Gu Yun once again looked at them smilingly and asked, "Is there anyone else among you who doesn't want to go and accompany your old ancestor?" This time, the Lu family crowd looked at me and I looked at you. No one dares to speak, because the ones who just spoke are dead. Maybe by not talking, you can get away with it. Unexpectedly, Gu Yun once again opened his mouth smilingly. "Since you're all willing, I'll give you a ride." He waved his hand again. Bang, bang, bang. Once again a dozen or so people turned into blood mist, dying even more than just a moment ago. Now, the Lu family's crowd completely collapsed. Talking is dead. Not talking is dead? The Lu family's grand elder instantly burst into tears as he knelt on the ground, begging for forgiveness. "Xiao Gu, our Lu family knows that we were wrong. We shouldn't have been ungrateful and secretly set up Ruyan and Yifan. Much less, take the opportunity to strike at you and be gracious. But you've killed and it's time to get out of the way. Please, give my Lu family a way out." Hearing this, Ruyan Lu's entire body trembled. That's the reaction. No wonder Gu Yun was so murderous. It turned out that he already knew that the Lu family wanted to turn their backs on him and choose Yifan. She couldn't help but shed a tear as well, overwhelmed with regret. It wasn't that he regretted what he had done wrong, he just regretted why the secrecy of the Lu family hadn't been done properly. Why can Gu Yun know? Gu Yun also smiled playfully and looked at the Grand Elder, smilingly asking, "A way to life? How do I give your Lu family a way to life?" The Lu family's Grand Elder clenched his teeth and then said, "What the Lu family has done is all the fault of those of us who are elders. It has nothing to do with the juniors. If young Gu feels that killing so many people isn't enough to relieve his anger, then we old guys are willing to cut ourselves in front of you. But I still ask Gu Shao to be lenient and leave the young juniors of the Lu family behind, to leave some fragrance for my Lu family." The Grand Elder was also in complete despair. He knew that he couldn't fight Gu Yun, so he could only abandon his car to protect his honor. As much as possible, he left behind the bloodline of the Lu family to continue the legacy of the Lu family. It was, perhaps, the only thing he could do for the Ryu family that he could. The others also shed tears when they heard the Grand Elder's words. As things stood, this was the only way to preserve a trace of flavor for the Lu family. They too have knelt down. "We're willing to cut ourselves, but we also ask Gu Shao to leave a trace of bloodline for my Lu family and spare the young people of the Lu family." Seeing them die so righteously, Gu Yun also pretended to be touched. But soon, he smiled playfully. "I've already made a deadly feud with your Lu family, so if I leave your youngsters behind, isn't that leaving a scourge for myself?" The Lu family's Grand Elder was shocked and hurriedly said, No. I promise that after this incident, the grudge between our Lu family and Xiao Gu will be written off, and absolutely no one will hold a grudge against you, Xiao Gu." Gu Yun skimmed his lips. Then he said, "What you say doesn't count. I'll try mine myself." After saying that, he waved his hand and a demonic aura wrapped around a group of 15 or 16 Willow family teenagers. Each of these people had their own expressions. Some were horrified, some were numb, and others glared angrily at Gu Yun. Gu Yun raised his hand and a 15 or 16-year-old youth was dragged over by Black Qi. Seeing this scene, Ruyan Lu was horrified. What Gu Yun had grabbed was none other than her own brother, Lu Jianming. And for this Lu Jianming, Gu Yun also hated it. This little thing didn't take much from him, but every time I saw him, I called him by his name, never even looked him in the eye. Gu Yun treats him as his own brother, and he scolds Gu Yun behind his back for being a brother. Gu Yun looked towards Lu Jianming, who had already been scared into peeing his pants, and asked smilingly, "Jianming, I killed your father. Will you seek revenge on me when you grow up?" Lu Jianming had already been stunned silly long ago. Hearing this, his whole body trembled and hurriedly explained, "Sister, brother-in-law, I won tea. I really won tea. You killed my father. That was me because my father deserved to die. How could I hold a grudge against you?" Hearing these words, the Lu family's crowd was relieved even though they were not comfortable in their hearts. Fortunately, these young people from the Lu family did not continue to irritate Gu Yun. Gu Yun also nodded and said to himself, "In order to live, one can even curse one's own father. It can be seen that the city is extremely deep. In the future it will be a scourge. This son must not be retained." Chapter 8, I'm sorry I lied to you. Bang! Lu Jianming blew up, like a blood-red firework. Not far away from Lu Ruyan, spots of blood instantly appeared on her face. Her eyes widened as her brain went into a state of terror. It was a long time before she came back to her senses and lost her voice in a miserable cry. Brother! In one day, she saw her own father and brother explode in front of her in quick succession. Her mind had also exploded. The rest of the Lu family was even more terrified. Once again, he looked at Gu Yun as if he were looking at a demon. Why did he kill when he clearly said he wouldn't take revenge? At that moment, one of those teenagers who had been captured by Gu Yun suddenly stood up. His fists clenched tightly as he viciously pointed at Gu Yun and shouted, "You devil! When I, Lu Aotian, grow up, I'll be sure to break the pieces into pieces to avenge the hatred of the entirety of my Lu family." Gu Yun looked at him in surprise, then clapped his hands in admiration. Fine, fine, have a backbone. I like bloodthirsty teenagers like you. Lu Aotian snorted coldly and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. He bet right. He had read those talking books before among the murderous villains who were psychopathic and at the same time behaved logically differently from normal people. At this point, the more you concede, the more the villain will be the one to do the killing, if showing toughness. Instead, it will stir up his good nature, and then he'll leave himself alive, and mocked himself for having absolutely no revenge in the future. Would even let himself go to prove his own point? However, just as Lu Aotian fantasized about Gu Yun letting him go, bang! He blew up too. The blood mist stopped in midair and did not dissipate for a long time. Gu Yun nodded in satisfaction. Since you're going to seek revenge on me when you grow up, wouldn't it be fine if I didn't let you grow up? Hearing these words, everyone present in the Lu clan had their scalps tingling. Devil! Gu Yun is a devil. Either way, it's a death sentence. I'm afraid that Lu Aotian will never think about it until he dies. Reality, and the stories in the talking books, are not the same at all. At that moment, Gu Yun looked at the other young men of the Lu family. It's your turn to say what you think. These kids were completely flummoxed. Curl up and shiver. The two examples just now have taught them a profound lesson. Say that you will die if you don't take revenge, and say that you will die if you do. Then naturally they dare not say anything. And just at this time, Gu Yun let out a cold laugh. Ignore me? Asterisk 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 asterisk. After saying that, he then waved his hand. Bang! 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 All the remaining teenagers all exploded into a bloody mist. The divine soul was also absorbed by the human emperor streamer. These people of the Lu family, men, women and children, are no good. Let's just say that Gu Yun had just killed these little brats. At a young age, you learn to run roughshod over people. Gu Yun had seen it with his own eyes before, when they forcibly robbed a little girl from an ordinary family who was only 13 or 14. Not only did they get the little girl's family killed, but they also planned to feed the little girl directly to the family's demonic beasts after they had spoiled her. If Gu Yun hadn't stepped in to stop her, the little girl would probably have died long ago. This was only what Gu Yun saw. How much more would Gu Yun not see? Seeing that more and more people in the family were dying, the people of the Lu family completely despaired. At that moment, the Lu family's grand elder seemed to remember. Thus, he immediately looked at Lu Ruyan, who was caught up in grief and could not help herself. Ruyan, say something quickly. Gu Xiao has always been infatuated with you. Whatever you want, he will try his best to fulfill. Hurry up and plead with him. As long as you open your mouth, he will definitely let our Lu family go. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan, who was in grief, came to her senses. Now she has lost her brother and father. If the Lu family was destroyed again, she would really have no one to turn to. It was now necessary to stabilize Gu Yun and make him stop killing first, then find a way to take revenge. Thinking of this, she immediately fell to her knees and said in grief, "Senior brother Gu, please stop. Don't kill anymore. The Lu family is ashamed of you. I am willing to give you any compensation on behalf of the Lu family. Please spare our Lu family." Ruyan Lu was confident. As long as he put himself out as a bargaining chip, Gu Yun would surely be moved. After all, before, Gu Yun had fallen in love with her and wanted nothing more than her. Sure enough, hearing that, Gu Yun's murderous hand paused for a moment. He looked at Ruyan Lu playfully. Smiling, he said, "Senior sister, really willing to pay any price?" Lu Ruyan knelt on the ground, biting her lip, her face already pale and bloodless. At this point, she had no other choice but to follow Gu Yun's words. "Yes, any price is willing." Gu Yun pretended to be relieved, let out a long sigh, and said, "You do know that I care about you the most, and did all of this just to keep you by my side. Elder sister, I'm very disappointed with you and Yi Fan. That's why there's the tragic situation of your Lu family today." Hearing this, Ruyan Lu had sobbed uncontrollably, but it wasn't that she regretted that she had victimized the family. Rather, He was indignant that he didn't have the strength to be able to kill Gu Yun, the demon. She said aggrievedly, "Senior brother, as long as you let our Lu family go, I will stay by your side single-mindedly in the future, and absolutely will not have any relationship with anyone in." Gu Yun looked at the look of regret she was putting on her face, just can't help but laugh. "Sister, that's quite an act." But the more he saw her like this, the happier Gu Yun became in his heart, the more power the chaos bead spits out. Thus, Gu Yun smilingly said to Lu Ruyan, "Alright, since elder sister has said so, then I will have to forgive others, as long as you, senior sister, are willing to offer a strand of your divine soul, then I will release your Lu family." Ruyan Lu's whole body trembled. Sacrificing a strand of his divine soul was equivalent to handing over his life to Gu Yun. In the future, they could only be at the mercy of Gu Yun. Such an outcome was unacceptable to her. However, the surrounding Lu family members were anxious and immediately roared in a low voice, "Ruyan, what are you still hesitating for? Hurry up and say yes to Gu Xiao. Don't miss this great opportunity. In case we piss off Xiao Gu, our Lu family will really be finished." Ruyan Lu also clenched her teeth. Nowadays, preserving the last of these forces of the family is the most important thing. As for the divine soul, there is only waiting until this calamity has been overcome. Let's find another way to get it back from Gu Yun. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath, then looked firmly at Gu Yun. "Okay, I promise." When she finished speaking, a golden light appeared on her forehead and then floated towards Gu Yun. That is her divine soul. The corners of Gu Yun's mouth couldn't help but rise as he held Lu Ruyan's divine soul in his hands. From then on, Ruyan Lu was under his complete control. He couldn't help but bristle and laugh. "Ruyan Lu, it's too cheap to let you die. I'm going to make your life worse than death." With that, he stood up and immediately activated the human emperor flag. In the next second, those Lu clan members who were alive screamed miserably. Flesh, blood, and soul, at a speed visible to the naked eye, were sucked up by the human emperor flag. Seeing this scene, Ruyan Lu and the people of the Lu family were all anxious. "Gu Xiao, didn't you promise not to kill us? Elder brother, you promised me." Gu Yun shrugged his shoulders with an innocent expression. "Sorry for lying to you guys." Chapter 9, Achieving Sainthood. Anger, screams, and wails filled the sky above the Lu family. Soon, hundreds of Yin souls floated around Gu Yun's human emperor flag. These Yin spirits hadn't been completely refined, so most of them still had their own consciousness. So even in death, he still cursed at Gu Yun. "Gu Yun, if you don't keep your word, you will definitely be punished by heaven. Gu Yun, you shall not die." Gu Yun looked into midair, and with a lift of his hand, he pinched the soul of that Lu Changfeng deity who had been cursing the most cheerfully, and directly pinched and exploded it. There you go. Lu Changfeng died once more. This time, it was a complete destruction of God's soul, so dead that it couldn't die anymore. Ruyan Lu was completely numb with grief. Who's a good father that can die twice a day? And those other divine souls of the Lu clan were suddenly quiet. It is said that it is better to die than to live. Although they were only in the state of divine souls now, they at least had consciousness. The kind like Lu Changfeng didn't even have a chance to reincarnate. And after killing everyone in the Lu family, Gu Yun's heart demons were suddenly reduced by a lot. The chaotic creation bead immediately gushed out a massive amount of heavenly Tao power, which merged into his body. Gu Yun had a face of enjoyment. At the power of these fusions, it reaches an apex. Between heaven and earth, visions began to appear. The sky and the earth changed color, and the electricity flashed and thundered. The originally clear sky turned out to be covered with dark clouds, so thick that people couldn't breathe. Between the clouds, a thunder dragon loomed. It was as if the world was coming to an end. Gu Yun looked towards the firmament and understood that he was strong enough to be certified as a saint. Thus, he didn't have any nonsense, and directly released the black chi on his body to welcome the baptism of heavenly thunder and certify his path to sainthood. Saints testify to the truth, and the heavens descend with holy might. For a moment, everyone in the eastern continent felt this terrifying pressure. They all raised their heads to look in the direction of the holy land of Tai Chu. What a terrifying heavenly Tao pressure. What's the situation? Tai Chu Holy Land. Could it be that an old ancestor has broken through to sainthood? It's been 3,000 years, and someone from the eastern wasteland is finally going to become a saint again. Countless powerhouses rose up in the air, wanting to head out to investigate. Yet just as they tried to get all in one piece, they were shocked by a divine sense that was even more terrifying than the heavenly Tao's holy might. Those who wanted to explore were wide-eyed. A moment ago, a heckle surfaced in all of their minds. Death to the meddler. one thought suppresses the entire eastern wasteland. What a horror this is. No one dares to be thinking about probing anymore. Even the closest experts of the Tai Chu sacred land could not afford to breathe under the pressure. They felt that as long as they dared to ascend into the air to check it out or probe their divine sense, they would be killed in seconds. And at that moment, after Gu Yun had warned those who would disturb the flies and bedbugs, he began to concentrate on the heavenly thunder that was about to fall from the sky as well. Click! A silver light fell. The gray sky was violently illuminated. The bull-thick pillar of thunder ruthlessly smashed into Gu Yun's body. There was a burst of fire. Seeing this scene, the dead souls of the Lu clan surrounding the human emperor flag, as well as Lu Ruyan, who was not far away, froze. These people, their cultivation level is too low, and their eyesight is too low. Never seen a scene of a saint's righteousness at all. He also thought that Gu Yun had killed too many people and was condemned by heaven, so he was struck by lightning. There was a lot of excitement. Ha ha ha, Gu Yun's sins are so deep that even the heavens can't stand to see it. This is going to be a heavenly strike. Retribution. It's really retribution. Gu Yun, the heavens can't stand to see your sins. Quick, more thunder and lightning. Split this to death. However, Lu Ruyan, who was closest to Gu Yun, quickly realized that something was wrong. No, how come Gu Yun is not only fine, but also has a look of enjoyment on his face? This heavenly thunder, is it helping him harden his body? Saints testify to the truth, and divine thunder falls from the sky. It is both a test and an opportunity. As long as one could resist the lightning tribulation, one could become a saint in the flesh. However, Gu Yun possessed the chaotic creation pearl within his body, and even if he wasn't a saint, his physical body had long since become a saint. Today's thunderbolt was just said to be scratching an itch for him, and it meant very little. Gu Yun glanced at his human emperor flag. Just as well, let's use this heavenly thunder to quench the human emperor flag and make it go further as well. After saying that, he casually waved his hand. The thunder dragon that had originally coalesced in the sky, intending to run towards Gu Yun, was instantly controlled by even more power, forcibly changing their orbits. They all landed on the human emperor flag. The dead souls of the Lu family, as the Yin souls in the human emperor's flag, were suddenly in pain, and the ghosts cried and wailed. Ah, why is the heavenly thunder suddenly attacking us? It's so painful. My whole body is like the bite of a million insects. Life is worse than death. Kill me. Gu Shao, we were wrong. Please spare us. We shouldn't have mouthed off to you just now. However, Gu Yun laughed coldly. I am helping you to quench ungrateful things. Under the washing of the heavenly thunder, the black chi emerging from the human emperor flag was even more dense and pure, and its quality was also one level better. It quickly morphed from an innate spiritual treasure into a quasi-sacred weapon, but for it to become a true holy weapon, it needed to be nourished by more Yin souls. As for those of the Lu family, they had been completely refined by the human emperor flag. It became a puppeting spirit that had no mind of its own and only knew how to sell out and attack for Gu Yun. The human emperor flag had already metamorphosed successfully, and the remaining heavenly thunder was once again heading towards Gu Yun. And this time, it's coming harder. Thousands of lightning bolts, pouring out, instantly raising the Ryu family to the ground. Watching such a destructive scene, Lu Ruyan let out a shriek and immediately curled up on the ground, not daring to move. But the next second, rolling black smoke rose from Gu Yun's body. Surprisingly, it inverted the Big Dipper and devoured all the heavenly thunder. A few moments later, the Lu family was in ruins. Only Gu Yun and Lu Ruyan were unharmed. Gu Yun slowly opened his eyes, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, with the chaotic creation pearl, certifying to sainthood was too much simpler than in the previous life. In his last life, Gu Yun had spent 10 whole years baptized in heavenly thunder before becoming a saint. Feel the vigorous saintly aura on this body. Gu Yun laughed, then gathered himself and continued to hide his cultivation. Immediately after that, he looked towards the still curled up and shivering Lu Ruyan on the ground. The Lu family had been destroyed, and the heart demons in Gu Yun's heart that had been born from the Lu family had been extinguished for the most part. But he didn't intend to kill Ruyan Lu just like that. That would be too cheap for her. He's going to torture slowly, until his own demons, which he had created because of her, were completely obliterated. Thus, Gu Yun came in front of Lu Ruyan and said smilingly, "Senior sister, once I was in love with you, deeply in love, but you don't cherish it, being a dog instead of a man. In that case, I'll honor your choice. From this day forward, you are one of my dogs." With that, Gu Yun's hand produced an additional chain and locked it around Lu Ruyan's neck. At this point, Ruyan Lu had already been completely scared out of her wits by Gu Yun. Her face was filled with terror as she kept saying, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I'm willing to do anything." Gu Yun smiled coldly, then said with a smile, "Get up from the ground and follow me back to the sect. Listen to me very carefully. It's crawl back to me. If you're going to be a dog, be a dog." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's heart was like ashes. She had come to understand that Gu Yun had been completely disappointed in her and now only wanted to torture and punish her, and she had no choice or ability to resist at all. The only flicker of luck in her heart was to go back to the clan. Senior brother Yifan can come out and save himself. The clan elders, the clan master, or the clan elder, could make decisions for themselves. Soon, Gu Yun led Lu Ruyan back to the Tai Chu Holy Land. The matter of him decapitating the law enforcement hall elder with one palm had not yet spread, but the crowd saw him holding Lu Ruyan with a dog chain, the latter kneeling on the ground, hands on the ground, slowly crawling. It was also shocking. "I'll go. What's the situation there? Senior brother Gu Yun is actually locking senior sister Lu like a dog? Impossible. Doesn't senior brother Gu love senior sister Lu the most? For senior sister Lu, Gu Yun can go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire. Infatuated to the extreme. Why is it like this today? I've heard that senior sister Lu is indiscreet. She's obviously already betrothed to her senior brother, yet she's very ambiguous with fellow junior brother Yifan. It's even if you usually cold-shoulder senior brother Gu Yun, but you also repeatedly contradicted senior brother for the sake of Yifan. What? Ruyan Lu is too unaware of the good and bad, isn't she? Gu Yun's senior brother is not only the pride of heaven, appearance and temperament is like the son of God, and he also used the deepest love. We're sorry for her Lu Ruyan. Today by the dog chain is also deserved. Gu Yun's reputation in the Tai Chu Holy Land could be said to be well known. He didn't just take care of the ethereal peak's senior brothers and sisters plus good. To the other ordinary disciples of the Tai Chu Holy Land, they were also very protective. That's why most of the disciples of the Tai Chu Sacred Ground respected him greatly. In his last life, he had been wrongly accused, and many disciples from other peaks had pleaded and spoken for him. But it was the same peak senior brothers and sisters who were closest to Gu Yun who chose to betray. It's really saddening. And just as Gu Yun was planning to bring his dog sister, Lu Ruyan, back to Misty Peak, a sudden stern cry came. "Senior brother Gu Yun, why did you humiliate senior sister Lu so much? Spoiling people like this? Is there any trace of the demeanor of a disciple of the righteous path?" A free bounty to support this. Thanks a lot guys. Chapter 10, Messenger of Justice. Gu Yun searched for the sound and looked, only to see a young man with a white coat full of snow and an extraordinary temperament, looking at him with a face full of anger. Gu Yun instantly revealed an excited smile. Lin Feng, another heart demon. Lin Feng was an elite disciple of the inner sect of the Tai Chu Holy Land. More so, Gu Yun was once a good brother. This person, in the Holy Land of Tai Chu, had an extremely good reputation. What adherence to justice, uprightness and righteousness. "The road will see the injustice will pull out the sword to help," has always been the label on him. In his last life, Gu Yun also admired his character and had a good personal relationship with him. But what did Lin Feng do after Yifan showed up? He was still as upright as ever. Only, he started targeting Gu Yun at every turn. When Gu Yun did a bit of a bad job, he would proclaim it everywhere and backstab Gu Yun. Countless public accusations. But, Yifan, even if he kills and burns, rapes and pillages, he could also find reasons to excuse Yifan, saying that Yifan was right in everything he did, and that he had his own hardships in everything he did. Gu Yun was naturally excited and happy to see his old friend, and he couldn't help but jia laugh. Then he looked at Lin Feng playfully and said, "Brother Lin, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? When did I ever humiliate anyone?" Seeing Gu Yun's innocent face and insane mental state, Lin Feng frowned even tighter. He immediately chided. "Gu Yun, the facts are right in front of you. How dare you argue? You chained senior sister Lu with a dog chain and made her crawl on the ground like a dog. What is this not humiliation?" Gu Yun instantly laughed hideously and coldly. "Before, when Ruyan Lu and Yifan, the pair of dogs, fornicated, you chose to remain silent. You're in a hurry for me to teach a white-eyed wolf a lesson. You're such a good brother to me." He jia laughed, then looked at Lin Feng playfully. "Brother Lin, you've really misunderstood. All of this was not forced by me. It was all voluntary on the part of senior sister Lu. If you don't believe me, ask her yourself." With that, Gu Yun turned his head to look at Lu Ruyan at his side. The icy gaze made Lu Ruyan instantly understand what it meant to be eagle-eyed. She was instantly scared and shivered, and hurriedly said, Yes, yes, I volunteered. Hearing this, Gu Yun smiled in satisfaction, then looked at Lin Feng once again. Lin Feng was instantly disliked. Even the person in question had said so, and he had no reason or excuse for wanting to help. But if he just left Ruyan Lu alone, senior brother Yi Fan would definitely resent him when he came out of seclusion. After all, senior brother Yi had said that Ruyan Lu was one of his favorite women. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Immediately, he said loudly, "Nonsense, if you hadn't forced it, who would be willing to be a dog?" Let's all comment on whether Sacred Son Gu Yun is a bit too deceitful. Hearing this, those disciples who were watching the fun immediately surrounded them. There were even some uninformed Rizonkai who immediately opened their mouths to concur. That's right, senior sister Lu was obviously forced into this. Senior brother Gu Yun, you're being forceful. Senior brother Gu, you and I are both disciples of the righteous path. How can we do something like this? To bully others? Hurry up and let senior sister Lu go. Senior brother Gu Yun, we have always respected you. I didn't expect you to be such an overbearing and cruel person. It's too disappointing. Dozens of disciples gathered around and began to verbally attack Gu Yun. Lin Feng was immediately pleased in his heart. He knew that Gu Yun cared most about reputation. Now that he was utilizing the vociferousness of the crowd, he would definitely be able to put Gu Yun under tremendous pressure. Not even without releasing Ruyan Lu. However, he did not realize that the Gu Yun of today was no longer the Gu Yun of the past. In the face of the crowd's righteous indignation, Gu Yun laughed excitedly. Ha 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 ha. Most of these disciples were not familiar with Gu Yun, and Gu Yun did not even recognize them. But, Gu Yun was falsely accused. Instead, they were the first to come forward and accuse Gu Yun. It wasn't that they had a grudge against Gu Yun, but, rather, they enjoyed standing on the moral high ground and being a righteous judge. Whether they preside over true justice or not, just being able to judge people is cool. Especially, accusing and judging someone like Gu Yun, who was himself in a higher status than them. But if you really encounter evil and crooked people, you need them to do justice. They immediately shut up again in droves. There was a disciple in the Tai Chu Sacred Ground who accused Gu Yun of how despicable he was and how he bullied his weaker junior siblings. It seems to be a way to speak out for those who have been wronged. However, once when he was rounding up the disciples of the Devil's Way, he saw a group of devils bullying the common people at a restaurant. However, he immediately conceded and even hid the spirit sword behind him. Pretend to be a hotel backroom dishwasher boy. Then word spread and he got a ringing nickname, Sword and Disc Man. These sword and plate warriors were also Gu Yun's demons, but for some reason, at this moment, Gu Yun looked at them but was incredibly cute. These cuties. You have to maintain your arrogance. Otherwise it's no fun. Gu Yunjie sneered. His entire body was filled with black aura, and his entire body instantly became eerie. The disciples who had just accused Gu Yun with righteous indignation froze. The flames instantly subsided quite a bit. They all looked at Gu Yun in awe, puzzled in their hearts. What's going on? Hadn't I heard that senior brother Gu Yun has always been gentle, and even when he encounters injustice, he will convince people with reason. Why was his gaze looking as if he wanted to kill? At that moment, Gu Yun then opened his mouth smilingly. I, Gu Yun, love to convince people with reason. Since people don't believe what I'm saying, I'm sure I'll explain it to them. Hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Overthinking. Gu Yun was still the same Gu Yun who liked to be reasonable. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. However, at this time, Gu Yun spoke again. But, Ruyan Lu volunteered to be a dog. And that's the truth. Who is in favor of this fact and who is against it? At that moment, a follower disciple immediately jumped out beside Lin Feng. I object. How can that be true? Who would volunteer to spoil themselves like that? He had just finished speaking before the crowd had a chance to agree. Gu Yun suddenly blasted out with a fierce palm. Bang! The one who spoke against it exploded instantly. A blood mist filled the air and the smell of blood was everywhere. The people present stared in disbelief. What's going on? How dare Gu Yun openly kill someone? Is he crazy? Moreover, the person who had just been killed by Gu Yun's slap was no ordinary person. That was still one of a certain elder's favored disciples. Nowadays, he also had the divine mansion realm, and was the best among the Tai Chu disciples, and had quite a status in the sect. How dare Gu Yun? Gu Yun opened his mouth with a cold smile. You're twisting the truth when you object to it when it's clearly true. I hate people like that who don't know right from wrong. After he finished speaking, he once again looked at the crowd and slowly spoke. I'll ask once more. Who agrees and who disagrees with the fact that Ruyan Lu was voluntary? Chapter 11 Killing Like a Dog. Gu Yun's brutality and dominance instantly shocked everyone present. They're just here to get high. They didn't think they'd actually die. In an instant, most people budged. What's more, their legs were constantly trembling and their foreheads were constantly sweating. Gu Yun looked at the man and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, why are you sweating so much? Are you weak in the kidneys?" The man's whole body instantly tightened and he shook even more. "Don't dare say a word more." And Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He also didn't expect Gu Yun to suddenly kill someone. "But it will come back soon." Shouting loudly, he said, "Gu Yun, how dare you? How dare you brutally kill your fellow disciples? What are the rules of the door in your eyes? Where are the law enforcement hall disciples?" The crowd came back to their senses. Yeah, Gu Yun made a move to kill someone within the sect, and he killed a core disciple of the sect. It's a capital offense. The crowd hardened at the thought. "Senior brother Gu Yun, how can you be so cruel in? Humph, right is right, wrong is wrong. Even if you threaten us with death, we won't change our opinion of you. It's you who are wrong. Gu Yun, hurry up and tie your hands. It's not too late to turn back." And with such a big commotion, it would be hard not to cause the law enforcement hall disciples patrolling the sect. However, seeing that it was Gu Yun, the god of murder, each of the law enforcement hall disciples' scalps were numb. They were also present when Gu Yun blasted the law enforcement hall elder with his palm. A few disciples from the law enforcement hall went to report to the Patriarch and have not returned yet. At this time, they didn't dare to provoke Gu Yun. "Pretend you don't see it. Pretend you don't see it." Before the law enforcement hall disciples could come over, they turned around and left quickly. Now, Lin Feng and the others were dumbfounded. Public killing, and the law enforcement department doesn't even care? When had Gu Yun been able to be so lawless in the holy land of Tai Chu? The disciple who had just righteously accused Gu Yun once again wimped out. "I suddenly remembered that the fire on the stove at home had not yet been extinguished, so I left first. Yeah, I need to get back to practicing too." With that, the crowd immediately turned around, wanting to flee as well. However, they soon found out. The surroundings seemed to be wrapped in a barrier if nothing else. With Gu Yun as the center, a radius of a dozen feet or so was completely sealed off. No one can escape. Now everyone was panicking. All of them looked at Gu Yun with frightened faces. Even Lin Feng was starting to get a little scared, but he was Boss Shang's grandson after all. Status and position in the holy land of Tai Chu was not something that could be compared to ordinary people, so the attitude remained strong. "Gu Yun, what the hell do you want? Really think you can be lawless, do you?" Gu Yun, however, laughed coldly and looked at the crowd with a playful expression. "Like I said, I've always reasoned with people. No one leaves until things are clear? I'll ask you once more, did Ruyan Lu volunteer?" Looking at Gu Yun's excited expression, looking at them like a butcher looking at a lamb, the dozen or so disciples around them were finally afraid. "It's voluntary. We misunderstood Senior Brother Gu." And hearing this, Lu Ruyan, who was lying beside Gu Yun, completely despaired. "I had thought that by returning to the clan, I might have a chance of survival." But he hadn't expected that Gu Yun would still be so tough, killing people when he said he would. And Lin Feng clenched his teeth. He couldn't beat Gu Yun in the first place. And now Gu Yun felt even more powerful and terrifying than before. He was even less confident. But now, he was told to open his eyes and admit to misunderstanding Gu Yun. He couldn't do it either. After all, it didn't quite fit in with his usual upright persona. And at that moment, Gu Yun looked at him smilingly and asked unhappily, "Brother Lin, others feel that what I'm saying is the truth. So why are you the only one questioning it? Could it be that you are deliberately targeting me with the intent to slander?" Hearing this, Lin Feng's entire body trembled. Subconsciously shouted, "Gu Yun, don't mess around. I am the inner gate of the Tai Chu Holy Land." Ah! Before he could finish his sentence, the expression on his face instantly twisted and he screamed in heartbreaking agony. Only one of his arms was suddenly twisted into a twist. The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Flesh and blood were twisted together, constantly oozing blood out, like a puddle of meat paste. Looking at his miserable state, the disciple who had just been high-mouthed stared blankly, the fear in his heart reaching its limit. Even some of the timid ones instantly screamed or wet half their pants in fear. Lin Feng was even looking at his left arm, which was twisted into a twist, in both pain and horror, and almost didn't faint. At that moment, Gu Yun laughed and said playfully, "Brother Lin, inner disciples, you can't defame the Holy Sun either." Now, Lin Feng was completely scared. He had clearly recognized that the Gu Yun in front of him was no longer the Gu Yun he knew, the Gu Yun that could be held at will, so he immediately begged for mercy. Brother Gu Yun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have questioned you. Lu Ruyan, is voluntary, her own inferiority, her own willingness to be a dog, not at all forced by you. Hearing this, Ruyan Lu was mortified. Before this, how could she say that she was also a talented female disciple of the Tai Chu sacred land, a generation of female heavenly pride? Whether it was in terms of looks or status, it was unique to the Tai Chu Holy Land. Plus, with Gu Yun's shelter, who would dare to disrespect the disciples in public? Who would dare to disrespect them? But now, she was really like a bereaved dog. Even Lin Feng could curse herself twice in order to stay alive. She had utter regret in her heart. Why did you betray Gu Yun and make a fool of yourself? And Gu Yun smiled, looking kindly at Lin Feng. Brother Lin, since it's a misunderstanding, just clear it up. It's no big deal. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Gu Yun, you wait for me. When I go back, I will definitely report to the clan and get you killed. However, at that moment, Gu Yun's words changed. You cut yourself. Lin Feng froze and looked at Gu Yun incredulously. What? Cut yourself? I shouldn't say you're leaving, should I? He hurriedly asked. Gu brother, you did not say that the misunderstanding is solved on the line. How? Why do you want me to cut myself again? Gu Yun had a serious face. Since it's you who did the wrong thing, naturally you have to be punished. Otherwise how will you learn to remember? And you'll definitely do it again next time. Lin Feng's eyes widened. I cut myself. There's no next time. He was instantly furious. Gu Yun, don't bully me too much. I don't believe it. You really dare to kill me. Bang! This time, Lin Feng didn't finish his words again. He was then blasted into bloody foam by Gu Yun's palm, completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Gu Yun shook his head helplessly. If you know you're wrong, you won't change. You're stubborn. The remaining disciples with high mouths were even more desperate. Gu Yun kills even Lin Feng when he says so. Then wouldn't they, the stinkers, care even less when it came time to kill? Now, they were finally afraid. They all collapsed to the ground and begged Gu Yun on their knees. Senior brother Gu, we know we're wrong. We shouldn't have gotten high-mouthed and made wild accusations against you. Please, spare us, give us another chance. These sword-plate men grabbed the ground with their heads and cowed out frantically. And Gu Yun just smiled faintly, looking at them and asking, then you yourselves say, do you want to be punished for doing something wrong? The crowd froze. The scene where Gu Yun killed Lin Feng just now was still fresh in his mind, and that's the excuse used. They didn't dare to answer, but they didn't dare not to say anything under the intimidation of Gu Yun's gaze. Should be punished. Gu Yun laughed at once. Since you all recognize it as well, you can all go to hell. Now the crowd panicked and hurriedly changed their words. Shouldn't be penalized, Gu Yun said with more than a smile and a face full of gentleness. Nonsense. Chapter 12, Tai Chao shocked. Gu Yun's words just fell. The surrounding dozen or so people were instantly ashen, before they could speak. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of an explosion then rang out. Life is as brilliant as fireworks, and this moment is interpreted. In just a few breaths of time, a dozen or so inner disciples, plus an elder's first grandson. Just like that, he died at the hands of Gu Yun. The crowd watching from not far away was also dumbfounded. They couldn't help but celebrate. Just now, it was fortunate that he didn't do much to provoke Gu Yun. Otherwise, Lin Feng and the others would be their downfall. It was just that they were a little confused as to why the always gentle Gu Yun was so ruthless today. Kills like a dog without batting an eye. Was it really pushed beyond tolerance? And after resolving Lin Feng and the others, Gu Yun's heart was bursting with joy. The chaotic creation pearl, once again, gushed out quite a bit of heavenly Tao power to fuse with it. The saint's cultivation was even more consolidated and even advanced a step further. But Gu Yun also found out, slaying a small, insignificant demon like Lin Feng no longer satisfied him. In order to fuse a more powerful heavenly Tao power, one must eradicate a greater heart demon. Thinking of this, Gu Yun couldn't wait to return to Misty Peak. The people there, individually, were his nightmare, whether it was the master teacher that he had always respected, or the fellow Peak siblings, or that little senior brother, Yi Fan. All of them are greatly in his mind. Even killing them would be difficult to resolve the hatred in Gu Yun's heart. They must be made to live and die. Gu Yun laughed lowly in excitement. Misty Peak. I'm back again. After saying that, Gu Yun brought Lu Ruyan with him and accelerated his pace to rush to Misty Peak. At this moment, the main peak of the Tai Chu Holy Land, Tai Chu Peak, Patriarch of the Tai Chu Holy Land, Su Wuchen. He was discussing with the Peak Master, the elders, about entering the Valley of Enlightenment. The Valley of Enlightenment was the place where successive generations of Tai Chu sacred land experts had finally sat down. Entering the Valley of Enlightenment has only two outcomes. First, the enlightenment was successful and the cultivation was further advanced. In that case, both cultivation and lifespan could be greatly enhanced. Second, when enlightenment fails, dust returns to dust, to earth, and the soul returns to heaven and earth. But either outcome, these sages of the Tai Chu sacred land would all leave behind a trace of enlightenment or inheritance in the Valley of Enlightenment for later generations to comprehend and inherit. Therefore, every 10 years, the Tai Chu Holy Land would send a group of young people into the Valley of Enlightenment. These people, if they were lucky, would be able to receive guidance and even inheritance from the sages of the Tai Chu Holy Land. It was related to the cultivation of the younger generation of the Tai Chu sacred ground. So every time the Tai Chu sacred ground paid extra attention, the same is true for this one. Then, as proposed by the elders and peak masters, one outstanding disciple from each peak will be selected to enter the Valley of Enlightenment. The remaining places will then be fought over by the inner disciples in a competition. On the main seat, a middle-aged man with an immortal style and no anger spoke up, setting the final tone for this discussion. The crowd naturally had no objections and then spoke. Yes, it's all up to Sovereign's senior brother to arrange it. The Patriarch of the Tai Chu sacred land, Su Wuchen, nodded and then said, since that's the case, all of you should go back and prepare. The crowd rose and bowed out. The door to the great hall opened, and immediately a silhouette hurriedly walked outside. Patriarch, the law enforcement hall head disciple came to report that the law enforcement hall elder, Lu Qingshan, was killed by the Holy Sun Gu Yun. Upon hearing this, everyone present froze, their eyes widening. What did you say? Lu Qingshan was killed by Gu Yun. Are you kidding? A month ago, Gu Yun was only at the Divine Mansion realm. How could he have the strength to kill a Dao Palace realm elder in a month's time? Among them, the ethereal peak master, Lang Ruyu, frowned the most. Gu Yun, this retrograde disciple, has great guts. How dare you make a move and attack and kill an elder? Is he crazy? Su Wuduan's face was expressionless and most calm. He spoke without delay. Summon the disciple of the law enforcement hall and ask him to make things clear. The disciple who delivered the message immediately nodded and turned around to go out. The other elders and peak masters also glanced at each other and did not leave in a hurry. They also knew what was going on. Soon, the law enforcement hall disciples arrived. He then fell to his knees. Disciple of the law enforcement hall, Li Yunsheng pays his respects to the patriarch and to the elders. Su Wuchen waved his hand. No need to be polite. What exactly happened when Gu Yun killed Lu Qingshan? That disciple didn't dare to slack off, and immediately gave a rough account of what happened. Soon, the crowd was listening too. The matter was actually very simple. It was that a disciple deliberately slandered Gu Yun for practicing magic, and Lu Qingshan was about to torture Gu Yun without asking. But after Gu Yun used a similar tactic of soul-searching and claimed his innocence, then he killed the disciple who slandered him, and Elder Lu. The crowd couldn't help but frown. It was reasonable to say that Gu Yun was clearly being targeted. Anyone could see that. But at this time, not a single person spoke for Gu Yun. Instead, he immediately sentenced Gu Yun to death. As a saint's son, even if he's wronged, Gu Yun should remain calm and composed, and repay his grudges with virtue, in order to demonstrate the noble character of our saint sons of the Tai Chu sacred land. And yet he's good, killing people directly regardless. Such great hostility. How does he deserve to be the holy son of my Tai Chu sacred land? That's right, even if he didn't cultivate the devil's skill, Gu Yun's behavior like this is no different from the devil's way. As I see it, we should abolish his status as a holy son. I also agree. Scrap Gu Yun. After the crowd finished, they all looked at Su Wuchen. How to deal with Gu Yun still depended on how the patriarch gave his word. At this time, Su Wuchen looked at the misty peak master, Lang Ruyu. Senior sister Lang, Gu Yun is your disciple. It's still you who will give the word on how to dispose of him. Lang Ruyu was also frowning. The eyes were filled with disgust for Gu Yun. This rebellious disciple not only had a dirty mind, he had evil thoughts about himself as his master. It's amazing that they are still so hostile nowadays, killing people at random. This kind of person simply deserves to be his disciple. Lang Ruyue returned to her senses and immediately said, "Don't worry, Patriarch. I will immediately go and search for that rebellious disciple and personally rid the clan of the evil. I will never condone it." Hearing this, Su Wuchen revealed a hint of a smile and nodded. Good. If senior sister can have this realization, I am relieved. This matter is in your hands. Lang Ruyu nodded and then left Tai Chu Peak. At the same time, Gu Yun also arrived at the long-lost Misty Peak. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar grass and trees in front of him, Gu Yun was thrilled. 30,000 years. It's like a dream. Unexpectedly, he, Gu Yun, had returned to the starting point of this fall into the abyss. Teacher's father, senior brother, senior sister. This time, I will not let you down. You're saying I'm obsessed? Good. I will show you what a real demon is like. And more than that, I will show you how merciful I am to you again. Thinking of this, Gu Yun's shoulders trembled slightly. Couldn't help but laugh. Jia jia jia. On the side, Lu Ruyan, who was still crawling on the ground, had her palms and knees already touched with blood. Looking at Gu Yun's maniacal appearance, her heart was full of both fear and hate. Gu Yun, even if you're strong, there's no way you're a match for Master. As long as the Master is here, you'll die for sure. Chapter 13, Yi Fan's Exit. On the other side, a secret room at Misty Peak. The youth exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air and slowly opened his eyes. Handsome looks, fairy-like temperament. None of it highlights how extraordinary he is. He, however, is called Yi Fan. The corners of Yi Fan's mouth rose like a counterpoint. Breakthrough. Dao Palace Realm. Tai Chu Holy Land. Ever, 3,000 elite disciples of the inner sect. I'm afraid I'm the only one who can step into the Dao Palace realm in his early 20s. He rose proudly and stood with his arms folded. It's a real flamboyant, swashbuckling thing. At this time, he was desperate to find someone to practice on, and the target, which he had chosen long ago, was none other than that eldest senior brother on the same peak as him, Gu Yun. As long as I can defeat Gu Yun in public, the position of the Holy Sun will be mine. However, one must find a suitable reason to defeat him in order to do so. Yi Fan sneered smugly. There are rules in the Holy Land of the beginning. The Saint's Son, the strongest of the younger generation of disciples. As long as one can successfully challenge the Sacred Sun, one can become the new Sacred Sun. But Yi Fan didn't just want the position of the Holy Sun. He also wanted to establish a perfect persona in front of outsiders. Therefore, even if they wanted to defeat Gu Yun, they had to create momentum first. Let Gu Yun be beaten by everyone, and he was out to defeat it, to be at his best. However, this time out, he believed that he would have a reason to take action against Gu Yun. After all, before the retreat, he had arranged everything a long time ago, and by now Gu Yun should have been labeled as practicing magic. Just as he was gloating over his machinations, at that moment, the token at his waist suddenly shook. He subconsciously looked away. Master is gathering us disciples. Something has happened to Misty Peak? Yi Fan was a bit puzzled, but he soon realized. The Master's sudden summoning might have something to do with Gu Yun. Thus, he was instantly happy, and without the slightest stop, he immediately traveled to the Netherworld Palace. At this time, the Ethereal Palace. Lang Ruyu was already sitting on the main seat, towering over everything. Her eyes were cold and full of majesty. Has come to the disciples, silenced, standing on both sides, are not aware of what happened to the situation. A moment later, Yi Fan arrived. Seeing him, Lang Ruyu's gaze then revealed a hint of tenderness. Yi Fan arched his hand and saluted. Master, what is the reason for summoning us all of a sudden? Lang Ruyu took a deep breath. The icy coldness on her face then melted away slightly, and even revealed a light smile. Fanner, this matter today has nothing to do with you and the others. You only need to watch from the sidelines. The disciples couldn't help but be envious as well. Master has always been as cold as ice. Previously, it was only when facing eldest senior brother Gu Yun that he would reveal a slight smile. Nowadays, this kind of warmth, however, only belonged to junior brother Yi Fan. Yi Fan also nodded and stood to the side, but he shot a glance. The disciples of Misty Peak, those who should have come. Only Gu Yun and senior sister Lu Ruyan didn't come. Master teacher is also quite fond of senior sister on weekdays, so it shouldn't be directed at senior sister Lu. That only leaves Gu Yun. Understanding this, Yi Fan couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth rise. It seemed that his plan had worked. Regardless of whether or not the law enforcement hall had ruled that Gu Yun did indeed cultivate demonic techniques, at the very least, Master teacher was definitely sinking his teeth into him. At that time, he would find another opportunity to defeat Gu Yun in public. Then the position of the Holy Sun would be his. Yi Fan's. At that moment, an idle humming voice came. The crowd froze and subconsciously looked for the sound. only to see Gu Yun humming a little song and holding Lu Ruyan as he walked in unhurriedly. Seeing this scene, the crowd's eyes widened. Big brother, what is this? Is he crazy? Yi Fan was also wide-eyed. How could he not have imagined that the woman he loved would be held in Gu Yun's hands like a dog? Instantly, anger erupted. But after all, his master, Lang Ruoyue, was still around, so he didn't act impulsively and choose to make a direct move. Instead, he waited for his master, how to deal with Gu Yun. And Lang Ruoyu on the honored seat was also furious. What a rebel! Not only did you kill an elder, but now you're humiliating your fellow disciples? She bellowed. Asshole, kneel down. Gu Yun had a relaxed and casual look on his face, and when he heard this, he instantly displayed an innocent and bewildered look. Master, why are you suddenly angry with me? Did disciple do something to make you angry? The crowd was wide-eyed. Isn't that obvious enough? Lang Ruoyu was also shocked. The Gu Yun of the past would never dare to disobey her, even if it was correct, and she asked Gu Yun to kneel. Gu Yun would still have no hesitation. Now, Gu Yun was questioning her? Bang! Lang Ruoyu slammed the armrest of the seat under her hand. It directly shattered the armrests of the eunuch's chair made of Xianjin Nanmu. Asshole, it's come to this, and you still don't admit your mistake? Zhang Heng, did you kill Zhao Yuntian? Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, did you kill Lu Qingshan? Now, you're bullying your fellow disciple's sister, Ruyan Lu, and you still dare to ask me where I'm wrong? These news, once again, shocked the people of Misty Peak. What? Gu Yun not only killed Zhang Heng, Zhao Yuntian, he even killed the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. Was this still the gentle elder brother they knew? Yi Fan was also shocked. I didn't expect to let the two Zhang Hengs design a trap for Gu Yun. Unexpectedly, Gu Yun directly killed them. Although the result was unexpected. In that case, Gu Yun had even less of a way to retreat in the Tai Chu Holy Land. Ha ha ha. Well, Gu Yun, you're really good at finding your own death. He immediately led the chiding. Eldest brother, how could you do such a thing? The crowd froze and subconsciously glanced at Yi Fan. Then it was as if they had a sudden realization. One after another, they followed to chastise and accuse Gu Yun. Eldest brother, are you crazy? You dare to kill even the elders? Eldest brother, you're too disappointing. We're all from honorable families. No matter what, we can't kill people with our hands. Lang Ruoyu even snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Gu Yun, I miss that you're my master and disciple. I'll give you one last chance. Now, immediately disable your own cultivation and get out of the Tai Chu Holy Land, and I'll still be able to leave you a dog's life. Otherwise, you shall die. Look at the crowd's abhorrence, their indignation. Gu Yun couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, these people, they think they are righteous, but not willing to ask more than a single question as to why he killed. Ridiculous, just ridiculous. After laughing, Gu Yun looked at Master Lang Ruoyu with a serious face. All these people, you made me kill them. The curses and accusations came to an abrupt end. Everyone stared at the towering master teacher with wide eyes, amazed. Lang Ruoyu was also dumbstruck, but she quickly came back to her senses and angrily shouted, Nonsense! When did master let you kill anyone? You yourself have committed an unquantifiable number of sins, and you still want to blame it on master? Gu Yun didn't think it was human and said blandly, Master, have you forgotten? It was just a month ago. Junior brother Yi Fan had a verbal altercation with a disciple of a small sect outside and was just scolded twice. What do you say and how do you do it? You directly exterminated someone's entire clan, and still said that Misty Peak disciples must not be insulted. I'm doing exactly what you want me to do. Zhang Heng, Zhao Yuntian slandered me. Lu Qingyun sneaked up on me. So isn't that more excessive than verbal abuse? That's why I killed them all. Chapter 14, I can prove my innocence. What? No one expected Gu Yun to give this kind of reason. The bottom line is that the crowd was surprisingly powerless to refute it. Indeed, a month ago, Lang Ruoyu had really said this, and had also exterminated someone's entire family because they had spoken out to insult Yi Fan. But Lang Ruoyu was one of the 9 elders of the Tai Chu Holy Land. Strength Void Tripod Peak. Moreover, she was still young and was the most promising elder of the Tai Chu Holy Land. Even, she has a stunning face. I don't know how many strong people have fallen for it. Because of this, she can be so arrogant and brash. Gu Yun, no matter how strong you are, you're still just the saint son of Tai Chu. How dare you learn anything? Lang Ruoyu was also disliked. For a moment his face was red with anger, but he could not utter a single word. She did do some overbearing things to defend Yi Fan, but that's Yi Fan. Can you, Gu Yun, compare? But now berating Gu Yun was like punching himself in the face anyways. Thus, she did not dwell too much on Gu Yun's killing of Lu Qingyun. Instead, he looked at Lu Ruyan beside Gu Yun. Indignantly, he said, I taught you to chain up your senior sister like a dog. 2. Why didn't I see before that you are such an evil-minded person? How can you do something so insulting? Hearing this, Gu Yun, however, laughed. Senior, Ruyan is my fiancé, and everyone in the Tai Chu Holy Land knows that. Playing some exciting love games between us, that's also something between the two of us. Isn't it a bit too strange for Master to even be in charge of that? Besides, Ruyan volunteered. What? Exciting love games? A scarlet red color immediately surfaced on Leng Ruyu's face. Although she had not been in the affairs of men and women, she had heard of the contents of some games between men and women. There is indeed talk of playing a beast's pet. The other disciples were also embarrassed and looked at Ruyan Lu with strange gazes. I didn't realize that the usually innocent and cute-looking senior sister Lu had such a special fetish. Yi Fan was the only one who clenched his fists, his eyes wide and covered in blood. Although Lu Ruyan was privately flirting with him, the two had not crossed the last line of defense. He hadn't even touched Lu Ruyan's hand. I didn't realize that Ruyan Lu was acting like Ada Gu Yun in public. He felt a green grassy field above him, and at this time, Lu Ruyan was also ashamed and angry in her heart. If it weren't for Gu Yun controlling her divine soul, she would have gotten up immediately and properly accused Gu Yun of his atrocities, and tell everyone that she was forced to do it. She was forced to do it. Seeing that the crowd had nothing to say, Gu Yun couldn't help but laugh. Master, is there anything else? Leng Ruyu was speechless for a moment. How could she not have thought that obviously Gu Yun had committed a heinous crime? And yet, he was able to shrug it off easily. She couldn't help but frown, surprisingly not knowing what to do with Gu Yun. And just at this time, a firm and powerful voice suddenly rang out. Elder brother, you can be skillful in everything else, but how can you weasel your way out of the matter of you sneaking up on me? The crowd froze and looked for the sound. The one who opened his mouth was none other than Yi Fan, only to see that Yi Fan, who was fine just a moment ago, was covering his chest and his face was pale, as if he had been seriously injured. He slowly stepped forward, looked at his senior with an aggrieved face, and said angrily, Senior, I usually respect my eldest senior brother the most, and have always looked up to him as a role model, but I never expected that eldest senior brother would be jealous of me cultivating faster than him, so he took advantage of my lack of preparedness to strike at me. Senior brother is acting in such a way that makes no sense. Please make a decision for me. Hear that? Leng Ruyu instantly looked like she had caught Gu Yun's handle. Immediately, he looked coldly at Gu Yun. Gu Yun, what else do you have to say now? Just because you're jealous that Yi Fan's talent is better than yours, you sneak attack him? Your character and measure are truly disgraceful to your master. How could I have a disciple as underhanded as you? The others present, too, immediately became angry. Eldest senior brother, at the loss of me having always respected your character before, I didn't expect you to be so small-minded. I really misjudged you. That's right, as the eldest senior brother, you even sneak attacked the youngest senior brother. Do you still want to be shameless? Eldest senior brother, immediately kneel down and apologize to junior senior brother. From today onwards, I'm done with scumbags like you, once and for all. Yi Fan, who was pretending to be aggrieved, lowered his head and couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. Sure enough, as long as he showed his aggression, everyone would be on his side, believing in him unconditionally and supporting him, even if he made them all up. Now, I'll see what excuses and justifications you, Gu Yun, have. Thinking of this, he turned his head slightly sideways and looked at Gu Yun with a sinister and playful expression. Unexpectedly this time, Gu Yun was not full of aggression, much less half as angry or despondent. Instead, it was exciting. GGG. Gu Yun's shoulders trembled slightly. The expression was excited, even a bit manic. The scene of the heart demon is reproduced. In his last life, how many times did Yi Fan make false accusations? And his master and these senior brothers and sisters of his, all of them believed Yi Fan in a brainless manner. There were even times when Yi Fan was full of loopholes. None of them doubted it for a minute. Without even investigating, he was directly convicted. In his last life, he desperately tried to prove his innocence. But what you get in return is always helplessness and disappointment. It wasn't until he left the holy land of Tai Chu that he realized a truth. Those who have wronged you know better than you how wronged you are. Self-incrimination? In their eyes, it's a joke. But, Gu Yun, today, had to prove his innocence for once. Seeing his evil look, Lang Ruyu and the crowd couldn't help but frown. Lang Ruyu coldly grunted. Gu Yun, what are you laughing at? Could Yi Fan have falsely accused you? Now kneel down and confess your sins, and the master can leave your body intact. Gu Yun laughed and then looked playfully at that master teacher of his. 30,000 years. Master, you still have that look that makes me want to get you killed as soon as we meet. Gu Yun forced himself to hold back his killing intent and said with a smile, Master, my disciple is really wronged. Senior brother Yi, this is clearly a slander. Lang Ruyu coldly hee. On the verge of death, you still want to argue and have to force me to kill you myself? Gu Yun laughed. He laughed out loud, but after laughing, he looked seriously at Lang Ruyu. Master, disciple can prove his innocence. The crowd froze. Self-incrimination? What does Gu Yun want? Both Lang Ruyu and Yi Fan couldn't help but frown. Although none of them believed that Gu Yun had this ability, Lang Ruyu was after all a master teacher. Since Gu Yun said she could prove her innocence, she couldn't say she wouldn't give it a chance. So, with a cold snort, she said, Fine, then I'll give it another chance. Gu Yun laughed, then said, Just now, senior brother Yi Fan said that I was sneak attacking him, right? The crowd froze. It was still not clear what Gu Yun meant. Boom! Gu Yun fiercely blasted out a poem, heading straight for Yi Fan. No one reads it. Give a free reward to support it. Chapter 15 What's due must be paid back. Boom! A terrifying force struck. The crowd didn't even come over to what was happening. It's like opening the window early in the morning and the sun pours in. Too late for people to react. Even Lang Ruyu was stunned, not yet understanding what had happened. At this time, she suddenly felt that something was wrong, which made her look violently in Yi Fan's direction. Bang! Yi Fan's entire body directly flew out, ruthlessly hitting the wall of the large hall. A crack like a spider's web appeared on the massive wall. As for Yi Fan, he hit the wall and fell down hard. Blood continued to pour out of his mouth, and his entire body was like a wild dog with a broken spine, paralyzed and twitching. At this moment, Yi Fan had 10,000 grass mud horses racing through his heart. Why? Why was he directly injured by Gu Yun without even the slightest chance to react? Obviously, he had just broken through and was the most talented disciple ever in the Tai Chu Holy Land. Why was it still not as good as Gu Yun by a hair? Meanwhile, the rest of the crowd, there were also no eyes that were not wide open. What the hell? Why did Gu Yun suddenly make a move on Yi Fan? Lang Ruyu was even more instantly spewing with anger. Gu Yun was so bold as to sneak up on her favorite little disciple again in front of her. She burst out in anger. Gu Yun, you seek death. With that, the peak void cauldron cultivation was all released. The entire hall was like being suppressed by a 100,000-mile mountain. All of the disciples had pained looks on their faces. Only Gu Yun had a bashful face, smiled faintly, and said in a serious manner, Master, look, if it was really my sneak attack, senior brother Yi Fan, who should have ended up in this situation? How could he still be able to stand up and come to you to sue me? So, what senior brother Yi Fan just said about me sneaking up on him is completely false. Lang Ruyu froze. Gu Yun sneak attacked Yi Fan to prove that he didn't sneak attack Yi Fan? Whether it was Lang Ruyu or the disciples. Speechless for a moment, he didn't know what to make of it. But no matter what, Gu Yun seemed to have proven himself innocent. If he really made a move, Yi Fan would either die or be crippled. Could it be that Yi Fan had really framed him just now? But does it matter? In order for Gu Yun to prove his innocence, he took Yi Fan on? This is absolutely unforgivable. Lang Ruyu immediately came to Yi Fan's side and hurriedly gave him a top-grade healing pill. However, Yi Fan was still spitting out blood one after another. It didn't look better at all. Lang Ruyu was also annoyed, looking viciously at Gu Yun. At this moment, she really wanted to split Gu Yun with a palm. However, Gu Yun was surprisingly fearless under her pressure just now. It seems that there must be some kind of backbone and means. Right now, saving Yi Fan was more important. Can't waste too much time. So, she immediately wrapped the injured Yi Fan with her spiritual energy and made him float up in the air. She then looked viciously at Gu Yun. Gu Yun, even if Yi Fan had falsely accused you before, but now you're the one who seriously injured him. I won't spare you. Just wait. When she finished, she immediately left. Gu Yun could kill whenever he wanted, but Yi Fan might really die if he delayed a little longer. After saying that, Lang Ruyu took Yi Fan and instantly disappeared in the middle of the hall. Instead, Gu Yun smiled. Teacher's father, you know, I won't let you go either. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief at the absence of her intimidation. They wanted to leave straight away, but at that moment, the crowd realized that Gu Yun was blocking their way. The crowd frowned. What do you mean by that, eldest brother? That's right. Master has already spared and punished you. Why don't you quickly go and run for your life? Gu Yunjie laughed lowly, looking at the crowd with a playful expression. Just now, I think you guys said you wanted to disassociate yourselves from me? The crowd froze at first. Once he thought about it, Gu Yun had completely offended master teacher and senior brother Yifan. He would definitely not be able to stay in the holy land of Tai Chu in the future. So there was a flurry of toughness. That's right. Scum like you who casually strike out at fellow disciples. We don't care to be in your company. You quickly get out of Misty Peak. We don't welcome you here. Senior brother Gu Yun, you've gone too far this time. There's no way we can forgive you. In the past, Gu Yun had been tolerant of them, especially after Yifan came. The crowd paid more attention to Yifan. Gu Yun hadn't done much to please them in order to be recognized and liked again. Therefore, they were also used to being high and mighty in front of Gu Yun, thinking that Gu Yun wouldn't do anything to them. This time, however, Gu Yun only laughed maniacally. Well, since we're drawing a line in the sand, we have to settle the score between us. The crowd froze and looked at Gu Yun in confusion. Gu Yun, what do you mean? The first one to open his mouth was the seventh disciple of Misty Peak, Li Ruoyu. He was once a follower behind Gu Yun, or his Gu Yun's follower boy, relying on Gu Yun's reputation. He hadn't flaunted his power outside much. Ever since he saw Gu Yun lose his power in front of his master, he immediately cut off Gu Yun's contact and turned his head to get close to Yifan. The reason he dared to be so tough now was that he felt that Gu Yun was always just a Tai Chu sacred son, and wasn't at all a match for Master Lang Ruyu, or the entire Tai Chu sacred land at all. And in the face of questioning, Gu Yun laughed lowly. Senior brother Ruoyu, since you're drawing a line with me, shouldn't you return the things I gave you before? Li Ruoyu glared. He hadn't taken a lot of things from Gu Yun before. How is it possible for him to give it back now? He grunted coldly. Nonsense. Who took your stuff and what proof do you have? Gu Yun laughed out loud and immediately said, I don't want anything else, but half a year ago, you went off the rails, and it was the 9 turns golden soul pill I gave you that saved your life. And this is something that most people in the Tai Chu Holy Land know about. You're not going to renege, are you? Li Ruoyu was not in a good position to argue. Indeed, more people know about this. In the beginning, if it wasn't for Gu Yun's great merit for the clan in exchange for the 9 turns golden soul pill for him, he might have died a long time ago. It was precisely because Gu Yun was selfless and gave him something as important as the 9 turns golden soul pill. That's why it's made such a big impact. And it's only the people who know about it who know about it. He grunted coldly. Humph. It's just the 9 turns golden soul pill. I'll find a way to pay you back later. I don't recognize anything else. After saying that, Li Ruoyu sneered in his heart. Such a valuable thing. Even if I had it, there's no way I'd trade it for you. You wait. What can you do if I don't pay you back? Unexpectedly, Gu Yun laughed. Senior brother Ruoyu, it's a small matter whether or not the pills are returned. But I saved your life. Shouldn't you return it to me? Hearing this, Li Ruoyu's eyes widened. Before he could open his mouth, Gu Yun slammed his palm violently. Bang! Li Ruoyu exploded on the spot, turning into a mist of blood, and his divine soul was absorbed by the human emperor flag in Gu Yun's hand. Seeing this scene, everyone else was dumbfounded. Sentimentally speaking, Gu Yun was asking Li Ruoyu to return his life, not the elixir. Ridiculous that Li Ruoyu still thought that by being a scoundrel, he didn't have to return the elixir. Unexpectedly, Gu Yun directly took his dog's life. But how is Gu Yun like this now? Murder at the drop of a hat? At this time, Gu Yun spoke again. Come on. Next. Chapter 16. Your heart is not sincere. The crowd was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. A piercing chill wrapped around each one. Everyone subconsciously took a step back, all looking at Gu Yun in horror. Who knows? Who is the next Li Ruoyu? At that moment, someone gritted his teeth and shouted, Come together. Fight him. With that, the man was the first to extrude the spirit sword. The one who spoke was none other than the oldest six, Sun Jidong. In the past, he was a staunch supporter of Gu Yun. Whatever Gu Yun said or did, he felt it was right. But I didn't expect that since Yifan came, and he changed completely. It turned out that whatever Yifan said or did was right. As for Gu Yun, he's not familiar. After saying that, he was about to make a move with the crowd, but realized that at that moment, he was the only one with a sword. Everyone else was looking at him as if he were. They were no match for Gu Yun before he was evil. And now that he's so evil, you want to fight him? You're getting yourself killed, aren't you? and seeing that no one had made a move, Sun Jidong unexpectedly came in front of Gu Yun, then turned his back to Gu Yun and looked at the crowd. "Senior brother Gu, let's fight them." The crowd was wide-eyed. "You're such a old six." Gu Yun also laughed out loud. "Sixth senior brother. This is the real six. The ability to see the wind and make it go away has been utilized to the extreme by you. Fine. As long as you kill yourself, I'll believe you're sincerely defecting to me." Sun Jidong froze. "I killed myself to prove sincerity? How the hell is this supposed to work?" Sun Jidong turned his head with a difficult face. "Eldest brother. This." Gu Yun glared with both eyes. "Your heart is not sincere." After that, a sharp slap. Bang! Slap Sun Jidong hard on the head. His head, as if it had exploded. Exploded. One more dead. The atmosphere was even weirder and scarier. Those remaining disciples were completely terrified. They looked pleadingly at Gu Yun. "Eldest senior brother. We were just joking with you just now. Why are you still serious?" "Yeah, just kidding. You'll always be our esteemed big brother." Gu Yun looked at the disciple who had opened his mouth and said with a smile, "Now then, I'm going to kill you, and I'm also joking with you. Come on, let me kill you." Hearing this, that disciple immediately turned pale. "Killing me just for a joke? Isn't this joke a little too big?" He was full of bitterness. "Senior brother, you're not kidding." Gu Yun smiled back. "You're the one who joked with me first." Bang! A slap. The man exploded into a myriad of tiny, blood-colored dust. 3 dead in the blink of an eye. Finally someone couldn't take it. "Senior brother, please don't kill me. I really know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have seen the wind and been snobbish. Seeing that you weren't favored in front of the master, I turned to please the favored senior brother Yifan, and even less, to be ungrateful and forget that you were good to me before." With that, the man fell to his knees and wept bitterly. It seems to be a genuine confession. However, Gu Yun sneered. "Elder brother, just tell me, you're all like this, you deserve to die or not?" The man spoke subconsciously. "I'll be damned. But before the words were finished, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Immediately, he looked at Gu Yun in horror. Bang! He blew up too. Fried, louder than the oldest six Sun Jidong. What followed was a big fireworks show. The members of the show are the ethereal peak, the 13 disciples. When everyone is done performing, only Lu Ruyan, who was kneeling on the ground and constantly trembling, was left to watch. Upon seeing Gu Yun looking towards her, her heart instantly rose to her throat. "Gu, elder brother, don't kill me. I will really serve you well in the future." Gu Yun instantly Jia laughed. "GGG. Well said. Senior sister can have this realization. My brother is very happy." A relieved Lu Ruyan almost cried out. Why was Gu Yun so gentle before? Now it's a murderous demon. And Gu Yun was in a good mood. The Chaotic Creation Bead, again, spat out quite a bit of heavenly Tao power. Let Gu Yun's Saint realm go further. The 4 realms of the saints. On the other side, Lang Ruyu had already brought the severely injured Yifan and found the Patriarch. Seeing Yifan dying, Su Wuchen was also scared half to death. Not only did Yifan possess the desolate ancient saint body, he would surely become a saint in the future. It was the future hope of the Tai Chu Holy Land to dominate the eastern wasteland. He was even a descendant of the bloodline of an old ancestor of the Tai Chu Holy Land who had fallen out in his early years. That old ancestor impacted the sage realm before he closed down and repeatedly urged him to take care of Yifan. It was also because of this background that Yifan was in the Holy Land of Tai Chu that everyone wanted to flatter him. Quick! Send it to Tianqi. Su Wuchen personally escorted Yifan to a healing secret realm in the Tai Chu Holy Land. Put Yifan in the heavenly pool of sacred water. The injury was then relieved. Seeing that Yifan didn't have a life crisis, Su Wuchen and Lang Ruyue then breathed a sigh of relief. The former's gaze was icy cold as he asked viciously, "Who did this?" Lang Ruyu also said truthfully, "It's Gu Yun." With that, she gave a rough account of what had happened. He learned that Gu Yun had seriously injured him with a slap and ignored Lang Ruyu's pressure. Su Wuchen frowned. "A month ago, I remember Gu Yun was still only at the Divine Mansion realm. In such a short period of time, why did he have such a great increase in strength?" Lang Ruyu also shook her head. "I don't know. Maybe I've come across some great opportunity." Su Wuchen's face was cloudy. Gu Yun's strength was far beyond his imagination. Perhaps with the strength of the peak of the Dao Palace realm, such strength was not even inferior to the ordinary elders of the Tai Chu Holy Land. The most crucial thing was that Gu Yun was only in his early 20s. The future is limitless. It does seem a bit of a shame to kill it outright, but this son had already made a grudge against Yifan. That's why Gu Yun couldn't stay either. Thinking left and right, Su Wuchen narrowed his eyes. Then he said, Senior Sister Lang, do you remember the Valley of Enlightenment, Divine Sword Old Man? Lang Ruyue was slightly stunned, then subconsciously spoke. A sword kills 10,000 devils, and the Divine Sword illuminates the 9 states. Naturally, Ruyu remembers that old ancestor's self-created swinging demon 9 swords once resounded throughout the entire eastern continent as well. Su Wuchen laughed, then said, That's right, nowadays. Although the old ancestor passed away, but before he died, he comprehended the unity of the human sword, and transformed into a wisp of the sword soul, which has always remained in the Valley of Enlightenment. As long as we can find a suitable shell, old ancestor will be able to take over and be reborn. It's a pity that the old ancestor has not been satisfied with the shell he sent before, so why don't we send Gu Yun to try it out? Hearing this, Lang Ruyu also froze for a moment. I didn't expect that the Patriarch would be so ruthless. Surprisingly, he wanted to use Gu Yun as a shell and give it to the old ancestor to seize his body. Previously, Gu Yun had done a lot of work for the Tai Chu Holy Land. Su Wuchen was also always pleasant to Gu Yun. More than once, he publicly stated that he was very optimistic about Gu Yun, and even hinted to Gu Yun that he should be groomed as his successor. Lang Ruyu had always thought that the Patriarch held Gu Yun in quite high regard and fondness. I didn't realize that it was all just exploitation. She looked back, then nodded. I understand. In that case, I'll listen to the Sovereign Senior Brother's arrangements. Chapter 17 Human Emperor Scripture. After saying that, Lang Ruyu suddenly thought of something. So worriedly, he said, Yi Fan is seriously injured. Can he still participate in this plan to enter the Valley of Enlightenment? Su Wuchen laughed and said confidently, No harm done. The desolate ancient sacred body is not a mortal body. As long as it doesn't die, it can heal immediately. Don't worry. Hearing this, Lang Ruyu then nodded. This time, entering the Valley of Enlightenment was, to put it bluntly, the entire Tai Chu Holy Land, paving the way for Yi Fan, hidden in the middle of the Valley of Enlightenment. The number 1 technique of the Holy Land of the beginning of the earth, the Human Emperor Scripture. It was already internalized that it would be passed on to Yi Fan. All he had to do was go on a walkabout with the crowd and he would inherit in name only. As for everyone else, but they're all just along for the ride, which are a few that really have the opportunity to receive the inheritance and nudging from the great powers in the valley. To put it bluntly, you have no background or connections. On what basis did the clan give you the mighty legacy? Just because you have talent? Don't tease. In the great desolate world, there was the least shortage of talented people. It's like Gu Yun. Although it wasn't as good as Yi Fan, the talent was also 1,000 times better than ordinary disciples. But in the end, it wasn't a dog raised by the sect, only worthy of being used and manipulated. When he's no longer of use, he'll need to give up his position. It can be discarded at any time. And the most fundamental reason for this was that Gu Yun was just an orphan with no background. Another half hour passed. The guards of the Heavenly Pond's secret realm came to report. Ye Fan, wake up! Su Wuchen and Lang Ruyue were overjoyed and immediately went to check it out. Soon, they saw that Yi Fan was sitting cross-legged in the holy water of the Heavenly Pond. The holy water mo over most of his body. His face was pale and his eyes were closed tightly as he was utilizing the holy water to recover his body that had been injured by Gu Yun. Not for a moment. Yi Fan opened his eyes, which were covered in blood, filled with killing intent, and spoke through gritted teeth. Gu Yun, if I don't kill you, I, Yi Fan, swear not to be a human being. Lang Ruyu then stepped forward and asked with concern, How are you feeling, Vanner? Only when he saw Lang Ruyu did Yi Fan's hostile aura gradually converge, but his face was still ugly. He said coldly, It has been recovered almost, but, my desolate body, there are a few tiny cracks, and it can't be recovered for a while. Lang Ruyu also couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Su Wuchen, however, smiled blandly. There's no harm in it. Tomorrow I'll arrange for all the disciples to enter the Valley of Enlightenment. As long as you get the Human Emperor Scripture and cultivate it in conjunction with the desolate ancient sacred body, you'll definitely be able to get twice the result with half the effort. By then, the cracks in the sacred body should be reparable. Hearing this, Yi Fan's face eased a bit, but he still couldn't help but say, Patriarch, Gu Yun not only kills people at will, but also bullies his fellow disciples. Such treason. Can you still tolerate him? Su Wuchen had no joy or anger, and only said blandly, There is still a great use for keeping him. But don't worry, when you return from the Valley of Enlightenment, I will definitely give you an explanation. The Patriarch has said so. Yifan could only snort coldly for the time being. In the twinkling of an eye, the second day, after Lang Ruyu returned, she had wanted to notify all the disciples to prepare for the Enlightenment Valley qualification competition, only to find that those disciples of hers had all been killed by Gu Yun. She burst into a rage of anger. If it wasn't for the fact that the Patriarch had kept Gu Yun to enter the Valley of Enlightenment for a great purpose, she couldn't wait to kill Gu Yun right now. At the same time, in the Tai Chu Holy Land, the sect's great bell rang out. The grand sound was continuous and dense, spreading through the inner gate of the Tai Chu Holy Land. The disciples of the peaks didn't dare to be slow, and they then rushed to the main peak of the Tai Chu Sacred Land. What's the big deal? A sudden emergency call? I don't know. Something happened to the clan? Soon, Su Wuchen and a few mountain protector elders came one after another. One of the elders spoke. The Enlightenment Valley is opening early, so all disciples, according to the sect's requirements, will now begin to draw lots for the competition. The crowd was also at a loss. Ah, so sudden. I wasn't prepared. Yeah, didn't we say before that it would start after 7 days? I still have injuries. I thought I could recuperate after 7 days without delaying the competition. This is the end. The crowd complained, but there was nothing they could do. But then a discussion began. I heard about it. This time there are 2 groups of people entering the Valley of Enlightenment. One batch. It's us 3,000 inner disciples competing for 3 places. There is another batch, 9 in total, to be determined internally by the 9 elders. Hey, I've heard long ago that our heavenly K-Peak is internally determined to be one of the elders' grandchildren. The strength is actually moderate, and if they were to actually fight, they would definitely not be qualified. Asterisk 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 asterisk. On what grounds? Oh, why people will be cast and born well. The elder in charge of drawing lots loudly scolded. No clamor. Those who don't want to participate in the competition, leave immediately. The crowd was silenced, not daring to say anything. And at this time, the crowd saw Gu Yun's figure among the people lining up to draw lots. Everyone froze. Gu Yun was a holy son, young lifetime quester. Even he had to go through a fight to qualify to enter the Valley of Enlightenment? I'll go. With senior brother Gu Yun here. This quota is one less. Who can beat senior brother Gu Yun with this kind of strength? Is it necessary to let him participate? Wouldn't it be better to just let him enter the Valley of Enlightenment? This time, the Misty Peak entry quota was given to Yifan. I really don't know how Yifan is capable of comparing to senior brother Gu Yun. And Gu Yun sneered playfully. In his last life, in order to keep himself from entering the Valley of Enlightenment and competing with Yifan for the spotlight, the clan has also tried to do everything they can. First, he wanted to devise a way to use the sect's mission to detach him from the Tai Chu Sacred Ground. Then, he finished his mission too quickly and came back early. Then, tamper with the draw for the bout, having him fight against disciples who weren't inner disciples at all and whose strengths were all close to that of ordinary elders, trying to get him to fall. However, Gu Yun was really tenacious and fought hard against an elder-level opponent, who took advantage of his opponent's gullibility and won by trickery. Then in the second, a stronger one came along and beat him up. It was for this reason that he was disqualified from entering the Valley of Enlightenment. Nowadays, he naturally didn't care about those so-called inheritances from the Enlightenment Valley, but in his last life, the person who had beaten him to death was not going to be spared. That was one of his demons too. Only, in this life, I don't know if the sect would still arrange for those people to deal with him as they did in the previous life. At this moment, Lang Ruyu in the stands couldn't help but be curious. Sovereign senior brother, since we've already discussed sending Gu Yun into the Valley of Enlightenment, why? And send an expert to fight against him? Su Wuchen smiled blandly. Senior sister, this kid has a means of concealing his cultivation. Even I can't see through it. Without sending someone to test his cultivation, I never have a clue in my heart. After all, he even managed to seriously injure Yifan with a single move. So it's not easy to say in case he still has an undercard. Lang Ruyu realized. So there was no more talking. Indeed, she couldn't see through Gu Yun either. At that moment, it was also Gu Yun's turn to draw lots, and everyone looked at Gu Yun nervously, hoping that Gu Yun wouldn't draw himself. And after Gu Yun put his hand into the box where the lots were drawn, he also instantly revealed a smile. Just like in the previous life, the higher-ups of the Tai Chu Holy Land had tampered with the draw. He took out his note and handed it to the person in charge in front of him. The person in charge then opened it and shouted, Gu Yun, number 34. Chapter 18, Injustice is the Greatest Justice. Many people breathed a sigh of relief because in the first game, there was no one who drew the same number as Gu Yun. This meant that there was no need to face Gu Yun from the start. However, they couldn't help but wonder which unlucky person was going to compete with Gu Yun. At that moment, a bright laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, senior brother Gu Yun. It's me who will fight you in the first match. The crowd froze and subconsciously looked for the sound. Only a burly man with a hairy bearded face and a burly body that looked to be in his 40s appeared in the crowd's field of vision. The burly man didn't hide his cultivation in the slightest, directly releasing his strength at the peak of the Dao Palace realm. At the same time, he had a 9-ringed greatsword in his hand. The cold light was glowing and the fury was overwhelming. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Holy, is this a inner disciple? Peak Dao Palace cultivation, holding an innate spiritual treasure. This is more terrifying than the average elder's strength. How could it be an inner disciple? How come I've never heard that the inner sect has such a strong person? In the holy land of Tai Chu, there were thousands of inner disciples. Although there were quite a few people, most of them were young disciples. And there was absolutely no way that they could be this kind of terrifyingly strong person whose strength surpassed that of the elders. The elder in charge of the Order of the Scene also laughed coldly, his face full of amusement. He had received orders from the Patriarch to deal with Gu Yun. Nature understands what's going on. With a cold snort, he scolded the crowd and said, "This Zhou Yunhu is indeed an inner disciple of my Tai Chu sacred ground. It's just that he spends a lot of time outside the sect on missions and doesn't show his face often. If you have any doubts, you can just come forward and say so. Otherwise there is no talking or you will be disqualified from the bout." The crowd was silenced. Anyone who dares to stand up and raise questions is not asking for trouble. All of them also understood that this was to pit Gu Yun off. Many people sympathized with Gu Yun, but no one dared to stand up for him. After all, things don't matter. Gu Yun, on the other hand, couldn't help but jia laugh. It's good to be here. It's good to be here. Just the man I wanted to kill. That elder who was maintaining order looked at Gu Yun with cold eyes and questioned him condescendingly. "Gu Yun, do you have any objections?" Gu Yun immediately put on a face of exasperation and aggression. "Elder, the difference in strength between me and this senior brother is too great. It's not fair." That elder burst out laughing, looking at him disdainfully and said, "Unfair? What's not fair? You're in the inner circle and so is he. So how is that unfair?" Gu Yun spoke again. "Then what should we do in case there are accidents and casualties in the bout?" That elder thought that Gu Yun was afraid of death and was even more disdainful. Life and death have their own destiny. Wealth and honor are in the sky. There is no way to avoid death and injury in a competition. If you are afraid, you can give up. After hearing this, Gu Yun nodded in satisfaction. Then he smiled and said, "Okay, I understand." The elder in charge of the Order of the Scene was disdainful and said arrogantly, "If there are no objections and you don't want to give up, let's proceed with the competition." Gu Yun had a bashful look on his face, and then he leapt to the temporarily demarcated range of the bout. Zhou Yunhu also sneered. It came across to Gu Yun. He was originally one of the experts that the sect had secretly cultivated. Apart from the fact that no one knew about it, the status and position were not low in the Tai Chu sacred ground, and were not at all inferior to ordinary elders. Even when he broke through the Dao Palace realm, it was highly likely that he would become the next mountain protector elder. With such strength, the Patriarch asked him to deal with a junior. Naturally, he found it a big deal and was very dismissive. However, he had also heard that this Gu Yun kid was evil, so he didn't take it too lightly and carelessly. Two are already in place. The gong for the contest was then sounded. Clank! Gu Yun, Zhou Yunhu. The match begins. With a command from the referee elder, Zhou Yunhu burst out with a terrifying aura. The pressure was so intense that all the inner disciples present couldn't catch their breath. The crowd all sighed silently in their hearts. It's over. This Zhou Yunhu, not only is he strong, he's also not the least bit careless. Even if it's a lion fighting a rabbit, he's still going all out. Senior brother Gu Yun, how could he possibly resist? On the stands, Su Wuchen and the others were expressionless, but their divine sense deadlocked on Gu Yun. As long as Gu Yun made a move, he would be able to roughly determine Gu Yun's cultivation level. Bang! Just when everyone hadn't reacted, Zhou Yunhu, blow up, blasted to smithereens. The referee elder next to him cackled, taken aback. Subconsciously, he felt toward his head. A fresh, bloodied, and still writhing section of small pink intestine then appeared in his hand. His eyes widened at once. Grass! Zhou Yunhu just died like this. The surrounding disciples were even more dumbfounded and jaw-dropped. What's going on? What the hell just happened? Why? Would Zhou Yunhu suddenly explode? At that moment, Someone reacted and looked at Gu Yun incredulously. Senior brother Gu. Gu killed the peak of the Tao Palace realm in one move? Holy, seriously, I'm not hallucinating, am I? Senior brother Gu is so strong, more terrifying than an ordinary elder's strength? No wonder he was able to kill law enforcement hall elder Lu in seconds. On the stands, Su Wuchen and the others also stared with wide eyes. Just now, Gu Yun's speed was so fast that they could only see that Gu Yun raised his hand to strike a palm, and that was all. This, Su Wuchen frowned tightly and said with an iron expression on his face, Peak Tao Palace? Same realm. Why was he able to kill Zhou Yunhu in seconds? The other mountain protector elders were also wide-eyed, subconsciously moving their bodies and changing their positions. Gu Yun's methods were beyond their knowledge. People are most interested in and fearful of the unknown. They already found it incredible that Gu Yun could possess the strength of the peak of the Tao Palace realm at such a young age. Nowadays, they even have the strength to kill the same realm in seconds. They were even more amazed. At this time, suddenly another elder's eyes showed greed, and he couldn't help but say excitedly, he must have encountered some heaven-defying magic treasures, or means, otherwise, it's impossible for this brat to have this kind of strength. He must have encountered some great opportunity. The others and others snapped out of it. Yes, there must be a great opportunity. Even Su Wuduan's eyes were glowing. If he could obtain this kind of chance into his hands, he might be able to go further as well. At this moment, Elder Su Yan, who was in charge of the scene, finally snapped out of his shock. Irritated, he looked at Gu Yun. Zhou Yunhu was his man and he personally arranged it. Moreover, he was repeatedly assuring the Patriarch that it would only take one Zhouhu to test out Gu Yun's cultivation. However, it never occurred to him that Gu Yun had directly secured Zhou Yunhu with a single move. He was so annoyed that he immediately chided. Gu Yun, how dare you? How dare you kill a fellow disciple? This is just a competition. Why are you laying down the law? Gu Yun looked at Su Yan playfully, not saying a word, only taking out a shadow-retaining stone from his bosom. In the next second, Su Yan's image surfaced in mid-air. I only saw him say in a haughty and disdainful manner, unfair? What's not fair? You're in the inner circle and so is he. So how is that unfair? Life and death have their own destiny. Wealth and honor are in the sky. There is no way to avoid death and injury in a competition. If you are afraid, you can give up. Seeing this, Su Yan was dumbfounded and speechless. It was at this time that he realized. Sensationally, when Gu Yun had just said that the difference in strength between the two was too great, he was saying that Zhou Yunhu was too far behind him. What he said wasn't fair. Is not fair to Zhou Yunhu. Seeing Su Yan's face, he suffocated into a pig's liver color. Gu Yun once again couldn't help but jia laugh. Come on, keep drawing lots. Su Yan's face was ugly as he subconsciously looked in the direction of the Patriarch. Arranging for Zhou Yunhu was just to test Gu Yun's tactics. Nowadays, is it going to continue? But soon, he saw Su Wuchen nodding slightly. After all, only Gu Yun had been seen striking, and it had yet to be clarified how Gu Yun had struck. So he understood. Continue to let Gu Yun draw lots. Chapter 19 Direct Seconds. Of the 3,000 inner disciples, only a few hundred actually signed up for this competition. After all, many people were also very self-aware, knowing that with their strength, even if they enrolled they would definitely not stand a chance. There were simply too many experts among the inner disciples of the Tai Chu Holy Land. Soon, the first round of the competition ended, and half of those who were brushed down again. The second round of draws begins. Gu Yun. Number 57. When Gu Yun finished drawing again, the crowd's eyes suddenly looked around. Who's fighting Senior Brother Gu this time? Senior Brother Gu has such terrifying strength. If I knew that I was playing against Senior Brother Gu, I would have immediately abstained. Me too. Just as the crowd was talking, a tall, skinny guy steps out of the crowd. He was 8 feet tall, dressed in green, with a frosty face without much expression. A long spear appeared in his hand as he grabbed it out of thin air. There weren't many people who knew him on the scene, but many of them recognized his lance at once. Holy, that's the dragon binding gun, one of the 7 extreme innate spiritual treasures of the Tai Chu Holy Land. How could it be in his hands? To be recognized by an innate spiritual treasure, this person must have strength above the Tao Palace realm. How did another Daogong realm bigwig pop up? The inner disciples have always been led by Senior Brother Gu Yun before. How come now? Any random one comes out as a Daogong realm? At that moment, the tall, thin man also spoke. Your opponent is me. Gu Yun's eyes also widened as a slightly maniacal smile appeared on his face. Zhao Ziqing. In his last life, He relied on his strength at the Void Cauldron Third Realm to seriously injure himself in a single glance. He also stepped on Gu Yun's head to deliberately humiliate him. Today, history repeats itself. Gu Yun wanted to see if he could still be arrogant. Instantly coming to the competition area, Gu Yun also couldn't help but jia laugh. Come on, hurry up and get over here. And to see his eyes full of murderous intent and his face full of evil, Zhao Ziqingyi also couldn't help but frown. This kid was clearly at the peak of the Dao Palace. What made him able to make himself, the Void Cauldron realm, tremble with fear? But he wasn't afraid. And then he came to the competition area. Su Yan looked at Gu Yun's insane appearance and then opened his mouth to remind him. No one is allowed to kill anyone in this fight. This was mainly said to Gu Yun. But of course if Zhao Ziqing missed and killed Gu Yun, that would naturally be a different story. However, Su Yan was still confident in Zhao Ziqing. After all, this was his strongest disciple. Now it was already in the Void Cauldron realm. The status and treatment, too, had long been equal to that of the other ordinary mountain protector elders of the Tai Chu Holy Land. But as the Holy Land of Tai Chu, one of the hidden forces, Zhao Ziqing usually didn't show up much. And apart from the management above the actual elders, even some ordinary elders didn't know of his existence. Clank! Gu Yun! Zhao Ziqing! The match begins! The referee's words just fell. Both sides instantly erupted in terror. But in relative comparison, it was still Zhao Ziqing who was more powerful. After all, he was at the Void Cauldron realm. And Gu Yun's aura was only at the peak of the Dao Palace. The crowd of disciples present frowned. I'll go. Is this person really an inner disciple? I'll believe it if you say he's a mountain protector elder. What's going on today? How come the ones who are competing with Senior Brother Gu are all such hardened opponents? It's over. No matter how strong Senior Brother Gu Yun is, it's impossible to challenge him over the level. The Dao Palace realm and the Void Cauldron realm are separated by a huge chasm. However, the field. Gu Yun's entire body rolled with black chi as he laughed with extreme excitement. GGG. Oh heart demon, die quickly. After saying that, he transformed into a black shadow and violently shot towards Zhao Ziqing. The latter's eyes widened at once. Is this, like, the Palace of Dao Strength? How come it's even fiercer than my Void Cauldron realm? He was instantly skeptical and felt like a false tripod. However, without waiting for him to react, Gu Yun grabbed him by the neck. Only a strange laugh of excited madness was heard. GGG. Bang! Zhao Ziqing's entire body slammed hard onto the stone slab of the dueling area. Boom! Cracking all around. Pus, a mouthful of blood, directly spurted out. It burst out all over Gu Yun's entire hand. Gu Yun glared and sneered maniacally. Senior Brother Zhao, can you admit defeat? At this moment, Zhao Ziqing's brain was blank, and blood was constantly coming out of his mouth. He felt that Gu Yun was like a 10,000-mile mountain, suppressing him to death. How the hell are we supposed to fight? The fear of death quickly spread through his mind. It was too late for him to wonder why Gu Yun, a peak of the Dao Palace realm, was able to hang on to him. A Void Cauldron realm that was one large realm higher than Gu Yun. The instinct to survive made him completely lose the desire to fight any longer. He struggled to open his mouth to say he conceded, but that's when he realized. His vocal cords had been shattered by Gu Yun, and he couldn't make a sound at all. Seeing his delay in speaking, Gu Yun smiled with even more excitement. I didn't expect that Senior Brother would be so tenacious, not admitting defeat even after this? After saying that, he jia laughed. Bang! 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 Kick after kick, viciously kicking Zhao Ziqing in the face until his head was set dead into the stone floor. While kicking, Gu Yun also questioned. Still not admitting defeat? Still not admitting defeat? Blood and gore splattered everywhere, and Zhao Ziqing's face had long since turned to mush. Such brutal tactics left everyone around them dumbfounded. I'll go. I didn't see that the usually gentle Gu Yun was so ruthless. Su Wuchen and the others couldn't help but frown even more. Nowadays, Gu Yun's appearance was even more ferocious than those devil disciples. This kid, he's not really possessed, is he? Also, he clearly exuded the fluctuations of the peak Dao Palace realm. So why was he able to hang on to the Void Cauldron realm's Zhao Ziqing? Lang Ru, you couldn't help but speak. Sovereign Senior Brother, can you see what tactics Gu Yun used? Su Wuchen frowned as his divine sense kept sweeping over Gu Yun. Eventually, he couldn't help but sigh. I don't know. It seems like it's just a purely physical attack with no skill at all. The crowd was even more confused. Since when could a peak Dao Palace's physical body be so strong? The one with the ugliest face was still Su Yan. He's already lost one of his right-hand men, Zhou Yunhu. Zhao Ziqing was his favorite disciple, the one he had trained as his successor. Absolutely nothing more can happen. He immediately bellowed. Gu Yun! Stop! Gu Yun kicked down, then turned back with a hawkish look at Su Yan. Elder Su. Senior brother Zhao hasn't conceded defeat yet. There's still no end in sight for this competition. You interfered with the competition without authorization. Your crime is punishable. When he heard this, Su Yan's eyes widened and he was unexpectedly speechless. You, indeed. Even the mountain protector elders could not just interfere with the bout. What's more, there were so many disciples watching, but after holding his tongue, he said immediately, Zhao Ziqing has been seriously injured by you. How can he still talk? Gu Yunjie laughed loudly. The black chi on his body instantly rolled over even more violently. He said coldly, that's his business. None of my business? Su Yan immediately glared in anger, but he didn't know how to retort. What the hell kind of logic is that? Open your mouth and admit defeat. Then stop. But if you can't talk, it's none of my business? Su Yan held his tongue for half a day, but finally chided angrily. Gu Yun, I said long ago that you are not allowed to be killing people. If you dare to kill Zhao Ziqing, you will immediately lose your qualifications to enter the Valley of Enlightenment this time. Hearing these words, Gu Yun's raised foot paused. Su Yan then let out a sigh of relief, thinking that Gu Yun was afraid of his threat. But unexpectedly, Gu Yun was only half a second late. Bang! This time, he didn't kick the head again, but instead kicked Zhao Ziqing in the Dantian location. Boom! The pressure of the Void Cauldron realm instantly dissipated. Zhao Ziqing, ruined. One moment. The ones in the stands couldn't sit still. Losing a Void Cauldron realm expert was a huge loss no matter to that clan. Even the ever-calm Su Wuchen instantly stood up, releasing a terrifying pressure as he rebuked. Gu Yun, you're reckless. 5-star reviews. Free bounties. Whatever. Big deal. I'll take both. ***. Chapter 20, What is wrong with this holy sun? A furious cry instantly caused heaven and earth to change color. Dark clouds gathered and a fierce wind rose. The heavens and earth seemed to tremble. The disciples were even more frightened by Su Wuchen's aura, their faces turning blue and their legs weakening. There were even timid people who directly knelt down, shivering. However, Gu Yun's face was bland, and the corners of his mouth even rose slightly. He looked at Su Wuchen with an innocent face and asked, Patriarch, what wrong did the disciple do? Why are you scolding the disciple like this? Su Wuming's face turned blue. He had doubts in his mind. What on earth did Gu Yun have to rely on that he could face himself so openly? But at this point, there was no time for him to think much. He grunted coldly. Gu Yun, I've always looked at you well, but you've disappointed me too much today. Elder Su has repeatedly told you to be merciful and not to hurt anyone's life. Why do you insist on putting Zhao Ziqing to death? How is such an act different from a disciple of the devil's way? Gu Yun laughed. Then he pointed at Zhao Ziqing on the ground and said loudly, Patriarch, it's really unjust. Senior brother Zhao, he's not dead yet. How can you say, I hurt his life? Su Wuchen was speechless for a moment. Zhao Ziqing is bloody and dying from your kicks. What's the difference between that and being dead? He hadn't had time to speak. Su Yan couldn't help himself. Gu Yun, you have strong words. You scrapped Zhao Ziqing. You might as well let him die. But unexpectedly, his words fell. Gu Yun immediately laughed out loud and said, Yes, disciple leads the way. After saying that, he violently raised his foot and kicked Zhao Ziqing. Bang! The latter's head looks like a watermelon. It was directly stumped by Gu Yun. The red and white jelly-like stuff was mixed together and scattered all over the floor. This time, he was truly too dead to die. I'm afraid that before he died, Zhao Ziqing was cursing in his heart. Damn! Thanks to you, you're still Laozi's master. You didn't say anything about resuscitation, but you just let me die? The crowd was also completely stunned. I'll go. Elder brother Gu Yun was also raw. The Patriarch personally exported himself to protect Zhao Ziqing. He doesn't give a damn about face. Or does he just say kill? Su Wuchen even directly stared at him with wide eyes. Ever since he became the Patriarch, no one had ever dared to go against his will. Unexpectedly, today, a small Gu Yun had so disregarded him, directly got Zhao Ziqing killed in front of him. He was just about to go ballistic. At this moment, Su Yan, who had instantly aged a dozen years and was filled with grief, looked at Zhao Ziqing's corpse and shouted with a torn heart, Apprentice! And upon hearing this, Gu Yun could get energized. Apprentice? Elder Su. So Zhao Ziqing is your disciple? According to seniority and strength, he's not considered an inner disciple. Then why did he appear in this bout? Could it be that you're the one who's interfering with the situation? Deliberately planting it to try to gain access to the Valley of Enlightenment for your own disciples? How dare you, to do such a treacherous thing? What do you consider the rules of the sect to be? At this time, Su Yan was completely furious. Gu Yun killed Zhou Yunhu and then Zhao Ziqing. That's all a huge loss for his lineage. Now, how could he care about the rules of the door? What face and face? He pointed at Gu Yun and shouted through gritted teeth. Little, you less pose with me here. Have the guts to kill even me together, or else old me will make sure you are broken into pieces. Gu Yun Jiejia laughed out loud. That's what he was waiting for. Since the elder has such a request, it is only natural that as a junior, he should fulfill it. Disciple Gu Yun, I respectfully invite Elder Su Yan on his way. The words just fell. Gu Yun's entire body rolled with black qi. A terrifying pressure went straight towards Su Yan, the great cause of desolation heavenly palm. Bang! Su Yan shuddered violently, as if he had been hit by a 1,000-pound iron ball. A mouthful of blood instantly spurted out. With that, the body shook, collapsed to the ground. His eyes were empty and his mind was filled with disbelief. He is a mountain protector elder of the Tai Chu Holy Land. How can Gu Yun, this little man, say that he can kill himself? Knowing that, he wouldn't have pretended this. A pool of blood quickly appeared beneath Su Yan. Soon after, the gas died. The people present were dumbfounded. Gu Yun killed a mountain protector elder with one move? Are you kidding me? The inner disciples were dumbstruck. Su Wuduan's crowd was even more jaw-dropped. Gu Yun's movements were too fast. They didn't even react. At once, someone came back to his senses and shouted angrily. Gu Yun, how dare you attack and kill the mountain protector elder? Gu Yun suddenly laughed and looked at the stands with a bemused expression. Which elder opened his mouth just now? Don't you know that Elder Su Yan begged for his own death? And the crowd heard it. So why are you deliberately confusing things? Could it be that you want to intentionally defame this holy son? Stand out and come face to face with this holy son. That elder was stunned. Wanted to go out and teach Gu Yun a lesson, but after a moment's hesitation, he withdrew the raised foot. He frowned and looked at Su Wuchen with a puzzled expression. Patriarch, what exactly is this kid's cultivation level? Why was he able to kill Su Yan in one move? He's not stupid either, although he was above Su Yan in strength. But in all fairness, he wasn't capable of killing Su Yan in a second with one move. If you look at killing Su Yan as a unit of measurement, he is at most 10 Su Yan. And Gu Yun is at least 30 or more. Su Wu said coldly with an iron color. There's something odd about Gu Yun. Just now for a moment, the aura on his body raised to the void cauldron realm, but it quickly fell back down again. The cultivation should be at the peak of the Dao Palace realm. Just now he just used some special means, even though Su Wuchen gave the reason why Gu Yun was able to kill Su Yan. But Lang Ruyu and the others still couldn't accept it. That's a mountain protector elder, the mainstay of the Tai Chu Holy Land. Though nowhere near as strong as the top guys like them, but it was at least the Void Cauldron's 7th realm, and by no means should it be something that Gu Yun could casually kill. The elder who had just berated Gu Yun also shut up. I didn't dare to charge the big head. A peak Dao Palace, a Void Cauldron 3 realm expert, and a Void Cauldron 7 realm mountain protector elder were dead. For a while, the main peak of the Tai Chu Holy Land was frighteningly quiet. Only the wind hissed. Seeing that no one was picking up the conversation, Gu Yun also laughed and said casually, the law enforcement hall came out to wash the floor. The law enforcement hall disciples who were maintaining law and order at the scene were struck by lightning. Without fail, they looked at Gu Yun in horror. However, they didn't dare to go against Gu Yun's words, so they could only stiffly go up to deal with Su Yan and Zhao Ziqing's corpses. And Zhao Ziqing's head was stomped on by Gu Yun, just lifted up and his head shattered. Gu Yun was instantly displeased and shouted towards several people from the law enforcement hall. Pick your head up. Pick your head up. Those few law enforcement hall disciples, whose legs were constantly shaking, were on the verge of crying from fear. Hurry up and take care of Zhao Ziqing's head. A farce that ended once and for all with the death of a mountain protector elder. Gu Yun looked at the other elders on the scene and said smilingly, what are they all looking at me for? Go on and draw lots. Go on and fight. Those elders also swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then looked at Su Wuchen on the distant stands. Su Wuchen was trembling with anger by Gu Yun though. But, at this time, he didn't dare to act rashly. Gu Yun is just too weird. Before figuring out Gu Yun's true strength, he felt that he mustn't rush out to deal with it. He thought left and right, and finally sighed helplessly. That's all. It was better to send him to the Valley of Enlightenment and hand him over to the Divine Sword Ancestor to deal with. Whatever his secret is, As long as the old ancestor succeeded in taking over the body, all of them could be known. Even if Gu Yun was stronger, he would definitely not be able to defeat the divine sword ancestor. After all, old ancestor had now cultivated into a soul body. Ordinary physical attacks, simply useless. What's more, the old ancestor's strength itself was also very strong. Even if Gu Yun was truly the void cauldron realm, it wouldn't help. Thinking of this, Su Wuchen pretended as if nothing had happened and said in a loud voice, Gu Yun, with his superior strength, is directly qualified to enter the Valley of Enlightenment. There is no need to compete again. Hearing this, all the disciples were relieved, especially those who hadn't been eliminated yet. At the same time there was a dark sigh in his heart. Elder brother Gu Yun is awesome. Killed so many people. Even a mountain protector elder? No. And Gu Yun laughed, not caring. The few heart demons that were killed just now were but small goods. The power spat out by the chaotic creation bead was not much. It just made his Sage 4 realm strength consolidate a bit. Waiting until they reached the Valley of Enlightenment and ravaging Yifan once more was the main event. Thinking of this, Gu Yun couldn't help but take stock. This time, how should I teach Yifan a lesson for fun? Chapter 21. Hitting you is for your own good. The bout soon entered its final stage. Out of the hundreds of disciples, 2 ordinary disciples with little background killed their way out and gained the qualification to enter the Valley of Enlightenment. Su Wuchen ordered that he would enter the Valley of Enlightenment immediately. The ordinary disciples who had killed their way out were not given a moment's rest in the slightest. After all, they were just accompanying the runners. And the 9 who were internally determined were the main people who would enter the Valley of Enlightenment this time. Those 2 disciples were also helpless and could only rush to take the healing pills. He was followed by an elder, and Gu Yun. Together, they traveled to the Valley of Enlightenment. On the way, among the 2 disciples who had killed their way out, a youth with a thin build and a shrewd-looking face cautiously approached Gu Yun. In a low voice, he said, Senior brother Gu Yun, just now, you really fought for our ordinary disciples in the competition arena. Entering the Valley of Enlightenment this time, it's obvious that the sect is biased, letting a few hundred of us compete for 3 slots, but giving 9 slots, internally, to disciples who are not as good as us, but have connections. You, Senior brother Gu Yun, are not afraid of power, not afraid of targeting. You actually really beat up the people that the sect had deliberately arranged to deal with you. It's so relieving to watch. The man's face was adoring, as if he was a little fanboy. Gu Yun glanced at him. There was a playful smile. Wu Siyuan, one of the geniuses among the disciples without backgrounds in the inner sect, Gu Yun naturally recognizes. And in his last life, he was also backstabbed by this person. He's a triple cutter and an 8-faced man who talks to people and sees ghosts. Thinks he's smart, left and right. But he didn't know that in the eyes of truly those Tai Chu Holy Land cultivation family disciples, he was just a dog that could amuse the crowd. Of course, maybe he knew that too, and willing to be such a dog. After all, those guys are really giving bones. Gu Yun laughed, sizing him up and said, Senior brother is flattering. How could I be as powerful as you say? Wu Siyuan immediately patted his horse. Why no? It's just that I blame my little brother for not having a chest to express the heroism of senior brother. Gu Yun smiled without hitching a ride. Wu Siyuan, however, got embarrassed. How was he going to pry into Gu Yun when he didn't pick up on it? How could they report to the clan and curry favor with the clan if they didn't find out the truth about Gu Yun? He turned his eyes and asked carefully, Senior brother is curious. What exactly did you rely on to blast Elder Suyin to death? Oh, it's to spy on me and go him to curry favor with his master? Gu Yun Jiejie laughed. Then he looked at him playfully. Just some ordinary means. Feel it for yourself? After saying that, Gu Yun blasted out with a poem. Wu Siyuan was numb. I was just trying to pry. Why did I just do it? He just wanted to beg for mercy. Division. Didn't wait for him to finish. Boom. The whole thing blew up. The air was filled with the smell of blood, the elder leading the way in front, and the other disciple without a background who was following beside him. All had their scalps tingling, even though they knew what was happening. Even cold sweat broke out on their brains. But it's all about pretending not to hear or see. He was afraid that if he didn't pay attention and annoyed Gu Yun, he would also be slapped into a bloody froth. There were no words along the way, only the hissing of the wind. Soon came to the entrance of the Valley of Enlightenment. By now, the inner 9 had arrived. There were also a few elders from Su Wuduan on the scene. Seeing that there were only 2 Gu Yuns, Su Wuchen couldn't help but open his mouth. Where's the other one? The leading elder's scalp tingled as he looked at Su Wuchen and then at Gu Yun. never dared to say another word. Gu Yun was also understanding. Smilingly, he said, "Oh, that senior brother wanted to feel my palm technique, so I let him feel it. But somehow he disappeared after feeling it, and I don't know where he went." Su Wuchen and the others immediately widened their eyes. "I'm Nima. That slap of yours? The protector elder couldn't even carry it. You make an ordinary inner disciple feel." Su Wuchen was also frowning. The thirst for killing. Gu Yun is more devilish than a devilish disciple. However, the one who died was after all just an inconsequential and ordinary inner sect, so it was harmless. Su Wuchen gave a dry cough. "Forget it. If it's gone, it's gone. You will enter the Valley of Enlightenment later, and go all the way forward until you see a heavenly Tao monument. Then you can stop and comprehend on your own. Did you get it all?" The crowd nodded in agreement. Among them, Yifan in the crowd looked coldly at Gu Yun. He had already heard from his master, Ling Ruyu, about what had happened in the competition just now, and had repeatedly instructed him to be careful of Gu Yun. And Ling Ruyu also told him about the Patriarch's plan. The reason for sending Gu Yun to the Valley of Enlightenment was to allow the Divine Sword Ancestor to seize his body. Understanding this, Yifan was also excited in his heart. When Old Ancestor seizes Gu Yun, I must make Old Ancestor give me Gu Yun's divine soul. If he seriously injures me, I'll torture his divine soul and tell him to beg for his life. However, at that moment, Gu Yun also looked towards him. Seeing him with a sinister look on his face, Gu Yun also smiled and then walked towards him. Just before reaching him, Gu Yun violently raised his hand. Snap! A slap was thrown at Yifan's face. The latter flew out directly and fell hard on the throw, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood and a few bloody teeth. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd was dumbfounded. "What the hell? What's with the good fight?" Lang Ruyu shouted even more angrily. "Gu Yun, what's gotten into you? The Patriarch is in the middle of a lecture. Why are you suddenly hitting people?" Su Wuchen also frowned and looked at Gu Yun warily. If Gu Yun still had to make a move to kill someone, it would still be to kill Yifan. He had to step in anyway. Good thing for Yifan, he was only viciously slapped and had 2 of his teeth knocked out. It was quite a mess to get up from the ground. Otherwise it didn't look like a big deal. Yifan's eyes were wide open at this moment. Gu Yun's slap didn't do much damage, but it was extremely insulting. However, in order to maintain his persona, as usual, he immediately put on an innocent face and looked at Gu Yun in an aggrieved manner, saying, "Senior brother, it's not like I've offended you, so why are you suddenly striking out at me?" But unexpectedly, Gu Yun let out a cold snort. "My brother is doing it all for your own good. Last time, you falsely accused my brother, and it's just that my brother doesn't bother with you. Today, when you looked at my brother, not only did you not salute or greet him, but instead, you looked at my brother with a grim look on your face, with no manners at all. In the long run, my brother is afraid that you will go astray." Hearing this, Yifan's entire body was dumbfounded. "Wajnama, you're a ing bolter, beat me or do me good, and almost slapping me to death in order to prove my innocence. That's called not bothering with me." Yifan gritted his teeth in anger, but with this clenching of teeth and exertion, the teeth that had just been loosened by the beating hurt again. He was that stifled in his heart, but he couldn't refute it. The rest of the crowd was speechless. How could they not have expected that Gu Yun would become so eloquent nowadays? Lang Ruyue couldn't help but open her mouth as she was a bit unable to watch. "Even so, you shouldn't have hit so hard, should you?" Gu Yun smiled bashfully, then looked at Lang Ruyu. "Senior, as the saying goes, the eldest brother is the father. Senior brother Yifan grew up without a father, and I, the elder brother, am like his father. In that case, I should do my duty as a father, and if I have to teach a lesson, I have to teach it hard. Otherwise how will he learn his lesson?" Lang Ruyu stared at Gu Yun with wide, unbelievable eyes. What kind of sophistry is that? Surprisingly, Gu Yun said it so naturally. Yifan was even more furious. "You beat me up and called me a fatherless child, and you want to be my father? You?" Su Wuchen's brows were furrowed, and he really couldn't listen any longer. "All shut up. The auspicious time has come. Enter the Valley of Enlightenment immediately." At this moment, he only wanted Gu Yun to be seized by the Divine Sword Ancestor sooner. Chapter 22, Entering the Valley of Enlightenment. Hearing Su Wuchen's words, Yifan couldn't say anything else even if he was furious. He just grunted coldly and cursed in his mind. "Gu Yun, you wait for me. When Old Ancestor has taken over you, I will torture your divine soul until your soul is broken." However, I'll look up. A dark shadow came barreling in. Snap! Gu Yun threw another slap at his face. At the same time, he grunted coldly. The Patriarch has said to enter the Valley of Enlightenment. And you're still grumbling and frozen here? Not taking the Patriarch seriously at all? Yifan's left and right cheeks were bruised and swollen from the beating, and his mouth was full of blood, but he was afraid to say anything more. After all, even if he had someone behind him, he wouldn't dare to really disrespect Su Wuchen. He could only give Gu Yun a vicious glare and turn his head to walk into the Valley of Enlightenment. After watching him leave, Gu Yun even put on a good brotherly demeanor and looked towards Su Wuchen. Patriarch, a child doesn't know any better. You mustn't bother with him. Those who didn't know really thought that this Gu Yun was doing it for Yifan's good, and his words and actions undoubtedly infuriated Su Wuchen half to death. Freak out. He said you're small-minded and are going after Yifan. It's just too much to hold in your heart without freaking out. Su Wuchen snorted coldly and directly turned his head to ignore it. The rest of the crowd was dumbfounded. The heart can't help but sigh. Gu Yun, how dare you be so bold and lawless? Not only did he dare to fight the clan's most valued and at the same time top genius with a deep background, it also pissed off the Patriarch half to death in public. Awesome. Truly awesome. Gu Yun was the only one who was unimpeded. I didn't expect that just 2 slaps would make the chaotic creation pearl spit out so much power. It made it possible for him to break through a small realm again at any time. It's more enjoyable than killing those careful demons. But these are all hiccups. Gu Yun and the other 10 people quickly entered the Valley of Enlightenment through what looked like an oil film on water. Colorful barrier. Gu Yun and the others officially entered the Valley of Enlightenment. At first it was just a tiny narrow canyon. Both of them struggled to walk together and had to move forward in sequence. It was about a quarter of an hour's walk before it became clear. Entering an open field. And in the middle of this area stood a wordless bronze tablet, 9 feet high and 3 feet wide. Ancient, mysterious and majestic. Other than Gu Yun, everyone could not help but feel fear in their hearts when they looked at it. This is the divine tablet of enlightenment of my Tai Chu sacred ground. It sure looks extraordinary. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and sit down for enlightenment, as the Patriarch said. The disciple with no background was the most excited, also looking for a place close to the enlightenment monument for better enlightenment. However, the others were looking at him with a cute little face. Look at him. Except for that disciple with no background in Gu Yun, the others were all but the Tai Chu Holy Land, the children and grandchildren of the great elders. Definitely a powerful aristocrat from the Holy Land of Tai Chu. They naturally know the inside story. So the Enlightenment Valley Enlightenment was nothing more than a good show arranged by the sect. Those with status and connections don't need to comprehend. It is natural to get the sense left by your own elders. There's no identity. There's no relationship. If Gu Yun, or another disciple, was even more enlightened, he would not comprehend anything. As for, why even let them in? The first was to give hope to the ordinary disciples so that they would willingly give their lives to the sect. Secondly, it is nothing more than a face-saving exercise. Not so much as to let the word fall. After all, the Tai Chu sacred land was also a famous sect in the eastern wasteland. So how could it be said that the resources, the inheritance, were monopolized by the cultivation family? Of course, though, we all know in our hearts what's going on. And all of them coincidentally didn't say anything about it. Just smilingly watched that disciple with no background, full of excitement, run towards the Enlightenment Monument. And at the same time, Yifan was filled with anticipation. When exactly did the divine soul of the divine sword ancestor appear? Lang Ruyu had already told him what kind of arrangements would be made after he came in. First, the divine sword ancestor appeared and used the reason of transmitting the Tai Chu Holy Land's top-level technique, the human emperor's scripture, to test the crowd. Of course, since all of this was arranged in advance, the outcome was naturally already internalized. The test can only be passed by Yifan, because this human emperor scripture was prepared for Yifan, and everyone else knows the outcome, so naturally they won't have a problem with it. The only one who could possibly disagree was Gu Yun, and as long as he showed dissatisfaction or clashed with Yifan, the divine sword ancestor would be able to make a legitimate move to subdue and seize him. From then on, the outside world would only know that Gu Yun had angered the old ancestor because he was jealous of Yifan, and that was why he was exterminated by the old ancestor. In this way, the purpose of seizing Gu Yun could be achieved, and the glorious image of the Tai Chu Holy Land could also be maintained. And just as that disciple with no background was about to approach the Monument of Enlightenment, bang! A golden light violently bounced him off. Ah! He screamed miserably and flew a dozen meters, landing hard on the ground. A mouthful of blood was spat out. His face was agonized, and he looked at the Enlightenment monument and then at the crowd with great confusion. 4. Why would that be? The others are laughing and not saying anything. Yi Fan also snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. Only Gu Yun had a cold face and said in a salty manner, "He resents being lowly and unworthy of leaning so close to him." That disciple's face stiffened and instantly became unsightly. What? However, at that moment, an intimidating voice came from the Monument of Enlightenment. "Unbridled! How dare you slander my father like that?" This honored one was just trying to give him a small test just now, but it's a pity that he didn't have enough determination, and that's why he was bounced out. The crowd froze, one after another. They looked at the Monument of Enlightenment, until a sword shadow emerged and hung above the Monument of Enlightenment. Majestic, cold and full of solemnity. But soon, that sword shadow manifested into a human figure. The whole body emits golden light, translucent. By the looks of it, it was a middle-aged man in a flashy outfit. From the attire he was wearing, the crowd immediately reacted and knelt down. Disciple, greet Divine Sword Ancestor. 11 men, 9 on their knees. One was paralyzed on the floor, unable to kneel if he wanted to. There was another person, calm and collected, looking at the Divine Sword Ancestor and smiling without saying a word. This most bashful person was naturally Gu Yun, and his actions immediately caused the Divine Sword Ancestor to frown. The authoritative and oppressive voice sounded again. "Why don't you worship the old ancestor if you see him?" Gu Yun laughed, arched his hand, and said, "Greetings to the Divine Sword Ancestor." However, this casual arching of his hand in salute was perfunctory in the eyes of the Divine Sword Ancestor. The Divine Sword Ancestor was instantly displeased, just wanted to heckle. Gu Yun raised his eyes. His eyes were cold, and the corner of his mouth smiled coldly. "Since you have paid your respects, why doesn't the old ancestor return them?" Chapter 23, Even the old man can't do it. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. I've only heard of it, when a latecomer salutes an old ancestor. It has never been heard that a latecomer asked an old ancestor to return a gift. The Divine Sword Ancestor also laughed in anger. Sure is a prick, but he didn't act angry. Otherwise, if this gets out, where will he lose face? A Divine Sword Ancestor, angered by a junior's casual words? Is it humiliating and degrading? The Divine Sword Ancestor snorted coldly. What a wildly born junior, to talk to this old ancestor like that? It's fortunate that this old ancestor is generous, or else you would have died long ago. Humph, listen to your orders. It is your fortune to meet here today. As long as you can pass this old ancestor's test, you will be able to obtain my Tai Chu Holy Land's supreme technique, the Human Emperor Scripture. There's no need for me to say more about what a treasure the Human Emperor Scripture is, right? Hearing this, that disciple without a background instantly became excited. The Human Emperor Sutra? That's an ancient inherited technique, created by the Human Emperor Shihao 100,000 years ago. The full version is a true and genuine emperor rank technique, but unfortunately, after 100,000 years of vicissitudes and changes, only the remnants survive today. But even so, it's still a saint stage extreme grade technique. In the entire Eastern Wasteland, there is only one copy of this, and no other feat is comparable. The more the man spoke, the more excited he became, as if the Gong Fu was already going to be passed on to him. Others though but only envy. After all, this thing, as they all knew, had been passed down to Yi Fan from within, and Yi Fan was full of complacency and arrogance. At the same time, there is a lot of anticipation. As long as he obtained the Human Emperor Scripture, his strength could definitely be taken to the next level. At that time, it would definitely be a match for Gu Yun. At that thought, he couldn't wait to speak. Please also ask the old ancestor to send down a test. We will definitely do our best. Hearing this, the rest of the crowd chimed in. Please also ask the old ancestor to send down a test. Only Gu Yun silently put away his raised hand. My dainty desolate heavenly palm is all ready to go. You changed the subject? It's also good to play with you and Yefan again. The Divine Sword Ancestor nodded slightly, glancing at Gu Yun intentionally or unintentionally, and then snorted coldly. In that case, prepare yourselves. If you want to obtain the supreme technique of the Tai Chu Holy Land, it must be someone with great perseverance. After saying that, a golden light appeared above the heads of the crowd. All of a sudden, the crowd only felt a Tarzan pressing down on them, and the pressure multiplied. Only Yi Fan and Gu Yun, their faces were unchanged. The former was having a special magic weapon on his body that could withstand this tactic of the Divine Sword Ancestor. The latter, on the other hand, didn't give this tactic a second thought. This divine sword old man was only in the transition realm when he was alive. Even after death, comprehending the unity of the earth, at most, he would be at the peak of the transitional succession. Moreover, he didn't have a physical body and the strength he could exert was extremely limited. It might not even be at the transition one realm. This kind of strength was nothing in Gu Yun's eyes. With his methods, how could he let Gu Yun feel the pressure? It was thought that all the people couldn't withstand their pressure. Only Yi Fan could. Then he could logically pass on the human emperor scripture to Yi Fan. But right now, Gu Yun was surprisingly fine as well. The divine sword ancestor couldn't help but frown. So once again, the intensity of the pressure was increased. But ordinary disciples couldn't bear it at all. Damn it, said I'd accompany Yi Fan to the play. How can it be real? There was a plea for mercy. Old ancestor, I can't take it anymore. I'm quitting. This is not one or two. Almost all of the disciples quit at one time. Only Gu Yun, Yi Fan, and the disciple with no background were still holding on. The last one, on the other hand, was bleeding from his 7 orifices, in agony, and was nearly on the verge of fainting. However, it looked like the man was about to lose his hold. The divine sword ancestor didn't have the slightest intention of reducing the pressure. Continue to increase pressure. Bang! That disciple with no background was directly crushed into mush and died on the spot. And at this point, even Yi Fan couldn't stand it. The jade pendant on his body, which was originally used to counteract the pressure, unexpectedly cracked under the powerful pressure. Yi Fan done dared that something bad had happened. Just about to open my mouth. Old ancestor. Next, click. The jade pendant is broken. The terrifying pressure was like 100,000 miles of mountains, smashing straight in. Boom! Even if Yi Fan was a desolate ancient saint body, he couldn't top it. A mouthful of blood was directly sprayed out, heavily kneeling on the ground. See this scene. Everyone's eyes widened. Done. Playing with the splits. Well, that wasn't the planned plot. And seeing Yi Fan fall, the divine sword ancestor's eyes widened. How is that possible? Yi Fan clearly had a spiritual treasure on him to combat the pressure, and he couldn't even hold on to it. Why was Gu Yun still standing like nothing happened? He hurriedly withdrew his authorization. For as the only one standing, Gu Yun smilingly said, Old ancestor, then it seems that I'm the only one who is resolute in his perseverance. The human emperor sutra should be passed on to me. The divine sword ancestor's face was ugly. This human emperor scripture was internalized to be passed on to Yi Fan. How can I give it to Gu Yun? But now that only Gu Yun had passed the test, it wouldn't be too good to directly disown him. And at that moment, beside Gu Yun, the disciples who had just been crushed into mush by the old ancestor's mighty pressure, their grievances grew and their divine souls gathered once again. His face was full of resentment and he looked at Gu Yun in anger. Gu Yun, you can obviously resist the pressure, and you obviously have the strength to save me, so why didn't you save me? Hearing this, the divine sword ancestor burst out laughing. Gu Yun, this disciple is right. Even though you passed the test, you are vicious and see death. That's why the human emperor scripture cannot be imparted to you. Gu Yun also couldn't help but jia laugh. Why didn't you save it? There's a reason for that. This person, instead of blaming the others who killed him, resented himself for not saving him. Gu Yun looked at the old ancestor playfully and asked, Old ancestor, don't talk nonsense and slander this saint's son. This saint's son, when did he see death and not save anyone? Excalibur snorted coldly, pointing at the wrong soul next to Gu Yun. The facts are right in front of you, and you dare to argue? Gu Yun laughed. Without even turning his head, he simply raised his hand. Boom! A palm blast, just now resentful and full of forceful grievances, straight up disappeared. The soul is broken. The crowd was also dumbfounded. Killing a ghost to silence it in front of the old man? Even the divine sword ancestor's eyes widened. Hubris! It was then that Gu Yun slowly turned his head to look at the place where the unjust soul had disappeared. Puzzled, he said, Where's the truth? Is old ancestor not sincere in falsely accusing me? Does the old ancestor know that I am the holy son of the Tai Chu Holy Land? Holy son, do not insult. The divine sword ancestor's eyes widened, subconsciously blurted out. I am the old ancestor of the Tai Chu Holy Land. Harlot, how dare you? Gu Yun jia laughed strangely. Neither can the old ancestors. After saying that, a palm blasted towards the divine sword ancestor. Bang! A roar came from the Valley of Enlightenment. The ground shook. That monument of enlightenment directly exploded. Chapter 24. What? You want to contribute to the clan? It had to be said that Gu Yun instantly erupted with terrifying strength. Even the divine sword ancestor was taken aback. But then, he couldn't help but laugh. Ignorant junior. Today's me is the body of a sword soul. Even if you are strong, you can't hurt me. What's more, do you think your cultivation can be as strong as mine? After saying that, the divine sword ancestor let out a low roar. There was a golden light on his body. The mighty pressure was like a raging tide. Whistling. Everyone in the room who was pressed in was grimacing. This is the strength of the old ancestor? I've heard that the divine sword ancestor has already cultivated to the transition realm. A half step towards Paragon. Gu Yun dares to provoke the divine sword ancestor. He's simply looking for death. There was no one more excited than Yifan, who had just been pressed by the pressure and spat out blood. Although he was injured, he was not seriously harmed because the divine sword ancestor had withdrawn his hand in time. Seeing Gu Yun and the old ancestor exchanging blows, he was thrilled. Old ancestor, after you have successfully seized Gu Yun, please also hand over Gu Yun's divine soul to my disciple. Disciple wants him to beg for his life and die. Hearing this, Gu Yun also jia laughed. Playfully, he looked at the divine sword ancestor. Old ancestor, you're the hallowed Tai Chu Holy Land, the old ancestor of the righteous sect. To think of doing the deed of taking over the body to be reborn. What is the meaning of this with the devil's way? Speak up and not be afraid of shame? Things have come to this. The divine sword ancestor was also not pretending. He narrowed his eyes and sneered. So what if you take over and are reborn? In my eyes, air is nothing more than a mole cricket. I can kill it if I want to, and I can take it away if I want to. On the contrary, you're the one who has the sense to kneel obediently and let me take over your body. You have helped me to be reborn, and if you can allow me to serve the clan again, you have made a contribution to the clan, and I will make you suffer a few less pains. After saying that, he transformed into a golden swordlight and headed straight for Gu Yun. The crowd had thought that Gu Yun would surely die. Unexpectedly, Gu Yun laughed out loud. Want to serve the clan again? If you didn't say so earlier, I have a way to help you. Why do you have to learn the devil's way to take over others? After saying that, Gu Yun raised his hand and a small, pitch-black flag rose into the air. In the next second, the small black flag, with its black gas, set off a gust of gloomy wind. Others might not recognize it, but the divine sword ancestor recognized it at a glance. He was so alarmed that he blurted out, 10,000 souls? Although he had cultivated to the transition realm, his essence was still only a divine soul. The one thing to be afraid of was a magic weapon that specialized in restraining the divine soul. It just so happened that the 10,000 soul streamer was precisely the most effective of the magic weapons that restrained the divine soul. The most crucial thing was that Gu Yun's 10,000 soul streamer was not an ordinary item. That's a quasi-saint artifact level thing. Nima. This kind of good stuff. The Excalibur ancestor didn't even have it when he was alive. He was instantly flustered. How did this little hand get this kind of thing? And at that moment, Gu Yun laughed and said comfortingly, don't be afraid, old ancestor. This isn't the 10,000 soul streamer. It's called the flag of the human emperor. It's a proper baby. If you don't believe me, go in and take a look. The divine sword old ancestor who had originally rushed towards Gu Yun immediately turned around and fled. At the same time, one can't help but curse angrily. I'll believe the hell out of you. You little bad. If I really go in, I can still come out? Gu Yun, you are treasonous. How dare you use such evil and crooked things against this old ancestor? Aren't you afraid that the sect will hunt you down? Gu Yun smiled bashfully and said calmly, old ancestor, you were the one who said you wanted to serve the clan again. Now I'm giving you the opportunity to become a member of my human emperor banner and serve me. And I'm the holy son of the Tai Chu Holy Land. So in order to serve, I'm serving the clan. Everything is as you want it to be. What are you not satisfied with? Hearing this, the divine sword old ancestor was also about to explode with anger. Where does this little come up with all this quackery? But right now, it was clearly not the time to talk nonsense with Gu Yun. Must find a way to escape quickly. However, as powerful as he was just a dead soul. In front of the human emperor flag, it was simply powerless to resist. Soon a black smoke enveloped him. The divine sword old ancestor was shocked and hurriedly said, Gu Yun, there is something to talk about. There is something to talk about. Quickly put away your magical powers. Gu Yun laughed and said playfully, is that what you're afraid of? Then you begged me. The divine sword ancestor rejoiced. Although it was humiliating to beg for mercy from a junior, it was better than losing one's life. He immediately said, is it just me begging you to let me off the hook? Gu Yun laughed and said decisively, no. The divine sword ancestor's eyes widened in horror. And you're making me beg? Guyun smiled back. It's just that you're too nervous, so I'm making a joke to lighten the mood. Or to relax you. Old man Excalibur was going crazy. He really didn't understand what kind of person could say such crazy criticized words. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to figure it out either. The black aura of the human emperor flag had completely engulfed and wrapped him. He felt like he was stuck in a swamp, unable to move his whole body, and constantly being pulled downward by something. No matter how much he struggled, it didn't help. Don't! After a final, desperate scream, the divine sword ancestor's soul was completely absorbed by the human emperor flag. He had also become a divine soul puppet under Gu Yun, and the rest of the crowd who saw this scene. Both were wide-eyed. Gu Yun killed the old ancestral divine soul? Even if these people are clan magnates, but in their hearts, the old ancestors were also majestic and inviolable existences. Like lofty mountains, they are worthy only to look up and worship. But now, Gu Yun not only kicked this high mountain, he still spat and cursed us stinking. It completely collapsed the faith in their hearts. Yi Fan was even more jaw-dropped. The entire person stood in place as if petrified, looking incredulously at Gu Yun. What's going on? Why is that? Even the sword god ancestor was destroyed by Gu Yun's? Even if the sword god elder ancestor was only a soul body, it was still a solid transition realm powerhouse. It should never be something that Gu Yun could deal with. At that moment, he suddenly thought of something, and both of his eyes stared deathly at the black flag in midair. He clearly remembered that before the old ancestor was devoured, he said that it was some kind of 10,000 soul streamer. That is a magic weapon. Yi Fan then came to his senses and said angrily, Gu Yun, how dare you? How dare you use a devilish artifact against the old ancestor? However, he had just finished last second. Snap! A slap was thrown in his face. Yi Fan was simply too late to react. Straight 360-degree spins and jumps, and then fell hard to the ground. His mouth was full of blood and he had lost 2 more of his back teeth. He was in agony at this point. Not just physically, but psychologically. This was the 3rd time Gu Yun had dumped his big mouth, and he had already been psychologically beaten out. And at that moment, he heard Gu Yun say, Senior brother, this is clearly an orthodox and proper Taoist artifact, the human emperor flag. So why are you falsely accusing me of saying, it's a 10,000 soul streamer? You need to work on that opening your mouth to make false accusations. Yi Fan held his tongue. Before he said he framed Gu Yun he recognized. This time, he said all the truth and right after Gu Yun destroyed the enlightenment tablet and used the human emperor flag to swallow the divine soul of the divine sword ancestor, the Valley of Enlightenment also began to tremble violently. The special power formed by the will of the countless ancestors of the Holy Land of the beginning of the heavens also shook with rage at this moment. Although this special power did not have a mind, it was enough to destroy the sky and the earth. Yi Fan was overjoyed and immediately shouted, it's the successive generations of ancestors who are angry, and they can't stand to see Gu Yun's atrocities. Forefathers, please show your power quickly and kill Gu Yun this. And in the face of the sudden upheaval, Gu Yun laughed. Snap! Another slap was thrown at Yi Fan's face. Asterisk. Stuff. Where are these ancestors angry? They are clearly trying to help me cultivate. After saying that, he immediately released the rolling black chi, urging the chaotic creation bead in his body to crazily devour it. Chapter 25, What Heaven-Swallowing Devil Technique. This is clearly the human emperor's scripture. The Valley of Enlightenment's demonic aura rushed to the sky and black clouds rolled in. It immediately startled Su Wuchen and the others. What's going on? What's the situation? Where did this terrifying demonic aura come from? The 9 elders took to the air together and looked towards the Valley of Enlightenment. However, they could only see the roiling demonic chi, a little to see the situation inside. Because the Valley of Enlightenment comes with its own boundary, it's hard to detect what's happening inside from the outside. Su Wuchen's brows were furrowed, and his heart was merely a little uneasy. It won't be Gu Yun, will it? When these words came out, cold sweat broke out behind their backs. Although no one was guarding the Valley of Enlightenment, the divine soul of the divine sword ancestor was in it. No matter what, Gu Yun shouldn't have made a move. What the hell is going on here? Just at this time, someone suddenly exclaimed, This seems to be a top-level technique of the devil's way, the heaven-swallowing devil technique, which is claimed to devour all things and nourish itself. Ah, the devil Tao supreme technique. How could it appear in my Tai Chu Holy Land? Could it be that any of the old ancestors practiced devilish techniques? Look, that's the 10,000 soul streamer. Everyone looked on with wide eyes. Sure enough, a small, dark and eerie flag fluttered in the sky. and underneath the flag was none other than Gu Yun. The crowd was wide-eyed. It turned out that the one who had catalyzed the heaven-swallowing demon technique was really him. Lang Ruyue was horrified and immediately said, "Senior brother, let's hurry in and save the others. Gu Yun has the 10,000 soul streamer, and the divine soul of the divine sword ancestor is definitely no match." That's right, this son didn't expect to really cultivate the devil's way technique and refine the 10,000 soul streamer. We must not spare him this time. This matter is of great importance. Should we go and inform the old ancestor? However, looking at this terrifying fluctuation released by Gu Yun, Su Wuchen couldn't help but have a strange light emerge from both of his eyes. Although Gu Yun was strong, his realm was still only the peak of the Dao Palace realm. Even if you add in the 10,000 soul streamer that emanated the aura of a quasi-saint artifact, and definitely not a match for himself. Thinking of this, Su Wuchen glared with both eyes and immediately made up his mind. Do not disturb the old ancestor. If we can't even solve such a small matter and still need to trouble the old ancestor, then what face would we have left? Managing the Tai Chu Holy Land? The crowd froze. Little things? Is this even small? While the crowd was thinking what Su Wuchen thought, Su Wuchen's greed was expanding in his heart. If he could get his hands on the Devil Dao Supreme technique, the heaven-swallowing devil technique, and this paramount sacred artifact, his strength, then, would certainly be able to soar. Although he was a noble patriarch, he only had a mere quasi-saint artifact in his hands, and it wasn't as good as this one of Gu Yun's. It's the kind of thing that anyone who looks at it craves. Su Wuchen returned to his senses and immediately said, "You and others follow me into the Valley of Enlightenment and control Gu Yun first." After saying that, he was the first to rush down, and the others had no time to think about it, so they could only follow closely behind. In the Valley of Enlightenment, all of those wills that were originally meant to suppress Gu Yun were now absorbed and devoured by him. Not only did it make the chaotic creation bead enhance by a hair, it also made it spit out quite a bit of heavenly Dao power, fusing it with Gu Yun. His cultivation had once again received a huge boost. The 6 realms of the saints. Gu Yun couldn't help but be curious. Obviously, these were not his heart demons, so why could they also make him release the power of the chaotic creation pearl? Is it possible that whenever he looks bad, he could have a heart demon? So by avoiding the creation of a heart demon, you can fuse the power of the chaotic creation pearl? Understanding this, the corners of Gu Yun's mouth became even more suppressed, and it was at this time that Su Wuchen and the other 9 elders arrived at the Enlightenment Valley. These 9 people were not ordinary elders, but the 9 supreme elders of the Tai Chu Holy Land. It was the strongest 9 among the elders of the Tai Chu Holy Land. The weakest ones were all at the peak of the Void Cauldron realm. Strong as Su Wuchen, he had even broken through the Void Cauldron and entered the transition stage. Therefore, the 9 people surrounded Gu Yun, landing in different directions around him, like 9 gods descending to earth. Lang Ruyu immediately snorted coldly and rebuked. "Gu Yun, you've got a lot of guts. How dare you cultivate devilish techniques and devilish artifacts?" The others grunted coldly. "Asshole, you are the holy son of Tai Chu, yet you have degraded yourself and fallen into the devil's path. Why don't you just tie your hands and cut yourself down to atone for your sins?" Hearing this, Gu Yun, however, laughed. "Master, all the elders, what I've refined is a supreme treasure of the righteous path, the human emperor flag. The one that is cultivated is also the supreme sacred technique of the Tai Chu Holy Land, the human emperor scripture. Why do you slander me?" Hearing this, the crowd all stared in disbelief. What a human emperor's flag, to say the least. That human emperor's sutra was the most precious treasure of the Holy Land of the beginning, even if not everyone could cultivate. As the 9 supreme elders of the Tai Chu sacred land, they had naturally all seen it before. When did cultivating the human emperor's sutra bubble with rolling black gas? Lang Ruyu gritted her teeth in anger. Now that it's come to this, how dare you argue? What does the human emperor scripture look like? Don't we know? Gu Yun sneered and then stood up. As you know, that's the crippled version of the Tai Chu sacred ground, while the one I cultivate is the complete version. So it's naturally different? Just because you haven't seen it, you're going to slander me? Don't you know that the Holy Sun cannot be insulted? After saying that, Gu Yun was about to go on a killing spree. However, just at this time, Su Wuchen suddenly opened his mouth. Wait, what Gu Yun said may have some truth to it. The words came out. Even Gu Yun froze for a moment. But soon, he figured it out. This patriarch, who has nothing to offer, is afraid that he is either a traitor or a thief. He brayed and laughed. Instead, the heart came to be interested in seeing what he really wanted to do. So, with a smile, he said, "Look guys, Even the Patriarch said so. How dare you say that you're not falsely accusing me? The crowd frowned slightly. All of them looked at Su Wuchen and saw that Su Wuchen had a plan. Then he guessed that he had other plans for Gu Yun. So there were cold grunts and no more words. However, this time, bang, 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 a blast of sound rang out. The 9 elders were all stunned as they looked at Gu Yun. Immediately afterward, they saw that those who originally stood next to Gu Yun, who had been sent in with their privileges, the grandchildren, all of them exploded into puddles of blood and flesh. The crowd was in a frenzy. Gu Yun, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly killing people? Ah, you dare to kill my grandson. Looking for death. Gu Yun laughed coldly and said blandly, these people, all of them fornicating with the devil's path, don't they deserve to die? The crowd froze, but soon enough, there were reflections. Gu Yun, don't be so ridiculous. How could my grandson possibly fornicate with the devil's way? That is it necessary for my family's juniors to fornicate with the devil's way? Gu Yun laughed, then spoke blandly. So, this is what it's like to be wronged. I'm just letting you guys experience what it's like for you to wrong me, too. The crowd was completely confused. Even if we did wrong you, we didn't kill anyone. Experience is experience. You give the man back. Thanks to Dong Han, who loves to eat burnt rolls. For the reward, thanks for the support. Chapter 26. The crowd was furious, but when they really did it, they had scruples in their hearts. First, scorn for Gu Yun's methods. Secondly, scorn for the attitude of the Patriarch just now. The Patriarch had just opened his mouth, but he was directly characterizing Gu Yun. Thus, everyone looked at the Patriarch, wanting to wait for Su Wuchen to give a statement. Su Wuchen's face was also ugly. Gu Yun killed people in front of him, really not putting him, the Patriarch, in his eyes. But for the sake of Gu Yun's hand of feats and quasi-sacred artifacts, he might as well hold back for now. Directly ignoring the gazes of the crowd, he said to Gu Yun alone, Gu Yun, come with me. This Patriarch has some things he wants to say to you alone. Hearing this, the other 9 elders couldn't help but frown. The Patriarch doesn't even care about that? Before, didn't he agree to get Gu Yun killed? Gu Yun also laughed and then said, yes, disciple obeys. After saying that, he rose up in the air and left with Su Wuchen. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. What exactly does the sovereign want? Could it be that the Patriarch is interested in Gu Yun's evil technique and magic treasure? It's hard to say. If it's true that he's cultivating the full version of the human emperor scripture as Gu Yun said, I'd covet it too. But, how does that look like a magic skill? TSK, regardless of whether it's a demonic technique or the human emperor scripture, that power and effect is there. That's a good technique. As for, devil or no devil, it's not up to us? Lang Ruyu also couldn't help but frown. In fact, she couldn't help but be impressed. If the Patriarch hadn't gotten there first, she would have wanted to ask Gu Yun what kind of technique he was practicing. It's amazing that it's so horrible. But now, I don't know if there's a chance. Gu Yun was taken away by the Patriarch. As long as he was lured out of the Kung Fu, he would surely die as well, and it was unlikely that the Patriarch would share the technique with her. Returning to her senses, she immediately realized something and then looked at Yifan, who was still lying on the ground. She immediately came to Yifan and fed him a pill. It was only then that Yifan slowed down. His eyes were red and suffocating. Obviously, he was a desolate ancient sacred body and a desolate ancient top genius. However, he was slapped twice by Gu Yun and was seriously injured. Is there any justice in this? Master, why? Where exactly am I inferior to Gu Yun? Yifan looked at Lang Ruyu with a stifled expression and asked. Lang Ruyu then comforted. Fanner, don't be discouraged. Gu Yun is only practicing the devil's way technique. Moreover, he also has a devil Dao quasi-sacred artifact in his hand, so you're naturally no match. But don't worry, the Patriarch is already prepared to do it himself. I guess Gu Yun is not far from death. Even after hearing this, Yifan still gritted his teeth and his heart was unwilling. Gu Yun's relentless humiliation over and over again had already cast a shadow in his heart. Not to kill Gu Yun with his own hands, the anger in his heart was hard to dispel. At that moment, something suddenly occurred to him. Magic? If Gu Yun practiced magic, then let the people from the holy land of Tai Chu, the devil-suppressing pagoda, step in. Wouldn't that be a perfect restraint? However, the devil-suppressing tower was a place that specialized in imprisoning evil devils and crooked people. And, the one that can hold down the fort there, none of them were ordinary people. All of them were from the holy land of Tai Chu, supreme experts. Among them, there was even a ferrying realm ancestor in attendance. Although the devil-suppressing tower was subordinate to the Tai Chu sacred land, it didn't have to listen to the orders of the Tai Chu sacred land, unless the Tai Chu Holy Land encountered a crisis of extermination. They are the ones who must listen to the Patriarch's orders. The rest of the time, they acted freely. Thinking of this, Yifan's gaze was filled with a cold color. That old ancestor of his, who was in seclusion, had once told him, if there is any trouble that the Patriarch can't solve, he can go to the devil-suppressing tower and go to Elder Siyun. That Elder Siyun, known as the first person under the old ancestor, the strength was even above the sovereign. On the other hand, Gu Yun had followed Su Wuchen to a secluded mountain peak. Here was where Su Wuchen usually practiced. The average person, in no way, has access to it. Su Wuchen faced Gu Yun and then revealed a fatherly smile. Gu Yun, as my Tai Chu saint son, you've made great achievements for my holy land. I've always looked at you well, and have even been grooming you as a successor. Hearing this, Gu Yun Jie laughed. That's a hell of a thing to say. Still, he then spoke. Disciple thanks the sovereign for cultivating him. Gu Yun Jie laughed strangely, causing Su Wuchen to instantly freeze. But when he heard what he said, he nodded in relief. Not caring about the details, he continued to speak. I see that not only has your strength increased greatly lately, but you also have an additional paramount sacred artifact. It must have met a great chance. This Patriarch is also happy for you. However, quasi-saint artifacts aren't something a junior like you can handle after all. So why don't you hand it over to the clan for safekeeping? It won't be too late to give it to you when your strength improves later. Gu Yun glanced at Su Wuchen. Give it to the clan for safekeeping? To put it another way, it was given to Su Wudan. If something does get into his hands, can you give it back? Gu Yun Jie laughed. Patriarch, you're not looking at my treasure. Are you trying to trick it over? If I don't give it, are you going to kill and take the treasure? Su Wuchen was stunned. Although he did think so in his heart, he didn't expect Gu Yun to say it so directly. He blushed instantly. However, he remained calm and collected, and said with a bashful cold snort, Nonsense. What this honored one says is all for your own good. Even if you don't know what's good for you, how dare you think of this honored one as so despicable? Do you really think that my father won't make a move to teach you a lesson? That was just a test. If Gu Yun showed fear, it shows that he is also scrupulous and fearful. Then Su Wuchen would strike without hesitation. However, he soon realized that Gu Yun was expressionless and even had a disdainful smile on his face. This meant that Gu Yun wasn't afraid and still had his cards in backhand. Since this was the case, Su Wuchen wouldn't fall out with him. So, he coldly grunted and said helplessly, Alas, forget it. I miss you being young and unintelligent. I won't bother with you in general. Gu Yun also laughed out loud. Many thanks, Patriarch. Patriarch is really generous. Su Wuchen sneered, secretly urging the surrounding formations while speaking again. Quasi-sacred artifact. Just leave it behind yourself. But the feats, you transcribe a copy for me. I'm not coveting this gong method of yours, but I'm afraid that you're not experienced enough in cultivation and will easily go off the deep end. I'll take a look and I can point you in the right direction too. This time, he was instead ready for Gu Yun to reject him again. Anyway, this was his dojo, together with the formations of this place, and his cultivation at the level of sovereign of the Transition One realm. Even if Gu Yun had a quasi-saintly artifact, he could still be killed on the spot. However, he didn't expect that this time. Gu Yun agreed readily. Yes, I happen to have a transcribed copy in my hand. With that, he literally grabbed out of thin air and took out a merit law from his spatial ring. Su Wuchen froze, surprised and puzzled. He looked at Gu Yun. Is this kid getting the hang of it? But he was happy regardless. If this was truly an Empyrean realm technique, then he has hope of becoming a saint as well. He hurriedly took it and looked at it. The Sanskrit in it is profound and the Tao is extraordinary. Good stuff indeed. He was instantly delighted. Well, you should go back and wait for me to study and research this gong method before instructing you. Gu Yun also smiled openly, then bowed his hand and turned around to leave. However, just as he turned around, Su Wuchen revealed a grim gaze. Even if Gu Yun handed over the technique, he had to die today. After all, quasi-sacred artifacts. Su Wuchen also wanted them. Looking at Gu Yun's defenseless back, he couldn't help but sneer. Don't you like to kill people with the great cause of desolation heavenly palm? Then, my lord, I'll use this palm to send you on your way. He snapped his eyes at the thought. While urging the surrounding formations to suppress Gu Yun's human emperor flag, he slammed out his palm. Boom! Chapter 27, If you want to practice this technique, you must die first. Boom! A palm comes out, displacing the mountains and swallowing 10,000 miles of air. The transition realm already had the ability to hook into the power of the heavenly Tao. Su Wuchen's full-strength palm even made the heavens and earth change color. However, such a destructive palm struck Gu Yun, but only a muffled bang was heard, raising flying dust in thousands, like wood hitting gold. There was a lot of commotion, but Gu Yun wasn't affected in the slightest. It only caused Gu Yun's footsteps to pause as he left. See this scene. Su Wuchen instantly widened his eyes. How is that possible? Even if he was in the same realm as himself, there was absolutely no way that he would be able to take a hard slap from himself and be fine. Besides, the paramount sacred weapon on him has been suppressed by me with a formation and cannot be used. Why is he still okay? Just as he was shocked and momentarily confused, Gu Yun slowly turned his head and looked at him with a cold smile on his face, eyes full of killing intent. Su Wuchen's face had 1,000 different expressions. Shocked, embarrassed, horrified. At that moment, Gu Yun slowly opened his mouth. Patriarch, were you trying to use this move just now? After saying that, he fiercely blasted out with a palm. Bang! The great cause of desolation heavenly palm. Su Wuchen didn't have the slightest chance to react. Only a crunch was heard from his chest. Click! The sternum is completely broken. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his throat. Pust! In the next second, the whole person flew out and fell hard on the ground. Su Wuchen was completely confused. He was a great power in the transition realm and the sacred land patriarch. Surprisingly, he couldn't carry a slap from Gu Yun? What kind of demon is Gu Yun? Seeing Gu Yun slowly walking towards him, Su Wuchen couldn't care less about the pain that was drilling through his chest or the blood that was continuously coming out of his mouth. He braced one hand on the ground and subconsciously moved back. The other hand lifted and said with difficulty, Wait. Just now was all a misunderstanding. Gu Yunjie laughed, looking at him with a playful face. Patriarch, I've always respected you, and I've even performed feats for the Holy Land. So why did you sneak up on me behind my back and try to kill me? Su Wuchen's face turned blue and hurriedly racked his brain, explaining, No, it's not a sneak attack. I just want to test the results of your recent cultivation, and want to instruct you. Hearing this, Gu Yun instantly pretended to show a surprised expression. Oh, so that's it. It seems that I have misunderstood the Patriarch. Since that's the case, then I'll have to compensate the Patriarch properly as well. Seeing Gu Yun's smirking look, Su Wuchen's heart burst with fear. Hurry up and say, No need to compensate. Young people are impulsive. It's understandable. You hurry back. Gu Yunjie laughed loudly. How can that be? I see that the Patriarch is very interested in the technique I gave you. How about this? I'll help the Patriarch decipher the decipherment and also facilitate a better understanding. Su Wuchen looked at Gu Yun with a face full of surprise. Could he really return the favor and help himself to decipher the Kung Fu? Although Su Wuchen was half convinced in his heart. However, faced with the temptation of the Emperor Realm technique, he still couldn't help but open his mouth. Good. What exactly does this gong method mean? And how exactly should I cultivate it? Gu Yun took the handwritten copy and turned to the last page. Smilingly, he said to Su Wuchen, Isn't this written clearly? In order to practice this technique, you must die once before you can comprehend it. So simple that the sovereign doesn't understand? But don't worry, I'm here to help you. Su Wuchen's eyes widened at once. Just now he had only roughly looked ahead. He hadn't seen the front yet. How could there be such a feat? What if I die and still can't comprehend it? He looked with incomparable horror at the lines of small letters that Gu Yun pointed to. It was instantly clear. All of this was deliberate on Gu Yun's part. Throughout, he knew he was trying to extort a threat, but he never feared himself. Realizing this, he hurriedly begged for mercy. Gu Yun, you can't kill me. I'm the sovereign of the Tai Chu sacred land. When you were small, I even hugged you and told you to call yourself uncle. Gu Yun's expression moved slightly when he heard this. Slowly, he lowered his raised hand. Su Wuchen let out a sigh of relief, and a hint of a smile just appeared on his face. Bang! Gu Yun kicks him in the face. It kicked him straight in the mouth and broke a few of his incisors. He was in agony, covering his mouth, wanting to scream but not daring to do so. One could only let the blood seep out from between his fingers and drop by drop onto the floor. What made him even more desperate was that he was a hallowed transition stage powerhouse. At this moment, the cultivation level was suppressed to death. Not a single one of his own means or magic treasures could be used. He wasn't sure if all of this was Gu Yun's doing, or if there was someone behind Gu Yun helping Gu Yun suppress him. At this time, Gu Yun sat on the stone bench next to him and said with a cold smile, I'm not angry yet if I don't mention the matter of calling uncle. You said I've called you uncle. It's all tangible kinship there. Instead of favoring me, you favor Yifan at every turn? He even tried to get me, a holy son who has made great achievements for the sect, killed to make way for Yifan. Do you think you deserve to die? Su Wuchen was also annoyed. In his eyes, Gu Yun had no background and was nothing more than a dog raised by the Tai Chu Holy Land. It was he himself who gave him the opportunity to sit in the position of the Holy Son. Now, even if he dies, he should be grateful. I didn't realize that he would dare to question himself here. However, these words, Su Wuchen naturally didn't dare to say right now. Gu Yun is so creepy. It was clearly a cultivation fluctuation at the peak of the Dao Palace realm. So how was it able to easily suppress and kill even himself? He endured the pain in his body and explained, I was also forced to do nothing. Yi Fan is the descendant bloodline of old ancestor Yi Lufeng, and he also carries a sacred body. He will surely become a saint in the future, and the old ancestor values him very highly. He was the one who instructed me to take care of Yi Fan. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep my position as the Patriarch, and I can't do anything about it. Gu Yun then showed righteous indignation. I didn't realize that old thing was so unreasonable. Patriarch, how about this? You tell me where he is in seclusion. I'll go kill him and clean up the clan. Gu Yun's words just fell. The atmosphere was suddenly quiet. The breeze is more than that. Su Wuchen looked at Gu Yun with a confused expression. He really wanted to ask Gu Yun, do you want to hear what you're saying? Going to kill the old man and clean up the mess? With a playful face, Gu Yun narrowed his eyes and asked with a smirk. What? Do you think I'm wrong? The atmosphere instantly became weird. As a transition realm powerhouse, he instantly smelled the aura of danger. He snapped back to his senses and hurriedly said, Yes. That old should have been dead a long time ago. It's just that I really don't know where he's in seclusion. He's a peak paramount saint, close to impact the saint realm. Naturally he wouldn't tell me such an important matter. Gu Yun sneered. Alright then, go down and wait for him. When I find him, I'll send him on his way to you. Su Wuchen's back tightened and his scalp went numb. Wait, I don't know where he is in seclusion, but I can find a way to inquire. Chapter 28, To Each His Own. Gu Yunjie laughed and looked at Su Wuchen playfully. This old dog was also one of Gu Yun's bigger heart demons. It's indeed cheap to kill him just like that. Gu Yun hadn't wanted to die so casually. If, on the other hand, he could help Gu Yun find Yi Fan's old ancestor, it would be an even better move. He narrowed his eyes at Su Wuchen. I don't believe you, and I still think it would be easier for you to die. Su Wuchen's heart was suffocating to the extreme. When had the holy Tai Chu sacred land patriarch been reduced to such a lowly state? But at this point, to live, he's up for anything. He gritted his teeth and immediately said, I am willing to offer a wisp of my divine soul and bend my head as a slave, sacrificing his divine soul. Then he would be one of Gu Yun's dogs in the future. Life and death are controlled by Gu Yun. This was undoubtedly humiliating for Su Wuchen, but it was all worth it to him to stay alive, and also to dump it later. If, indeed, Gu Yun could have the ability to kill the old ancestor, then even being Gu Yun's dog is not a disgrace. But if, however, he didn't have the strength to wait for the old ancestor to come out and kill him back, then he could also completely say that he was forced by Gu Yun. Whatever was made was hopeless. Even if the old ancestor blamed him, he wouldn't punish him heavily. This is also a foolproof plan. And Gu Yun laughed, then said, Patriarch, why are you being so bitter? I've always treated you like a dear uncle. Come on, don't kneel and get raw. Although the words were good, Su Wuchen didn't dare to slack off at all. Directly offering a trace of his divine soul, he sent it to Gu Yun. Gu Yun was also ungracious and then collected it. At the same time, he also said with a smile, we are all family from now on. Uncle can take care of me more in the future. If I'm in the sect and I get into any trouble, I'll still have to rely on Uncle to help me out. Su Wuchen froze. Gu Yun was clearly saying that if he caused anything to happen, Su Wuchen would have to clean up the mess. Su Wuchen, even if he was 10,000 times less than happy in his heart. But at this point there was also a smile on his face. Don't worry, Master. The Tai Chu Holy Land will be what you say in the future. Gu Yun also smiled without saying anything. What master or not, Uncle should still address the Holy Son. Within the clan, just call it a position. Su Wuchen immediately arched his hand in a serious manner. Yes, Lord Saint's son. If the other people in the Tai Chu Holy Land saw the scene at this moment, it must be a straight call to reverse the Big Dipper. The Patriarch even addressed the Holy Sun as His Excellency? As for Su Wuchen's performance, Gu Yun was also satisfied. So blandly, he said, "Next, I'll leave it to you to make the arrangements. Don't let people think that I, the Holy Sun, and you, Uncle, the Patriarch, don't have a good relationship." Su Wuchen immediately nodded his head. After Gu Yun left, he sighed with relief and sat back on his butt on the stone bench. The heart is bitter. The mind can't figure it out. Why did Gu Yun become so terrifying? Not only was he able to suppress himself, a transition realm powerhouse, but he even dared to threaten to slaughter the old ancestor. But at this point, he couldn't afford to think too much. Immediately, he found a healing elixir and took it, waiting for the wounds on his body to recover slightly. Then he immediately took out the sovereign's order and sent a message to the entire Tai Chu Holy Land. Sacred son Gu Yun, gifted in talent, and accomplished in labor. Enter the Valley of Enlightenment today and comprehend the complete Human Emperor Sutra with the help of all the sages of the Holy Land of the beginning. From today onwards, the status of the Holy Sun is on par with the 9 Supreme Elders, and all disciples will listen to Chi's orders. The resources of the clan are at their disposal. If there is any disrespect to the Holy Sun, kill without mercy. Tai Chu Holy Land, 100 miles in circumference. All the disciples on the mountain peaks, the elders, they all looked up into midair. Su Wuchen's voice echoed over and over again. It shocked everyone. I'll go. The Saint Sun has actually comprehended the full version of the Human Emperor Sutra. It's too strong, isn't it, to be so accomplished? It's no wonder the Patriarch gave him such high treatment. The status of the Holy Sun and the 9 Supreme Elders being on par is unheard of in the history of the Tai Chu Holy Land. Those who were most excited and puzzled were still Lang Ruyu and the others. Why has the Patriarch suddenly changed his attitude towards Gu Yun? Could it be that Gu Yun really gave the Patriarch some top-tier divine object or technique and worshipped him? Yi Fan was even more furious and gritted his teeth. I had thought that the Patriarch would break Gu Yun into pieces. Unexpectedly, not only was he fine, but he had instead elevated his status in the clan. Why is that? Was Patriarch tricked by Gu Yun? No. I'm going to find the Patriarch and ask for clarification. After saying that, Yi Fan went straight to the peak where the Patriarch was located. Lang Ruyu was also frowning in confusion. With that, he also followed Yi Fan and traveled together to go look for Su Wuchen. Not long after, the master and disciple met Su Wuchen at his dojo. Senior Patriarch, why didn't you kill Gu Yun? Lang Ruyu asked suspiciously. Yi Fan was even more emotional and directly opened his mouth to question. Gu Yun has done a lot of evil. Why does the Patriarch still harbor him? Did he really give you any favors that made you not distinguish between black and white? If it were usual, even if Yi Fan was so disrespectful, Su Wuchen would only verbally rebuke him, wouldn't really do anything with him. But now, Su Wuchen instantly frowned and glanced at Yi Fan. His eyes filled with displeasure. Snap! With a wave of his hand, an invisible force ruthlessly struck Yi Fan's face. It directly threw Yi Fan out and fell to the ground. Su Wuchen snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "On the basis of being a descendant of old ancestor Yi, you dare to talk to my father like that? What does this honored one do that I need you to tell me what to do?" Yi Fan, who had been viciously slapped in the face, was also instantly confused. Even though he had the backing of his old ancestor, he didn't have Gu Yun's strength. Facing the majesty of a transition realm powerhouse, he was scared out of his wits, immediately climbing up from the ground. Not caring about the swelling and pain on his face, he trembled and knelt on the ground, saying in panic, "Disciple knows that I'm wrong. Disciple knows that I'm wrong." Lang Ruyu was also dumbstruck. That's not how the Patriarch treated Yi Fan before, is it? What the hell is going on? She cautiously looked at the Patriarch and opened her mouth. "Patriarch, what exactly do you mean by this?" Su Wuchen looked at Lang Ruyu in a cold and merciless manner. "Senior sister, it's not that I'm talking about you. Gu Yun is your favorite disciple anyways, and is even more of a meritorious servant who has made a mark for my Tai Chu sacred land. Don't you wish to look forward to his well-being? How in the world are you a master teacher?" Lang Ruyu cackled. She was at a loss for words, but after holding her tongue, she couldn't help but speak. "Senior brother, Yi Fan is a desolate ancient sacred body, and he's even protected by the old ancestor. Could it be that you're really going to protect Gu Yun and ignore Yi Fan?" Su Wuchen snorted coldly and said with great righteousness, "What protection for Gu Yun? As the Patriarch of the Tai Chu sacred land, this honored one protects justice, even if it's the oldest ancestor. I say so. Losing that you are also one of the 9 Supreme Elders, how could you favor Yi Fan just to please the old ancestor? From today onwards, you are stripped of your status as the Misty Peak Master. From Supreme Elder, downgraded to Ordinary Elder, as a warning to others. Get your ass back and reflect. Chapter 29, I'm giving you a chance. Why are you guys crying? Long Ruyu's face turned blue. For the sake of justice? How come I didn't see you doing it for justice before? She realized that there had to be a twist to this that she didn't know about. Even though she was unconvinced in her heart, she didn't dare to sing against Su Wuchen. After all, she was nowhere near as strong as Su Wuchen, so he could only grit his teeth and hold his breath, saying, "Yes, senior sister leads the way." Hearing this, Su Wuchen snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned to leave. Only Lang Ruyu and Yi Fan, who was kneeling on the ground, were left frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Without the intimidating pressure of a transition realm powerhouse, Yi Fan slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with viciousness. "Su Dustless, you dare to bully me like this for Gu Yun? You wait. I'll make the old man skin you when he comes out of the gate." As for Gu Yun, he didn't even have to wait until the old ancestor came out of the gate, so he figured out how to get Gu Yun killed. Yi Fan slowly got up, and then said to Lang Ruyu beside him, "There is no need to be disheartened. Master, as long as I have my disciple here, I will definitely not let you be left out in the cold in the Tai Chu Holy Land." Hearing this, Lang Ruyu's heart was only slightly relieved. She kept reassuring herself. Battlefield Yefan is definitely right. Yi Fan had the old ancestor behind him, and as long as the old ancestor succeeded in getting out of the gate, he would be in the Saint Realm. In the Eastern Wasteland, is there anyone more powerful than a saint? At that thought, she stopped wavering and nodded firmly. With that, he admonished Yi Fan. "Gu Yun has the Patriarch's patronage now, and his reputation is flourishing. Let's avoid it for now and wait until the old ancestor is out of the gate." Yi Fan snorted coldly. On the surface, he agreed, but in his heart, he had already planned to make a trip to the Devil Suppressing Tower. In order to prevent word from leaking out, he did not intend to tell Lang Ruyu for the time being. Meanwhile, on the other side, the other disciples of the inner sect were also stirring. Did you all hear that? From now on, Saint Sun Guyun's status is equal to that of a supreme elder. We, the disciples without backgrounds, finally have our day in the sun. Yes, during the weekdays, those clan children don't treat us as human beings and bully us at will. Only senior brother Gu Yun will stand up for justice and speak for us. If we can ask for the blessing of senior brother Gu Yun, our future days will be better. Quite a few disciples without backgrounds had this thought. Ethereal Peak. Seeing Gu Yun's return, dozens of figures greeted him. Congratulations to senior brother Gu Yun. Congratulations to senior brother Gu Yun. As a saint's son, senior brother should have been treated as such. Looking at the dozen or so people fawning in front of him, Gu Yun smiled playfully. These people, he didn't recognize, but this slavish look was all too familiar to him. In the last life, Yi Fan gained power. How many people have done this to Yi Fan? He laughed and looked at the crowd, asking, "You are all welcome. This saint's son is also a fluke, gaining the favor of the sect." As soon as he finished speaking, a thin, long-faced youth immediately retorted, "Senior brother, you're too modest. With your talent, it should be valued and reused by the clan. Previously, the sect has been targeting you and intentionally supporting Yi Fan. We can all see that. In fact, we all fought for you." Gu Yun laughed and immediately asked, "Oh, really? So how did you guys fight for me?" The man froze and was embarrassed. "That's what it says. How can I fight?" He then spoke. "We are all in our hearts, fighting for you. The main thing is that we are in a low position. Even if we put forward our opinions with the sect, it's useless." Gu Yun laughed. "Even if you guys are so useless, then I don't have to talk to you much. Farewell." After saying that, Gu Yun arched his hand and turned around to leave. Several people were dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that Gu Yun was usually the most righteous? Why was he so thin-skinned and indifferent today? Someone was so exasperated that they couldn't help but speak up. "Senior brother Gu Yun, we all came today to celebrate you. Why don't you have a good face for us?" "That's right. Once you've flown the coop, you feel superior?" Gu Yun's body lurched. With that, Jie laughed, turned to look at a few people, and asked, "And what do you want from me?" Seeing Gu Yun smile so ominously, the crowd was also a bit scared. However, Gu Yun's good reputation was well known, and many ordinary disciples had begged him for help before, and he would have agreed. He's just gained power today. It's the right time to be happy. Let him give a little, and he sure as hell wasn't going to say no. So the crowd took a deep breath and spoke with courage. "Senior brother Gu, we are all disciples without backgrounds. We should be united. Now that you've gained power in the sect, you'll be the leader of our ordinary inner disciples in the future. You should help us more. That's right, one mustn't forget one's roots, and maybe you'll have use for us in the future. Gu Yun laughed out loud. The Holy Land of the beginning. No, it should be the entire cultivation world. All of it is this self-serving, self-righteous stuff. When Gu Yun was suppressed before, they didn't come out to say justice. Now that they had just learned about it, they jumped out and said that they should unite and help each other so that Gu Yun could help them? On what grounds? With their big faces? Gu Yun looked at them, narrowed his eyes, and asked with a smile, "How can I help you?" Hearing this, a few people came to their senses, thought Gu Yun had been successfully morally kidnapped by them. So, immediately, someone said excitedly, "Senior brother Gu Yun, as you know, our cultivation resources are far inferior to those disciples with backgrounds. Why don't you give us more pills and cultivation resources to help us raise our cultivation level?" Right. We don't have many spirit stones on us either. Senior brother Gu Yun, you can't be so selfish and only think about enjoying yourself. You should help us as well. There are also magic weapons. If you have any extra, why don't you share some with us? You can't use that many alone anyway. Gu Yun laughed out loud. He dared to ask. And these people really dared to ask for it. Good. As the eldest brother, how could he refuse these junior brothers? Gu Yun raised his hand and small black flags flew out. Then he jia sneered and said, "Senior brothers, I have a good place to cultivate. I guarantee that your cultivation will grow by leaps and bounds after you go in." The crowd froze. Only then did he look up at the black flag. The black gas was soaring, the demonic aura was tumbling, and there were countless lone ghosts crying and wailing all around. Anyone who isn't brain dead can see that at a glance. That's not a good thing. Several people immediately broke out in a cold sweat, and someone couldn't help but open his mouth, asking, "Senior brother, what in the world is this?" "This?" Gu Yunjia sneered. "It's the good stuff that can help you cultivate your souls. Going in is also very simple. Just kill all of you and absorb the divine souls." Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. 10,000 souls. Isn't this the most sinister magic treasure of the devil's way? How did Gu Yun dare to cultivate? Gu Yun, however, laughed. What 10,000 souls? This is clearly called the human emperor flag. Senior brothers, what are you still hesitating for? Why don't you hurry up and go in? Chapter 30, The Devil's Pagoda. How the crowd did not expect it. At the drop of a hat, Gu Yun was going to kill them and refine their divine souls. Is this the same righteous Gu Yun? Seeing that Gu Yun had come for real, these people were also afraid. They hurriedly said, "Senior brother Gu, cultivation is supposed to be your own thing. How can we trouble you to help us? We don't have to help. We'll figure out the resources and stuff on our own." Someone starts, and immediately someone follows. Right. We can't all rely on senior brother Gu. It's not easy for elder brother. Gu Yun sneered. For such people who see the wind and are selfish, he didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill. Do not kill, lest you give birth to a demon of the heart. So he grunted coldly. Since you all know these truths as well, then you still want me to give you resources for nothing just now? Playing me? Dang it. After saying that, he also stopped talking nonsense and directly urged the human emperor flag. There was a strong gust of cloudy wind, countless souls flew out. For a while, ghosts cried out in the sky and earth, and there was a gust of chi. Those disciples who originally wanted to morally kidnap Gu Yun were suddenly wide-eyed, just wanted to turn and run. Unfortunately, it was too late. A scream passed. Their flesh and blood were devoured by the human emperor flag, and their souls were refined by the human emperor flag. Wrap them up. Gu Yun let out a cold snort, then looked not far away. There's another wave of people who are secretly watching him. However, those weren't the ordinary disciples with no background just now. Rather, they were the sons and daughters of several great and powerful families in the Holy Land of Tai Chu. These powerful families had been entrenched in the Tai Chu Holy Land for many years. Even Su Wuchen, the Patriarch, didn't dare to disrespect them. It was because quite a few of the elders of the Tai Chu Holy Land were from these families. Even behind them, there were even a few old ancestors of Tai Chu backing them up. Seeing Gu Yun directly kill those few ordinary inner disciples, the few posh kids were shocked, but they couldn't help but sneer. Although Gu Yun came from an ordinary disciple, now that he's being valued by the Patriarch, he should also know that from now on, he should stand in the camp of us magnificent sons. Those people we killed just now should be considered cast-offs. Makes sense. However, he did things too arrogantly before, and my brother died in his hands. although the elders told us not to mess with him, but go and knock on the door. Gu Yun doesn't know the heights of heaven. After saying that, the youth in the lead let out a cold snort. With that, he brought the crowd around him to Gu Yun. He looked to be in his early 30s, above Gu Yun in age, and then when he saw Gu Yun, he simply arched his hand and said in a nonchalant manner, "Congratulations, senior brother Gu, for being able to be reused by the Patriarch." Gu Yun, who had wanted to leave, glanced at the visitor. He couldn't help but laugh. One of the 9 supreme elders, Elder Sun's direct grandson, Jian's son. This person had always been arrogant and domineering in the holy land of Tai Chu. There was no friendship with Gu Yun. Besides, among the people Gu Yun had killed in the Valley of Enlightenment was his brother. Gu Yun laughed and said blandly, "Senior brother Sun, specifically here to congratulate me?" With one hand behind his back, Sun Jian raised his head and said proudly, "Y is for convenience. On the other hand, it's also to remind senior brother Gu to cherish this opportunity to be taken seriously. Before, although you were also a saint's son, you were suppressed everywhere. Do you know why? It's because you don't have a background or a backer that you're casually stepped on. Now, although I don't know why you are valued by the Patriarch, I'll also remind you that in the Tai Chu Holy Land, there are many people who are more powerful than the Patriarch, so take care of yourself." Gu Yun smiled back. "Oh, so you're just playing hard to get with me?" He raised his hand. Boom! A palm blast. Sun Jian, who had just towered over Gu Yun and lectured him, it directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Gu Yun laughed coldly and said disdainfully, "I hate it when people pretend to be in front of me." After that, he coldly looked at the rest of the crowd and said blandly, "Which other senior brother wants to pretend?" The men's scalps went numb. Chills stood up. "It's not. You can kill it when you say so. Sun Jian is Elder Sun's favorite grandson, and he doesn't give any face? Besides, Sun Jian was also a Void Cauldron Realm powerhouse. How was it that in front of Gu Yun, he was completely a mole cricket? Ordinary disciples were killed when they said so, and now the disciples of the lineage were killed when they said so as well." Looking at the corners of Gu Yun's suppressed mouth, it was obvious that he was excited to kill. The crowd desperately shook their heads. "No, no, I hate pretenders too. I never pretended in my life." Gu Yun laughed. He has no grudge against these. There's nothing they can do to upset themselves. There's no need to kill them all. After all, he was a person who was always kind and would never kill someone easily. So he said blandly, "So very good." With that, he turned around and walked away. Those few lineage disciples let out a long sigh of relief, their backs all drenched in sweat. Damn, this Gu Yun is too evil. No wonder the elders told us not to mess with him. What should we do now? With senior son dead, how can we explain to elder son? Accounting my ass. We didn't kill them? Hurry up, hurry up. A few people fled in fear, and they were afraid that they would never want to come to this place. Misty Mountain. Again. And the other side. Yifan also came to the devil-suppressing tower. The black ancient tower stood with a mighty pressure, surrounded by countless arm-thick chains, full of oppression. Even Yifan felt oppressed and subconsciously frowned. He was still close enough to be immediately chastised. Jin Demon's heavy ground. No idle people are allowed to approach. Yifan gave a start and immediately looked in the direction the words came from. Only 2 youths in black armor, full of indifference, appeared in front of him. He didn't dare to be slow, and immediately arched his hand and said, "Senior brother, I am Yifan, a disciple of the Tai Chu Holy Land, Misty Peak, came to find Elder Ci Yun with something important to report, and please be accommodating to the endowment." With that, he took out a basalt iron token from his bosom and offered it with both hands. Seeing the token, the 2 black-armored youths looked at each other. "Ancestor Tai Chu's order? Wait here a moment, and I will go and inform at once." Yifan was overjoyed and immediately responded, "Yes." Soon the man folded back. "Senior brother Yifan, follow me in. Elder Ci Yun is waiting for you inside." Yifan was instantly happy. With that, he nodded his head and followed behind the black-armored youth. Walking into the demon suppression tower, the closer he got, the more he felt the oppressive feeling this ancient tower brought. In no time, Yifan entered the interior of the devil-suppressing tower. The first thing I realized was that there was something else going on here. The first level was like a hall, with busy disciples everywhere. Some of these people were holding dossiers, others were holding torture devices, uniformly dressed in black armor. Yifan followed the youth and came to a house on the left. As soon as he entered the door, he saw an old man in a long gray robe. Shady as hell. In front of him was also the middle-aged man with chains on his hands and feet, cloaked, kneeling on the ground and constantly begging for mercy. Elder Yun, please, spare my life, please. However, the old man was unmoved and slapped his palm hard, slapping the man's skull. In the next second, the male lead's expression twisted in pain. Fresh blood continued to emerge from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, converging at the top of his head. In Elder Yun's hands, soon the man became a dry corpse, and the blood extracted from him was quickly sent to the Dan furnace next to him. Seeing this, Yi Fan's eyes widened. Elder Yun, refining the blood pills? Isn't this a devil's trick? Chapter 31. When the matter at hand was taken care of, Elder Yun glanced at Yi Fan. Blandly, he opened his mouth. You're Yi Fan? Yi Fan returned to his senses and hurriedly arched his hand, bowed his head, and said nervously, disciple is none other than Yi Fan. Although he couldn't feel any cultivation fluctuations from Elder Yun, but before him, Yi Fan just had an inexplicable pressure and fear. Yun smiled bashfully, revealing the appearance of a kindly elder. Don't be nervous, Elder Ancestor Yi is my master. Then you are also my junior. It's all family. Yi Fan let out a slight sigh of relief. Only then did he raise his eyes to look at Elder Yun, revealing a small smile. Yun told the others to go down first, and then came to sit down on the seat next to him. It was only then that he spoke without delay. Say, what's come up that you need my help with? He knew in his heart that there was a command from Old Man Yi. When Yi Fan was in the holy land of Tai Chu, naturally everything went smoothly. Unless there was a problem that couldn't be solved, they would come to themselves. Yi Fan didn't talk nonsense and directly opened the door and said, Elder Yun Mingjian, the late generation is looking for you to do justice. The holy son of the Tai Chu Holy Land, Gu Yun, has been behaving oddly and murderous lately, and in the Valley of Enlightenment, he even used the demonic magic weapon 10,000 Soul Streamer to extinguish the Divine Sword Ancestor's divine soul. But on the contrary, this kind of infallible person is sheltered by the Patriarch. Disciples really can't stand to watch, so I ask Elder Ancestor Yun to do justice. With that, he went over what Gu Yun had done in the past few days. Of course, he dodged the question. Straight talk about how Gu Yun bullied him and how many people he killed, but it doesn't say why. And after hearing that, Old Man Yun laughed. What a Tai Chu saint's son. I didn't expect to be so arrogant and domineering. Don't worry, I've got your back on this one. And, if you have any special requests, I can help you fulfill them. Hearing this, Yi Fan was also overjoyed. He's heard that Old Ancestor Yun was implying that he could lynch Gu Yun, so he immediately said with a cold smile, Old Ancestor, the Sacred Son has also done his best for the clan before and has made a lot of achievements. Although I suspect that he's now possessed by the devil, it's still necessary to investigate clearly, lest we misunderstand the Holy Son and chill the hearts of those who have merited it. Therefore, Old Ancestor can first invite Gu Yun here so that he can properly cooperate with the investigation. And if possible, I can also help with the investigation. Karen laughed. Entering this devil-suppressing tower of his, no matter who it is, no matter if it is a disciple of the devil's way or not, there is only one way to die. He knew that Yi Fan's so-called investigation was to torture Gu Yun properly. Don't make Gu Yun's death so easy. Naturally, he had no problem with that. After all, his relationship with the Yi family was here. Whoever Gu Yun was, he was going to favor Yi Fan. As for any justice, discipline, reason, that's just a cover for the strong to oppress the weak. Who really cares? Elder Yun spoke indifferently. Alright, I'll order someone to escort Gu Yun over and cooperate with the investigation. It's just fine if he's sensible, but if he's not and dares to resist, I'll personally make a move to exterminate him. Hearing this, Yi Fan was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, Gu Yun, your time to die has come. On the other hand, Gu Yun was resting with his eyes closed at Misty Peak, studying the Chaotic Creation Bead. He realized that the will of the sages that the Valley of Enlightenment had swallowed was actually considered a type of heavenly Tao power, albeit a weaker one. However, after they were devoured by the Chaotic Creation Pearl, they could be directly utilized and absorbed by Gu Yun. Moreover, it contained the inheritance of countless feats and techniques. Only, these were things that Gu Yun couldn't even look at. At most, it was a reference and thought expansion when deducing the Tao of heaven and earth. It seemed that, in addition to the power of the heavenly Tao in the middle of the Chaotic Creation Pearl, the other heavenly Tao powers could be devoured and utilized by themselves. In this way, Gu Yun had thought of quite a few places. Like, for example, a month later, the ancient relics that the young disciples of the three Holy Lands were going to travel to in a joint trial. That is, a separate space and time that is a world of its own. It contains a lot of it, the power of the heavenly Tao, just in time to be used and devoured by himself. Thinking of this, Gu Yun also revealed a small smile. In his previous life, although he fulfilled the requirements to enter the ancient ruins, he had no background or backing. The sect hardened this qualification to Yi Fan. This also allowed Yi Fan to reap extraordinary rewards from the ancient relics, even obtaining a copy of the saint's inheritance. Strength has increased dramatically. Now, he wanted to enter that ancient ruin, but no one can stop him. Just as he was planning his future, a cold snort exploded outside. Ethereal disciple, where is Gu Yun? Gu Yun frowned slightly, instantly displeased. With that, he got up and came to the door in an instant. Looking at the sky above Misty Peak, thousands of black-armored guards, Gu Yun laughed. People from the Devil Suppressor Tower. In his last life, although Gu Yun had been suppressed, and unfairly treated at every turn, he had still relied on his own efforts to vaguely overpower Yi Fan. Yi Fan was infuriated and tried to persecute in every way possible. Among them is the Jinmu Tower. Elder Ci Yun of the Devil Suppressing Pagoda was a disciple of Elder Yi Fan. He used the power in his hands to forcibly bring Gu Yun to the Devil Suppressing Tower for inhumane torture, trying to force Gu Yun to admit to being involved with the Devil's Way. Unfortunately, Gu Yun would rather die than give in. Even when his arms and legs were singed off, his cultivation wasted, and he suffered torture worse than death every day, he still insisted on his innocence. In the end, due to the lack of evidence, public opinion began to turn against Yi Fan, and Ci Yun had no choice but to release him. When he came out of Jinmu, Gu Yun was already a wreck. Ben thought he was completely unthreatening, but no one had expected that Gu Yun was like a small, undefeatable force. Wasted Dantian, meridians. Surprisingly, it miraculously healed itself, and he started from scratch, once again embarking on the path of cultivation, and, having experienced life and death once, instead, he was reborn in nirvana, constantly recovered his previous cultivation in a short period of time, and also raised it again on top of that, far beyond the various Yi Fan who had all kinds of resources. In his last life, Gu Yun had never been afraid, let alone now. He smiled proudly and looked at the crowd, pretending to be puzzled as he asked, "Who are you people and what do you want from me?" The leader of the Black Armored Guard shot a glance at Gu Yun and sneered, "You're Gu Yun? Okay, then you're coming with us. We are from the Devil Suppressing Pagoda. We now suspect that you have connections with people from the Devil Tao. Please go back with us and cooperate with the investigation." Gu Yun laughed and asked, "What evidence do you have?" The leader also sneered, "I, Jinmu Tower, don't need evidence to arrest people. Are you leaving or not?" Hearing this, Gu Yun couldn't help but jia laugh out loud. This laugh made all these people from the Devil Suppressor Tower laugh. Why is this kid smiling so eerily, evilly? More devilish than those devils in the Jinmu Tower. The crowd frowned, but at that moment, Gu Yun put away his smile and said blandly, "Fine. I'll go with you." Chapter 32, Do you want me to be the villain? The Black Armored Guard sneered. He thought Gu Yun's obedience was due to fear. After all, the prestige of the Devil Suppressing Pagoda wasn't just in the Tai Chu Holy Land. Even in the entire Eastern Wasteland, no one knew about it. Gu Yun was then taken away by the Black Armored Guards. The disciples watching from not far away couldn't help but sigh. How is it that senior brother Gu has just been taken away by the people from the Devil Suppressing Pagoda after he has just been keyed up by the Patriarch? AI. Gu Yun doesn't have much of a background or roots, and has offended so many people. Even the Patriarch will definitely not be able to protect him. This time, he's probably screwed. Those who entered the Devil Suppressing Tower. I've never seen one come out alive. The crowd bemoaned Gu Yun's encounter and fate. On the other hand, Gu Yun was also quickly brought inside the Devil Suppressing Tower. Seeing that Yi Fan was also there, Gu Yun laughed. Good. Saves me from having to go looking for you. And Yi Fan was excited. Gu Yun really was escorted here. Today, he will die. At this time, Gu Yun took the initiative to speak. Senior brother Yi, why are you here too? Yi Fan returned to his senses and let out a cold smile, then walked forward and said, Senior brother Gu, I heard that the Devil Suppressing Tower suspects that you have a relationship with the Devil Tao. That's why I made a point of coming over to see it. Gu Yun also laughed and looked at him playfully, asking, rushing over to take a look, is it to see my joke? Yi Fan immediately revealed a happy smile, but pretended to deny it. No. How could I have come to see you laugh? Elder brother? I've always believed in senior brother. and firmly believe that senior brother definitely has no relationship with the devil's way. I'm here to help with the investigation and clear your name as soon as possible. Gu Yun laughed out loud. This senior brother Yi of his own was indeed hypocritical enough. After he laughed, he didn't get angry, but just said blandly, "That's really a big thanks to senior brother. I wonder, how does the demon tower plan to investigate me?" Yi Fan smiled playfully, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Then let the senior brother of the devil-suppressing tower talk to you." At this moment, the leader who was responsible for escorting Gu Yun earlier stepped forward and said with a smile, "Gu Yun, we suspect that you have a relationship with the devil's path, so first we need to check if you are practicing devil's kung fu. This, the demon testing pill, you eat it. If you don't have a trace of demonic chi checked in your body, it means that you're not practicing demonic kung fu." Gu Yun glanced at him and then at the elixir he had taken out and laughed. Measurement of magic pills, an incomparably domineering elixir. As long as it was taken, the medicinal power would impinge on all the meridians in the body of the person taking the pill. Even if he wouldn't explode and die, he would have to suffer the pain of having his entire body's meridians broken. Life is worse than death. The pain, which can go on, for 3 days and 3 nights, and even if it was eventually measured in Gu Yun was fine, he was more than likely ruined. In his last life, Gu Yun had experienced this kind of torture. Even though he had a firm heart, he still couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle every time he thought about it, and as a result, it casts a shadow in the mind and gives birth to demons. The most crucial thing was that the people from the devil-suppressing tower had said it explicitly. Even if you pass the quiz, it just proves that you are not practicing magic. It's not that you don't have a relationship with the devil's way. It's clear that today is to screw you. It's going to be worse than death for you. In that case, what's the point of proving? At this time, Yi Fan was also gloating and said with a smile, "Senior brother, for the sake of your innocence, hurry up and eat it." Unexpectedly, Gu Yun Jie laughed. He smiled in such a way that the crowd was a little puzzled. After laughing, Gu Yun opened his mouth. "Isn't it just that you want me to admit that I'm colluding with the devil's way? Or to prove that I've already entered the devil's way? Why go to all this trouble? It's not enough for me to admit that I'm already possessed." Yi Fan was stunned, and then he burst out laughing. "Gu Yun, you finally admitted it. In that case, even if I kill you, it will be justified." The people from the devil-suppressing tower also snorted coldly. I didn't expect Gu Yun to be such a wimp, and he was afraid to admit to being a demon before he was even tortured. There was no nonsense from the leader. "Men, take them down." At that moment, Gu Yun, however, opened his mouth smilingly. "Wait, I'd like to ask, what do you guys think? A person who is possessed of the devil, what does it look like?" The crowd was stunned. Yi Fan was the first to come back to his senses, then sneered and said disdainfully, "That is naturally bloodthirsty and murderous, without the slightest bit of humanity. And you are, today, exactly that. So everyone gets it." Gu Yun nodded in understanding. "Oh, so that's it." With that, he brayed and laughed again. The more he laughed, the more eerie he became, and the more he laughed, the more dense the black aura on his body became. "Senior brother, since I become a demon, don't blame me for being heartless." Both of his eyes widened as he suddenly lashed out. Bang! Yi Fan was shocked in his heart and didn't have time to react at all. Both arms were directly blown into mush. "Ah!" He instantly let out a heartbreaking scream. "My arm!" Gu Yun was also filled with excitement. "Senior, where's your second arm?" The rest of the Jinmu Tower was instantly confused. Hurting people in front of them? What a nerve! The leader of the devil-suppressing tower immediately shouted angrily, "Turn on the Zenmage formation and kill me!" Boom! A violent wave of spiritual energy swept away. The Jinmu Tower instantly opened up and suppressed the magic array. In the midst of this formation, even if you are a 1,000-year-old Devil Dao Supreme, you will be suppressed to death. As the spell formation opened, the crowd of black armored guards instantly twitched the demon suppressor swords at their waists and killed Gu Yun. Kill! Gu Yun, however, laughed out loud. "Good coming!" Boom! He blasted out with a palm, and dozens of people on his left were blown into a bloody mist. Boom! Another palm blasted out. Dozens of people on the right, turning into crumbs of flesh. However, Gu Yun frowned and muttered madly to himself. No! No! I have become a demon, a great devil of 10 evils. How can I let you die so comfortably? His eyes glazed over at the thought. The corners of his mouth widened in a maniacal grin. With a lift of his hand, he sucked over a black armored guard, snapped his neck, and grabbed the demon suppressor sword in his hand. It then rushed straight at the crowd. Hoo hoo hoo! Ah! My arm! My leg! Gu Yun held the Jin demon blade and transformed into a meat grinder. Everywhere they went, countless hands and feet, arms and ears, were cut off. Blood splattered everywhere and limbs flew. For a time, the Devil Suppressor Tower turned into a blood-colored purgatory. And Gu Yun, covered in blood, kept laughing. Ha ha ha, that's right, that's right. The Jinmu Tower crowd was mad. Why? And the magic spells don't work on him at all? Moreover, several of the major protectors of the Devil Suppressing Tower had already made their moves. Those were almighty experts of the Void Cauldron realm. Yet, he was still stepped on by Gu Yun. The knife goes in, pulls out, goes in, pulls out. Constant screams of misery. Begging for life. Begging for death. There was even a peak Void Cauldron realm powerhouse who was going crazy from Gu Yun's torture and kept shouting, "Ah! You killed me! You killed me!" And seeing such a horribly perverted Gu Yun, everyone else is in complete panic. I've never seen such a devil in my whole life. Yi Fan, who had lost both of his arms, was also filled with panic. His two eyes were wide, his body constantly trembling, shivering and shivering. He opened his mouth and said, You are the devil." Unexpectedly, Gu Yun turned around violently and looked at him with two scarlet eyes and a crazy smile. "That's right, didn't I just admit it? Senior brother Yi. What else is unsatisfactory?" After saying that, he slashed the head of the peak Void Cauldron realm powerhouse at his feet. I thought that great power had relieved himself, but I didn't expect Gu Yun to then offer up a small black flag. The souls of the great powers that had just been decapitated by Gu Yun were then gathered, devoured, refined, and tortured by the small flag. He continued to scream miserably, "Ah! Die and suffer." Now, the crowd at the Devil Suppressor Tower was completely flustered. Damn! He's more devilish than the devil's way. Chapter 33, A Devil should be like a devil. The experts of the Devil Suppressing Tower suffered heavy losses for a while. The leader who went to escort Gu Yun was even hacked into a human stick by Gu Yun, constantly twitching and spitting blood on the ground. But not dead. Those that were still alive, how could they dare to continue to deal with Gu Yun? And they fled outside. However, Gu Yun had already sealed the Devil Suppressing Tower long ago. Unless a peak Saint powerhouse personally made a move, there was absolutely no way anyone could break the boundary and escape. Just as everyone was enveloped by the shadow of death, begging for mercy on their knees while despairing in their hearts. "Don't kill it. Please don't kill it. We know we were wrong to accuse you falsely. Holy Son, you're not a devil at all. Stop it." Just as the crowd was breaking down, the true controller of the Demon Suppression Division, Elder C.I. Yun, had finally appeared. He bellowed, "Stop." The crowd was like a drowning person who, on the verge of death, saw a life-saving straw and desperately tried to grab it. Those who were alive fell to their knees and crawled frantically towards C.I. Yun, like a pack of scared, crazed wild dogs. "Elder C.I. Yun, save me. I don't want to die. Master, help me." Yi Fan, who had lost both arms and fallen to the ground, was dying. The moment he saw TSZ-1, hope flared up in his heart. Unfortunately, he was just too weak. In a fit of excitement, he simply fainted. C.I. Yun looked at the blood red in front of him, and the smell of blood filled the entire Devil Suppressing Tower. He couldn't help but frown as well. He had lived for hundreds of years and had never seen any evil. "I didn't expect to see a living hell today." It made even he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. The key thing was that he couldn't see through Gu Yun's cultivation and strength either. There was just one thing he could be sure of. Unaffected by the magic suppression array, he had also easily killed so many experts of the magic suppression tower. Gu Yun's cultivation definitely had the peak ferrying realm. That was the strength of an old ancestor of the Tai Chu Holy Land. Even C.I. Yun definitely did not dare to underestimate it. He had a million doubts in his mind. Why on earth did Gu Yun have such strength? He's obviously in his early 20s. C.I. Yun's face was ironic. Although his heart was 10,000 times unwilling, he had to admit it. If he let Gu Yun kill anymore, the Devil Suppressing Tower he had operated for 100 years would cease to exist. "Gu Yun, I admit it. We can have a good talk." He had just finished speaking when suddenly a cold light flashed by. Before C.I. Yun could react to what was going on, he only saw his left hand rolling on the ground several times. His eyes widened momentarily. It was surprising that he was still having one of his hands casually chopped off by Gu Yun even though he was always wary of him. He gripped his severed hand, which continued to gush out blood, and let out a cry of misery, followed by beads of sweat breaking out on his head. "Gu Yun, I'm afraid he's even more terrifying than he imagined." And seeing that even Elder C.I. Yun was like a pig or dog in front of Gu Yun, he could be cut down at will. The others were also utterly confused. What? Gu Yun doesn't even care about Elder Cai Yun? Elder Cai Yun is a great power in the ferrying realm. His strength is even above that of the Patriarch, and he is known as the first person under the old ancestor. How come even he is also a great power? Gu Yun's terror once again refreshed the crowd's three views. They were in utter despair. At that moment, Gu Yun spoke with a smile. I'm already possessed. What is there to talk to you about? The devil suppressor tower can compromise with the devil? Elder Cai Yun's head was beaded with sweat as he forced himself to endure the excruciating pain of his severed hand, gritting his teeth as he looked at Gu Yun. Gu Yun, it's all a misunderstanding. I have found out clearly that you are not possessed. At this point, he was filled with regret. Why mess with this god of killing? Even if Gu Yun didn't kill Yi Fan, he wanted to kill Yi Fan with his own hands. Because of him, the devil suppressor tower had existed in name only. Gu Yun also pretended to be surprised. Ah, I'm not possessed? No, Elder Cai Yun. Look at how I've killed so many people and my methods are so cruel. How do I look like a devil? Kiran was about to cry. In the past, who dared to call himself a devil in front of him? Now, Gu Yun pasted his face to open the big one, and he still ground with a smile on his face, desperately trying to help Gu Yun round up. The people that the Holy Sun has killed are the people who deserve to be killed. How can they be considered to be in the devil? If anyone asks, I'll be the first to vouch for you. You won't have any problems at all. Gu Yun nodded in understanding. Oh, so that's it, a misunderstanding. Seeing that Gu Yun had gathered his killing intent, Cai Yun thought that Gu Yun was planning to reconcile. He breathed a small sigh of relief. However, before he could be happy, Gu Yun continued to speak. Elder Cai Yun, since it's a misunderstanding, I'll have to make it clear. Today, if this saint's son doesn't make a stand, then I'm afraid that in the future, there will still be any cats and dogs to misunderstand me. In that case, please also borrow the elder's head to help me establish my authority. Gu Yun's words just fell. Cai Yun's eyes widened as she looked at Gu Yun incredulously. You? Gu Yun frowned. What? No? Sure enough, you don't have the sincerity to admit your mistake. Saya went crazy. I can't let you kill me even if I'm sincere. He panicked in his mind and hurriedly yelled. You can't kill me. Behind me is an old ancestor of the Tai Chu sacred land. If you kill me, ye old ancestor will not spare you. You. Gu Yun slashed down. Moment. Cai Yun's two eyes glazed over, and his head fell off. Immediately afterward, Gu Yun utilized the human emperor flag and recruited Elder Cai Yun's divine soul, smilingly saying, Look, I didn't kill it. What can I do? Old man Cai Yun completely despaired. Ah, I'll fight you. However, at this point, he was already a wisp of a lone soul, and he simply did not have the capital or ability to inflict the slightest harm on Gu Yun. One could only watch as he was devoured and refined by the human emperor flag. In a few moments, the human emperor flag flew to the sky above the devil-suppressing tower. The black gas was released, and a gloomy wind gusted. A cry of ghosts and wolves swept over the Jinmu tower. The divine souls of everyone in the devil suppressor tower were all in Gu Yun's pocket, and he, himself, was in a good mood. The chaotic creation bead, moreover, swallowed out a sea of heavenly Tao power infused with him. He took a deep breath, full of enjoyment. Comfortable. It's really cozy. When the human emperor flag finished cleaning up those remnant souls, he left the demon suppression tower as well. In the pool of blood, Yi Fan, who had fainted, slowly opened his eyes. He forced himself to endure the severe pain and gritted his teeth to get up from the ground. Look at the limbs and dead bodies everywhere around them. He whimpered in despair. Ah! At that moment, Lang Ruyu appeared not far from him. Fanner, what's going on here? How did so many people die in the devil suppressor tower? Ah! Where's your arm? Seeing everything around her, Lang Ruyu was also shocked. Just now, she sensed a strange movement over here, so she quickly came over to check it out, not expecting to see this scene. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and said viciously, Gu Yun, it's all Gu Yun's doing. He killed everyone in the devil suppressor tower. Master, Gu Yun has now become a demon. We must immediately inform the Patriarch and ask him to take action, or ask the old ancestor to come out and kill Gu Yun. Lang Ruyu was dumbstruck. What? It was all Gu Yun's doing? How is that possible? Why didn't Elder Cai Yun make a move? At that time, when Cai Yun was killed, Yi Fan was already passed out, so he didn't know. He said angrily, Elder Cai Yun made a move. Otherwise I definitely wouldn't be able to live. But right now, I don't know where the two of them have gone. So hurry up and find the Patriarch. I don't believe it. Gu Yun has committed such a heinous crime and the Patriarch still dares to harbor him. Lang Ruyu didn't dare to be slow. He hurriedly floated a healing elixir to Yifan and went to find Patriarch Su Wuchen. Thanks for the reward from the big man Donghan who loves burnt rolls. Chapter 34. This is the work of the devil path. What has it got to do with me? Gu Yun? In order to be able to force Su Wuchen to make a move on Gu Yun, Yifan had also exhausted his mind. From the moment he entered the hinterland of the Tai Chu Holy Land, he immediately activated his spiritual energy and shouted loudly. The top and bottom of the devil-suppressing pagoda were destroyed by Gu Yun. Please do justice. Patriarch. The top and bottom of the devil-suppressing pagoda were destroyed by Gu Yun. Please do justice. Patriarch. His voice resounded through the holy land of Tai Chu. Every place. All the disciples of the Tai Chu sacred land were shocked. What? The devil-suppressing tower was destroyed by senior brother Gu Yun. How is that possible? The devil-suppressing tower is guarded by countless experts. And it's even guarded by Elder Ci Yun. How could it be destroyed by Gu Yun? Let's go. Go check it out and see what's going on. For a while, countless people followed Yifan's voice to the main peak of the Tai Chu Holy Land. At the same time, it wasn't just the ordinary disciples who were startled, but also the elders of the peaks, and the other experts of the Tai Chu sacred land. What the hell is going on here? How is it related to Gu Yun again? The devil-suppressing pagoda. But the holy land of Tai Chu. One of the strongest forces. How could it be destroyed? Yifan and Lang Ruyu arrived at the main peak. Without hesitation, he hammered the sacred drum of the great beginning. This was a means used when a major change occurred in the Tai Chu Holy Land and the Patriarch could not be contacted in time. The dull, thunderous sound of drums rang out. In no time, Su Wuchen appeared on top of the main peak. There was another figure beside him, and it was none other than Gu Yun. Su Wuchen frowned and looked at Lang Ruyu and Yifan with displeasure. Coldly rebuking, he said, Yifan, Lang Ruyu, why are you striking the Tai Chu sacred drum for no reason? Lang Ruyu immediately bowed and said, Senior Patriarch, Yifan and I have something important to report. Yifan saw that he had attracted so many people around him. Looking again next to Su Wuchen, Gu Yun was surprisingly there. He immediately gritted his teeth and glared viciously at Gu Yun while kneeling on the ground. Patriarch, disciple Yifan, has something important to report. Saint's son Gu Yun, who practiced the devil's way technique, admitted in person that he had become a devil. Not only did he waste both of his disciples' arms, but he also slaughtered all of the people in the devil-suppressing tower. Such behavior is cruel to the extreme, and the gods and men are outraged. I also asked the Patriarch to make a decision for me, and all of my fellow sect members of the devil-suppressing tower, to kill the evil demon Gu Yun. The words came out. The entirety of the primordial Holy Land was in an uproar. What? Really? Senior Gu has really become a demon? The other elders were also frowning, but in their hearts, they didn't care about whether Gu Yun was a demon or not. They were in a state of panic. If what Yifan said was true, there was only one doubt in their minds. Where did Gu Yun get such a great ability? Also, the Devil Suppressor Tower is still guarded by Elder Ci Yun. That person is known as the number one person under the old ancestor. Cultivation means even more terrifying than the Patriarch. Why hadn't he stepped in to stop Gu Yun? The unknown brings fear. Everyone looked at Gu Yun with a hint of scorn, and it was at this time that Su Wuchen spoke. In this matter, Gu Yun has already explained it to me. Don't worry, this Patriarch will definitely not spare any bad guys. Demons of the devil's path, slaughtering the disciples of my Tai Chu sacred ground, will surely pay a painful price. Hearing this, Yifan was ecstatic. As expected, Gu Yun had committed such a great offense that even the Patriarch could not possibly harbor him. But soon, he realized what was wrong. What do you mean Gu Yun has explained it to him? Did Gu Yun go to turn himself in? Yifan couldn't help but be puzzled and opened his mouth to ask, Disciple, dare I ask the Patriarch how he intends to dispose of Gu Yun? At that moment, Gu Yun, who was next to Su Wuchen, laughed. Senior brother Yifan, the Patriarch has said that the devil-suppressing pagoda was destroyed by the devil demons. What does what the devil demons did have to do with me? Gu Yun? Hearing this, Yifan instantly widened his eyes. What? Gu Yun killed so many people and turned around and dumped it on the devil's way? Shameless. He was just about to say something when he heard Su Wuchen speak. Gu Yun is right. This matter is the work of the devil Dao, and he came to inform me immediately after realizing the situation. Why should I punish him? Yifan was going crazy. The sovereign can believe such a lowly lie? Can't we just go and investigate? Yi Fan immediately said in pain. Patriarch, Gu Yun lied. He did everything. It wasn't some devilish demon. If you want to talk about demonic path demons, Gu Yun is that demonic path demon. Gu Yun laughed and didn't say anything. Su Wu Chen was however annoyed. Unbridled. Yi Fan, why are you falsely accusing the Holy Sun for no reason? Yi Fan's eyes widened in horror. False accusations? I saw it with my own eyes, and he took both my arms. You call that a false accusation? He immediately bowed frantically. Patriarch, I saw everything with my own eyes. Moreover, these 2 arms of mine were also wasted by Gu Yun. I, Yi Fan, swear by the heavenly Tao that what I said just now was never false, or I will be struck down by heaven. Such a heavy and poisonous oath made the people present also believe in it. Lang Ruyue, who was next to her, also spoke immediately. Patriarch, I know Yi Fan would definitely not lie. I still ask for the Patriarch's senior brother's clarity. Su Wu Chen looked helplessly at Gu Yun. Yi Fan had even pulled out the heavenly Tao to swear. This was not something that could be fooled with simply. If one truly swears by the heavenly Tao and still tells a lie, he or she will surely be revolted by the heavenly Tao. Even a saint wouldn't dare to casually joke about this. However, Gu Yun was unperturbed and said smilingly, Senior brother Yi, have you told fewer lies? Falsely accusing me of harboring ill intentions towards Master. Saying that I want to ride the Master to the end. But there was never any proof. And to say that I'm jealous of your talent and secretly sneak attacked you, but you couldn't even catch a slap from me. I was also said to be of low character and oppress my fellow disciples. But my reputation and fame are better than yours. Which time? You're not lying? I tolerated it all before. But this time, I wouldn't dare to admit that you're putting such a big hat on me in order to falsely accuse me. Yi Fan immediately raised his head after hearing this, gritting his teeth in anger, his whole body trembling. His mind was also full of doubts. Why did random false accusations work before? Now he's telling the truth. But not anymore. Lang Ruyu also looked at Gu Yun angrily. Adversary, you've done all the bad things and you still don't know how to repent? Gu Yun couldn't help but laugh as well. Master, Yi Fan is your father, so you believe whatever he says? The ones he slandered me with before. Have you ever once been able to produce proof? Lang Ruyu also froze. Indeed, what Yi Fan had said before was also all speculation, without any evidence. She grunted and huffed. Yi Fan wouldn't lie. Gu Yun smiled back. Neither would I. Lang Ruyu choked. Who's to say if it's a ing lie? Gu Yun himself said he wouldn't know how to do it. Ha! But it was something she couldn't say. After all, it's just as easy to dislike herself in that case. No one could guarantee whether Yi Fan would lie or not. Lang Ruyu was also completely speechless. Seeing that Gu Yun had actually disliked the two of them, he was speechless. Su Wuchen was relieved. So he immediately said, since you don't have evidence, don't talk nonsense. At that moment, Yi Fan immediately spoke. I have proof. At that time, when I was unconscious, I happened to see Elder Ci Yun make a move. So as long as I find Elder Ci Yun, I can prove everything I said. Chapter 35 Blood Demon Palace. Hearing this, Su Wuchen was instead much more relieved, because he had already learned from Gu Yun's mouth. TSZ1. Dead. There is no proof of death. There's nothing to be afraid of. Thus, he laughed and then said, good. Since that's the case, then go and call Elder Ci Yun here and have a public confrontation in front of everyone. Hearing this, Yi Fan froze once again. He also didn't know where TSZ1 had gone. He was anxious. I don't know where Elder Ci Yun went, but Gu Yun surely knows. As long as we arrest Gu Yun and interrogate and torture him properly, we can definitely ask him. Su Wuchen snorted coldly. Nonsense. Since you have no evidence, what gives you the right to detain and torture the Holy Sun? I think you've lost your mind. How dare you slander the Holy Sun like that? Men, escort them to the law enforcement hall and serve them with great punishment. Yi Fan became even more anxious and hurriedly opened his mouth. Patriarch, I'm innocent. Everything I said is true. Lang Ruyue also hurriedly said, Patriarch senior brother, since Yi Fan dares to swear by the heavenly Tao, he must have a backbone. There must be something we don't know about this. I still ask the Patriarch to be clear and return justice to Yi Fan. Su Wuchen sneered. Justice? When Yi Fan had falsely accused others before, she hadn't seen her mention any justice. However, he had not yet spoken. Boom! There was a sudden flash of electricity in the clear sky. The crowd was shocked before they had time to react. The lightning bolt hit Yi Fan right on top of his head. Ah! He screamed miserably, and instantly his whole body was burnt and blackened. and his whole body was dying as he fell to the ground. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Ordinary disciples would only wonder why a bolt of lightning suddenly hit Yifan. That's too weird. Could it really be a heavenly backlash? A heavenly strike? However, those elders with great strength were dumbfounded. Do they know that the heavenly Tao is not so revolting? The thunderbolt that contained the terrifying power of the heavenly Tao just now must have been intentionally manipulated by someone. And this kind of power, not to mention them, even the old ancestors might not be able to control it. If all this was really Gu Yun's doing, that Gu Yun's strength, I'm afraid, was even more terrifying than they had imagined. In an instant, the person who had originally wanted to go and send someone to inform the old ancestor was instantly honest. The dead TSZ-1 had no friendship with them anyway. What do they care? As for whether or not Gu Yun was a demon, they didn't dare to ask. At this time, Gu Yun smiled and said, Master, look, Yifan just said that if he lied, he would be struck by heavenly lightning. Now that it's fulfilled, it looks like he's the one who was lying. Lang Ruyu was also dumbstruck. For a moment, I didn't know what else to say. One could only watch, as the people from the law enforcement hall pressed Yifan down. And just when the crowd thought that the matter had come to an end, suddenly there was a silhouette, coming from a distance. Before the person arrived, the sound arrived first. Report, Blood Demon Palace demons have appeared in the Eastern Wasteland. The crowd was shocked. What? The Blood Demon Palace? Wasn't that the devilish sect that had been annihilated by the 3 holy places in the Eastern Wasteland over the centuries? This clan has been passed down for thousands of years. Among them were countless experts of the devil's way. Back then, the Blood Demon Palace Empress had indulged her disciples and killed innocents indiscriminately in order to certify as a saint. And there were countless places that were massacred by them. The 3 holy lands of the Eastern Wasteland came together and sent countless disciples and experts to fight with them for tens of years. This is the only way to put the Blood Demon Palace demon road demon. Kill all the people. But alas, the whereabouts of that Blood Demon Palace Empress is unknown. I didn't realize that hundreds of years would pass and they would make a comeback. Even Su Wu Chen and the others were frowning. However, he immediately reacted and pretended to say to himself, could it be that the people who exterminated my Tai Chu Sacred Land's devil-suppressing pagoda this time were precisely the people from the Blood Demon Palace? What a Blood Demon Palace! I, the Tai Chu Sacred Land, vow to be at loggerheads with him. The crowd froze, then reacted. It's possible. After all, back then, when the Blood Demon Palace demons were killed, the Tai Chu Sacred Land made the most effort. There's a blood feud between the two sides. Now that the Blood Demon Palace had resurfaced, the most likely person to retaliate was the Tai Chu Sacred Land. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Damn it, these damned devil paths. How dare they kill so many of our disciples? I, the Tai Chu Holy Land, will definitely return blood for blood. If Yifan, who was being carried away, heard these words, I'm afraid that he would be able to come back to life from his fainting breath. It's a damn thing that the devil has done. Gu Yun was also surprised. Although he had long known that the Blood Demon Palace would be restored, but he also didn't expect that the Blood Demon Palace could make a mistake and take the blame for him. Thinking of this, he was also in a good mood and laughed. What he didn't expect was just casually slandering Yifan. He didn't expect to make the chaotic creation pearl spit out a massive amount of heavenly Tao power. His cultivation level had once again increased significantly. Surprisingly, he took a leap and came to the 7th realm of saints. Gu Yun was even happier. Cultivation above the saints was difficult to lift. Every step required countless comprehension and hard work, but he was like riding a flying sword. Rotate upwards without hindrance. It seemed that torturing Yifan was much more cost-effective than killing him. And then, the crowd followed Su Wuchen to the main peak hall to discuss matters of dealing with the Blood Demon Palace. Gu Yun also turned to leave. The Blood Demon Palace had resurfaced from the dead, and he had experienced it in his last life. And it was the beginning of pushing him completely into the abyss. Countless heart demons, appearing from here, living again. There was no way he was going to let the tragedy repeat itself. And what follows will be another heart-pounding mind-hunting performance. Su Wu Chen and the others conferred. It was unanimously decided to notify one of the old ancestors in seclusion at the back of the mountain. Old ancestor Hong Yun. At the same time, notify the other 2 holy places. The 3 holy places of the Eastern Wasteland. The beginning, the heavenly diffusion, the extreme way. Ben is one family. The teacher is from the Xuanneo Immortal Mountain 9,000 years ago. It's just that, 9,000 years ago, there was a huge change in the Xuanneo Immortal Mountain. That's what evolved into the 3 holy places. although the three families have secretly struggled and fought. But on the surface, there was harmony. Now that they were facing the Blood Demon Palace, any of the three families could not stand idly by. Su Wuchen used a special means to immediately contact the three Holy Land Patriarchs. Fellow Daoist Profound Dragon. Real person Yang Dao. Long time no see. Supreme Profound Dragon was the Patriarch of the Heavenly Diffusion Sacred Land, while realist Yang Dao was the sect leader of the Extreme Dao Sacred Land. The two silhouettes appeared in front of Su Wuchen and the Tai Chu Sacred Ground, and both of them also laughed. It's indeed been a long time, but this honored one doesn't want to meet with you and your fellow Daoists in this manner. Su Wuchen, what is the reason for contacting my father? Don't tell me that you just miss us. Su Wuchen also smiled helplessly and bitterly. The three Holy Land Patriarchs, behind them, were all representatives of the interest forces of the various Holy Lands. Relationships have always been pretty good. They know it in their hearts. Su Wuchen's sudden contact was bound to be that something big had happened in the Eastern Wasteland. Su Wuchen didn't talk nonsense and directly opened the door. The Blood Demon Palace is back from the dead. I'm worried that the Blood Demon Empress from back then will make a comeback. So that's why I contacted the two of you, wanting the three families to come up with a countermeasure together. Hearing this, the other two sovereigns also frowned. Blood Demon Palace, how could it be them? If you like this book, please give a 5-star praise, or free bounty. Thank you. Chapter 36, The Three Great Sacred Lands Join Forces. With the Blood Demon Palace at stake, the heads of the three Holy Lands did not slack off in the slightest. The matter is so important that action must be taken immediately. I propose that the three Holy Lands form a coalition army immediately and enter a state of emergency to track and sweep the Blood Demon Palace demons. When Su Wuchen finished his thoughts, the other two heads of the two families immediately nodded their heads as well. I agree. Exactly. As a result, the three families quickly decided to locate the headquarters of the Allied forces in the Holy Land of Tai Chu. This was because the location of the Holy Land of the beginning of the earth happened to be the center of the Eastern Wasteland. The other two families, on the other hand, immediately dispatched their disciples and experts to the Tai Chu Holy Land to discuss specific ways to deal with the Blood Demon Palace. After the discussion was over, Su Wuchen personally went to the back of the Tai Chu Holy Land. Here, even the Patriarch can't just come over. It was because, in the Holy Land of the beginning of the heavens, several surviving old ancestors were in closed-door cultivation here. Whoever disturbs the old man is guilty of a capital offense. However, in order to prevent a sudden incident from happening in the Holy Land of Tai Chu, not all the old ancestors were closed either. There would be a rotating ancestor, guarding the back of the mountain, rotating once every 30 years. When there was a major change in the sect or a huge crisis, the Patriarch could use the Master Ancestor's order. Contact this rotating elder. Arriving at the back of the mountain, Su Wuchen immediately acted with incomparable respect. He arched his hand and bowed, speaking solemnly and seriously. Disciple, Su Wuchen, there is an emergency. Report to the old ancestor. After a long time, the empty valley, came the flood bell. Magnificent hollow voice. What is it? Just two words made Su Wuchen inexplicably nervous. Is this the pressure of a half-step saint? He spoke immediately. Enlighten the old ancestor. The Blood Devil Palace demon people are resurgent, and I also ask the old ancestor to come out to preside over the situation. Hearing this, the other man pondered for a moment. In the next second, a crane-haired, immortal old man, as if out of nowhere, it appeared in front of Su Wuchen. Su Wuchen was startled. Hurry up and bend down on your knees. Disciple, see old ancestor. This person in front of me is old man Hong Yun. Hong Yun is a Taoist name. It means, Hong luck, heavenly blessing. There are not many who dare to use these two words as a doxology. After all, no one dares to say that they can always be blessed by heaven. Old ancestor Hong Yun was joyless and indifferent as he spoke faintly. 100 years ago, the Blood Demon Palace jeopardized the Eastern Wasteland and coated the living beings. I didn't realize that today. It would make a comeback. The beings of the Eastern Wasteland will suffer again. Fine. For the sake of the Eastern Wasteland, I will go with you and preside over the situation. Su Wuchen showed excitement and happiness on the surface, but inwardly, he couldn't help but spit. We're all on our own, and old Joe's still pretending to be a pussy with me. 100 years ago, the three Holy Lands surrounded the Blood Demon Palace. It is said that it is to get rid of demons, but in reality, it is in the name of getting rid of demons, burning, killing and looting all over the place. Those clans, or forces, that had no background and no experts to sit in on them were not infrequently falsely accused of being devils by the three Holy Lands, and were then killed and looted. Because of this matter, old man Hong Yun even had a falling out. The last time he was in seclusion. It was the other old ancestors who presided over the siege of the Blood Demon Palace, so the descendants of his family didn't reap any benefits at all. He was naturally happy to be allowed to preside this time. However, Su Wuchen didn't dare to say it to his face. He said smilingly, "It's a blessing for the Eastern Wasteland that the old ancestor has compassion on all beings." After he finished speaking, he glanced at old ancestor Hong Yun and said cautiously, "There is one more thing that disciple has to report to old ancestor. There is someone who wants you to come over and meet him." Hearing this, old man Hong Yun froze. But soon, he grinned. "Wu Duan, you're confused. What kind of person wants to see me and has to ask me if I'm happy or not first? Whose turn is it for me to take the initiative to see them? You said the opposite." Su Wuchen had a bitter smile on his face and said stiffly, "Old ancestor, what I said is that he asked you to go over and meet him, didn't say the opposite." Hong Luk glared. "What?" In an instant, the dome of the sky changed color, and electricity flashed and thundered. Half-step saints. A single joy or anger could affect heaven and earth. At this moment, old man Hong Yun was really a bit angry. "What a guy! How dare you ask me to meet one?" He narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Wuchen, asking, "What kind of person is it?" Su Wuchen was already breathless from the aura emanating from the old ancestor. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his back arched, bowing his back as he whispered warily, "Although this person is the holy son of my Tai Chu sacred land, he has the strength to behead Si Yun. I suspect that he has been taken over by someone. It should be a certain terrifying powerhouse. He was the one who volunteered to see you." Hearing this, old man Hong Yun couldn't help but frown. "I can't believe there's such a thing." He thought for a moment and spoke slowly. "Where is the man? Take me. I'd like to see what kind of person, who can be so rampant and seize the body of a mere saint's son, dares to disregard me, a Tai Chu ancestor." In his eyes, Su Wuchen hurriedly nodded his head and then led the way in front. "Snap your fingers." The two of them then arrived at the dojo where Su Wuchen practiced. Inside the pavilion, Gu Yun sat there, leisurely drinking spiritual tea and waiting for old man Hong Yun to arrive. And the moment he saw him, old man Hong Yun frowned. He, surprisingly, could not see through Gu Yun's cultivation. That's not possible. That's absolutely impossible. What he cultivated was the most mysterious and subtle law of causality among the 3,000 Tao laws. It can deduce the past and future, see through chances, and attract the blessings of the great Tao. With such tactics, it was impossible for anyone to be able to hide their cultivation in front of him. What's more, he was still in the 7th realm of quasi-saints. With this kind of strength, not to mention a junior who had been taken over, even if it was a saint in person, he should be able to see the doorway too. At this time, next to Su Wujian asked in a low voice, "Old ancestor, you can see the holy sun in the end what cultivation?" At this time, Su Wuchen was also curious. What exactly would happen when the old ancestor himself arrived and met with Gu Yun? I don't know why, but the thought of it, in his mind, he just couldn't help but conjure up the scene where Gu Yun blasted out his palm and blew the old ancestor into powder. He shook his head hurriedly. No, it won't. No matter how strong Gu Yun was, there was no way he wouldn't even put a half-step saintly ancestor in his eyes, right? Didn't wait for him to react. Old man Hong Yun directly ignored his question and walked quickly to Gu Yun. Gu Yun also raised his head to look at him and said with a smile, "Disciple Gu Yun, meet Elder Hong Yun." Old man Hong Yun frowned as he stared closely at Gu Yun. "Seriously?" he said. "What are you? Really?" Gu Yun smiled back. "This is the holy son of the Tai Chu Holy Land. Gu Yun, it's only natural that old ancestor doesn't recognize me." He put down his teacup as he spoke. A dark aura was emerging from his body. Old man Hong Yun was, after all, a quasi-saint of the 7th realm, and even if Gu Yun wasn't afraid, he had to take out at least 1/10,000th of his strength. Otherwise, it's not easy to deal with. Of course, Gu Yun didn't intend to kill him. There were still uses for keeping him. Just fight the submission. Old ancestor Hong Yun also immediately noticed something different about Gu Yun's body. He instantly widened his eyes and said in a cold voice, "What? You want to kill me?" Gu Yun smiled slightly. "Old ancestor is mistaken. I only want to spar with you and exchange cultivation tips." Unexpectedly, I heard this. Hong Yun burst out laughing. Gu Yun had thought that he was disdainful of himself. Unexpectedly, old man Hong Yun laughed and stopped. "Put, straighten up and fall to your knees." With a serious, earnest and respectful face, he looked at Gu Yun and said, "Senior, if there's something you command, there's no need to do anything." Phew, The mountain winds are howling. For a moment, there was silence all around. Su Wuchen directly stared with wide eyes. Lao Zu, straight to his knees? So decisive? Gu Yun also froze in place. He had envisioned countless possibilities. Only this one, he hadn't thought of. He'd sked. Put your hand down. Raise it again. And put it down again. In the end, I didn't hold back. Snap. A slap was thrown at old man Hongyun's face. And then he said coldly, "My father hates people who don't follow the rules." Chapter 37, The Storm is Coming. Old man Hongyun was thrown out with a slap and was in a sorry state. A mouthful of old blood sprayed on the floor and it felt like his jaw was dislocated. He was holding back in his mind. "I'm on my knees for you. And you're still hitting me?" Still, he was grateful. One must know that although he was not a saint, his physical body had long since become a saint. This holy body is claimed to be immortal and eternal. Anyone who could injure him was bound to be a saintly being. What's more, looking at Gu Yun, he hadn't used his full strength at all. Just a random slap would have knocked him off his feet. It was evident how terrifying Gu Yun's power was. Thankfully, it was on his knees. Otherwise, you will only die a worse death. So, when he took a little breather, even though his mouth was full of blood, he still forced out a smile and looked at Gu Yun and said, "Elder's lesson is right. Elder's lesson is right. In the future, I will never dare again." Su Wuchen, who was on the side, was completely petrified. His mouth dropped open and his eyes widened. Simply couldn't believe what was happening in front of me. The old ancestor directly gave Gu Yun a knee, not to mention that he still received a slap from Gu Yun. Moreover, this slap directly caused the half-saint realm ancestor to spit out blood. He sucked in a breath of cold air. While he was terrified of Gu Yun's power, he was even more glad that he, at first, didn't choose to fight Gu Yun hard. He was even a little proud of it. Old ancestor even knelt down. "What's wrong with me being a dog for Gu Yun?" Gu Yun also exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "It's much more comfortable to have a slap thrown out." Only then did he regain his smile and said kindly, "My lord is happy that the old ancestor can have this realization. This honored one is not unreasonable either. As long as old ancestor offers a trace of his divine soul now, then you will be one of your own in the future." Old ancestor. Old man Hongyun froze. "I've submitted. Why do you want me to sacrifice my soul?" If they really sacrificed their divine souls, then they would be under Gu Yun's complete control in the future. He was, after all, also a powerful party of the half-saint realm. So much for being too much of a wimp. "Elder, I am truly submissive." Dedicating a divine soul, such a thing. He didn't dare refuse outright. While carefully testing the waters, he observed Gu Yun's mood changes. Gu Yun was delighted. Then said, "Ha, you don't?" Looking at his eerie smile, old man Hongyun was instantly terrified. Immediately wanted to change his words, but at this time, Gu Yun turned his words around and said with a smile, "Since you don't want to, forget it. I, for one, have always respected the opinions of others." Old man Hongyun breathed a sigh of relief. In his heart, he said, "The senior is actually quite nice." However, he just showed a hint of a smile. Only Gu Yun offered up a small, pitch-black flag, and a gloomy wind gusted around the flag. And within the flag, ghosts cried out. Old man Hongyun's eyes widened at once. "My nigga, a quasi-saint artifact level 10,000 soul streamer." He instantly broke out in a cold sweat. "Hurry up and speak. Elder, I mean, something like sacrificing a divine soul. I think it's too necessary. Only then can I express my sincerity." "How could I not?" Gu Yun laughed. "Pretend to drift off. Oh, so that's it. Almost misunderstood you." With that, he then put back the human emperor flag. Old ancestor Hongyun wanted to cry. If he doesn't offer a trace of his divine soul, he wants the whole thing. There's no choice. And after getting the divine soul of old man Hongyun, only then did Gu Yun smile with satisfaction, and then spoke. "Old ancestor, with the resurgence of the blood demon palace demons, you are still needed to preside over the situation. You just talk to the Patriarch, and discuss your strategy. Disciple will leave first. Oh, by the way, if you have any news about the Yi clan ancestors' retreat location, you can also come over and tell me anytime." After saying that, he didn't wait for old man Hongyun to react. He then got up and left. Old man Hon Luk sat on his ass. Both eyes are lifeless. He himself had just come out from the back of the mountain in less than an incense stick of time. It becomes someone else's slave. At this moment, Su Wuchen jogged over with slight excitement and said happily, "Old ancestor, I'll be honest with you. I've actually defected to Gu Yun a long time ago, sacrificing divine souls before you. I was going to take advantage of this to draw closer. However, old ancestor Hongyun looked at him angrily, glaring at him, and coldly asked, "What? According to seniority, do you want me to call you elder brother?" Su Wuchen instantly realized that the atmosphere was not right and hurriedly put away his smile. No, I didn't mean that. Old man Hongyun took a deep breath. If it wasn't for the fact that people were under the roof right now, he really wanted to slap Su Wuchen to death. For a moment, his mood calmed a little. He spoke coldly. "This Gu Yun has a grudge against Yi Tianlong?" Yi Tianlong was none other than Yi Fan's old ancestor, and one of the Tai Chu sacred ground, one of the 5 grandmasters. Su Wuchen hurriedly said, "Elder ancestor Yi has a descendant of his children and grandchildren who has been suppressing Gu Yun on the basis of having the backing of the elder ancestor. It's probably because of this that Gu Yun wanted to deal with old man Yi." Old man Hongyun let out a long sigh. Yi Tianlong, that man, he himself is rampant, and his juniors are still also bullying others. "You messed with such an ancestor, but you dragged your old man down with you," he immediately said. "Where is that grandson Yi Tianlong? Go and get me killed straight away. I don't know where he's in seclusion, and I still can't get his children and grandchildren killed?" Su Wuchen was also helpless and hurriedly said, "Old ancestor, I'm afraid this won't work." Gu Yun commanded, "We can't let the Ji Fan die so easily. We must make him beg for his life and beg for his death." Gu Yun also said that he asked you to pay more attention to caring for him and give him more hope, lest he can't think straight. Old man Hongyun sucked in a breath of cool air. Couldn't help but say, "Gu Yun, that's really ruthless." With such a comparison, he suddenly felt that offering his divine soul and getting a slap on the wrist didn't seem like such a big deal. In the meantime, the other 2 holy lands, too, reacted quickly. Countless experts and elite disciples, ready to go, set off for the holy land of Tai Chu, eastern wasteland, a certain mountain forest. Whoosh, a feather of an arrow, a flash of light, shoot the running hare. Soon, a middle-aged man dressed as a hunter happily ran over, picking up the hare that had been shot in the hind legs and was constantly struggling. It's great to finally have the money to pay for the child's treatment. However, he was just about to turn away. A cold woman's voice came out. "Let the rabbit go." Puzzled, the hunter looked for the sound. Only a few young faces appeared in the middle of his vision. At the head of the group was none other than a stunningly beautiful woman with an aura like an immortal. Looking at the several people dressed up, they were not ordinary people. The hunter didn't dare to be easily offended, and hurriedly opened his mouth to ask, "Girl, this is a wild mountain, and the prey I shot, that's mine. Why did you let me release it?" The woman grunted coldly. "Everything is alive. Even a wild rabbit in the mountains is a life. Why would you want to hurt an innocent life?" Hearing this, the hunter was instantly baffled and at the same time a little angry. "What's wrong with you? I'm a hunter. I hunt for a living. What am I going to eat if I let it go?" After saying that, he wanted to turn around and leave. Unexpectedly, the woman frowned, and her eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Stubborn. After saying that, she directly launched her sword. Whoosh! A cold flash. Countless trees were cut off at the waist, and the hunter who was carrying the hare froze in place, his head in a different place, soon collapsed in a pool of blood. The woman, then, came to the hunter's body and picked up the hare. As soon as he ripped the arrow feathers from the hare twitched in pain. She smiled faintly, stroking the hare gently and comfortingly. "Don't be afraid, you're safe." After saying that, she took out an elixir from her bosom and fed it to the hare. That's what put the hare on the ground. Seeing this scene, those young disciples who followed her here couldn't help but marvel. Senior Sister Mangyao is worthy of being my heavenly diffusion Holy Land's Holy Lady Lord. Her heart is just kind. Yes, it's too kind to feed such a golden healing elixir to an ordinary hare. And in the face of the crowd's compliments, and Mangyao just smiled bashfully. Then he said, "All right, it's time for us to continue our journey. We must hurry to the Tai Chu Holy Land as soon as possible, and think of a way to deal with the Blood Demon Palace Demon as early as possible. Otherwise, the beings of the Eastern Wasteland will suffer." The crowd nodded, then leapt up and rejoined the flying boat in midair to continue their journey. And they hadn't been gone long. The hare that had taken the healing elixir was constantly twitching on the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the hare exploded itself into a puddle of broken flesh. The spirit power of the elixir was too strong for it to withstand. Chapter 38 Yifan's Hope. 3 days later, the experts and disciples of the 2 great holy lands arrived at the Tai Chu Holy Land one after another. This also kept the Tai Chu Holy Land busy up and down. After all, with so many extra people suddenly appearing, they had to be received and organized properly as well. Meanwhile, as requested by CareCloud, Old Man Hongyan came to the law enforcement hall heavenly prison and met Yifan, who was beaten and bruised, feeding Yifan a bone-born pill, his 2 arms, miraculously reborn. Seeing that the old ancestor had actually come to see him in person and even helped him heal his injuries, Yifan was moved to cry bitterly. He knelt on the ground and said in an aggravated manner, "Old ancestor, I beg you to do justice to my disciple. The holy son, Gu Yun, has fallen into the devil's path and lost his humanity. I beg the old ancestor to step in and act on behalf of heaven and kill Gu Yun, this demon of the devil's path." Old Man Hong Yun was also helpless in his heart. "I killed him? I'll be lucky if he doesn't kill me. But he does have no humanity." Old ancestor Hong Yun opened his mouth in a nonchalant manner. "Yifan, I've heard all about you, but you still need conclusive evidence when you say that Gu Yun has become a demon. Otherwise, what would it look like for me to spread the word if I heckled the saint's son?" Hearing this, Yifan also gritted his teeth in anger. Why is it that in the past, I never needed evidence when I falsely accused Gu Yun? Now I'm telling the truth and instead I need proof? However, he didn't dare to act out in the face of the old ancestor. At the same time, hope flared in his heart. At the very least, the old ancestor was on his side, and as long as he could prove that Gu Yun had become a demon, he could get the old ancestor to step in and kill Gu Yun. Thinking of this, Yifan also said viciously, "Good. Disciple will definitely be able to find proof that Gu Yun has become a demon." Old ancestor Hong Yun couldn't help but sneer as well. Yifan, what do you think you're doing messing with him? Being treated like a clown without even realizing it. Of course, it was impossible for Old Man Hong Yun to tell him this, and he could only nod his head and say something to encourage him. When Yifan left the heavenly prison, he looked within himself. That's what I realized. His own arms grew back though, but his desolate ancient holy land was completely crippled. The talent is not as great as it once was. He was instantly furious and gritted his teeth. "Gu Yun, you wait for me. As long as I find the evidence, I will definitely let the old ancestor." He hadn't finished his sentence. He thought of the scene a few days ago, when Gu Yun had flung him in the face. He broke out in a cold sweat. Subconsciously, he looked around vigilantly, fearing that Gu Yun would suddenly appear. Halfway through the day, he saw that no one was around. Yifan then breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he hated Gu Yun even more. He also didn't expect Gu Yun to leave such a serious psychological shadow on him. "Gu Yun, we'll see," he said harshly, then turned away. Soon, he learned that the 3 great holy lands had joined forces and intended to work together to eliminate the Blood Demon Palace. Yifan immediately decided to reach out to contact the people from the other 2 holy lands, also looking for help for himself against Gu Yun. A few days later, the experts and elite disciples from the other 2 holy lands had all arrived. Su Wuchen personally received the responsible elders of the other 2 families. The 3 holy places, the disciples gathered at Tai Chu Peak. "Oh, it's really the waves of the Yangtze River that push forward the waves of the past. When I see them, I remember when we were young. Yes, time passes like a shuttle, and hundreds of years have passed." Chen Yutong, the elder in charge of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, elder in charge of the Extreme Tao Holy Land, Qin Yushan, all of them were from the same era as Su Wuchen, and they were also great powers of the transition realm. The 3 had known each other since they were young and had some friendship. It was also because of this that the 2 families had sent them as the elders in charge for this operation. The 3 of them stood on the high platform, looking at the disciples of the 3 families who were waiting in tight formation. At this moment, Chen Yutong suddenly looked at the other 2 and spoke with a smile. "This joint siege of the Blood Demon Palace is also a training for these young disciples. Why don't we just let these little guys make a mess first and see how capable they really are? We, the old things, will protect in the shadows. If we can force the experts of the Blood Demon Palace, it won't be too late for us to strike again." As soon as these words came out, Qin Yushan also opened his mouth smilingly. "Okay, that's a good idea. There should indeed be more exercise for these uninformed boy girls. However, since it's a union of 3 families, it's unavoidable to mobilize and coordinate as well as cooperate. Shouldn't we elect a role to lead the whole situation among the young disciples of the 3 families?" Su Wuchen glanced at the 2. The 2 were in his mind, and he understood. But whenever this kind of big event happens, everyone wants to let their own juniors come out to show their faces and gild the lily. He also laughed and then said, "Mr. Su has no opinion. But who is chosen to be the chief dispatcher of the whole?" Chen Yutong and Qin Yushan looked at each other and both smiled. "This is simple. Since they are cultivators, they are naturally divided by strength and weakness. Let the three strongest young men from the three families fight and compare, and we won't know the three strongest disciples of the three families. Naturally, it's the holy sons or daughters of each family. Su Wuchen froze. There was a pang of speechlessness in his mind. Nima, you guys even want Gu Yun to come out and fight, so you've kicked the bucket. He looked back at the two men playfully and said with a grin, I have no problem with that. The three of them then smiled at each other. Immediately afterward, Su Wuchen took a step forward and said in a loud voice, the disciples of the three holy lands, listen to the order. From now on, amongst yourselves, you are all disciples of the demon exterminating coalition, regardless of Tai Chu, Tian Yen, or extreme Dao. Therefore, in order to coordinate the scheduling, an allied disciple is to be chosen for general scheduling. The three strongest among the three families will come out to compete, and the winner, the chief dispatcher. The words came out. The disciples of the three families were in an uproar. Chief dispatcher of the allied forces, coordinating the disciples of the three families. Nearly 10,000 people are at his disposal. Too cool. Anyone who has an experience like this at such a young age has an immeasurable future. Don't think about it. It's not like it has anything to do with us. The strongest of the three families is none other than the three holy sons and daughters. Tianyan Holy Maiden and Mengyao. Extreme Holy Son Qinfeng. Both eyes were glowing as well. In the end, it was young and hot-blooded. As a generation of heavenly pride, who would not want to show their face at this time, under the attention of the young disciples of the three families, and even the entire Eastern Wasteland forces. Thus, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Maiden and Mengyao took the first step out and said in a loud voice, Heavenly Diffusion Holy Maiden, lead the way. But when she finished, she couldn't help but play along. She glanced at Gu Yun and Qin Feng and spoke with a smile. I think the two senior brothers, both of whom are genteel people, shouldn't be able to rob with my little sister, a woman, right? When these words came out, the disciples of both families frowned. What kind of talk is that? What's wrong with women? Why should I spoil you? Everyone looked at their own holy sons to see what their reaction was. At this moment, the extreme Dao Saint Sun Qin Feng immediately said in a loud voice, I've long heard that the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Maiden, a woman, is extraordinary, and today I've seen that she is indeed extraordinary. Chief Dispatcher, it should have been Senior Sister Anren. I'm willingly admitting defeat, so how could I steal from you? Senior Sister? Qin Feng looked at Mengyao with a smile on his face. It's almost as if the word fawning is written on his face. The disciples of the Tai Chu Sacred Ground were surprised. The people of the Tianyan Sacred Ground were pleased. And only the disciples of the Extreme Sacred Ground had their brows furrowed. Right now, Qin Feng represented not an individual, but the face of the entire Extreme Dao Holy Land. You just casually admit defeat? And Mengyao glanced at Qin Feng with great satisfaction. There was a momentary flicker of goodwill towards him. She smiled bashfully and also immediately said, Senior brother Qin Feng, worthy of being a son of the Extreme Dao Holy Land family, such a gentleman and humble. Little sister admires him. Qin Feng couldn't help but be excited even as he looked at Mengyao's charming smile. In fact, this good show today was originally discussed between him and his uncle Qin Yushan. He had his eye on Mengyao and wanted to curry favor and get close. That's what it takes to give way in public and blow off some more steam. To put it bluntly, he wanted to use dog-licking behavior to win in Mengyao's favor. Seeing that the kneeling did work, he became even more excited. Immediately, he looked at Gu Yun and said in a slightly forceful manner, Saint Prince Tai Chu, I see you. You should stop talking nonsense and follow my example and give the position of Chief Dispatcher to Senior Sister Mengyao. We're all big men, fighting with someone else, a little girl. It's embarrassing to talk about it. This one sentence of his directly put Gu Yun on the fire. Letting or not letting would make Gu Yun leave people talking. And even if Gu Yun had let it go, people would only think that it was Qin Feng who had gotten credit for persuasion. For a moment, all eyes were focused on Gu Yun. Only Gu Yun's shoulders trembled slightly and the corners of his mouth rose. He was braying a low laugh. Both eyes glowed as they looked towards Qin Feng and Mengyao. Demons. That's two more demons. Chapter 39, 10% Strength. Gu Yun's perverse behavior also froze the crowd, and Mengyao and Qin Feng were both frowning. They, for one, didn't put Gu Yun in their eyes too much, although they were both the leaders among the young disciples of the three holy lands. But the two of them had deep backgrounds in their respective holy places. As for Gu Yun, I heard that he was just an ordinary disciple by birth. How could such a disparity make the two men look Gu Yun squarely in the eye? Seeing Gu Yun in a bit of a maniacal state, Qin Feng frowned and let out a cold voice. Saint son of Tai Chu, what exactly do you mean? To let or not to let? Gu Yun couldn't help but laugh, finally waiting for these two, a sanctimonious whore and a dead-licking dog on one side. In his last life, he hadn't been disgusted by Gu Yun because of their stupidity. They were also one of the demons Gu Yun wanted to kill the most. But it's good to see each other again. How can you let them die so easily? Laughing, Gu Yun took a step forward and said blandly, I'm sorry, unlike the extreme Dao Saint's son, I'm not in the habit of being a licking dog. Naturally, I won't allow it. The crowd was in an uproar at these words. Amidst the murmurs, it could be heard that many people agreed with Gu Yun's definition of Qin Feng. The three young masters of the three families competed in public affairs. In order to curry favor with An Mengyao, you were able to dispense with the face of the extreme Holy Land and directly admit defeat. What's not a lickspill? Qin Feng's face was suddenly green and purple. It was a moment of irritation. He glared viciously at Gu Yun and said in a cold voice, I've heard that the Saint Prince of the Tai Chu is just an ordinary disciple by birth, and today, I see that he really isn't as good as us children of the lineage. That is, he lacks some upbringing. I yielded to senior sister Mengyao. That was out of personal poise. It's you, Saint Prince of Tai Chu, who is good enough to compete with the girl's family for a false name. Gu Yun laughed out loud. In his last life, he was too thin-skinned to say such shameless words. Now, living again. What's so hard to let go of? Gu Yun was serious and said in a loud voice, if I don't personally, try the strength of the heavenly diffusion Holy Maiden. How can I rest assured that I will hand over the lives of my teachers and brothers of the Tai Chu Holy Land to her? The words came out. Gu Yun's image, all of a sudden, rose. The eyes of the crowd of the Holy Land of the beginning of the earth were glowing. It's still senior brother Gu Yun, always thinking of us. Yeah, how can we possibly feel comfortable having someone we're not even familiar with directing the dispatch? The people of the extreme Holy Land, on the other hand, instantly blackened their faces. Gu Yun's words were not only slapping Qin Feng in the face, it was more of a slap in the face to all of them. Again, it's the Son of God. People would be able to think about their own people, while Qin Feng, on the other hand, only wanted to curry favor with a woman and didn't even bother to think about their deaths. Qin Feng was even more red-faced and speechless. He hadn't expected Gu Yun to be so eloquent. He glared viciously at Gu Yun, but he couldn't say a word. In the stands, the faces of the elders of the three families varied. The elder of the extreme Dao Holy Land sneered and said smilingly, Patriarch Su, your sect's saint's son is quite eloquent. Su Wu Chen, however, smiled and didn't say anything. What's this? You will only know the terror of this ancestor when he does it. At this time, An Mengyao suddenly opened her mouth. Saint Prince Tai Chu, even if you want to compete, then my little sister will naturally accompany you. But my little sister is a girl after all. Are you really good enough to go all out and fight me for it? This is too much of a loss of manliness. Gu Yun laughed. Again, they say it's going to be a fair fight, and then they say it's going to be special care. This woman, she's shameless, but who let him always be sassy? Thus, Gu Yun spoke. Just as well. What the Holy Maiden of Heavenly Diffusion said makes sense. Tell you what, I'll only use 10% of my strength to compete with you. Hearing this, the crowd froze. Only 10%? What's the difference between that and letting it go? The disciples of the Eternal Way and Heavenly Diffusion were disdainful. It turned out to be the same as Qin Feng, only the licking was different. Qin Feng was also disdainful. It felt like Gu Yun was doing it on purpose. Only the people of the Tai Chu Holy Land knew it in their hearts. 10%? Gu Yun was an existence that could second a void cauldron powerhouse against a heavenly diffraction Holy Maiden. I'm afraid 10% is more than enough. And Mengyao laughed. Use only 10%. It seemed that Gu Yun also wanted to kneel down and lick himself, only that he had just been set on fire by Qin Feng, so he wanted to give himself a leg up. But it was also true that he himself had grown up with unrivaled looks and an air of immortality. What male disciple, when he sees himself, is not unable to walk? How could Gu Yun be an exception? Her attitude towards Gu Yun eased slightly. Then he stepped forward and faced Gu Yun, slightly curtsied and said with a smile, Good. Then little sister will thank senior brother Gu in advance for his generosity. Gu Yun also laughed and asked, Holy Maiden of Heavenly Diffusion, can you prepare for a battle? And Mengyao nodded and spoke. You can start any time. Hearing this, Gu Yunjia burst out laughing. An excited smile followed. Okay, I can do it then. Boom. As soon as Gu Yun's words left his mouth, his body was swirling with black aura. A terrifying fluctuation of spiritual energy instantly erupted. And Mengyao froze, not yet reacting to what had happened. Suddenly, a devastating palm wind came crashing down. Her eyes widened momentarily. Bang! She was only seen like a kite with broken strings, tracing an arc in midair, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. He flew fiercely a dozen meters, dropped it hard to the ground, passed out straight away. Gu Yun's slap was like a messy stick hitting a peach blossom. There's no mercy at all. Quiet. Everyone present, their eyes widened. And Mengyao wasn't just the holy maiden of heavenly diffusion. She was also a renowned peerless fairy of the eastern wasteland. The looks are amazing. How many men look at that and don't go crazy for it? It was even if Gu Yun didn't spoil her at all. One shot, and it's a serious injury? On the stands, the elders of the two families of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land and the Extreme Tao Holy Land were all wide-eyed. This kid, is he for real? In the next second, the crowd of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land gnashed their teeth in anger. Instantly, a few female disciples popped out and viciously said to Gu Yun, Saint Prince Tai Chu, are you still a man, to actually hit a woman with your hands? And you've already promised to use only 10% of your strength, so why did you still seriously injure our holy maiden? Lower head man, hurry up and apologize to our Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Gu Yunjie laughed out loud, then looked at a few self-righteous little fairies. Not a word of bull ********. Bang! With a palm blast, several people directly exploded into bloody foam. The fairies, I'm afraid, never dreamed of it. It was surprising that Gu Yun would just go ahead and kill someone. And it's still killing fairies like them who have a lot of dog licking and are starstruck wherever they go. The disciples of the three holy lands present were directly dumbfounded. This is the holy son of Tai Chu? I'll believe you when you say he's the saint son of the Blood Demon Palace. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? Elder of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Chen Yutong directly widened his eyes and immediately looked at Su Wuchen beside him angrily, asking, Patriarch Su, what do you mean by this? Su Wuchen just wanted to organize his words and try to round up Gu Yun. At that moment, Gu Yun spoke with a smile. I just wanted to prove that I really didn't even use 0.5% of my strength against the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Maiden just now. Otherwise, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Maiden should end up like these senior sisters. Anyone else who doesn't believe me, I can demonstrate again. Su Wuchen nodded along with him. Ah yes, Gu Yun is right. The crowd was speechless for a while. How can you prove that? And at that moment, Gu Yun looked at Qin Feng smilingly and said playfully, Saint son of the eternal Tao, it seems to me that you just don't believe it. Here, I'll show you again. Chapter 40, Assassination. Hearing these words, Qin Feng's eyes widened. He may be a licking dog, but he is not a cutie pie. Gu Yun had seriously injured the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Maiden with one palm and killed so many people. It wasn't difficult to deal with him. After all, he and Mengyao were both the same age, and their strengths were not that far apart. He was in a cold sweat. With that, he immediately opened his mouth. Saint Prince Tai Chu, since you said so, I naturally believe it. There's no need to demonstrate. But when he finished, he realized that Gu Yun was still looking at him with a playful smile on his face. Qin Feng was suddenly furious. What does he want? At that moment, Gu Yun opened his mouth. Although the saint son of the extreme Tao just ceded the seat of chief dispatcher to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Maiden, he didn't cede it to me. So, it's better if we have a match, or I'm afraid others will be unconvinced. Qin Feng's eyes widened. You have to with me, don't you? He gritted his teeth, held back his anger, and said, I'll let it go. Unexpectedly, his words fell. Gu Yun raised his hand violently. Boom! A palm blast. Qin Feng instantly widened his eyes. I let him go. Why did he do it? He came to the reaction. Directly sprayed a mouthful of blood flew out. Fell hard on the ground. Also fainted. The crowd was dumbfounded. The elder of the extreme Tao was even angrier as he looked at Su Wuchen. Patriarch Su, what exactly do you guys mean? Qin Feng has said to let it go. You Tai Chu's sacred sons. And you still make a move? Su Wuchen was also helpless. Just about to say something. At that moment, Gu Yun slowly opened his mouth. Sorry, I don't like people letting me. Su Wuchen shrugged his shoulders and looked at Qin Yushan with a helpless expression. There's nothing wrong with what Gu Yun said. Qin Yushan Dun was being exasperated and gnashing his teeth. It was obvious that Su Wuchen was trying to harbor Gu Yun. He didn't bother with any nonsense, dropping an exasperated sentence. Today's matter, the extreme Holy Land remembers. After saying that, he immediately went down and healed his nephew Qin Feng's injuries. On the side, Chen Yutong, an elder of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, also snorted coldly. The Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land also remembers. After saying that, He followed closely and also went to save his own holy maiden. Su Wuchen smiled helplessly and bitterly. It can only be symbolized by getting the men to help. It can't be that this joint effort against the Blood Demon Palace has just begun, and it's just imploding. The joint lecture, which ended in a state of confusion, and the name of Tai Chu Saint Sun Gu Yun was thoroughly remembered by the disciples of the three Holy Lands. At the same time, one person in the crowd of the Tai Chu Holy Land couldn't help but be happy and sneer. This person was none other than Yi Fan. Gu Yun didn't know better than to offend both the Heavenly Diffusion and Extreme Tao Holy Lands at the same time. This is certainly a good opportunity for him. He left quietly, intending to use this to properly deal with Gu Yun. On the other side, and Meng Yao and Qin Feng, who had been fed healing pills, were still continuously spitting out blood. The two were so badly injured that they almost lost their little lives. Chen Yutong had no choice but to take out the life-preserving pills he had on him. Heavenly Diffusion Golden Pill. This kind of elixir was refined using 9 of the world's finest healing holy relics. The mild nature of the medicine can make white bones flesh, and has the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life. Unfortunately, there are just too few of them. In the holy land of Heavenly Diffusion, only one can be refined every 100 years. There are only about a dozen in total in existence today. Chen Yutong had thought that in the event that his disciples encountered a devilish demon and suffered an untimely death, they would be able to save their lives with a true elixir. I didn't expect that the devilish demon would waste 2 Jindans without seeing them first. As the golden elixir went down, and Meng Yao and Qin Feng's faces finally had a hint of blood color. Still unconscious, but stabilized from his injuries, the elders on both sides finally breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, Chen Yutong and Qin Yushan were both gritting their teeth with anger in their hearts. The Tai Chu Holy Land is bullying people too much. Are you deceiving my 2 families for not having any quasi-Sate realm ancestors? This Su Wuchen has so much guts. How dare he openly harbor Gu Yun that little? I must report to the sect and properly sue him, Chen Yutong said with a grimace. Qin Yushan's face was also cloudy. He thought for a moment and couldn't help but speak up as well. Brother Chen, could it be that the Tai Chu Sacred Land saw that our 2 families had the intention of joining forces, so they borrowed Gu Yun's hand to knock our 2 families? Hearing this, Chen Yutong was also slightly stunned. Among the 3 great holy lands, the Tai Chu Holy Land was vaguely showing signs of dominance. Moreover, Yi Tianlong, the old ancestor of the Tai Chu Sacred Land, was now in seclusion to impact the Sage Realm. If we really let him succeed, then there wouldn't be any more 3 great sacred lands in the Eastern Wasteland in the future. There will only be one Tai Chu Holy Land. This also caused the Tianyan and Extreme Tao families to be very anxious, which led to the intention to set up the 2 holy sons and daughters of the 2 families, wanting to unite. Chen Yutong took a deep breath and after calming down, he also frowned in contemplation. It is indeed possible, but no matter what, this matter can never be left like this. That Gu Yun must die. Qin Yushan also nodded. He naturally wanted to get Gu Yun killed as well. Qin Feng was his own nephew, and he was almost killed by Gu Yun, so how could he bear it? We have plenty of opportunities, and with the joint siege of the Blood Demon Palace, it's only natural for accidents to happen, isn't it? In case this holy son, accidentally, is counted by a demon of the devil's way, it's quite reasonable, isn't it? When he finished speaking, he and Chen Yutong exchanged glances, all smiles and no words. Now that the world is in chaos, there are rumors of a resurgence of the Blood Demon Palace. The 2 great holy lands even arranged to secretly get Gu Yun killed. If they then falsely accuse the Blood Demon Palace of doing it, what can the Holy Land of Tai Chu do to them? As long as there was no conclusive evidence, they didn't believe that the Tai Chu Sacred Ground would flip out with both of their families for a dead man. Thinking of this, Chen Yutong didn't have any nonsense. He then took out a flying sword the size of a jade hairpin, transmitted a piece of divine sense, and then released the flying sword. This is a special means of transmitting messages. But Qin Yushan didn't know who he was delivering the message to, so he opened his mouth and asked, even if we deal with Gu Yun, we must not use our own people, lest we leave a handle. Chen Yutong laughed, then said, don't worry brother Qin, how could I be so stupid as to use my own people? There are a lot of assassin organizations in the Eastern Wasteland. Moreover, I specifically ordered that it must be the devil's ways means to get Gu Yun killed. Hearing this, Qin Yushan instantly understood his intentions. Finding an assassin to do away with Gu Yun, and then disguising it as the work of the Blood Demon Palace. That way, no one would be able to associate it with their 2 holy places. He laughed and asked no more questions. A few days later, the joint demon removal operation of the 3 holy places has officially begun. The young disciples of the three Holy Lands left the Tai Chu Holy Land in droves, searching for traces of the demon road demon. Of course, all of these disciples who had descended from the mountain were those who had no background. They do the dirty work, of course. If they really found someone from the devil's way, they would deal with them first, and when they were almost done, then those disciples with backgrounds would go forward to claim the credit. It's night. Misty Peak, the palace where Gu Yun lived. Gu Yun sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes to cultivate. At that moment, a gust of cloudy wind struck. Gu Yun slowly opened his eyes, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the gloom, three silhouettes stepped out and said to Gu Yun with a smile, "You're the holy son of the Tai Chu Holy Land, Gu Yun. Today is the day you die." After saying that, the three of them laughed strangely. At the same time, within the palace, the demonic aura was soaring. Obviously, the ones who appeared in front of Gu Yun were three experts of the Devil Dao. Strength, at the very least, was at the Void Cauldron realm. However, at this time, Gu Yun also laughed. The smile was surprisingly more eerie than the three. All three of them froze. This kid, is he really a saint? The three of them looked at each other and didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Immediately, he urged the magic weapon in his hand. Three black shadows flew out. Phew! The ghastly wind suddenly rose, and countless shadowy souls flew out. Those three black shadows were none other than the demonic path's famous 10,000 soul streamers. One of them grunted coldly, shouted, "Kid, you Tai Chu sacred lands have united to besiege our blood demon palace. So today we'll make an example of you and teach you Tai Chu sacred lands a lesson. Fear that others do not know that they are the blood demon palace seems." However, at that moment, Gu Yun was also laughing maniacally. "Bold devil demon, how dare you come to my Tai Chu sacred land to cause trouble, looking for death?" As soon as the words fell, a small flag of black gas also rose above his head. See this scene. The three of them were suddenly wide-eyed. How does he also have a 10,000 soul streamer? Chapter 41, Giving You a Chance. The three Peak Void Cauldron realm experts of the Rakshasa sect were instantly confused. Although the employer said that he was going to kill the holy son of Tai Chu by demonic means, but it wasn't finished at all. The holy prince of the Tai Chu also knew devilish means in his hands. Watching Gu Yun's 10,000 soul streamer continue to sprout various soul slaves, from the divine mansion realm, to the Dao palace realm, to the void cauldron, to the transition, all three were going crazy. A quasi-saint level 10,000 soul streamer, a transitional soul slave? Is he the holy son of the Tai Chu? Or is he a devil's ancestor? Intelligence is wrong. Withdraw. The three didn't stop for a second, turned and ran. However, Gu Yun had long since discovered their presence, so how could he let them leave peacefully? Gu Yunjie laughed loudly and said in a cold voice, "Bold demon, not only do you dare to come to my Tai Chu sacred ground to cause trouble, but you also falsely accuse me of being a demonic ancestor?" After saying that, his entire body was filled with black chi, instantly blocking off the entire ethereal peak. In an instant, the demonic aura over Misty Peak was monstrous. All of the experts of the Tai Chu sacred land were shocked almost simultaneously. What the hell? Where did such a strong devilish aura come from? Someone from the blood demon palace called? Everyone flew to Misty Peak and saw that the entire Misty Peak was wrapped in a thick cloud of black gas, and they also frowned. Su Wuchen also arrived at the first opportunity. He was equally taken aback by the scene before him. If it wasn't for, clearly sensing Gu Yun's aura, he would have thought that it was some devilish ancestor who had come. In order to prevent others from misunderstanding that they had a devil Dao ancestor in the Tai Chu Holy Land, he immediately dispersed the crowd and blocked the area around Ethereal Peak. No one is allowed to pass. And the three people on Misty Peak were dumbfounded. Gu Yun's strength was so terrifying that he had blocked their path by relying on his demonic chi alone. The three of them had been killers for so many years and had killed countless people, but it was the first time they felt their scalps go numb. "Big brother, what should we do? How about fighting him? We have countless means, and this kid looks like he's only in his early 20s. He should just be relying on the 10,000 soul streamer. He's not as strong as we thought. Let's." The person who opened his mouth had not finished his sentence. A terrifying aura came directly towards, smashing over. Bang! He instantly exploded into a puddle of blood and mist. Seeing this scene, the remaining two were both wide-eyed with grief. Penis, ergo, but more than grief, they were afraid. The strength of the second one was considered the strongest among the three of them. Even he couldn't carry them for a bit. There was even less hope for them to beat Gu Yun. At the thought of this, the two men were instantly abashed. Hurrying to Gu Yun, He said, "Be merciful. We are not from the Blood Demon Palace." Gu Yunjie laughed loudly. "Nonsense. You clearly called yourselves the Blood Demon Palace just now. And you even sacrificed the 10,000 soul streamer. And you still dare to say that you're not from the Devil's Way?" The two men were also speechless, and their entire body was numb. "Damn it, don't you have the 10,000 soul streamer too? And you're still talking about us?" They were helpless, so they hurriedly took out a token that symbolized their identity and explained, "We are assassins from the Rakshasa sect, and the reason we say that is because the people who hired us to kill you asked for it. Saint Gu, this assassination, we admit it, but according to the rules of our Rakshasa sect, you can't kill me as long as we admit our fate and declare ourselves. Otherwise, we, the Rakshasa sect, will definitely retaliate with all our might." Gu Yun instantly laughed. "A killer clan. They're only allowed to kill others, and they're not allowed to kill them back? If you can't beat me, just admit defeat? Don't even bother with your face." Gu Yun laughed. "That's your Rakshasa sect's rules. What does it have to do with my Tai Chu saint son?" The two of the Rakshasa sect froze. "What? He doesn't even care about the Rakshasa sect?" One must know that not only does the Rakshasa sect have quasi-saint powerhouses in attendance, but it is also the #1 killer sect in the Eastern Wasteland. Even the three great holy lands didn't dare to mess with them casually. After all, the three great sacred lands were in the open and the Rakshasa sect was in the dark. Unless the disciples of the three holy places never went out, they would be at risk of being assassinated at any time. The most important point is that the headquarters of the Rakshasa sect is quite hidden. No one can find it unless they are high up on the inside. The two were also furious. "I admit that your excellency is indeed very powerful, but I, the Rakshasa sect, am not one to be bullied. If you truly make an enemy of us, you will surely regret it." Gu Yun couldn't help but laugh as well. "Okay, since you guys are talking so much about yourselves, then I'll give you a chance. As long as you, the Rakshasa sect, can have someone come over today and convince me to let you go, then you can live." After saying that, he gathered the black chi that blocked their way. However, the two knew that Gu Yun had locked onto their divine souls. It's impossible to run. Both men clenched their teeth. Gu Yun is trying to get them to shake people? It's so arrogant. It was just having a quasi-saint artifact and a transitional soul slave. Really thought it was a match for the Rakshasa sect. The murderous boss let out a cold snort and said, "Okay, this is your choice. Don't regret it." After saying that, he immediately pulled out a hairpin-sized flying sword and released it. Instantly, the sky blossomed into a brilliant firework that transformed into a red skull. See this scene. The crowd of the primordial Holy Land frowned. The sign of the Rakshasa clan? How did they appear in our Tai Chu Holy Land? Why didn't the mountain protection formation work? Could it be that the Rakshasa sect has planted spies in the Tai Chu Holy Land as well? Just as the crowd was surprised, the mountain protection formation was forced open. Of course, this was all done by Gu Yun. 3 red rays flashed by, and 3 more people appeared in front of Gu Yun. Seeing the visitor, the murderous boss was instantly happy. The ones who came to the rescue were actually the 3 blood-robed grand elders of the Rakshasa sect. They were definitely considered the strongest group of people in the Rakshasa sect. In the entire Rakshasa sect, there were only 9 blood-robed grand elders. Every single one of them was above the transition 6 realm. Such a power was not at all inferior to the sovereigns of the 3 great sacred lands. The 3 blood-robed elders had just appeared and saw the situation in front of them, before they could open their mouths to ask what was going on. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came at him head-on. Bang! The 3 instantly exploded into bloody foam. The 3 divine souls of the transition realm that had coalesced in midair were collectively confused. What the hell? We haven't even said anything yet and it blows up? The 2 people from the Rakshasa sect who were alive were even more dumbfounded. Ha! That's 3 big men of the transitional stage. You're so dead? What's with this kid? Anyway? At that moment, Gu Yun was enraged. I asked you to shake someone and you shake 3 losers? What? Looking down on this saint's son? The divine souls of the 3 blood-robed old ancestors were trembling with anger. Kid, what kind of person are you? How dare you attack and kill us? Are you not afraid of my Rakshasa sect's retaliation? Do you know who we are to call us trash? Gu Yun laughed coldly and then offered up the human emperor flag. The 3 of them were suddenly wide-eyed. A quasi-saint artifact level 10,000 soul streamer? Young warrior, wait, the old man has something to say. However, Gu Yun didn't care at all, and 3 shrieks passed. The divine souls of the 3 were sucked into the human emperor flag and began to be refined. Gu Yun laughed coldly. I never talk to dead people. When he finished speaking, he looked at the 2 who were alive. Go on, The two men sat paralyzed directly on the floor. Devil's head. I've met a real devil today. The two men wanted to cry and were horrified. However, under Gu Yun's coercion, he could only release the distress signal again. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away was the headquarters of the Rakshasa sect. The soul tags of the three blood-robed ancestors shattered at the same time, signaling that they were all dead. The disciple who was looking after the soul tags immediately stared with wide eyes and shouted, "Quickly, notify the sect master. Something big has happened." Chapter 42 Rakshasa Sect. Destroyed. Master of the Rakshasa sect, Lord Ho. When he came to the Hall of Soul Cards, he frowned when he saw the three soul cards that were shattered. How is that possible? Three blood-robed elders, killed at the same time? Who the hell did this? But before he could think about it, there was another crunching sound not far away. Click. The whole lord froze and immediately looked away. Only 4 more peak void cauldron elders were seen. However, that's not all. Click, click, click. More than 20 top experts of the Rakshasa sect. In just a few breaths, nearly half of them died, and among them, there was even an elder of the peak transitional sack realm. The whole lord was completely mad. Don't die. Don't die. If you die again, my Rakshasa sect will be destroyed. Unfortunately, the soul cards didn't stop shattering because of his roar. Whole lord immediately looked at the men around him and asked in a scolding manner, "These elders, what kind of tasks did they have to take on?" The subordinate said warily, "Just now, in the direction of the Tai Chu Holy Land, rescue signals of different levels were continuously released. These elders, they should all be going to rescue, but I didn't expect that they all died there." The whole lord instantly widened his eyes. The Holy Land of the Beginning? What a great primordial sanctuary! He immediately rushed out the door and headed towards the Tai Chu Holy Land. With his quasi-saint realm cultivation, 1,000 miles away was just an instantaneous matter. Therefore, he arrived at the Tai Chu sacred land in the next second. Above the ethereal peak, seeing the dead and injured sect members everywhere on the ground, Whole Lord was instantly enraged. Who, exactly, is hurting my Rakshasa sect members? On the ground, those elders, experts who had been seriously injured by Gu Yun, saw that it was Ho Lang personally. It was like a drowning man who saw the last straw. "Sect master, save me, I don't want to die. The sect master is here. We are saved." However, just as they were rejoicing, boom, that familiar palm technique reappeared, only to see the whole body of Ho Lord, who had just arrived at the netherworld peak, tremble and violently spit out a mouthful of blood, planted straight to the ground, also dying. Moment. On the misty peak, it was quiet. Countless Rakshasa sect experts stared at this with wide eyes in disbelief. Gatekeeper, defeated? If he wasn't a quasi-saint, how could he not even be able to carry Gu Yun's poem? Ho Lord, who fell to the ground and kept convulsing and spitting out blood, was also terrified in his heart. How did this happen? Could it be that Yi Tianlong of the Tai Chu sacred land had broken through to the saint realm? Otherwise, how could he have been so unimpressive? And just as he was wondering, Gu Yun's voice rang out. "Too weak. Still too weak. The one that just came in. It's your turn to shake people. I said, call the strongest person from your Rakshasa sect." Here, hearing this, the Rakshasa sect's presence was dumbfounded. Ho Lang is the strongest person in the Rakshasa sect. Nah, who else could be better than him? Ho Lord was even more incredulous. Unexpectedly, the one who defeated him with a slap wasn't some Tai Chu Holy Land ancestor, but a young man in his early 20s? This young man, what kind of demon is he? The two men who had initially come to assassinate Gu Yun were kneeling on the ground, trembling. In their hearts, they had already cursed the person who placed the order to assassinate Gu Yun today 10,000 times. This is the Prince of the Beginning? This is clearly a demonic ancestor. No, he was even more terrifying than the Devil's Grandmaster. If they had known this, they wouldn't have dared to take the job even if they were dead. At that moment, Gu Yun came to the two of them and said smilingly, "Didn't you guys say that there's nothing good that can come from offending the Rakshasa sect? How come one or two of the ones called in are trashy? Come on, keep shaking people." Both were on the verge of tears. Immediately, he fell to his knees and kept kowtowing. "Senior, there really is no one. The one who was seriously injured by your slap just now was none other than our Rakshasa sect master. It's also our Rakshasa sect, the strongest one. The experts that the Rakshasa sect could come with were all severely injured by you. There's really no one left." Gu Yun laughed, then turned around and came in front of Ho Lang, smilingly saying, "You're the master of the Rakshasa sect? You and I have no grievances, yet you sent someone to assassinate me. How should this be accounted for? The Rakshasa sect master was suffocating in his heart. In all the years of establishing the Rakshasa sect, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. A hint of ruthlessness crossed his mind. Strongly enduring the pain, he trembled and climbed up. At the same time, said, Senior, today is all a misunderstanding. My Rakshasa sect offended Senior. Will definitely give a reparation gift that will satisfy you. The words just fell. A killing intent instantly erupted from his eyes. A cold light shot out of his sleeve. This sword in the sleeve was a genuine holy weapon, and although the body was damaged, it had retained at least 60% to 70% of its power. With his quasi-saint's cultivation level, combined with this flying sword in his sleeve, at such a close distance, killing a saint was absolutely no big deal, just as the whole lord was complacent. The next second, instead, he froze, only to see Gu Yun holding the flying sword in his sleeve between his two clutches. He said with a disdainful expression, Is this what you said? A compensation that can satisfy me? A pocket flying sword? The husbandman froze. Ha! He caught it? How is that possible? His eyes were wide and his mouth open, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Gu Yun frowned slightly and glared at him. Snap! A slap to his face and a cold grunt said, Speak! ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* left side of his face burning. He was actually punched in the face. He, the master of the Rakshasa sect, had been punched in the face. The key thing was that he couldn't show any dissatisfaction yet. His final underhanded killing move was able to be hard received by Guyun with one hand. Guyun's strength had far exceeded his knowledge. He forced out a smile and hurriedly chicken-pecked, nodding his head. Yes, yes, this flying sword in the sleeve is a genuine holy weapon. Please accept it with a smile. Senior. Guyun laughed and pushed 2 fingers slightly harder. Click. That so-called holy weapon had directly broken into 2 halves. I don't like this crap. Change the same. The whole lord once again stared at the ground with wide eyes, incredulously looking at the flying sword that was broken into 2 sections. That's a treasure he went through a lot of trouble to get. It's a real holy weapon, or a foreign object of an ancient saint. Just destroyed? The husbandman was heartbroken and even more terrified. He couldn't even look at a sacred artifact. What else do you have to show for yourself? He clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and asked, Elder, this is already the best piece I can get my hands on. I really don't have anything more expensive than that. If Senior has any requests, please still make them clear. Hearing this, Guyun also laughed. Today, this honored one was disturbed by your rest, so it's only right that I make you guys pay for something. But then you said there was nothing to pay me. Tell you what then, it's not too much to ask for each of you to give as a laborer for 30 years, is it? The corners of Whole Lord's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Drudgery. 30 years? If this were to spread, if he, the master of the Rakshasa sect, would still not be able to mix in the eastern wasteland in the future. But right now, he had no choice at all. So, he could only force himself to hold his tongue and nod. Yes, 30 years, just 30 years, please don't go back on your word. Senior. Guyun laughed, then said, Don't worry, I'm a person who has always been very trustworthy. After saying that, he offered up the human emperor flag. When Whole Lord saw the 10,000 soul streamer, he was all dumbfounded. Why does he have the 10,000 soul streamer? He immediately had a bad feeling, so he hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, Senior, what do you mean by this? Guyun smiled back, I'll show you your future workplace. Don't worry, after 30 years, as long as you want to come out, I definitely won't stop you. The Whole Lord was confused. What? Into the 10,000 souls to serve him as a laborer? Isn't that being a soul slave? Besides, after being refined, how could he still have his own consciousness? Still want to come out? Absolutely no stopping. What kind of magic new talk is this? Chapter 43, Harboring. Seeing that Whole Lord didn't say anything, Guyun revealed a displeased expression. What? You don't want to? It seems that you don't have the sincerity to apologize. The Whole Lord was instantly enraged. You're forcing us to die. Guyun also laughed. How can it be that I forced you, when you didn't come to assassinate me? The Whole Lord was also instantly dumbfounded. He wanted to say something more. The human emperor flag in Guyun's hand had then flown. The wind is rising. Evil spirits weep. The blood and flesh of the Rakshasa sect's crowd began to be sucked up little by little. The crowd immediately let out screams of pain. Ah, please, spare us. The Tai Chu Holy Land is a prestigious sect. You can't do this. That's right. If other sects knew that you had done something so heartless, the world's righteous path would definitely rise up and attack. Aren't you afraid? Gu Yun, however, laughed. Don't worry, if you kill everyone who knows about it, won't no one know? The crowd was speechless. Crazy critic. This man is just downright crazy. Even the devil's way would be wary. He, however, had no scruples at all. Soon, the blood and flesh of the Rakshasa sect's group of experts were devoured, and their souls were absorbed by the human emperor streamer. Misty Peak had once again regained its calm, but with such a big commotion, it was simply impossible to leave the other two holy lands unnoticed. In particular, the Heavenly Diffusion Sacred Land and the Extreme Sacred Land had sent two quasi-sacred realm ancestors to sit in the town. Fellow Taoist Hong Yun, such a terrifying devilish aura appeared in your Tai Chu Sacred Ground, and you're not even the least bit panicked? Are we sure we don't want to check it out? Yes. What should we do in case it's a demon from the Blood Demon Palace that kills us? Old man Hong Yun laughed and immediately snorted. No harm, no foul. Come, let's drink tea. Drink tea. This is a fine enlightenment tea. Old Ancestor Tian Yen and Old Ancestor Extreme Dao both glanced at each other. A frown creased his brow. Could it be that the Tai Chu Holy Land had defected to the Blood Demon Palace? They were not the only ones who were puzzled. The Chen Yutong and Qin Yushan beside them were also apprehensive. They had seen several rounds of Rakshasa sect's distress signals just now. Could it be that the Rakshasa sect was taking so much trouble to deal with a Tai Chu saint's son? And right at that moment, a silhouette violently appeared in front of the crowd. Chen Yutong and Qin Yushan immediately widened their eyes. Only Gu Yun had a grim smile on his face, and there was a trace of blood on his face. He dropped a pocket-flying sword for messaging on the ground. Coldly smiling, he looked at Chen Yutong and said, Elder Chen, you actually arranged for the Rakshasa sect to assassinate me? Could it be that you, the Heavenly Diffusion Dao sect, want to go to war with my Tai Chu Holy Land? The words came out. The atmosphere at the scene was instantly tense. Chen Yutong's eyes widened at once, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He wasn't afraid of Gu Yun, but the old ancestor of the Tai Chu Holy Land was still here. In case this matter was really exposed, he's not going to be able to account for it. He immediately stood up in exasperation. Who? Nonsense. I don't know what you're talking about. Old man Hong Yun's face also changed. Coldly, he looked at old ancestor Tian Yen beside him. Dao brothers, what do you mean by this? Assassinating my holy son of the Tai Chu Sacred Land. You really don't put our Tai Chu Sacred Land in your eyes at all? Old ancestor Tian Yen had obviously known the cause and effect relationship for a long time. Though, now that things were falling apart, it was a bit unexpected for him. However, he was after all a quasi-saint level ancestor, so he naturally wouldn't be fumbled by such a small scene. He glanced at Gu Yun and snorted coldly. Junior, even if you've suffered a heavenly grievance, you should report it to your own elders. What is the decency of directly intruding into an elder's palace and questioning him to his face? You should step back. I'll speak to your Hong Yun old ancestor about the rest of the matter. Seeing the old ancestor backing himself up, Chen Yutong instantly gained momentum, and not only did he show a hint of a smile, but he also began to clamor. Old ancestor is right. Gu Yun, who are you to question me? You're at best a Tai Chu sacred son, while I'm a supreme elder of the Heavenly Diffusion Sacred Ground, with a status comparable to that of your Tai Chu Sacred Ground Patriarch. Get the hell out of here right now. Gu Yun couldn't help but sneer as he just wanted to make a move. At that moment, Su Wu Chen immediately coldly snorted. The Holy Sun is the supreme being of my Holy Land. Insulting the Holy Sun is insulting the Tai Chu Holy Land. And even more so, it's insulting me and old ancestor. Chen Yutong, what kind of a thing are you that you dare to speak to my Tai Chu sacred son in such a manner? Even old ancestor Hong Yun directly slapped and threw himself on Chen Yutong's face. Snap! Chen Yuntang was directly hit and rolled twice on the ground. Blood was coming out of his mouth. His nose. Hong Yun said blandly, Brother Dao, your Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land doesn't want to discipline people, so I'll do it for you. This was a great opportunity in front of Gu Yun. How could they let it go? Now, Chen Yutong was dumbfounded. What's going on? The Holy Land of the Great Beginning is so protective of Gu Yun? Originally, I thought, for the sake of the old man, the Patriarch and old ancestor of the Holy Land of the Beginning wouldn't say anything more. I didn't realize that they reacted so well. The others were also surprised. The identity of a Holy Son, although not low, was not enough to make a Holy Land sect master. An old ancestor so biased offend a holy place because of a Holy Son. It's not cost effective any way you look at it. Old ancestor Tian Yen was also gritting his teeth in anger. How could he not have expected that the Tai Chu Sacred Land would give him so little face? But after all, It's on someone else's chassis. It wasn't good for him to go straight into a rage. He let out a cold snort and then said, "Alright, for the sake of Patriarch Tai Chu as well as Dao brother Hong Yun, I'll see just what kind of thing Sengu is talking about." When he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and the pocket-sized flying sword that Gu Yun had thrown on the ground flew up and landed in his hand. The divine soul information inside was then released. Assassinate Tai Chu's sacred son Gu Yun. Remember, when you kill him, you should use devilish methods, so that the people of the Tai Chu's sacred ground will think that it's a retaliation from a devilish demon. Everyone present heard the message. Moreover, the divine soul imprint was clearly left behind by the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. Chen Yutong. The crowd of the Holy Land of the beginning of the earth all changed their faces. Even if it wasn't for Gu Yun, this behavior was a serious violation of the majesty of the Tai Chu Holy Land. Chen Yutong instantly tensed up and shrunk his head. Not daring to speak, old ancestor Tian Yan's face was ugly. This matter is indeed a bit troublesome if not handled properly. He pondered for a moment, then immediately rebuked Chen Yutong. Asshole, how dare you really buy off the Rakshasa sex people to assassinate the holy prince of Tai Chu? Chen Yutong was also horrified and hurriedly fell to his knees, nervously saying, "Disciple knows that I was wrong. Please forgive the old ancestor." Old man Tian Yan snorted coldly and ignored him. Instead, he looked at old ancestor Hong Yun and said with a smile, "Dao brother Hong Yun, this matter is indeed the fault of our heavenly diffusion Holy Land. However, don't worry, when I bring this asshole back, I will definitely punish him severely." Hong Yun couldn't help but frown. "You guys bring the people back. It's not up to you what to do with them." To put it bluntly, old man Tian Yan wanted to leave things unsettled at this point. He hadn't even opened his mouth. Gu Yun, however, laughed. "Elder Tian Yan, how do you plan to punish this elder Chen for such a grave offense?" Old ancestor Tian Yan hadn't wanted to ignore Gu Yun, but hearing him ask, he had to answer. He snorted coldly and gave Gu Yun a disdainful look. "Naturally, the punishment is heavy." Gu Yun just sneered. "Vague and ambiguous? Well, fool me here." Gu Yun fiercely rose his hand. Bang! A palm blast. Only to see Chen Yutong's head instantly explode. The whole man instantly slumped to the ground, a pool of blood bubbling up beneath him. Gu Yun laughed hideously and glared at Elder Tian Yan. "You said heavy punishment. Is it that heavy? If you do, you'll take it back for punishment." Chapter 44, Cultivation of the Sect. Old ancestor Tian Yan and several people from the extreme Dao Holy Land were all wide-eyed. Chen Yutong was killed by Gu Yun? In front of these old ancestors of theirs, a holy son of the Tai Chu Holy Land, killed the heavenly diffraction Holy Land, a transitional stage powerhouse whose strength was comparable to that of the Patriarch, with a single slap? What's this bull asterisk. Truly Hong Yun and Su Wuchen had a bashful face. Base manipulation. Old ancestor Tian Yan was instantly enraged as he rose up in an uproar and looked at Gu Yun with angry eyes. "Harpies, how dare you?" But then he felt that something was wrong. He clearly didn't feel Gu Yun's aura fluctuating just now. Otherwise, how could he not stop it? This was definitely not Gu Yun's tactic. So, he immediately looked at Hong Yun. "Hong Yun, today you must give me an explanation as to why you suddenly killed my Tian Yan's transition realm elder." Old man Hong Yun also had an innocent look on his face. "Brother Dao, what are you babbling about? When did I strike?" Old ancestor Tian Yan gritted his teeth in anger. "It wasn't you who made the move. Could it be Gu Yun? This brat, who made the move? You think I'm a little cutie? Well fooled. Where did a tiny saint's son get the ability to kill a transitional succession stage powerhouse?" Old man Hong Yun laughed. "Not me. Anyway, if you don't believe the Holy Son is capable of such a thing, that can only mean that the shot was taken by someone else. Maybe it's the Blood Demon Palace demons, who lurked in, and they were the ones who made the move just now." Hong Luk is clearly starting to play the fool. This also infuriated old man Tian Yan half to death. The point was, he really wasn't sure if it was Gu Yun who had made the move just now or not. If so, then how could a saint's son kill a transitional stage elder in seconds? If not, who could it be? Old ancestor Tian Yan was trembling with anger. No matter what, he was certain that this matter had nothing to do with the Tai Chu Holy Land escaping. With wide eyes, he looked viciously at Hong Yun and opened his mouth. "Hong Yun, I know that in your Tai Chu sacred land, there is a Yi Tianlong who has the potential to impact the sage realm. But he, not yet a saint. In this matter today, I, the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, will definitely not let it go." After saying that, he let out a cold snort and whisked his sleeve away. Before he left, he He naturally brought back Chen Yuton's corpse. The old ancestor of the extreme Dao Holy Land also let out a dry laugh, and then got up to leave. The stronger the Holy Land of the beginning is, they and the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land would only be able to get closer. When everyone's gone, Hong Yun and Su Wuduan immediately revealed fawning looks. Lord Saint's son, are you still satisfied with the performance of the old man just now? And me? Gu Yun also laughed, then said, you are not acting for me, but for justice. The two of them immediately said with a straight face, yes, the Holy Son's lesson is correct. Gu Yun saw that these two had such a good attitude, immediately gave a blank check as well. Don't worry, this honored one won't treat you poorly either. Continue to perform, and when I have time I can give you some pointers on your cultivation. Both of them were excited to hear this, especially Hong Luk. He was only half a step away from being a saint, so if he could get guidance from Gu Yun, he might be able to step over this hurdle. At that time, he would be the first saint of the Holy Land of Tai Chu. Yi Tianlong is nothing, he immediately said excitedly. Many thanks to the Holy Son for cultivating him. Gu Yun immediately tscad and corrected. It's sect cultivation and personal performance. Hong Luk spoke up at once. Yes, the saint's son is right. It's all because of the sect cultivation. In the blink of an eye, several days passed calmly. The heavenly diffracting Holy Land hadn't retaliated against Gu Yun in any way, but Gu Yun was also confident that they would never really just go through with it. On this day, the disciple who had gone down the mountain to track the Blood Demon Palace's trail finally came with good news. 3,000 miles away from the Holy Land of Tai Chu, there was a place called Lingfeng City. A large number of traces of ordinary disciples of the Blood Demon Palace were found among them. Used the blood bath of ordinary disciples. These Blood Demon Palace disciples were all executed and arrested. Thus, the disciples of the lineage of the three Holy Lands finally moved. And Meng Yao, Qin Feng, then led the crowd to Lingfeng City to eradicate the demonic path. At the same time, they brought someone with them. Ye Fan, Brother Yi, with all due respect, the Taichu Sacred Land should have someone like you, with talent and background, and with a good character, as the sacred son. That Gu Yun doesn't deserve it at all. On top of the flying boat, the three of them sat around, drinking and chatting. Anyway, they were just going through the motions when they went to Lingfeng City. They didn't need to really fight with the devil's way. None of them cared. And Meng Yao also nodded and chimed in. Senior brother Qin is right. That Gu Yun is narrow-minded and vicious. It's not too much to say that he's a disciple of the devil's way. Yi Fan also drank a cup of pain and said with a cold smile, truth be told, I have long seen that Gu Yun has already entered the devil. Unfortunately, the Patriarch was deceived by him, and with the Patriarch's shelter, I can't do anything about him, unless one can capture the evidence of his demonization and ask the old ancestor to take action himself. Qin Feng and Meng Yao glanced at each other and immediately laughed coldly. Evidence of demonization. It's not simple? I've heard that the Blood Demon Palace has a kind of elixir called the Blood Demon Elixir. As long as you take it, you will immediately become a demon. And any disciple who joins the Blood Demon Palace is required to take this elixir. When the time comes, let's scavenge some of this elixir in the hands of the Blood Demon Palace's demons and then find a way to feed it to Gu Yun. When the time comes, ho hum. Qin Feng revealed a malicious smile, and Meng Yao also immediately said with a smile, if he doesn't have a devil in his heart, even if he takes the pill, he should still restrain the power of the medicine. If it's affected, then it means that he was originally a demon. I think senior brother Qin's idea is good. Yi Fan was also overjoyed. Good. Then let's hurry to Lingfeng City. Soon, the three of them arrived at Lingfeng City. The place was a broken wall, obviously having experienced a great battle. The ordinary disciples of the three Holy Lands and the children of the Blood Demon Palace were killed and injured. Qin Feng stood on top of the flying boat and looked down. In a loud voice, he said, Masters and brothers of the three Holy Lands, you have worked hard. Next, you guys can go take a break and just leave the rest to us. Hearing this, someone immediately looked at the flying boat in confusion and asked, Saint Qin, we fought to the death with the demon road demons, and now that the battle is over, what else is left for you to do? If I hand the man over to you now, what about the credit? Qin Feng snorted coldly. You are so young, and you don't think about how to contribute to the clan, to the Eastern Wasteland, and for the sake of all beings in the world, but only think about merit? Such an awareness is worthy of being a disciple in the three great sacred lands? Hearing this, the crowd was suffocating. The words were crowning. Let us do all the work when it's time to make a contribution. You're taking credit for nothing? And at this time, and Mangyao also came to the place where the Devil Dao disciples were being guarded. Seeing that the Devil's Way disciples were all bound by ropes, he frowned and said, "How can you be so inhumane? Even if they're disciples of the Devil's Way, they're still human beings, and we should treat them well. That way, they will be sensitized by us and reformed. Untie them and heal them." Hearing this, the crowd was confused. Immediately, someone spoke up. "Lord Holy Maiden, these have killed so many of our masters and brothers, and their methods are extremely cruel. How many female disciples have also been spoiled by them? We've gone through a lot of trouble and put our lives on the line to get them under control, and you're asking us to untie them and heal their wounds. What if they run away?" And Mangyao snorted coldly. "Even if they've made mistakes before, it doesn't mean they'll make them in the future. You should not remember only hatred, but have a heart of kindness and fraternity." And Mangyao set herself up as the image of a holy mother. Seeing the Devil's Way disciples suffer, she naturally couldn't just ignore it, even if these disciples of the Devil's Way were murderous and evil. But, again, it didn't hurt her, so what business was it of hers? Hearing this, the disciple who had angrily questioned earlier became even more enraged and immediately chided. "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. So it wasn't your relatives and friends who were killed. You're being generous." Hearing this, and Mangyao's face turned cold. Whoosh! A cold light flashed. The disciple who had just questioned her was instantly headless and fell into a pool of blood. The man didn't think about it until he died. He didn't die at the hands of the Devil Dao, but surprisingly he would die at the hands of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Maiden. The other ordinary disciples around them also dared to be angry. The Holy Maiden, so tolerant of the Devil's Way, but to her own people, she directly kills at the drop of a hat? And Mangyao snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "This person has this heavy hostility. I think he is compelled by the Devil's path. Death is not enough." Afterward, she still insisted on loosening and healing the Devil Dao disciples. And those Devil's Way disciples were also laughing and clamoring. "Do you hear me? Quickly untie us and heal our wounds. You're not on the right path, so you should treat us well." Ha ha ha, that's right, even if we're devils, we still have human rights that. Hearing this, the ordinary disciples of the three Holy Lands were even more stifled. They didn't understand what they were fighting so desperately against the Blood Demon Palace demons for. Right after those Blood Demon Palace disciples were untied, one of them quietly released a compulsion that transmitted a message, and then revealed a cold smile. Chapter 45, The Bitch is Trapped. Some ordinary disciples couldn't look away and couldn't help but complain a bit. It was then immediately suppressed by the disciples of the worldly families brought by Qin Feng's trio. In the lesser cases, they are scolded and abused, and in the greater cases, they are outright attacked. The ordinary disciples were so afraid that they could only hurriedly shut up, handing over the Devil's Way crowd to the three Qin Fengs before leaving. And after the three of them finished collecting these devil disciples, they just wanted to prepare for their return journey. A sudden cold laugh came. "Now that you're here, don't go away." Qin Feng, Yi Fan, and in Mangyao were startled and immediately looked for the sound. The surroundings were overwhelming. Surprisingly, all of them were disciples of the Devil's Path. Yi Fan was the first to yell out, "All alert, prepare to meet the enemy." Qin Feng also frowned. "Why are there so many people? Those of us who collect simply aren't enough." And Mangyao was also anxious. Quick is to set off a signal flare to get all those ordinary disciples who left just now to come back and support me." The disciples of the worldly family next to him hurriedly released a flare. But after half a day, I didn't see anyone coming to support me, and Mangyao was trembling with anger. These people even see death and save. They are all a bunch of greedy and fearful of death villains. When I get back, I'll kill them myself. And at that moment, a silhouette appeared in front of the three of them. I didn't expect this net to catch quite a few big fish. Surprisingly, all the sons of the lineages of the three Holy Lands, the three of them, Yi Fan, also looked at the figure, clearly feeling the terrifying devilish aura emanating from him. It was clearly a Void Cauldron realm powerhouse. Although they were all heavenly prides, they were also all at the Dao Palace realm and were simply no match. Qin Feng couldn't help but open his mouth. "Senior, you are a powerful Void Cauldron. Don't you feel ashamed of bullying us?" Unexpectedly, his words fell. The silhouette burst out into a jia laughter. It then appeared in front of Qin Feng. Bang! A kick to the gut. Qin Feng's eyes widened as his body entered the bow and flew out violently. It crashed hard into a wreckage, instantly raising countless dust and smoke. The dark shadow sneered. "My devil way doesn't have your righteous way. So many rules." Yi Fan and Mangyao were also wide-eyed. A million fears. Yi Fan then spoke. "Elder, you can't kill us? We have extraordinary identities. Keep us and at least you'll still be able to negotiate with the three great sacred lands." The Black Shadow burst out laughing. It said that the disciples of the three great holy lands have iron bones, but now it seems that it's nothing more than that. After saying that, he looked at Yi Fan and said smilingly, "Want to live? Get down on your knees and talk to me." Yi Fan clenched his teeth, naturally unwilling, but in order to stay alive, one had to endure it first as well. He slowly bent down to his knees, next to her, and Meng Yao was also stunned. When she saw the dark figure looking towards her, she didn't even need to be reminded and immediately knelt down. The Dark Shadow was even more pleased, laughing even louder all of a sudden. "Ha ha 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 ha. Record all of these people's appearances with resting stones and send them to the three great holy lands. Get them to send someone over again to talk to us." The Devil's Way crowd burst into laughter, although Yi Fan and Meng Yao were holding back their grievances. At this moment, they didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Soon after, the three holy lands received the news. "Deceitful. These devil paths are just too arrogant. How dare they humiliate the disciples of my three great holy lands like this? Pass down the order to immediately kill Lingfeng City and surround these blood demon palace demons." Old Ancestor Hong Yun was the first to shout angrily when he learned that Yi Fan and the others had been captured. It wasn't his bloodline that was tackled anyway, nothing to hang it on. However, Old Ancestor Tianyan and Old Ancestor Extreme Dao were frowning. Both of their families still had a number of lineage children in the hands of the Devil's Way. If we really fight, all these people will die. There were even the holy sons and daughters of the two families among them. Old Ancestor Tianyan immediately said, "I think this matter needs to be discussed in the long run." The Extreme Dao Old Ancestor immediately chimed in as well. "That's right, we must find a way to rescue those captured young sons before we can do so." Hong Yun looked at the two men with disdain. "Two Taoist brothers. Could it be that you want to compromise with the Devil's Way and negotiate with them?" Hong Luck, can't do such a thing." The two were also pissed off. "Feelings, caught without your family's holy son." Old man Tianyan snorted coldly and suddenly had an idea. "Dao brother, don't be hasty, we're not trying to compromise with the Devil Dao. We can pretend to send someone to negotiate with the people from the Blood Demon Palace, and then take advantage of the situation to wipe out these demons in one fell swoop." Old man Hong Yun glanced at him, then asked with a smile, "That's fine, but who are you going to send to negotiate with the people from the Blood Demon Palace?" Old Ancestor Tianyan sneered. "I think it would be most appropriate for Saint Gu to go in this matter. First of all, the fact that his status as a saint's son is here is enough to show our sincerity, and it's also good to confuse the other side. Secondly, your Holy Land's holy son, who is now the chief scheduler of the young disciples of the three holy lands, does nothing, and it's a bit unreasonable. Furthermore, hasn't Saint Gu always been very powerful? It shouldn't be a problem for this little scene, right?" Old man Hong Yun laughed. He wasn't worried about Gu Yun's safety, but in this matter, he didn't dare to privately make decisions for Gu Yun. So, he nodded and said, "What you said makes a few sense, but I have to talk to Gu Yun first." After that, he had someone call for Gu Yun. A few moments later, Gu Yun arrived. While learning about what had happened and what old man Tianyan was thinking, he grinned. Immediately, he said righteously, "For the sake of the safety of the disciples of the three families, this saint's son is naturally obligated to do so. I'll go and negotiate with those devilish demons." Old Ancestor Tianyan was overjoyed, and in his heart, he suddenly snorted coldly. Go on, go on. Even if the people of the Blood Demon Palace don't get you killed, when the time comes to deal with them, I will be able to accidentally get you killed." But on the surface, he also put on a face of relief. Not bad. Saint Gu is so deeply righteous. He is definitely a model for the younger generation. When you return safely, I will personally report to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land and present you with a great reward. The Extreme Dao Old Ancestor also laughed and casually chimed in. Me too. Only they didn't realize that Gu Yun was also ecstatic in his heart. Previous life. And Meng Yao and the others were also trapped by the Blood Demon Palace crowd. When Gu Yun learns of this, he has no choice but to go to the rescue. But he didn't expect that after he died 9 times and rescued everyone, instead of getting any credit, he was still being complained about by a group of people. Said he came at a bad time. What's even more detestable is that in Meng Yao, she had clearly saved her from the Blood Demon Palace, and instead she blamed Gu Yun for striking too hard and killing too much. Even though they were of the Devil's Way, they couldn't just kill. They should be given a chance to change their ways. He also told Gu Yun to go and give penance to those slain devils. It would have been counterintuitive rhetoric. Unexpectedly, after the spread of Yi Fan and Qin Feng's bending, All the people in the three Holy Lands actually blamed Gu Yun for being too ruthless in his methods and forcing him to go to confession. Good. Live again. Gu Yun wanted to see who would dare to say such nonsense this time. I'm a tough guy, aren't I? I'll show you what it means to be ruthless. For those readers who like it, please give a 5-star review, or a free reward. Thanks a lot. Thanks again for the multiple rewards of support from the Roasted Rolls baby-loving big guy. Chapter 46, Elder. One of our own. Gu Yun left the Tai Chu Holy Land and headed straight for Lingfeng City. At this time, Lingfeng City was in disrepair and had already become a ruin. It looked peaceful all around. However, Gu Yun, who had come to Lingfeng City, understood that a dragnet had already been laid here, and that crises were everywhere. In his previous life, Gu Yun came to Lingfeng City and fought a bloody battle with the Blood Demon Palace disciples for several days. The pain and despair of it is something only he can understand. So, this is one of the places where his mind is cluttered with demons. But now, the stomping grounds are revisited. Surprisingly, he couldn't help but be excited. And just then, the figure of an old crone appeared in his vision. Gu Yun became even more excited. A demon of the heart, a demon of the mind. The crone was just an ordinary old woman's appearance. One of her legs was smashed by a collapsed beam, and she fell to the ground and kept wailing. Ouch! Ouch! Help! Someone help me? She naturally saw Gu Yun, and all of this, too, was something she deliberately pretended to show Gu Yun, because in the dark, there were still a dozen Blood Demon Palace disciples in ambush. They all had a playful sneer on their faces, just waiting for Gu Yun to walk into the trap. Using this move, they had already killed quite a few so-called young disciples of the righteous path these days. Seeing Gu Yun standing, he didn't move for half a day. The crone thought he hadn't noticed him yet, so, she took the initiative to shout in Gu Yun's direction. Young man, come help me. I'm in too much pain. Gu Yun's shoulders trembled slightly, and immediately Jia laughed. Then he laughed, and he went over and said comfortingly, don't be afraid, old woman, I'm coming to help you. The old woman laughed coldly in her heart. Hooked, but on the surface, she was still in disguise. Ouch, it's so hard and painful. Soon, Gu Yun arrived in front of her and said smilingly, I've come to assist you. The old woman was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Good. You quickly help me move the beams away from the room. On one side, a cold smile then appeared at the corner of her mouth. As soon as Gu Yun made a move to move the beams, he would immediately be attacked by a concealed weapon. When the time comes, the people who are ambushed around the area then make a sneak attack. If Gu Yun didn't die, he had to be seriously injured. At that moment, however, she suddenly realized what was wrong. Gu Yun didn't mean to move the beams, but slowly raised a hand, and the smile on his face grew grim. The old woman froze and immediately inquired, Young man, what are you going to do? Gu Yunjie laughed loudly. Old man, even if I help you move the beams, your legs will still hurt. Since you're still going to be in pain, why don't you let me help you completely free yourself? After saying that, he slammed out his palm. Boom! A terrifying force suddenly struck. The crone's eyes widened before she had time to react. Bang! In the next second, it instantly exploded into a mist of blood. After doing so, Gu Yun nodded in satisfaction. Well, that way it won't be painful. This scene directly dumbfounded the Blood Demon Palace disciples hiding in the shadows. Grass, to help someone out of pain, just kill them? Is that how the righteous disciples help others? Why do you feel he knows more about the magic way than I do? But it was their companions who died after all, and there was no way they could just let it go. A dozen Blood Demon Palace disciples appeared at the same time and surrounded Gu Yun. With a cold snort, he said, Who are you that you dare to kill my Blood Demon Palace disciples? Seeing these people, Gu Yun burst out laughing. I am the holy son of the Tai Chu Holy Land, and it's you devil demons that I'll kill. The Blood Demon Palace crowd looked at each other. Ha! The Holy Land of the Beginning? Which new demonic sect is it? I haven't heard of it before. But soon, they reacted. Nope, the Holy Land of the Beginning. One of the 3 holy places. The right way. But this person doesn't even look like someone from the righteous path. Whoever he is, kill him first. Someone grunted coldly and immediately rushed forward. That person was also one of the talented disciples of the Blood Demon Palace. Now it was already in the 3rd realm of the Dao Palace. There are few rivals among his peers. Even if it was really those so-called holy sons of the Holy Land, they might not be his opponent. He smiled sinisterly and then rushed to Gu Yun. Die for me. Bang! He blew up. Gu Yun patted the bloody foam on his body and looked at the others with a kind face. You devils, You just like to shout and fight. Can't you be a bit more civilized? The Blood Demon Palace disciple's eyes widened. Incredulously, he looked at Gu Yun. He's just shouting fight. Who the hell is killing it? These Devil Dao disciples immediately wimped out. After all, the one who had just been slapped to death by Gu Yun was the strongest among them. Immediately, someone opened his mouth and said, "Former seniors, don't make a move. We are all on our own." Boom! He just opened it and was immediately shattered by Gu Yun's palm. Gu Yun coldly snorted in disdain. Who's on your side? This saint's son is the saint's son of the righteous path. How can I be one of you evil devils and crooked people? The Blood Demon Palace disciples were truly afraid this time. Meet the real devil. They have long heard that there are some old devils in the devil's path who like to pretend to be people of the righteous path, pretending to be grand, and killing people without blinking an eye. Run! The remaining dozen or so people immediately scattered in all directions. However, all they could hear was Gu Yun behind them. Jia laughing lowly. The laughter was eerie and horrifying to hear. After they had been desperately trying to escape for some time, they realized that they were back to square one. Gu Yun looked at them with a kind face. These disciples of the Blood Demon Palace had their entire bodies numbed. Both legs were constantly trembling, and even some of the timid ones peed their pants in fear. At that moment, someone suddenly had a bright idea. Former seniors, we are also disciples of the righteous path. The Blood Demon Palace we spoke of just now is just renamed from the Blood Demon Palace of the Devil Dao. We're all really on our own. Please don't kill us. Hearing this, the others seemed to have grabbed a life preserver and hurriedly chimed in as well. Yes, we're on the right path too. I hate the devil's way in my life. I grew up doing good things. Gu Yun feigned surprise and looked at the crowd with a smile. So that's it. I thought you were disciples of the devil's way. It seems I misunderstood you guys. Hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Couldn't help but smile a little. At that moment, Gu Yun's words changed. However, I can't easily take your word for it. I must torture you with questions to prove that you are indeed disciples of the righteous path. The Blood Demon Palace crowd immediately tensed. Where do they know the knowledge of the righteous path? As soon as Gu Yun asks, it'll be a revelation, won't it? They were just about to open their mouths when they saw black smoke suddenly rolling out of Gu Yun's body, and his black aura was soaring. Gu Yun looked at the crowd with a teasing face and opened his mouth to ask, "Come on, tell me, the scent I'm wearing, what scent is it?" Hearing this, the Blood Demon Palace crowd was instantly happy. That's a question they'll ask. Immediately, someone spoke up and grabbed the answer. "Elder, I know, it's called Devil's Way True Chi." I thought that I had answered absolutely nothing, but unexpectedly, Gu Yun suddenly sneered hideously. Bull ********. This is clearly the Hao Ran Chi on me. Chapter 47 Negotiations. What? Hao Ran Qing? The dozen or so people from the Blood Demon Palace were immediately dumbfounded. Before, they thought that the people of the Devil's Path were all as shameless as they were. It was at this moment that they realized, this one in front of them, is the true Devil's Way, and the degree of shamelessness is such that even they feel shameful. The disciple who grabbed the answer was dumbfounded, but immediately reacted. "Elder, let me explain." However, he hadn't finished his sentence. Gu Yun slapped his palm. Bang! He blew up too. Gu Yun pretended to shake his head in pain. "What are you explaining when you don't even recognize the Hao Ran Chi? You false righteousness." The other Blood Demon Palace disciples all had numb scalps. Devil's head. Well, he's a big devil. He was even more devilish than the Blood Demon Palace's old ancestor, but they wouldn't dare say that out loud. Immediately, someone spoke up. "Yes, this is Hori. I can see it at a glance. I see it too. We are the true Tao." Gu Yun laughed, then offered a small black flag and looked at them with a smile. "And what is this?" A dozen or so people, looking at the 10,000 soul streamer with its dancing chi, were on the verge of crying. Their Blood Devil Palace was known as a great sect of the Devil Dao that had been passed down for thousands of years. There were no 10,000 soul streamers with such a terrifying breath within the gate either. How many people had to have been killed and how many powerful great souls had to have been refined to create this? But with the previous lesson just now, how could they dare to say that this was a 10,000 soul streamer? Seeing them hesitate to speak, Gu Yun's two eyes glared, and immediately asked in a chortling voice, "What? Even this righteous treasure, don't you recognize it?" A group of people went completely insane and fell to their knees. Someone opened their mouth to make a wild guess. Recognize. It's called the Hao Rang Zhang Chi flag. Some are straightforward and honest in their openings. I really don't recognize it. We're short on knowledge. Senior, isn't honesty the most important thing in the righteous path? Others cowed out and begged for mercy while crying in pain. Elder, please spare us. As long as you let us go, we are willing to work as oxen and horses for you. Watching a dozen people each behave. Gu Yun also laughed. Bang, bang, bang. Kill first. Those who say Hojo flag. It's called the human emperor flag. You false righteousnesses. Those who were left hadn't had time to breathe a sigh of relief. Bang, bang, bang. The ones who say they don't recognize it are also dead in pieces. Not recognizing is the devil's way, and honesty must die. The only ones left alive were those who said they would work for Gu Yun. They were excited in their hearts. It was thought that Gu Yun was willing to spare their lives. At that moment, Gu Yun spoke up and asked, "Are you guys really willing to work for me as oxen?" Several people rushed to answer. Yes, yes. Gu Yun nodded in satisfaction and then urged up the human emperor flag. Smilingly, he said, "Then you guys go in. I'm most short of cows and horses in here right now." A few people were completely confused. We didn't say we'd go inside the 10,000 souls to be a cow or a horse. However, the human emperor flag had already been activated, and their flesh and blood and divine souls were being devoured madly. A few people were not able to resist at all. Desperate times, a few blood demon palace disciples gritted their teeth and shouted, "You damned devil, you'll get what's coming to you." After saying that, several people instantly turned into ashes. Gu Yun, however, laughed coldly. "It's all said and done. I'm righteous. The devil's way gets retribution. What business is it of my righteous holy son?" However, the movement of the human emperor's flag was not small. Immediately, it attracted the other magic paths in Lingfeng City. Gu Yun had just retrieved the human emperor flag when people rushed over and surrounded him once again. "Kid, what are you? Did you move just now?" Looking at the hundreds and thousands of demon road demons around him, Gu Yun giggled with excitement. Blood demons. Ah, all one little heart demon. After killing this wave, the chaotic creation bead, for sure, would be able to spit out a lot of heavenly Tao power, and his insane appearance was what made the many devils way around him look furtive. This kid, why is he so evil? Is it, like, one of our own? Immediately someone coldly heckled with impatience. What are you laughing at? Say, who the hell are you? Gu Yun put away his smile and spoke proudly. This honored one is the holy son of the Tai Chu Holy Land, Gu Yun. This time, I came to negotiate on behalf of the three great holy lands. Have your steward come out and talk to me? Hearing this, the demon road crowd first froze, and then couldn't help but laugh out loud. And he calls himself the honored one. Those who don't know would think that he's an elder ancestor of the Tai Chu sacred land. One person dares to come over to negotiate. This kid is really not afraid of death. Kid, I'm afraid I haven't seen what it means to be a true person of the devil's way before. Don't be scared to tears later. And at that moment, a dark shadow appeared in front of the crowd. That was none other than the leader of these people, and one of the 7 absolute elders of the Blood Demon Palace. Blood Heavenly Hatred. Blood Heavenly Vengeance looked at Gu Yun playfully. Smilingly, he said, "One person, and you dare to come over to negotiate with us? Boy, you have guts." Gu Yun smiled back. Blandly, he opened his mouth. "This is also considered the sincerity of our Tai Chu Holy Land. Since we have shown our sincerity, we also hope that you will show it to us." Blood Heavenly Hatred laughed even louder. Sincerity? He hadn't intended to negotiate with the three great holy lands. What sincerity? But it was just wanting to tease the three great holy lands, or take the opportunity to pit them against each other. Now, Gu Yun had come alone. That's certain death. He also came to the contraption. So, smilingly, he looked at Gu Yun. "Yeah, I'll show you then." After saying that, he waved his hand, and the disciples of the Blood Demon Palace immediately escorted the captured Yifan and the others over. There were 20 to 30 people in total. All of them were from the three holy places, the sons of the families. Seeing Gu Yun, Yifan's trio was first stunned and had a vague bad feeling in their hearts, and others are excited. "Saint Gu, save us. I'm young and I don't want to die here." "Gu Yun, as long as you save me out, our family will definitely reward you heavily." Blood Heavenly Hatred looked at the disciples and then at Gu Yun. "These people, not one of them is missing. They're all here, but it's not going to be that easy for you to take them away." With that, he threw out a red elixir to Gu Yun's feet. Then he said smilingly, "Don't you want to negotiate with me? Eat this blood demon pill first and then talk to me." Gu Yun glanced at the blood demon pill on the ground. In his last life, in order to save Yifan and these people, He really swallowed this elixir. The result was that the demonic nature in his heart was completely pulled out. The mind is full of demons. Obviously a hero who saves the day for all. But in the end he becomes an object of scorn by all. Gu Yun laughed and looked proudly at Blood Heavenly Hatred. And what if I don't eat it? Blood Heavenly Hatred laughed. My patience is limited. I'll only give you 10 breaths. One suck later and I'll kill one. Hearing this, those lineage disciples immediately panicked and hurriedly chided. Gu Yun, what are you still thinking about? Hurry up and eat. If it's because of you that the people from the Blood Demon Palace killed me, our family will definitely not let you go. Gu Yun, I order you, eat it immediately. These couldn't care less about anything to stay alive. Of the detained disciples, only Yi Fan was the first to frown. He looked towards those who had berated Gu Yun and let out a long sigh in his heart. Sure enough, anyone who dared to say these words was not a son of a worldly family from the Tai Chu Holy Land. They had no idea of Gu Yun's temperament. Thanks to who loves stewed kidney beans, for his reward support, and to all the readers who have rewarded me. Chapter 48, Acting with Me. Blood Heavenly Vengeance looked at Gu Yun playfully. Have these so-called righteous paths not always claimed to be the moral standard bearers? He wanted to see if this saint son of Tai Chu could choose to sacrifice himself in order to save others. Seeing that Gu Yun was unmoved, Blood Heavenly Hatred came to one of the most frantic screaming Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land disciples and placed his hand on his head. Smilingly, he said, you still have 3 sucks to go. If you don't eat, I'm going to kill someone. That disciple whose head was held down by Blood Heavenly Hatred was instantly horrified as he stared wide-eyed with cold sweat constantly breaking out on his brain. So, immediately, he looked hideously at Gu Yun and shouted madly, asshole, you eat it quickly. Do you know who I am? I am the Heavenly Diffusion Saint, the Li family's Grand Duke. If I die today, the Li family will not. Bang! He hadn't finished his sentence. Gu Yun blasted out with a palm. He exploded into a mist of blood. It blew up Blood Heavenly Hatred as well as the Blood Demon Palace disciple next to him who was in charge of guarding it, with a face full of blood. One moment. The righteous path, the devil's path. The disciples on both sides froze. What? What's the situation? Only to see Gu Yunjie laughing. Instead of being tormented by these devilish demons, why don't you let me help you free yourself? All the people present stared in disbelief. Nima, you can still play like that? Blood Heavenly Hatred was also confused. I just said I'd kill. I didn't really kill. Is this kid really the holy son of the Tai Chu Holy Land? Why do you look like a devil's disciple? The disciples of the 3 holy lands, except for the Tai Chu Holy Land. The other 2 men were dumbfounded. Gu Yun, didn't he come to save them? Why? The devil's way didn't make a move, but he went on a killing spree first? Blood Heavenly Vengeance's eyes widened. For a moment, he was surprised that he didn't know how to react. But Gu Yun had no intention of stopping. He looked towards the crowd that had just bared their teeth at him and smiled amiably. As you can see, the devil's way wants to threaten me with your lives. And in order to succeed in getting you out of here, then I can only kill you first and settle my worries before I can be threatened. After saying that, he revealed a trace of maniacal laughter. Then, a violent strike followed. Bang! 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 The disciples of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land and the Extreme Tao Holy Land who had been condescending to him just now instantly exploded into mush. The Blood Demon Palace disciples watching from the side were all scared and backed away. Brutality. It's atrocious. Among the devil's way, there are few people who can be so brutal and kill at the drop of a hat. And, the kills were all their own. Those disciples who were still alive and had also bared their teeth to Gu Yun earlier were suddenly confused. Gu Saint's son. We are wrong. Don't kill us. Gu Yun, you are crazy. The Blood Demon Palace didn't even dare to kill us. How dare you? Bang! Senior brother Gu, please, let us go. We shouldn't have yelled at you and disrespected you just now. Gu Yun, on the other hand, was helpless. Hey, how can you call me not letting you guys go? It's clearly the Blood Demon Palace demons who are trying to harm you guys, and I'm helping to free you. After saying that, he struck again. Bang! 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 The remaining few people also instantly burst into flames. Looking at the 20 to 30 Holy Land disciples, there were only about 10 left. Blood Heavenly Hatred finally came back to his senses. He was instantly furious. Stop it! Stop it now! Damn! You're really putting me on the spot. With that, he was about to kill Gu Yun. How could he not have expected that Gu Yun would be so madly criticized? Saying that he came to save people, and directly killing them at the drop of a hat? Killed a good portion of the people they were trying to save. What's the point of saving? Yi Fan's trio was also trembling. They all have a grudge against Gu Yun. If Gu Yun killed them all here and planted the evidence on the Blood Demon Palace, then they would have died in vain. However, Gu Yun also stopped after killing the person who had just yelled at him. Smilingly, he said, "Actually, I genuinely want to come and negotiate, but I didn't expect you demon road demons to be so despicable as to threaten me with the disciples of the three Holy Lands and force me to swallow an unknown elixir. However, for the sake of the safety of the disciples of the three Holy Lands, I can only reluctantly agree to you." Blood Heavenly Hatred, who was about to make a move, froze. "Ha? For the safety of the disciples of the three holy places? They've killed a good portion of them for you. So where's the peace? They all died so peacefully. Besides, you didn't eat the elixir just now, and now that you've killed all the people, you're saying you want to eat it? What about playing?" However, Blood Heavenly Vengeance soon realized that what Gu Yun had killed were disciples from the other two Holy Lands. The disciples of the Tai Chu Holy Land had not killed a single one of them. He understood something at once. "Oh, so it's just to save your own disciple?" He had once again found the joy of being a demon. Because, he seemed to have found Gu Yun's handle. Gu Yun he only cared about the disciples of the Tai Chu Holy Land. Just threaten the disciple of the Tai Chu Sacred Ground, torture him, and toy with him. At that moment, Gu Yun raised his hand and literally took the blood demon pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Then smilingly, he looked at Blood Heavenly Hatred and said, "I've already swallowed the pills as you requested. So now we can talk." The surrounding crowd froze again. He really ate the blood demon pill? Blood Heavenly Hatred, on the other hand, laughed out loud. "Boy, you've got some balls. You know what yours are? That's our Blood Demon Hall's blood demon pill. If you eat it, your heart will be reborn as a demon and transform into a demon. Soon, you'll be magical. Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Gu Yun's face changed. Pretending to be shocked, he said, "Ah, demon, you dare to harm me." At this point, he then wore a pained expression. Around his body, a trace of black gas began to gradually emerge. See this scene. Blood Heavenly Vengeance became even more excited. "I didn't expect that the Holy Son of the Holy Land of Tai Chu would enter the devil and become a devil like us. This matter, if it were to be spread, I wonder what the righteous path would think of your Tai Chu Sacred Land." After he said this, the other Blood Demon Palace disciples also laughed out loud. "What the hell, Tai Chu Saint's son? Never heard of him, just a monkey being toyed with by our Blood Demon Palace. Didn't you say that we're demonic demons? Now that you're going to be a demon too, how does it feel? If you really can't stand it, you can kneel on the ground and beg our elder Tian Xiu to give you the antidote. Like a dog, begging for us, ha ha ha." The disciples of the Devil's Way were all jeering madly. However, those disciples of the Tai Chu Holy Land were so frightened that they were about to cry. "Do you think Gu Yun is like this because he ate your pills? That's what he was. Every time he pops up with this demonic aura, he's going to kill someone." GGG. Gu Yun also laughed out loud. That eerie look caused Blood Heavenly Hatred to freeze. This kid has a talent for practicing magic. It had only just entered the devil, and the devilish aura, it was so strong. The next second, however, he sensed something was wrong. Boom! The rolling demonic aura that emerged from Gu Yun's body covered the sky and was as terrifying as it was. It was even more terrifying than this Blood Demon Palace 7 deadly elder of his. His eyes widened and he couldn't help but yell, "Grass!" Chapter 49 Elder Blood. Give him the antidote quickly. Don't let him kill. Devilish aura and evil winds. The entire Ling Fengchang was instantly wrapped in a terrifying demonic aura. Outside the city, the three Sacred Land ancestors who were ready to support Gu Yun were instantly startled. Could it be that the female emperor of the Blood Demon Palace has come? How else could there be such a terrifying wave of magic power, making so much noise? It means that Gu Yun failed in his negotiations and could die at any time. Thinking of this, Old Man Tian Yan laughed coldly. Let's observe the situation before we make a move. After all, there's nothing wrong with being careful. Elder Hong Yun, what do you think? Stall for a while and Gu Yun might just die, and he didn't have to do it himself. Hong Yun also smiled bashfully. Naturally, I have no problem with that. He naturally knew exactly what Old Man Tian Yan wanted. But this terrifying demonic true chi, are you sure it's really from someone from the Blood Demon Palace? It was a scent that was all too familiar to him. Definitely Gu Yun's ancestor. At this moment, within Lingfeng City, Gu Yun's entire body was filled with demonic aura as he floated in midair, constantly jia laughing. Hearing Blood Heavenly Hatred made his scalp numb. Nima, what the hell is wrong with this kid? Why is it so evil? he immediately let out a low growl. Go, kill him for me. The disciples of the Blood Demon Palace, despite their fear, had to grit their teeth and charge up. Guyon stopped his laughter and looked coldly at the rushing Blood Demon Palace disciples. How dare you cause me to become a demon? You deserve to die. Boom! He blasted out with a palm. A terrifying force that destroyed the ancient world rushed out violently, charging into the Blood Demon Palace disciples. It was instantly like a meat grinder. Ah! Here and there, screams rang out. Those disciples of the Devil's Way were instantly twisted into flesh and blood foam. No resistance at all. Seeing this scene, Blood Heavenly Vengeance, too, had his eyes widened. How is that possible? Why would that be? I didn't notice this kind of strength in this kid just now. The killing continues. Guyon laughed maniacally while slaying. Wherever they went, blood was everywhere and there were countless limbs. Where had these devil disciples seen such a brutal scene? There was a lot of screaming. Ah! The devil! The devil! Run! Hundreds of Blood Demon Palace disciples fled frantically. However, Guyon was unimpressed and still laughed maniacally. Letting you and others harm me. This is the price. After that, a small black flag rose. Boom! The Een wind roared, and countless soul slaves rushed out full of fury. Those Blood Demon Palace disciples, as long as they were caught up, were bound to be drained of their blood, flesh, and essence. The screams were even more oozing. Ah! Help! Am I the Devil's Way, or is he the Devil's Way? No matter how desperately these people fled, it was hard to escape being killed. Blood Heavenly Hatred's eyes were even wider. You've pulled out all the soul streamers? Who's a good person who just became a demon and has a quasi-saint level 10,000 soul streamer? At this time, finally, some Blood Demon Palace disciples couldn't help themselves. Elder Tian Qiu, quickly give him the antidote. We can't let him kill like this anymore. Blood Heavenly Vengeance also gritted his teeth. One blood demon pill. How powerful can it be? This was clearly a problem with the Holy Son of Tai Chu. Blood Tian Qiu was afraid in his heart, and immediately rebuked and said, Who? Are you in the end? Guyon sneered. This is the Holy Son of Tai Chu. Do I need to say more about this? You should have seen it too from the means I used. Blood Heavenly Vengeance almost didn't die of anger at those words. I see your grandma's leg. If you didn't say so, I thought you were some devilish old man. Which one of these is the means of the Holy Land of the beginning? The 10,000 soul streamer. Used it better than even I did. The aura on Guyon's body nowadays was simply not something he could resist as a mere 7 deadly elder. He immediately thought of something, and with an instantaneous body, he immediately arrived next to the disciples of the Tai Chu Holy Land. It directly grabbed Yifan in his hands. He then immediately yelled at Guyon, Stop it right now, or I'll kill him right now. Hearing this, Guyon instantly laughed even louder. Ha ha ha, and Yifan was on the verge of tears. Hurry up and say, Senior, I have a grudge against him. You must not threaten him with me. At this moment, Blood Heavenly Hatred simply had no other way to deal with Guyon. This was the last straw. How could he give up so easily? He glared viciously at Yifan and chided. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you dare try to trick me. This bastard. He killed so many people just now. And you're the only one from the Tai Chu Holy Land who didn't kill them. You still dare to say that he doesn't care about the disciples of the Tai Chu Holy Land? Yifan had a hard time saying anything. He was going crazy in a hurry. And in his heart, he couldn't help but curse. He cares about a chicken bully. He even dared to kill the Tai Chu ancestor. And at that moment, Guyon spoke up. Bold devil demon. How dare you threaten me with my senior brother Yifan? Do you know that my senior brother Yifan, who has always been a man of iron bones, how can he be coerced by you? In this situation today, even if I don't open my mouth, he will actively beg me to kill him. Ha! Blood Heavenly Hatred and Yifan stared wide-eyed at the same time. Yifan shouted even more. Elder brother thinks highly of me. I am not that noble but please elder brother save. A matter of life and death. Yifan couldn't care less anymore. However, he hadn't finished his sentence. Guyon blasted in with a palm. Bang! Yifan flew out in unison along with Blood Heavenly Hatred. Both of them spat out blood violently. Only the former fainted directly after vomiting. The latter, still with a trace of consciousness, seeing this scene, and Meng Yao and Qin Feng, had been scared silly. Guyon went crazy. He's completely and utterly insane. It doesn't matter if it's the right way or the devil's way. It'll kill anyone. And at that moment, Guyon landed in front of Blood Heavenly Hatred and said with a cold snort, Devil, I, Tai Chu Holy Land, negotiate with you in good faith. And you have a heart of gold. bent on harming me. God damn it. Blood Heavenly Vengeance strongly supported his severely injured body and got up tremblingly. As soon as he exerted himself, his chest tightened and he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. He looked at Gu Yun with incomparable fear, 10,000 grass mud horses racing in his heart. I hurt you? Listen to you. Is that a human thing you're saying? Have you ever seen a victimized person kill a lot of people and the perpetrator die a lot? But at this moment, he really didn't have the guts to talk much to Gu Yun. He immediately fell to his knees and begged for mercy, saying, Senior, please, spare my life. I know it's wrong. Gu Yun laughed coldly. Do you really have repentance in your heart? If, indeed, there is, I, the saint's son of the righteous path, can be merciful and let you off the hook. After all, I've always been kind. Blood Heavenly hatred was bitter in his heart. Kindness your mama kiss. However, what was still more in his heart at that moment was his hatred for Gu Yun. As long as he could escape this, he would definitely report to the Empress, so that her old man could personally lead people to kill the Tai Chu Holy Land and break Gu Yun into pieces. So at this point, even if he was holding back and being humble, he had to endure it. He immediately said with a sincere face, I really know it's wrong, and now in my heart, I'm filled with regret. If I could have met Senior earlier, I would have definitely converted a long time ago. Gu Yun looked at him with a serious face and said, Then dig out your heart and I'll see how much sincerity and regret there is. Jia jia jia. Call out your 5-star good and free bounties. Chapter 50. So this is how I am in your hearts. Blood Heavenly Vengeance immediately widened his eyes and looked at Gu Yun in anger. I knew it. This kid is definitely not so kind. How could he let his peers bully him like this when he was also a 7 deadly elder of the Blood Demon Palace? I'll fight you. He sprang to his feet, intent on a final struggle. Gu Yun sneered and just wanted to make a move. However, he found that Blood Heavenly Foe exploded into a cloud of blood mist and instantly disappeared. Blood Demon Palace's top escape number segment. Blood Shield. Gu Yun froze, then burst out laughing. Good you devilish demon. You are indeed treacherous. After saying that, his figure shifted and once again appeared in front of the fleeing Blood Heavenly Hatred. The latter's eyes snapped open. How come so fast? However, before he could react, Gu Yun suddenly struck out. Pust. Blood Heavenly Hatred's chest was instantly pierced through. A blood-drenched, still beating heart was pulled out by Gu Yun. He looked at his heart and just felt cold all over. But this feeling didn't last long, and soon Blood Heavenly Hatred collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Gu Yun laughed coldly and said disdainfully, This saint's son is pouring his heart out with you, and you're playing mind games with me? Asterisk 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 asterisk. After saying that, the heart in his hand was crushed and exploded. Blood Heavenly Vengeance was completely dead. After he died, Gu Yun then activated the human emperor flag. Take all the people you just killed, no matter if they were disciples of the Blood Demon Palace, or the 3 Holy Lands, as long as they were physically dead. Their divine souls were all recruited by Gu Yun. All of them were sent into the human emperor flag to be refined. Watching the crowd ghosting around the human emperor flag, Gu Yun then revealed a pleased smile. For millions of years, the righteous and devilish paths were at odds. But today, they are all in harmony in my human emperor flag. That's what I am. The best solution to the peaceful coexistence of the 2 paths. Hearing this, those Holy Land disciples who were still alive couldn't help but tremble. What a nifty phrase. Living in harmony. They've all been refined into soul slaves. Can they not be in harmony? At that moment, Gu Yun revealed an amiable smile and looked towards Mengyao and the others. It's time to fix you guys. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened and their cold hairs stood on end. And Mengyao and Qin Feng were even so scared that their faces turned pale and their entire bodies shook. Gu Saint's son. You can't kill us. Qin Feng hurriedly opened his mouth. Gu Yun looked at him with a playful expression and asked, Oh yeah, why? Beads of sweat rolled off Qin Feng's forehead, one by one, as he swallowed a mouthful of water and spoke again. We are all witnesses to your killing of the demon road demons. Without us, who will prove that this heaven-splashing merit was made by you? Hearing this, the others were immediately enlightened. Yes, Senior Brother Gu, we can all testify for you and claim credit for you. That's right, keep us and be useful. Even Mengyao spoke up nervously. Senior Brother Gu, as long as I go back alive, I will definitely explain to the sect that it was you who saved us and executed so many Blood Demon Palace disciples. I will definitely let the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land give you a heavenly commendation. Hearing these words, Gu Yun revealed a smile and nodded approvingly. You guys are talking as if it makes sense. Hearing this, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. They'll do anything as long as they don't die. As long as they can get out of here. Qin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He thought viciously in his mind. A commendation? Gu Yun. This person killed so many people from our extreme Holy Land, as well as the Tianyan Holy Land. There's certainly no way our two families will let him go. Now, in order to stay alive, he can only be coaxed this way first. As soon as I get out and see Old Man, I'll make Old Man whip him into shape. Having just returned to his senses, he suddenly realized that Gu Yun had appeared in front of him unbeknownst to him. He was instantly weak and gave an awkward smile. Gu Yun smiled back. Senior brother Qin, what are you thinking about? Qin Feng hurriedly said, I want to go back and let the Holy Land commend senior brother Gu for something good. Gu Yun also laughed, then said, actually, it's not impossible to let you guys go back alive, but I'm worried. Everyone else is dead and you're the only one still alive. Your elders, there will be some kind of misunderstanding. Also, you guys don't have any bruises at all. That doesn't make sense, does it? Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately tensed up and looked at Gu Yun in horror and asked, so, what does that senior brother mean? Gu Yun laughed. How about this? I'll give each of you a slap, and pretend that you were injured by the devil's way, so that you can go back and claim the credit. No? Qin Feng's eyes widened. Even the 7 deadly elders of the Blood Demon Palace couldn't carry that slap of yours, and you're asking me to carry it? He stared dead at Gu Yun's kind face, not daring to refuse, much less agree. The disciples of the Tai Chu Sacred Ground on the side were even more nervous. They had seen with their own eyes that Gu Yun had slapped a Void Cauldron Realm Elder to death with a single slap. Letting Gu Yun take a shot is the same as going to hell. At this moment, the disciple of the Tai Chu Sacred Land immediately spoke up in a rush. Elder brother is right. But how can I trouble elder brother to come personally for such a small matter? Do it ourselves. After saying that, that disciple clenched his teeth and violently stretched out his hand, fiercely delivering a slap towards his chest. Bang! The force was so strong that it scared everyone around them silly. Pust! The man violently spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee, looking dying, but there's still a breath left. With his mouth full of blood, he smiled and said to Gu Yun, Senior brother, so, this should be fine, right? Everyone around him was stunned by his resourcefulness. If you do it yourself, even if you will be seriously injured, it's better than Gu Yun slapping you into the ground. Understanding this, other disciples of the Tai Chu Holy Land followed suit. I'll do it myself. Bang! I do the same. Bang! A dozen or so Tai Chu disciples, one after another, began to mutilate themselves. It left in Mengyao and Qin Feng on the side looking dumbfounded. These people from the Holy Land of the beginning, they're all sick, and Gu Yun was also stunned. Senior brothers, what's the point of this? I didn't say I was going to make a move on you. We're all in the same family. How could I possibly lay my hands on you? Hearing these words, the faces of the disciples from the Tai Chu Sacred Ground who had been smug in self-inflicted injuries just a moment ago suddenly turned iron blue. Ha! You got hit for nothing, didn't you? But think of Gu Yun's usual style. They also didn't believe what Gu Yun had just said. At this time, Gu Yun's face suddenly changed, and he opened his mouth with great heartache. Unexpectedly, it turns out that in your hearts, I, the Holy Son, am such a vicious person. I'm sad. Hang on, it's finally going to be sudden death. You're not finished. If you're going to kill me, just kill me. Although their hearts were furious, but the crowd's desire to survive was still strong. It's not like that, Senior Brother Gu. It's us who misunderstood. It's not your fault. That's right. That's right. You mustn't blame yourself. It's all because we're being small-minded. Gu Yun also took a deep breath, then immediately looked viciously at Qin Feng. It's all because of your hesitation, causing our fellow disciples to centrifuge. Qin Feng was confused. It's not. What the do I care? He rushed to speak. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 51, Girls First. Qin Feng was still finishing his words. Bang! Gu Yun blasted his chest with a palm. Both of his eyes glazed over, and he instantly flew out, viciously spitting out a mouthful of blood. Luckily, Gu Yun didn't kill him. It just shattered the bones in his entire body, making him worse than dead. Qin Feng collapsed on the ground, blood bubbling out of his mouth. He braced himself to keep from passing out, because he knew that once he fainted, he might actually be dead. It's a good thing he also has a holy body. It is a 7-vesseled holy body. This kind of saint body was the most godly in learning techniques, so the techniques he knew were all sorts of strange and everything. Among them were the feats of healing. He frantically ran his healing technique, which saved his life. At that moment, Gu Yun walked over again. A kind face looked at him. Smilingly, he opened his mouth. Say thank you. Hear that? Qin Feng sucked in a breath of air and almost didn't pass out from death. A palm almost returned by you. And you want me to say thank you? You want to kill a man with a heart of gold? But he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of reluctance, gritting his teeth and spitting out blood while speaking with difficulty. Thanks. Thanks. Gu Yun was satisfied. He then turned to look at In Mengyao. The latter was instantly terrified and backed up, almost falling to the ground. She said fearfully, Gu senior brother, or I will come myself. Gu Yun laughed and said, You're a girl. There's no way to let a girl do it herself. It's okay, elder brother will help you. And Mengyao was crying in fear. With a sobbing voice, he said, There are others besides me. Will you help them first? Gu Yun was again amiable. Hey, girls first. How could In Mengyao not expect the two words she had always held as truth, coming from Gu Yun's mouth? It was surprisingly so terrifying. She was about to open her mouth to say something else. At that moment, Gu Yun fiercely struck out. Bang! She flew off at once, dropped it hard to the ground. Her eyes were hollow, her body was convulsing, and blood was coming out of her mouth. At the moment, her mind recalled that afternoon of practice. Peaceful, uneventful, but beautiful. If she could do it all over again, she would rather choose that she had never come to this hellish place, the holy land of Tai Chu, and had never met Gu Yun. When finished helping the rest, it was only then that Gu Yun realized that the human emperor flag had refined all the divine souls, and his strength had grown quite a bit. The chaotic creation bead in his body also spat out quite a bit of heavenly Tao power. His strength increased once again. Sage 8 realm. He was very satisfied. It's time to go back too. So, with a lift of his hand, he withdrew the human emperor flag. The black aura that enveloped the entire Lingfeng city instantly dissipated. In the distance, the sacred land ancestors, who were still waiting to strike at any moment, glared. What the hell? Old ancestor Tianyan was the first to react and immediately shouted, Follow me and kill over there. Don't spare a single demon of the devil's path. In an instant, the three holy lands, 20 to 30 void cauldron and transition realm experts, rushed towards Lingfeng city together. However, when they reached the place, they were dumbfounded. Where are the people? What a strong smell of blood. Look at the ground again. Aside from Gu Yun standing, all the others fell to the ground with serious injuries. Among them that were particularly serious were Yi Fan, and Mengyao, and Qin Feng. Gu Yun, on the other hand, stood by Yi Fan's side and kicked Yi Fan's body with his foot, shouting with a worried face, Senior brother Yi Fan, what's wrong with you? Wake up, don't scare senior brother. See this scene. Everyone in the room was confused. What's going on here? At that moment, Gu Yun turned around, pretending to have just seen the incoming crowd, and immediately said, Oh, greetings to the three elder ancestors. I fought a bloody battle with all of my brothers and sisters, and eventually eliminated all of the blood demon palace demons. It's just a pity that, apart from me, the others were either killed in battle or seriously injured. Hey, I just hate my limited ability to protect everyone. Jia. The three masters opened their mouths, completely confused. It's not. If you don't laugh at the end, I'll believe it. However, at this time, most people had no time to care about Gu Yun. Windy, are you okay? Holy maiden. Hold on. I'll save you. Li Xiao. How is Li Xiao left with scum? Gu Yun was also shocked. No. You recognize him when he's like this? Watching his disciples die and be injured. Especially the holy maiden. And Mengyao was unconscious. And most crucially, Gu Yun was surprisingly not dead. Elder Tianyan was also furious. His eyes widened in anger as he looked at Gu Yun and immediately rebuked him. Gu Yun, what's going on here? Why are you the only one who's fine? But this time, without waiting for Gu Yun to open his mouth, old man Hong Yun was instantly displeased. What's all the yelling about? Our family's saint's son is unrivaled in strength under the heavens. Is it strange that he has the ability to defend himself? Besides, now that the saint's son has killed so many demons and saved so many disciples from the three holy lands, he should be commended. Gu Yun also instantly laughed when he saw this old den helping out. With an innocent face, he said, Old man Hong Yun has a point. Old ancestor Tianyan was dumbfounded and immediately looked at the other disciples. You guys, what's going on? The other disciples had already been scared out of their wits by Gu Yun's appearance. Immediately said, Exactly what Gu Saint's son said. He was the one who saved us and killed the other demon road demons. That's right, that's right. After they finished speaking, they all looked at Gu Yun, fearing that Gu Yun would not be satisfied. And this silenced appearance naturally did not convince old man Tianyan. He gritted his teeth. Well, we'll see. Men, immediately take the Holy Maiden and the other injured disciples and bring them back for treatment. Before leaving, old ancestor Tianyan glared viciously at Gu Yun and old ancestor Hong Yun. In this matter, you, Tai Chu Holy Land, must give me an explanation. After that, they turned and left. Hong Yun glanced at Gu Yun and immediately transmitted his voice secretly. Saint's son, should we take advantage of these unpreparedness of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land and slaughter them first to eliminate future troubles? Gu Yun laughed, then spoke. To kill them, you still need to take advantage of their defenses? Does the old ancestor look down on me too much? Or on them too much? It's fine. Let them go and wait until they bring the heavenly diffracting divine mirror. The heavenly diffusion divine mirror. A holy weapon of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. Now, the heavenly diffusion Holy Land had been thwarted, and the other paramount sage ancestors of the Holy Land couldn't all kill their way to the Tai Chu Holy Land. The only way to do that is to invite the holy weapon. Hong Yun understood at once. It turned out that Gu Yun was looking at the holy weapon of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. Rumor had it that although a holy weapon had extraordinary abilities, it was not a dead thing, but had its own divine sense and consciousness. Therefore, unless a saint or a person with extraordinary talent could not become a saint in the future, it was absolutely impossible to be recognized by a holy weapon and thus recognize its owner. That holy artifact of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land. To this day, it's still unowned. If they really took it out, then Gu Yun would be able to directly forcefully recognize the owner. Thinking about that scene made Hong Yun feel excited. Chapter 52 It's good to be a dog. After the people from the three holy places had left, immediately, a silhouette appeared within Lingfeng City. Seeing the blood stains and crumbs all around, the man's scalp was also numb. This matter must be reported to the Empress as soon as possible. Returning to the Holy Land of the Great Beginning, old ancestor Hong Yun immediately notified Gu Yun of his accomplishments, compliments, accolades, holding Gu Yun up to the sky. Upon learning that Gu Yun still broke into Lingfeng City alone to kill the four directions and save so many people, the other disciples of the Tai Chu Holy Land were also greatly excited. Senior brother Gu, it's too powerful. It's still got to be the Holy Sun. There was one person, on the contrary, whose heart was not in the right place, cold as the moon. The original 9 supreme elders were now shaped like air in the sect, with no one treating them at all. Neither has its own main peak, nor any position. And all of this was because she gave up Gu Yun and chose Yifan between the two pro-disciples. Originally, I thought that Yifan had the backing of an old ancestor behind him. I'm sure I'll be able to fly high in the future, and I'll be able to follow in the footsteps. But now, the Yi family's oldest ancestor was in seclusion, and Yifan was injured every day, and was either being rescued or on his way to being rescued. On the contrary, Gu Yun was not only valued by the Patriarch, but old man Hong Yun also seemed to favor him. In this way, the future development would definitely not be below Yifan. In her heart, there was some regret. Why, in the first place, did it have to be so hard with Gu Yun's relationship? Obviously in the beginning, Gu Yun respected himself so much that he would do whatever he said. Thinking of this, Lang Ruyu took a deep breath. She decided to make a trip to Misty Peak herself. She wants to reconcile with Gu Yun. She believed that as long as she sincerely apologized, Gu Yun would definitely be able to forgive herself. After all, at one time, Gu Yun had revered this master of hers to the extreme. Even if there is a conflict between the two, it can be easily dissolved too, right? Without realizing it, Lang Ruyu arrived at Misty Peak, where Gu Yun lived. She was just about to push the door in when she was immediately stopped by a boundary. Lang Ruyu's heart froze, and she immediately felt an unspeakable sense of loss. Once she came here and came and went as she pleased. Gu Yun never set a block on her. I didn't realize that today. She and Gu Yun were strangers. She took a deep breath, then opened her mouth and used her spiritual power to transmit her voice. Gu Yun. For Master wants to see you once. Inside the palace, Gu Yun sat in a high position, with one hand propped up on his chin. He looked playfully at Lu Ruyan in front of him. Ruyan Lu wore chains around her neck. Both hands and knees had been ground to a bloody pulp. In the past few days, Gu Yun had let her crawl on the ground as a dog even though she was a dog. And he also woke up early every day to walk the dog. Said she should go out and walk around more often, so as to benefit her physical and mental health. But she was in pain in addition to humiliation. Ruyan Lu was really a bit unable to hold on. Senior brother. Ruyan knows it's wrong. I'll never be a dog again. Please, let me stand up. Guyun suddenly sked. Senior sister. Why do you say that? How good it is to be a dog. Without the deception between people. And without having to worry about being framed by a villain like you who forgets his own interests. It's better to be a dog. So for your protection, I've decided to let you stay a dog. Ruyan Lu bit her lip as tears filled her eyes. At this point in her mind, there was still a hint of fantasy. That was, when exactly would senior brother Yifan be able to save her from her clutches? She really was holding it together. And just as she was about to shed a tear, Guyun laughed and spoke again. Don't cry. It doesn't look good when you cry. Bear back. Guyun used the gentlest words and said the coldest words. Ruyan Lu was creeped out. She truly believed that she was going to have to kill off a single tear. Guyun would be able to gouge her eyes out. All she could do was try to hold back the tears and think of the happy things she used to do. However, as soon as she thought about happy things, her mind would conjure up how good Guyun had once been to her. She then fought back the urge to cry even more. The Guyun that was once so pampered now completely treated her like a pet. Just when she couldn't help but cry out, Lang Ruyu's voice came from outside. Guyun. For master wants to see you once. Ruyan Lu was delighted in her heart. The master is coming. It must have been junior brother who asked the master to come and rescue me. Guyun also laughed and then opened the boundary. Again, the psychic power spoke back. Since master teacher is here, then come in. My disciple has not seen you for the past few days and has missed you. Outside the door, Lang Ruyu's heart was delighted. Sure enough, Guyun still had her as his master in his heart. She hurried in. Just as he walked into the main hall, he saw Ruyan Lu on the ground wearing a dog chain. She frowned slightly, but simply chose to ignore it. Lu Ruyan was excited and wanted to ask Yifan why he hadn't come, but with Guyun beside her, she really didn't dare. But Guyun saw her mind at a glance and spoke with a smile. Understandingly, Senior brother Yifan is seriously injured. Why are you coming to my place if you're not going to take care of him? Hearing this, Ruyan Lu froze. Yifan was seriously injured. How could this happen? Lang Ruyu's face also became embarrassed. She sighed slightly and spoke awkwardly. Yifan has been seriously injured by you several times. And now that the desolate ancient Holy Land has been completely crippled, even if he can recover this time, he's more than likely ruined. Moreover, the Yi clan's old ancestor is in seclusion and doesn't know what can come out. And you have the protection of old ancestor Hong Yun. I've been thinking about it, and I still think that you're more proud of your master. So, that's why the master came. To say that we, master and disciple, can be reconciled. In the future, I'll still treat you like I did before I had Yifan. Okay? Even the master has given up on Yifan? The sky was falling on Ruyan Lu. At this moment, she finally couldn't hold it together and whimpered. What exactly is one's figure? It was clear that Guyun had doted and favored himself so much before. He himself didn't know how to cherish it, and had to give him up for a Yifan who looked like he had a promising future. Now Yifan was completely wasted. Guyun, on the other hand, was becoming more and more like a man of the world. Why are you so stupid? Self-destructive yet. The more I think about it, the sadder I get, and the louder I cry with sadness. At that moment, Guyun violently raised his hand. Snap! A wave of air was thrown directly at Ruyan Lu's face. She fell to the ground with an ah of shock. Cry! 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 Just know how to cry. The blessings are all gone. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan bit her lips, and even though her tears were still flowing, she didn't dare to make a sound at all. Only then did Guyun look at his master teacher with a smile. This master teacher of his own was really good at seeing the wind. When Yifan gained power, she chose Yifan to abandon herself. Now that Yifan was wasted, she abandoned him once again. What a master and disciple. Teacher and disciple are kind and filial. After laughing, Guyun looked at Lang Ruyu. Master, there are still some misunderstandings between you and me that have yet to be resolved. How can we just settle? In the beginning, you said that I was treasonous and thought ill of you. If I can't prove my innocence, won't I have to carry the charge of being a jockey for the rest of my life? Hearing this, Lang Ruyu was also a bit anxious. Those subtle things, originally also do not need to prove their own innocence. And, even if it is true, for the master also do not care. Hearing this, Guyun laughed even louder. I thought you were icy clean. That's why you were so disgusted with me after misunderstanding me. I didn't expect it. You are such a mastermind. Guyun laughed so hard that tears were coming out. Master, you don't care. But, I do. If you don't prove your own innocence, the reputation of my Tai Chu Holy Son can't be spoiled by you. But it doesn't matter. I have a method to prove my innocence. Chapter 53, The Pill of Burning Heart with Desire. Self-incrimination? Hearing those 4 words, Lang Ruyu couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. The last time Gu Yun testified against himself, he almost didn't kill Yifan. He's going to testify against himself this time? Cold sweat broke out on Lang Ruyu's forehead as she had a bad feeling. How? How to incriminate yourself? Gu Yun smiled evilly. Master, don't you think I've got it in for you? Then if you come and seduce me, as long as I sit tight, won't that prove my innocence? Lang Ruyu stared blankly. What? Let me seduce him? Lang Ruyu's face immediately turned red. She was at least one of the 9 supreme elders of the Tai Chu Holy Land, with an extraordinary status. Not only is she young and beautiful, her strength is also top among her peers. How many great clan heads and holy lords of holy lands have been in love with her for a long time? Only other people offer her their love. When is it his turn to seduce someone else? She was ashamed and embarrassed, but at this time, she didn't dare to easily offend Gu Yun. I won't. Gu Yun laughed and then spoke. It's all right. The apprentice has it all figured out for you. Today's eradication of the devil's path coincided with the seizure of a lust fire burning heart pill, and I heard that when transitional cultivators eat it, they can also let loose and liberate the heavenly line. Lang Ruyu's eyes widened at once. What? Gu Yun was actually going to give himself the devil's pill. She wanted to please Gu Yun though, and even intended to surrender her body to him as well. But, not in this form. If you swallow the lust pill, you'll become a complete. Wouldn't her image as a supreme elder of Tai Chu be completely ruined? She grimaced and said coldly. No, this will never work. Gu Yun, if you want to be a teacher can be from you, but definitely not in this way. Unexpectedly, just as he started, Gu Yun violently raised his hand. Snap! An invisible wave of air was flung at Lang Ruyu's face, smoked her straight to the ground. Gu Yun snorted coldly and said righteously, this saint's son is here to prove his innocence. What do I want or not want you? Seeing as you're so reluctant to clear my name, you're sincere in falsely accusing me? Lang Ruyu was instantly furious and gritted her teeth. The Gu Yun that was once in front of her didn't even dare to speak out loud. Now, it's a surprise that she's just shaking her off. She looked at Gu Yun with a grudge and subconsciously said, Gu Yun, how did you become like this now? Unexpectedly, Gu Yun laughed out loud. Laugh it off. With a cold face, he looked at Lang Ruyu. You choose. Master. These words were just like an invisible slap to Lang Ruyu's face. Indeed, when Gu Yun had treated her with respect, she knew it in her heart. However, for the sake of her future, she still acted against her conscience and aided and abetted Yifan in suppressing Gu Yun. Now all this can only be described as karma, but she's long since gotten used to being high and mighty. Even if you know it's your fault, there's absolutely no way you're going to admit it. She slowly got up and said in a cold voice, Gu Yun, don't think that you're so great just because you're now as popular as ever in the Tai Chu Holy Land. Yifan is, after all, a direct descendant of Elder Ancestor Yi, and has a much deeper relationship than you and Elder Ancestor Hongyun. If you reconcile with Master, Master can still help you mediate between you two from there. Otherwise, when Old Ancestor Yi breaks through the Saint Realm and comes out of the gate, I'm afraid Old Ancestor Hongyun won't be able to protect you. Woo! Before the words were finished, something was suddenly popped into Lang Ruyu's mouth. She stared at Gu Yun with wide, horrified eyes. What are you? You feeding me? Gu Yun smiled playfully. The lust pill. It's okay, Master. Keep talking. I'm listening. Lang Ruyu's eyes widened at once. That's not saying. She just wanted to mobilize her spiritual energy and force the elixir out. Instead, he found that his whole body was parched and his legs were weak. Looking at Gu Yun again, a deer in the headlights in his heart. Oops. The drug was more potent than she'd thought. She bit her lip, subconsciously spreading her hair and loosening her collar. Toward Gu Yun, while walking, he said, Gu Yun, the way of the teacher. You have always liked the teacher. Today, Master promises you that you can do whatever you want. Gu Yun laughed out loud, and suddenly a hint of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. A palm blast. Bang! Lang Ruyu flew out violently. He fell hard to the ground and spat out several mouthfuls of blood in a row. She looked at Gu Yun with a puzzled expression. Only Gu Yun said grimly, Again, if this honored one has even a hint of heart for you, this honored one is considered a loser. From the beginning to the end, Gu Yun's feelings towards Lang Ruyu were purely those of a master and disciple. There is only respect and reverence. He thought to himself that he had never overstepped the bounds of propriety. But on the contrary, Yifan falsely accused him of plotting against his master. And this add-up thing, Lang Ruyu was still convinced. The sharp pain coming from her chest instantly dissipated most of Lang Ruyu's medication. How could she not have thought that Guyun did not take advantage of her while she was there? Instead, it was a direct shot at her. That's when she snapped out of it. Before, how ridiculous Yifan's false accusations against Guyun were. I'm afraid, it was Yifan himself who was evil inside. That's why he thought about Guyun so much. She spoke in a rush. Guyun, Master knows he's wrong and knows you're innocent. There's no need to prove it. Guyun laughed out loud. You only seduced me once. And I only put up with it once. Can't prove that the next time. I'll put up with it. Again. I'm going to push my limits and weaknesses. Lang Ruyu's mouth bubbled with blood as she looked at the insane Guyun, and was instantly horrified. He's crazy. He's a complete and utter lunatic. Lang Ruyu got up and turned around to escape. Bang! Guyun directly got up and stomped on Lang Ruyu's back, stomping her hard on the ground. Then glaring, he said hideously, Master, why are you leaving when you can obviously help me prove my innocence? What? You had to slander me? After saying that, Guyun frantically kicked at her back. Bang! 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 While kicking, he shouted, Talk! Speak! Speak! Lang Ruyu continuously spat out blood, feeling that her backbone had been kicked off. The pain was incomparable. Even if she wanted to speak, Guyun didn't give her the chance. One can only bear, alone, Guyun's trampling. After a few moments passed, the epileptic Guyun finally regained a trace of sanity. He exhaled a cloudy breath. A small smile appeared. Excuse me, Master, a little out of shape. However, I'm not sure I can really resist your temptation yet. So this kind of self-incrimination is something we do once a day. And don't you ever think about how to escape. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I can still find you. Oh. Hearing these words, Lang Ruyu, who was already dying, instantly became even more desperate in her heart. She had only one thought now. She had to get Guyun killed, or she would be tortured to death by Guyun if she didn't go crazy. At that moment, it suddenly occurred to her that before Ancestor Yi Tianlong closed his door, once instructed that if she met Yifan met the male lead and she couldn't solve it, she could make a trip to the back of the mountain and contact him with a secret technique. At the same time, the one who wanted to get Guyun killed was the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Today's September 18th. Remember history. Don't forget national shame. Chapter 54, All of an Xian has arrived. The Holy Maiden in Manga was seriously injured, and this matter spread to the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. The Holy Land was in an uproar. The one who was most enraged was still the true controller of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, Anne's home. The Clan's old ancestor personally led a group of Clan's experts, which amounted to hundreds of people, as well as the holy weapon of the Tianyan Holy Land, the divine mirror of heavenly diffusion. Ragingly, he came to the Holy Land of Tai Chu. Say, what the hell is going on here? The Yin family's old ancestor, and Hao Kong, coldly opened his mouth. The one he was questioning was none other than the Heavenly Diffusion old ancestor who had represented the Heavenly Diffusion Sacred Land to come to the Tai Chu Sacred Land, Zhou Patrol Tian. As the same Heavenly Diffusion ancestor, in front of an Hao Kong, Zhou Patrol Tian was without the slightest bit of backbone or temper. Even when he was heckled and questioned, he could only reply hurriedly and say, Specifically haven't figured it out yet. I'm afraid I have to wait for Mengyao to wake up before I can know. But what's certain is that this matter is inextricably linked to the Tai Chu Saint Son, Guyun. Mengyao. Perhaps she wasn't injured by the devil's way, but by Guyun. Hearing these words, old ancestor An's eyes went ice cold, and the murderous aura emanating from his body instantly lowered the temperature in the room by 12 degrees. The rest of the Yin family was also furious. In her family, and Mengyao was a little princess since she was a child, and everyone doted on her to the extreme. And she's so simple and kind. How could anyone put up with that, and do such a thing to her? And Mengyao's mother immediately cried, Old ancestor, Mengyao is your most beloved junior. This time, you must do right by him. And Mengyao's other relatives also immediately said, That's right, even if we kill the Saint Prince of Tai Chu, we must still avenge Mengyao. A mere Tai Chu Saint's son. How dare he seriously injure Mengyao? He simply deserves to die. Old ancestor and also snorted coldly and said blandly, All of you stop arguing. I have my own decision in my heart. Right now, it's just a matter of waiting for Mengyao to wake up and ask about the circumstances. The crowd nodded back, and at this very moment, and Mengyao, who had taken the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land sacred pill for healing. Finally, his eyes were slowly opened. Her eyes were misty, and as she gradually came to her senses, fear instantly surfaced on her face. Ah! Don't kill me, please, don't kill me. She got up immediately and curled up in a corner of the bed, shivering, like a frightened little beast. Apparently, she had been frightened out of her wits by Gu Yun. Anne's mother was heartbroken and immediately stepped forward to pacify her. Mangyao, don't be afraid. Mother is here. Your father, uncles and our clan ancestor are all here. No one can harm you. Hearing this, the terrified Mangyao slowly came to her senses. She looked at the noble lady before her and burst into tears. Mother, you're finally here. When he finished, he threw himself headlong into the woman's arms. My daughter was so frightened. The noble woman's heart was even more indignant. She pacified Mangyao while asking softly, Mangyao, don't be afraid. No matter what it is, Mother will do it for you. Tell Mother what really happened. Did that Gu Yun bully you? Hearing this, Mangyao whimpered while speaking. Gu Yun is a demon. With that, she gave a general rundown of what happened. From Gu Yun wantonly killing the disciples of the three Holy Lands, to him injuring Qin Feng as well as herself. Listen to the end. The people of the Yin family were suddenly trembling with anger. What a Tai Chu's sacred son! Deceiving my Yin family that there's no one? The Tai Chu Holy Land even dares to harbor this kind. Really not putting our Tianyin Holy Land in our eyes? I suspect that this time, when Mangyao and the others were ambushed, it was this Gu Yun who deliberately set them up. Hear that? And Mangyao was instinctively a bit weak. She knew in her heart that if she hadn't pretended to be a saintly mother and asked the disciples of the three Holy Lands to untie those children of the devil's way, there would never have been this unmitigated disaster. But at this point, how could she possibly admit her mistake? She looked at the uncle of the same clan who suspected Gu Yun, and immediately said firmly, Third uncle is right. This Gu Yun's demonic nature is transcendent. I'm afraid that he's already entered the devil, and he's even colluding with the Blood Demon Palace. We were ambushed this time, and I also think he had something to do with it. Hearing this, the Yin family crowd became even more furious. Then what are we waiting for? Have Su Wuchen personally escort Gu Yun over here to make amends to Mangyao. Otherwise, my Yin family, the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, and the Tai Chu Holy Land are definitely not finished. Don't worry, Mangyao. If we don't kill Gu Yun by 1,000 cuts today, we definitely won't let him go. The Yin family's oldest ancestor also snorted coldly and spoke. Mangyao, you rest well. Just leave these matters to us elders. And Mangyao was ecstatic in her heart. Gu Yun, it's time for you to die. She couldn't help but be excited at the thought of Gu Yun being tortured to death by the elders of the Yin family. Thus, she immediately said, Old ancestor, I am a witness to Gu Yun's atrocities and a victim. I should follow you to confront Gu Yun. The Yin clan ancestor thought about it and nodded as well. Good. When the time comes, see how you want Gu Yun to die. Old ancestor will satisfy you. And Mangyao became even more excited. At the same time, there was a cold grunt in his heart. Gu Yun, wait for me. I'll let you know right away what happens when you offend this lady. Soon, the Yin clan's crowd arrived at the main peak of the Tai Chu sacred land in a rage. As they set out to make a big deal out of it, it also pulled the people from the Holy Land of Polarity with it. The people of the extreme Holy Land also hated Gu Yun very much, so they were naturally willing to follow and watch the fun. Not a moment later, the main peak of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land, the experts of the two Holy Lands gathered. There were hundreds of people, and even among them, there were also 3 old ancestor-level figures present. The Yin clan's old ancestor immediately opened his mouth. Su Wuduan, Hong Yun, get your ass out here and meet me. The voice was not loud, but it was like thunder. Tai Chu disciples with ordinary strength were directly shaken to the point of vomiting blood, even at the level of elders. Also horrified, the Yin clan's old ancestor was a peak quasi-saint and a half-step saint. In his anger, he could definitely ambush thousands of people and shed blood. The entirety of the Tai Chu Holy Land was terrified. What's going on? The old ancestor of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land. Why did he suddenly go berserk? Why does it feel like they're going to have a falling out with our Tai Chu Holy Land? There won't be a fight, will there? An old ancestor Hong Yin quickly arrived with the crowd from the Tai Chu sacred land. He looked at the Yin clan ancestor in displeasure and asked, Daoist brother Hao Kong, what is it? Such a big fire? The Yin clan's old ancestor snorted coldly. You still have the face to ask me. Shouldn't you go and ask your good saint son of the Tai Chu Holy Land what he has done? Hong Yun also laughed. It turned out to be looking for trouble with Gu Yun. Then it's all right. I thought the old thing was after me. If he really did it, he couldn't beat in Hao Kong. What's more, in Hao Kong's hand, there was still the holy weapon. Hong Yun laughed and then spoke. I, the saint son of Tai Chu, have just rescued the disciples of the three holy lands, and also eliminated a large group of the blood demon palace demons. What is wrong with this matter? Which is known to all. And Hao Kong was instantly enraged. Old thing, it is said that you have the blessing of the heavenly Tao in the face of misfortune, but I see that today is sincerely looking for death. Immediately tell Gu Yun to get his ass out here and meet me. Or don't blame me for having a killing spree. Chapter 55. I, Gu Yun, have my reasons. After the Yin clan's old ancestor finished speaking, he instantly released the pressure of a quasi-saint realm powerhouse. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. Clouds rose and winds surged. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The crowd of the primordial Holy Land was also frowning. This was the strength of a half-step saint, and it was indeed terrifying. Even Hong Yun's face was blue. Also at the quasi-saint realm, he was only 2 small realms behind in Hao Kong. How does it feel like there is so much difference in strength? If he really did it, he was afraid that he only had a 30% chance of winning. And just when the crowd was on edge, a jia cold laugh rang out. If the crowd of the Tai Chu sacred land had heard this laughter before, they wouldn't have been able to hold back their scalps. But at this moment, it was inexplicably peaceful. Especially Hong Yun and Su Wu Chen. Seniorin, I wonder what you're looking for this saint's son for. As soon as the words fell, a silhouette appeared in front of the crowd. It was none other than the holy son of the Tai Chu Holy Land, Gu Yun. Gu Yun looked at the Yin family's crowd with a playful face. Not only did he not have the slightest bit of fear, but he was very excited. In his previous life, Gu Yun had fought to the death to save Meng Yao and the others. Not only are they not grateful, he also blamed Gu Yun. His killing heart was too heavy. And even if he was a demon of the blood demon palace's demonic path, he could not be driven to extinction. And Meng Yao even poked at Gu Yun's sore spot, saying that he grew up without a father or mother and was an orphan, and that he really had no upbringing or compassion. But then the conversation turned and added that if she were an orphan, she would have been able to consciously improve her cultivation and do 1,000 times better than Gu Yun. Gu Yun had memorized these words for 30,000 years. You want to be an orphan? Fine. The more Gu Yun thought about it, the more he smiled. His smile, however, was incomparably bizarre in the eyes of the Yin family. And Meng Yao, in particular, couldn't help but get chills when she saw Gu Yun's oozing smile. If it wasn't for the old ancestor backing her up today, she was afraid that she would have turned around and wanted to run away. The Yin clan ancestor couldn't help but frown as well. This holy son of Tai Chu, what's the situation? Why does it feel so sinister? Could it be that, as Meng Yao had said, he had become a demon? If that's the case, that's fine. He let out a cold laugh and immediately chided. Gu Yun, how dare you? I've already investigated clearly. This time in the Lingfeng City rescue, you killed quite a few demon road demons though. But those disciples who died in the 3 great holy lands were also killed by you. Yes or no? Hearing this, other than the crowd of the Tai Chu sacred land who didn't feel it, the disciples of the other 2 families were all wide-eyed. What? Did Gu Yun kill all those people? What's going on? Gu Yun went from being the hero of the 3 holy places to suddenly becoming a murderer? Gu Yun also laughed and said blandly, Indeed, I killed him. And Hao Kong coldly grunted. Just admit it. Your hands are stained with the blood of the disciples of the 3 great holy lands. Your crime is unforgivable. If the Tai Chu Holy Land doesn't punish you, then I will act on behalf of the Tai Chu Holy Land and do justice. With that, the Yin clan ancestor was about to make his move. The rest of the Yin family all laughed coldly. If the old ancestor made a move, Gu Yun would surely die. And Meng Yao was most excited. Just then, Gu Yun suddenly spoke. Wait, Elder An's words seem a bit wrong. It's true that I killed those people, but I also killed them to help them. And they thanked me before they died. Moreover, after killing them, I also wiped out all of their devil Dao enemies who killed them, as a kind of revenge for them. In that case, Elder An, what justice do you preside over? What? Killing them to help them? And they thanked you? And Hao Kong stared with wide eyes. How could he not have imagined that Gu Yun would dare to be so unbridled even in front of him? Talking nonsense with his eyes open? He immediately chortled. Nonsense! How is this possible? Gu Yun smiled back and asked. Dare I ask, Elder An, have you ever seen the Devil's Way? And Hao Kong blared. I'm the ING Heavenly Diffusion Ancestor. I've lived for more than 1,000 years and I've never seen the Devil's Way? What kind of question is that? He grunted coldly. Nonsense. My father has naturally seen it. Gu Yun laughed. Since that's the case, then Eldarin must know that people of the Devil's Way are ruthless and vicious, right? And Hao Kong hummed again. That's natural. Gu Yun smiled. That's right then. When I first arrived at Lingfeng City, the disciples of the three Holy Lands were already under the control of the Devil Dao. With the cruelty of the Devil's Way, can they still live? Apparently not. Moreover, the Demon Road demons won't let them die so easily, and will definitely make their lives worse than death. In that case, am I helping to free them by killing them? Phew! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, although many of them hated Gu Yun with a passion. But this statement, when you think about it, seems to have some truth to it. Even the clan ancestor was momentarily speechless. He came in a rage to ask for the crime, but he didn't expect to be talked to by Gu Yun on a call, so he didn't even start. This doesn't seem right anywhere. At this time, old ancestor Hong Yun also laughed and said helpfully, what the Saint's son said is very reasonable, and I also feel that the Saint's son is not only innocent, but also has merit. Hearing this, Gu Yun gave a hum and followed suit. Well, what old ancestor said is also very reasonable. The people from the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land and the Extreme Holy Land all stared in disbelief. So, you killed our disciple and we have to give you a medal, so that you can build on it next time? Holy Land of the Beginning. Don't be outrageous. The elder of the Extreme Dao Holy Land also immediately gritted his teeth and said, Hong Yun Pitbull, you two are singing a duet here. Even if this matter, Gu Yun was able to muddle through. Then on what basis did he injure my Extreme Dao Saint son, and Heavenly Diffusion Saint Maiden again? At that time, the Demon Road demons had already been pretty much wiped out, so there could be no threat. Hearing this, the clan's old ancestor instantly grasped the point and also hurriedly said, yeah, right. If you've already rescued the crowd, why did you have to beat them to death? If our men hadn't arrived in time, the two might have died. Gu Yun, what is your explanation for this? Gu Yun laughed and spoke again. Eldarin, in this matter, you guys have to thank me even more. The demonic paths of Lingfeng City had all been captured, and the original credit should have been claimed by the ordinary disciples who captured these demonic demons. You sons of the lineage, not only did you go and grab the credit, but you also released the Demon Road demon who had already been captured, which led to this crisis. With such a great passing, and Meng Yao, it's not too much to ask for Qin Feng to be executed. I'm just disciplining them a little and giving them a dog's life. Isn't that, like, forgiving? If that doesn't satisfy you all, then so be it. I'll follow the rules and get them both killed now. Hearing these words, the clan's crowd and the Polar Sacred Lands crowd instantly widened their eyes. Aren't we here to ask questions? Why are you asking for the blame on yourself? Chapter 56, The Devil's Way Can't Be Taught. Don't believe me? With that, Gu Yun took a step forward with a smile. Seeing this scene, and Meng Yao's pupils tightened. Her entire body exploded in sweat, and she immediately hid behind her old ancestor. Terrified, he cried out, Old ancestor, save me. The clan's old ancestor also came back to his senses and immediately shouted angrily. Unbridled. Gu Yun, you're looking for death. Hearing this, Gu Yun was also happy. Eldarin, you're not happy when I open my net and keep your family's holy maiden. I'm playing by the rules now, and I'm going to kill her. And you won't. What the hell do you want from me? The clan's old ancestor was also trembling with anger. He was just about to chide Gu Yun for falsely accusing Meng Yao. However, they heard the ordinary disciples of the three holy lands next to them. Speaking up, Saint's son Gu Yun is right. If it wasn't for them coming to take the credit and also asking me to release the people from the Blood Demon Palace, could all this crap have happened? I also think that Sage Sun Gu has a point. It would be a bargain to keep them alive. If it was one of us ordinary people who had committed such a great transgression, we would have been put to death long ago. These people also hated Meng Yao and the others with a passion. They just didn't dare to offend them openly. They were naturally overjoyed that Gu Yun had helped them out. All want to come up and step on it while they have the chance. And their words made the clan ancestor frown. He didn't care what these ordinary disciples said, but if this matter was not handled well, their family's face could not be saved. Just as he was thinking about what reason and excuse to use against Gu Yun, behind her, and Meng Yao was irritated by the crowd's words and also spoke in anger. What happened to my asking you to treat those captured Blood Demon Palace disciples with tolerance? Can't they be given a chance to change when they make a mistake? And Gu Yun, even if what you said before was justified, aren't you wrong for killing so many Demon Road demons? The crowd was stunned and looked at Meng Yao incredulously. Killing a Blood Demon Palace disciple and saving her from a mistake? Even the Yin clan's oldest ancestor looked at this descendant of his own with a surprised expression. What a tricky angle. Worthy of being a direct descendant of my Manhwaekong. When it comes out, it's a kill. He also immediately helped. That's right, Mengyao is right. We, the three great sacred lands, are the righteous path. Even in the face of a wrongdoing devil's way, one should be magnanimous. Gu Yun, killing so many people at the drop of a hat is indeed too much of a killing intent. And Mengyao's bull ***** comments would have upset a lot of people. What? If you don't kill the devil's way, do you kneel down and beg them to let you go? However, once the Yin clan's old ancestor opened his mouth, the crowd dared to speak out. After all, no one dared to offend the majesty of a paragon sage powerhouse, and seeing the old man backing himself up, and Mengyao came even more energized. She immediately stepped forward and said condescendingly, I know that senior brother Gu Yun is a fatherless orphan with a bad background, but even so, one should cultivate one's mind and do more good deeds, lest one lose one's heart. You can't indulge yourself just because you have no one to raise you. Even if I were an orphan like senior brother Gu Yun, I definitely wouldn't be so ruthless as to kill so many people at once. If you let it go, sooner or later, senior brother, you will lose your mind and fall into the devil's path. With these words, and Mengyao elevated herself while mocking and belittling Gu Yun. The central idea is one sentence. Gu Yun is lowly, that's why he is killing too much. After hearing her words, Gu Yun's shoulders couldn't stop shaking. Jia. Historic scenes, recreated, and seeing him in such a fiendish state, and Mengyao was emboldened. However, with the backing of the old ancestor, she had a rare heart-on. What? Does senior brother Gu Yun think I'm wrong? And to say that senior brother Gu Yun has become a demon and his killing heart is hard to change? The ordinary disciples around them couldn't help but sigh. It's over. Gu Yun is finished. With the two heavenly diffusion ancestors around, he was destined to be held in the Bai in Mengyao. Not only is it disgusting, but you're going to get yourself in big trouble. And the disciples of the Tai Chu sacred land couldn't help but sigh. It's over. The Anyas are finished. They all then silently took a step back, lest Gu Yun kill someone later and splatter his blood all over himself. Gu Yun finally couldn't help himself and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Senior sister Mengyao, it's a good thing that you have a good heart. But, demons of the devil's way, sinister and cunning, vicious and vicious, will not learn at all. In that case, what's the use of giving them back the chance to change their ways? And Mengyao immediately snorted coldly. Senior brother Gu Yun's words are a bit too absolute. The sages say that man's nature is good. They may have had some unavoidable reason to stray into the devil's path. Although, they have killed a lot of people and have done a lot of unspeakable things. We, as devas, have the responsibility and obligation to persuade them to be good. Give them a chance to reform, don't you? Elder brother Gu said that they simply can't learn well enough to change, which is even more ridiculous. Elder brother Gu hasn't even tried, hasn't made any effort, so on what basis can he assert that it can't be done? And Mengyao threw her voice. Her words were great to the extreme. At this very moment, where she is still a saintly woman, totally hexagonal seven-colored haze golden body of the Holy Mother, impeccable. The other disciples couldn't help but frown. Trying to retort, he couldn't even find the right words. The Yin family members nodded even more triumphantly. And it was at this time that Gu Yun suddenly spoke in a serious and earnest manner. Senior sister, people of the devil's path are definitely incapable of abandoning evil and turning to good. You can't persuade them. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. The crowd froze. This thing, it's still provable? And Mengyao was also unexpected. That punch just now, she had already used 12% of her strength, claiming to be unrivaled in the world. Even a human emperor might not be able to defeat it. Gu Yun was even able to see what was going on. She doesn't believe it, so she immediately grunted coldly. Senior brother Gu, stop struggling in sophistry. How are you going to prove it to me? Gu Yun laughed out loud, maniacally, but with great restraint, trying desperately to remain normal. He said seriously, it's simple. Senior sister, let me make an analogy. I'm the devil's way now. Here, come and persuade me from goodness and see if you can. After saying that, Gu Yun finally couldn't control his emotions. A maniacal laugh broke out. At the same time, a terrifying black aura violently erupted from his body. Boom! It covers the sky and turns the world upside down. The entire Tai Chu Holy Land was instantly shrouded in black gas. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. What are you talking about? You're a ing demon, aren't you? The Yin clan's old ancestor was also shocked. What a horrible devilish aura. Is this kid really the holy son of Tai Chu? Did the holy land of the beginning pass the devil? He didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately tried to decapitate Gu Yun. At this time, however, he suddenly realized that his entire body cultivation was being suppressed to death by a terrifying aura. He was in a cold sweat. Grass. And masterful. If you don't give 5-star reviews and rewards, I'll make Yifan kneel down for you. Do you believe me? Chapter 57. You can't be persuaded. A monstrous demonic aura and a maniacal laugh. And all around, the eerie atmosphere. It instantly made everyone present terrified. Gu Saint's son. How did he suddenly become like this? Only the people from the Tai Chu Holy Land were the most calm. They took a deep breath and stepped back again. The In family members were even more furious. Immediately reprimanded. Gu Yun, how dare you? My In-clan ancestor is here and you still dare to be reckless. Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, the man who had just chided Gu Yun instantly exploded into a mist of blood. The In family's crowd stared blankly. Gu Yun, how dare you kill someone? And Meng Yao shrieked even more. Uncle Sam. The one who had just been blown to death by Gu Yun's palm was none other than her own uncle who had loved her since childhood. Gu Yun laughed maniacally. Senior sister Meng Yao. Come, you persuade me to be good. If you can persuade me, then that means that what you just said is right. Hearing this, and Meng Yao was going crazy. Gu Yun lost his heart. In front of his own family's ancestor, he dared to kill. How could she possibly be persuaded? She was instantly furious and gritted her teeth. Gu Yun, you, bang, bang, bang. 3 more members of the In family instantly blew up. The more Gu Yun killed, the more excited he became. And he couldn't help but open his mouth and say, Senior sister, if you're so persuasive, your family will die even faster. And Meng Yao is going crazy. The few relatives who had loved her since childhood were blown into a bloody mist by Gu Yun again. At this time, the In family's crowd finally came back to their senses. Can't just stand here and freeze to him and kill him. Kid, you seek death. The In clan's transition realm powerhouse immediately snorted coldly. Just getting ready to do it. Bang! He blew up too. The In family was confused. Even the transitional realm is 1 palm at a time? Crazy, right? And Meng Yao screamed even louder. Ah, because the one Gu Yun had just killed was her own grandfather. And Meng Yao hurriedly looked at her own old ancestor. Old ancestor, quick, do it and kill Gu Yun. He's gone completely insane. However, the In clan's old ancestor was also tense at this moment, constantly scanning his surroundings. Who the hell is suppressing my cultivation? He clearly felt that the person hiding in the dark to suppress him was really far above him. As long as he dares to move, there's only death in store for him. He didn't have the time to care about Gu Yun right now. On the other side, Gu Yun was completely killing mad. He pulled out the human emperor flag and laughed madly. Elder sister, just now was just an appetizer. The real demonic path. They all do it like this. Watch. Boom. Countless souls flew out violently, and the holy land of Tai Chu instantly turned into a hell on earth. See this scene. The disciples of the 3 families were sweating. The In family crowd was even more frightened and crazy. What? 10,000 souls? Old ancestor. Make a move to kill him. Any later and it's too late. Ah. The In family crowd immediately fled in all directions. But the surrounding area had already been blocked off by Gu Yun. They can't escape at all. One could only be like a lamb, waiting to be killed and harvested by the human emperor flag. Watching one of their loved ones fall, even having their souls extracted, was incredibly painful, while the old ancestor was unmoved. And Meng Yao was completely mad. Don't kill, please, no more. She fell to her knees and begged in pain. Gu Yun locked one hand around Meng Yao's father's neck, came to her, looked at her, and asked smilingly, Senior sister, what did you say? And Meng Yao was already completely numb and kept begging. Senior brother Gu, please, let my family go and stop killing them. Her words had not yet left her mouth, only to see Gu Yun directly twist off her father's head. Her father's eyes glazed over and blood spurted from his mouth, splattering her, and Meng Yao stiffened in place, her face full of pain. I only heard Gu Yun laugh lowly and say madly, Look, senior sister, you can't persuade me at all. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Gu Yun made his move once again. Ah! The screams of the In family's crowd rose and fell, and Meng Yao finally collapsed as she gritted her teeth and roared. Gu Yun, you're a demon. Gu Yun, however, had a playful look on his face. Even though I killed your whole family, I am good at heart. So hurry up and persuade me to be good and give me a chance to change my ways. If he killed someone and put his heart out, Gu Yun would be number 2. And absolutely no one would dare to call him number 1. The words came out. And Meng Yao completely collapsed, her Dao heart instantly collapsing. Ah! Her eyes widened and she clutched her head, whimpering in pain. A rush of blood surged upward. Pust! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Meng Yao. The whole thing shook. Her eyes were misty and she looked like she was going to pass out. At that moment, Gu Yun popped out an elixir and fed it into her mouth. Next, and Meng Yao instantly sobered up. She looked at Gu Yun incredulously. He himself had clearly suffered severe mental stimulation, and his mind was so traumatized that he was about to pass out. He had actually fed himself the sobriety pill to slow himself down. Continue to watch him kill his loved ones. Ah! And Meng Yao broke down and yelled. Why are there such lunatics? Why? At this time, Gu Yun encouraged. Senior sister, hurry up and persuade me. If you don't, all these family members of yours will soon be killed by me. And Meng Yao went crazy, backing up while shaking her head in agony. I can't do it. I can't do it. Gu Yun then encouraged again. How do you know it can't be done if you don't try? Believe in yourself. After saying that, he slapped again, and beaten Meng Yao's old lady into bloody foam. A few moments later, the Yin family, all dead, not even a crumb, on the ground and all around, all the blood and broken flesh. The smell of blood was thick all around. The disciples who were standing around, scared and motionless, were not the least bit bothered. They held their breath, not daring to say a word. And right after Gu Yun killed everyone in the Yin family, he sighed helplessly. Alas, senior sister, as you can see, you ultimately failed to persuade me. Even I can't persuade them. How are you going to persuade those evil-minded devils? Hearing this, those disciples around them, all sucked in a breath of cool air. Is there anyone more vicious than you? Why do I feel that those devils are not as vicious as you? And Meng Yao looked at the ground full of loved ones. She collapsed to the ground completely paralyzed and filled with dementia. At this time, the Yin clan ancestor, who had been suppressed all this time, instantly noticed that the power that had suppressed him was gone. He breathed an instant sigh of relief. It seemed that the man was also bluffing, or else why did he only suppress but hesitate to make a move? With a cold snort, he immediately unleashed the terrifying aura of the associate saint realm, and at the same time, he offered up the holy weapon of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land, the heavenly diffusion divine mirror. Looking angrily at Gu Yun, he chided. Gu Yun, you dare to hurt my Yin family? Where is the person? He looked incredulously at what was in front of him. The Yin family is all dead. Just now, he had focused all of his attention on the person hiding in the shadows to suppress him, not paying any attention at all. What Gu Yun had done, seeing Gu Yun basically massacre the Yin family, he also couldn't help but feel his blood rising and his scalp tingling. Gu Yun, little child, how dare you? However, he hadn't finished his sentence. Gu Yun, however, suddenly shouted, Seniorin, in your hand, why are you holding my treasure? The human emperor mirror? And Hao Kong froze. With wide eyes, he looked at the heavenly diffracting divine mirror in his hand and then at Gu Yun. The mirror of man? His treasures. Chapter 58, you call out to it and see if it will answer you. The Yin clan's old ancestor hadn't reacted yet. Gu Yun continued, Elder Yin, how can you do something so underhanded when you're an old ancestor of the heavenly diffusion Holy Land? You even steal from a junior like me. Do you still want to be ashamed? Hearing this, the surroundings were dumbfounded. Ha! Wasn't it really the heavenly diffracting divine mirror that the Yin ancestor was holding? Old ancestor Hong Yin was also the first to return to his senses and immediately agreed. And Hao Kong, quickly return my holy son's treasure. I can tell at a glance that that's the human emperor's mirror in your hand. And Hao Kong was shivering with anger. Put your mother's ass on the line. When did the Ming Ming diffractive divine mirror in my hand turn into what you call the human emperor's mirror? Gu Yun smiled back. Oh, Elder Yin, you still have a stiff upper lip, don't you? You said that is the heavenly diffracting divine mirror. It is. You call it out to see if he answers. And Hao Kong's eyes widened at once. Though all sacred vessels have spirituality. However, the divine mirror in his hand did not recognize its owner. Spiritual slumber. He could only rely on his strength as a paramount saint to forcefully catalyze one or two of them. Call it alone. It naturally doesn't react. The Yin clan's old ancestor was instantly furious and gritted his teeth as he chided. He'll say yes if you call it? Bold little child. Old me is too lazy to give crap. I see that you've completely become a demon. I'll use the heavenly diffusion divine mirror to exterminate you now. With that, he immediately raised the heavenly diffracting divine mirror high, releasing the terrifying cultivation of the quasi-saint realm. He let out a low growl as his eyes widened in anger. Die for me. However, his imposing aura did not see the slightest reaction from the heavenly diffracting divine mirror in his hand. The crowd froze as well. What's the situation? The clan's old ancestor was also confused. He looked at the divine mirror in his hand and once again intended to force it. Die. Die for me. What's going on? Why isn't the divine mirror listening to me? He only felt that the divine mirror in his hand was constantly trembling, as if it was afraid of something. At that moment, Gu Yun laughed out loud. I already said it's mine. In that case, how can there be any reason for it to actively attack its master? After saying that, Gu Yun's face changed. A serious whisper. Human Emperor Mirror, get your ass over here. Boom! Gu Yun's voice was so explosive. Bring your own heavenly power. Many of the people present were shaken and dizzy by his voice. The heavenly diffusion divine mirror in old ancestor Tian Yan's hand was trembling even more violently. Immediately, it automatically broke away from the control of the heavenly diffusion old ancestor and hurriedly tried to fly away to escape. However, just as it moved, it was immediately wrapped in a black aura. The heavenly diffracting divine mirror immediately emitted a clicking and crunching sound, as if it was going to shatter in the next second. Soon, it quieted down quite a bit and slowly flew into Gu Yun's hands. Gu Yunjie laughed loudly, then looked at the clan's old ancestor. You see, not only does it listen to me, but it can't wait to get back into my hands. And Hao Kong stared with wide eyes. How could he not believe that Gu Yun could actually mobilize the heavenly diffracting divine mirror? How is that possible? This was clearly a treasure of his heavenly diffusion holy land. The other old ancestor of Tian Yan was also in a hurry. Gu Yun, quickly return the treasures of my heavenly diffusion holy land. After saying that, he directly struck out, wanting to forcefully retake the holy weapon. After all, a holy weapon was the Holy Land's greatest reliance and card. Once there is a loss, the heavenly diffusion holy land, even in danger of being overthrown. However, just as he struck out, the heavenly diffracting divine mirror instantly erupted with a terrifying divine light, protecting Gu Yun's form. That old ancestor was directly dumbfounded. Why is that? The heavenly diffracting divine mirror, it actually recognized its owner? Moreover, it was Gu Yun who recognized it. Why? Of course, if the heavenly diffracting divine mirror itself could speak, it would have cursed. It's death if you don't admit it. Do you admit it or not? Don't call me Tianyan divine mirror from now on. I am the human emperor mirror. Gu Yun laughed coldly. Old ancestor Tianyan, you guys, at least, are all big names with faces. To be so shameless as to not say that my human emperor mirror is your heavenly diffusion divine mirror. Did you rob my human emperor mirror and want to rob my human emperor flag? I've never seen such a brazen man. Hearing this, the clan ancestor and the other heavenly diffusion ancestor, the back of his teeth were clenched. Who the hell is brazen? However, at this moment, they were in the territory of the Tai Chu sacred ground, and the sacred artifact in their hands had been robbed. This is the opposite of the other. They are at an absolute disadvantage. I'm afraid that if we really have to make a move, we'll be at a disadvantage. The two looked at each other, both gritting their teeth in anger, but decided to hold back for now. We'll figure it out when we go back to the heavenly diffusion holy land. The clan's old ancestor snorted coldly. Good one, Tai Chu Holy Land. We're not done with today's matter. We'll see how it goes. After saying that, the two of them turned around and were about to run. However, in the next second, the black gas covered the sky. It directly blocked their back way. Since it's not over, it's settled before we leave. Stealing from me and talking down to me. Do you really think that this honored one, the saint son of Tai Chu, is so easy to bully? Gu Yun's entire body was filled with a murderous aura. Seeing the two old ancestors of the heavenly diffusion holy land was also frightening. What exactly is his cultivation? Why is it so terrifying? Just as the two men were sweating behind their backs, not knowing how to react, suddenly someone came to report. Report, the Blood Demon Palace's people have surrounded our Tai Chu Holy Land. The crowd was shocked. What? The Blood Demon Palace demons were actually besieging the Tai Chu sacred ground at this time? They've got a lot of nerve. Old man Hong Yun bellowed. Open the mountain protector formation. All gather and prepare for the enemy. The two clan ancestors also immediately seized the opportunity. Gu Yun. No, Gu Saint's son. Now that the situation is urgent, we can't start infighting again. It's better to deal with the demon road demons together first. That's right, we should be on the same page. Gu Yun thought about it and also immediately said, this saint's son has always been deeply righteous and knows to look after the big picture. But you, the heavenly diffusion holy land, stole something from me and must give me an account. In this case, you guys will sign a compensation agreement first, and we'll talk about compensation after we settle the Blood Demon Palace. The two old ancestors of the Heavenly Diffusion Holy Land glanced at each other. It was also pissed off to the bone, but right now, they didn't dare to easily turn their backs on Gu Yun, so he could only grit his teeth and nod his head in agreement. Soon after, the indemnity agreement was completed. All of the disciples of the three holy lands assembled and prepared to deal with the Blood Demon Palace's army. And right at this moment, a terrifying aura descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed on top of the Tai Chu Holy Land's mountain protection formation. Boom! The mountain protection formation, surprisingly, was shattered by a single blow. Everyone froze. How is that possible? At that moment, a red-clothed, long-legged, enchanting and sexy woman appeared in front of the Blood Demon Palace army. She smiled contemptuously and spoke bashfully. Hand over the saint son of Tai Chu, and this emperor may spare you from death. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the stunningly beautiful woman with legs longer than her own life. All of them were shocked by the strength she showed. The Holy Realm. That woman is a Holy Realm? Hong Yun and the others also furrowed their brows and stared at the man dead on. The Empress of the Blood Demon Palace? She really isn't dead. Moreover, it had broken through the Saint Realm. It's over. Up and down the East panic. I'm afraid we're going to have to live and die. Moreover, the first ones to suffer were the three holy places, and Meng Yao was also scared silly by the silhouette. But when she heard that the visitor only needed Gu Yun, she immediately yelled frantically, Gu Yun, you're the one who killed the Blood Demon Palace and provoked them. Right now, they're only looking for revenge on you. So hurry up and go die yourself and don't drag us into it. Hearing this, many disciples couldn't help but be moved. As long as Gu Yun is dead, and they'll be safe? They also spoke up. That's right, it's all the trouble you've caused. How else? Although we are against the Blood Demon Palace, if you didn't kill so many people, the Blood Demon Palace might not have come to us. Gu Yun, if you're going to die, go die yourself. Don't drag us into it. Hearing this, Gu Yun looked at the people who had spoken with a playful expression. Gentlemen, why are you so afraid of these devilish demons? Is it because they will kill you? The crowd was dumbfounded. Crap, who's not afraid of death? But that's the kind of thing they can't say in the open. And Meng Yao just wanted to press Gu Yun with some righteousness. At that moment, Gu Yun gave a hideous smile. What? They can kill you and I can't? Why are you only afraid of them and not of me? Daring to talk to this saint's son like that? Chapter 59, Immortal God's Blood. After hearing what Gu Yun said, and Meng Yao and the others immediately stared at Gu Yun with wide eyes. Damn, forgot about that. Gu Yun is even more devilish than Mordor. Immediately, someone looked for a replacement and said, no, it won't. Saint Gu is, after all, the saint of the righteous way. How could he casually kill someone? Just now killing people. That is also to prove their own theory, and is not considered indiscriminate. These words immediately caused Meng Yao to hold her tongue. Her family, young and old, were killed clean by Gu Yun. He's not killing indiscriminately? But now, looking at Gu Yun's eyes that had begun to glow scarlet, she really didn't dare to irritate Gu Yun anymore, because he's real, and he says he'll do it. And just as Meng Yao was rambling, only a bang was heard. The man who had just touted Gu Yun instantly exploded, turned into a mist of blood. The crowd instantly widened their eyes, cold sweat pouring from their heads. Grass, why did I just say something and offend him all of a sudden? At that moment, only Gu Yun's hideous cold laugh could be heard. The blood devil's crooked path. You fear it like a tiger. Just because this saint's son is a good person, he deserves to be bullied by you? The crowd that had just vociferously denounced Gu Yun was instantly horrified. Hurry up and beg for mercy. Saint Gu, we know we're wrong, and we were just being straightforward just now. We didn't mean any harm. Saint Gu spares his life. Gu Yun snorted coldly. Such crookedness must not be fostered. If I don't kill you and the others, why would I want to raise the prestige of my righteous path? After saying that, he fiercely struck out. Boom! He blasted out with one palm, and the crowd that had just claimed Gu Yun were all killed, turning into a cloud of blood and mist, or flesh and mud. Their divine souls, Gu Yun didn't waste them either. All of them were included in the human emperor flag, and Gu Yun also generously instructed. Reform well in my human emperor flag and strive to be a useful soul slave to the human race in the future. And after watching him in this series of operations, no one dares to say more than half a word about it anymore. And Meng Yao, who had been standing stiffly in place, holding her breath. It was thought that Gu Yun had forgotten about her existence and left her alive, just trying to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a terrifying force struck. Boom! Ah! She screamed miserably, spitting blood from his mouth. He flew out and fell hard on the ground. Gu Yun didn't kill her, but made her life worse than death. Like a bereaved dog, she trembled, rising from the ground, completely broken. He roared towards Gu Yun. Gu Yun, kill me. I'm not afraid of you. Gu Yun had a puzzled look on his face. Snap! A slap was thrown at Menyao's face. The latter, once again, flew out and fell hard to the ground. This time, she had a bruised nose and could no longer speak. Gu Yun slowly spoke. Senior sister, wake up. I am the saint son of Tai Chu. I never kill innocents indiscriminately. If you want to die, you die far away yourself. But don't dirty my hands. And Meng Yao was humiliated. She had already lost most of her family and had wanted to die by Gu Yun's hand. Unexpectedly, Gu Yun shamelessly said that he never killed indiscriminately. She had lost the courage to live. The truth is that once you're dead, you're free. But when she was really told to cut herself off, she couldn't help but cherish her life. Could never get off the ground. It was good that at this time, the Yin clan's old ancestor secretly sent a voice to persuade him. Better dead than alive. Meng Yao, you can't die. You must live well and in the future take revenge for people like the Yin family who were killed by Gu Yun today. Hearing this, and Meng Yao then had a trace of courage to live. But she couldn't help but look at the old ancestor in confusion. Old ancestor, why don't you avenge the deaths of your family, instead of letting me do it? Obviously you are more powerful. The Yin clan's old ancestor was immediately choked. Gu Yun's methods were too bizarre. And now he had also snatched the heavenly diffracting divine mirror. He really didn't dare to take it easy on Gu Yun. He coughed dryly and said darkly, I will naturally make a move, but I need to wait for the right time. At this time, Gu Yun finished solving the eyesore. Only then did he slowly step out of the crowd and look into mid-air at the silhouette wearing a red robe. He couldn't help but laugh softly. Mind the devil, another heart demon. It was just that this heart demon was more special than any other heart demon. The damage she had caused Gu Yun was incomparable to anyone else. He spoke proudly. Blood Demon Empress, this is the holy son of Tai Chu. Is it true that as long as I go with you, you'll let go the others? The words came out, and the crowd froze. What? Gu Yun was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the crowd? How is that possible? Even old man Hong Yun looked at Gu Yun in puzzlement, his face full of incredulity. What the hell is that? In mid-air, the silhouette laughed out loud and then fell down, appeared at close range to the crowd. Her looks, temperament, and powerful body once again made the crowd suck in a breath of cold air. No wonder Gu Yun was willing to go with her. Who wouldn't be confused when looking at such a beautiful thing? The Blood Demon Empress also sized up Gu Yun. She revealed a flirtatious smile and said laughingly, I didn't expect that the Saint Prince of Tai Chu is so moralistic, really willing to sacrifice himself to make others whole? Just as well. Today this emperor can give you a face on account of your handsome looks. Come with me, and I will make no move against them. Gu Yun also laughed. Then, many thanks to the Empress for making it happen. The Blood Demon Empress cackled, smiling like a nightmare. With a wave of his hand, a blood mist enveloped Gu Yun, and then the two of them disappeared into thin air. In mid-air, a majestic voice came from the Blood Demon Empress. Go! The Blood Demon Palace expert let out a cold snort and then literally left with his army. Now, the people of the three great sacred lands were completely confused. When did the Devil's Way demons keep their word so well? At that moment, old man Hong Yun was violently surprised. That demoness has not fully become a saint, or else I would definitely not be able to deduce it. Hearing this, the other sacred ground ancestors also frowned. Immediately, he opened his mouth and asked, Hong Yun, what do you mean? Hong Luk regretted it. She was just bluffing just now. And although she was able to break the boundary of my Taicho Sacred Land's mountain protector formation with a single palm strike, she definitely doesn't have the strength to fight again. Otherwise, she couldn't have left so obediently. If we had joined forces just now, we would have been able to eliminate these demonic path demons in one fell swoop. The others were also puzzled. Then what is she doing on this trip? Just for a little Gu Yun? And I clearly felt the pressure of a saint just now. How did she do it? The other side. Blood Demon Palace, Empress Holy Temple. The Blood Demon Empress looked at before her, the Taicho Saint's son that she had taken captive. Can't help but be excited and thrilled. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that the immortal god's blood could be so easily obtained by me. Gu Yun, with you, I'll have the strength to accept the baptism of the Sage Thunder Tribulation and become a saint with my divine soul, my true body. And at the same time, Gu Yun looked at her with a calm face. Smilingly, he said, no wonder, you're on to me. So, you already knew that I had immortal god's blood in me. The blood demon Palace Empress also had a curious look on her face. Could it be that you have also known about your birth for a long time? It shouldn't be. If you know that you come from the desolate ancient sacred race, how come you're still willing to stay in this tiny Tai Chu Holy Land? Chapter 60, Let me help you. Gu Yun also laughed out loud, playfully looking at the blood demon Empress. It seems you do know something about my life, but not much. The blood demon Empress raised an eyebrow. Oh, yes? Gu Yun ignored her and said to himself, 17 years ago, the Gu clan, the desolate ancient sacred clan, produced a demonic genius, awakening the immortal god's blood at the age of 3. His cultivation has grown by leaps and bounds in a single day. No one in the clan of the same age can even compare. Even the son of the clan chief, Gu Chen, who awakened the innate supreme bone at birth, can't hope to catch up. Unfortunately, this son's heart is not right. His immortal god blood is already on the path to invincibility, yet he covets the supreme bone. How dare you sneak up on a brother of the same clan? Dig up the supreme bone, and plant it on yourself. Then things fell apart. The Gu family was so enraged that they not only abolished this son's cultivation, but also drained him of his divine blood and expelled him from the Gu family. Unfortunately, they didn't expect a child who had been drained of blood to survive. Gu Yun spoke plainly. It was as if they were telling a story that had nothing to do with them. However, the blood demon Empress heard the clues. She looked at Gu Yun with great shock. You're the Gu family's child who was expelled from the family back then. I didn't realize that divine blood can still regenerate when it's drained. Fantastic. Amazing. The blood demon Empress couldn't help but laugh in excitement. With this divine blood of Gu Yun, she would have the confidence to withstand the lightning tribulation when she's certified as a saint. She herself was not a cultivator who majored in attacking. The reason why the divine soul became a saint was also by relying on that year, killing thousands of living beings and devouring their essence to get to this point. On her own, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to last more than a few rounds of thunder tribulation. That's why she did everything she could, looking for a way to resist the thunderbolt. It eventually allowed her to find a record of the immortal god's blood in an ancient book. Legend has it that as long as one possesses the blood of the immortal god, then you can have the ability to be reborn in nirvana. Unless the gods and souls are destroyed, they can recover from any serious injury. Returning to her senses, the blood demon Empress looked at Gu Yun with a face full of excitement. Kid, you dared to murder your fellow clan members when you were 3 years old, so it seems that you were born into my demonic path. As long as you offer a wisp of your essence soul and submit to this father can spare your life. After you help this honored one become a saint, you'll be the #1 red man beside this honored one. How? As long as Gu Yun didn't die, the divine blood in his body could be constantly utilized by the blood demon Empress. The blood demon Empress naturally couldn't afford to kill him, and Gu Yun also sneered. Help her become a saint? In her previous life, the blood demon Empress had utilized the devil's way to the sacred dual cultivation technique to use Gu Yun as a cauldron and forcefully copulate with him. Not only did it drain him of all his divine blood, but it also made him endure mental and physical torture every day. Even if Gu Yun escaped with his life later on, he couldn't help but feel chilled whenever he thought about the experience. But now, once again, he encountered the blood demon Empress. Gu Yun fell back on a lot of different feelings. She's got this body, looks, and skills. Why did I, in the first place, have to resist? One must know that although the blood demon Empress cultivated the Tao of red dust, but majoring in divine soul, if he didn't need all his divine blood, I'm afraid he would have remained a virgin. Doing the math that way, it doesn't seem like you're losing out. Thinking of this, Gu Yun laughed out loud. Good. I can help you become a saint. However, you're not qualified to make me offer a strand of my divine soul. Hearing this, the blood demon Empress was first delighted, then immediately frowned. Originally, I thought Gu Yun was very sensible, but I didn't expect this kid to have such a big mouth. No qualifications? The blood demon Empress sneered and said disdainfully, Kid, you're afraid that you don't know who you're talking to. Saying that, she unabashedly released her terrifying aura. A peak paramount saint's physical body had resisted the divine soul fluctuations of the saint realm, enough to hook up heaven and earth. At the slightest thought, mountains and rivers can be overturned. From her body, clouds of blood mist emerged. Like a sea of blood, it can swallow the sky and destroy the earth. It was thought that by doing so, it would be able to completely intimidate Gu Yun into submission. But unexpectedly, Gu Yun laughed out loud. A mere fluorescent light. How dare you compete with the white moon? When he finished, his eyes glazed over and he just glared. Boom! The pressure released by the Blood Demon Empress was not broken. Pust. She was even more backfired by the power she had unleashed. Spit out a mouthful of blood. The Blood Demon Empress froze. Incredulously, he looked at Gu Yun. What's going on? His strength. Why is he still above me? In an instant, a cold sweat ran down her back. Could it be that this kid in front of me has become a saint? The more she thought about it, the more frightened the Blood Demon Empress felt. After all, Gu Yun was a son of the Sacred Clan, and the Sacred Clan's heritage was simply not something he could imagine. Maybe, Gu Yun hadn't been expelled from the Gu family at all. At that thought, she immediately dropped to her knees. Senior, spare my life. The lowly servant girl was just confused for a moment. Please give me a chance to change my ways. As she said that, the beads of sweat on her head, she couldn't stop them from falling. She had a hunch. As long as she had the slightest intention of resisting, Gu Yun would be able to strike and destroy her. And Gu Yun had a playful look on his face. I still like you when you're cocky. Hearing these words, the Blood Demon Empress's heart instantly sank to the bottom and her face turned iron blue. She was just about to explain, but at that moment, Gu Yun said with a playful laugh, but don't worry, as I said, I can help you enter sainthood. The Blood Demon Empress froze, looking at Gu Yun's insane appearance. She had a bad feeling in her heart. She hurriedly said, no need. How dare the lowly servant girl bother Senior? She just finished. Snap. Gu Yun raised his hand and threw a slap on her face. In the next second, the Blood Demon Empress was directly thrown out and fell hard onto the ground. Blood also hit the corners of his mouth. She looked at Gu Yun with a face full of horror. How could it not be expected that the original intention was to capture a Tai Chu sacred son and bring him back? I didn't expect this to catch an ancestor. She wanted to die. At that moment, Gu Yun coldly spoke. If I say I'll help you, then I'll help you, and you can refuse? The Blood Demon Empress was holding a lot of grievances in her heart. What kind of devilish talk is this? Forcing good things on people. Ha! But at this moment, she didn't dare to say more and immediately said, Then listen to Senior's arrangement. But if Senior wants to help me, he must cultivate the dual cultivation method of the devil's way with me. There's also the possibility of having my essence blood absorbed. Gu Yun smiled. Essence and blood don't discriminate. Whichever one you suck on is good for you. As for the dual cultivation technique, I know it too, and I know how to use it better than what you've learned. Now that time is short. Start cultivating now, and let me help you become a saint as soon as possible. The Blood Demon Empress opened her mouth and looked at Gu Yun in horror. Ha! Essence and blood are not separate. Which one is good to suck? I can use my dual cultivation technique better than the one you learned? Time is short. Why don't you start practicing now? Is this something a righteous holy son can say? The Blood Demon Empress also believed Gu Yun when he said he was some kind of devil Dao elder. At this point, she didn't dare to retort. He could only grit his teeth and slowly remove his clothes, preparing to cultivate. Chapter 60, The Empress Becomes a Saint. Even though she was a Devil's Dao female emperor, her main cultivation was still the Red Dust Dao, and she herself was still 1,000 times more beautiful. But the matter of dual cultivation was the first time she had tried it. From the slight pain in the beginning, to the joy in the pain that followed, and then to full-on letting go and indulging, the Blood Demon Empress was thoroughly satisfied. 3 days later, Elder, can you really have the effects of immortal divine blood after eating this? You just eat it and put your hair up. On the other hand, the Holy Land of Tai Chu, the 3 Holy Land executives gathered. Still haven't found the whereabouts of that demoness? The Blood Demon Empress is making a comeback this time. If we don't get rid of her before she becomes completely sainted, we, the 3 of us, are afraid that there will be a great disaster. The executives of the other 2 families were frowning. Only the Tai Chu Sacred Land and the others had a candid look on their faces. The Yin clan's oldest ancestor couldn't help but frown. Hong Yun, why do I see that you, Tai Chu Sacred Land, aren't interested at all? Back then, your Tai Chu Sacred Land killed the most Blood Demon Palace demons, and this time, if they want to retaliate, they'll definitely be the first to take advantage of you. Think carefully, that's the revenge of a saint. Can your Tai Chu Holy Land afford it? Old ancestor Hong Yun laughed and said blandly, there's no harm in it. That Blood Demon Empress can't become anything. I'm sure that our family, the Holy Sun, will be able to convince her to abandon her evil and turn to good. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but frown. The Yin clan's old ancestor even snorted coldly. Abandon evil and turn to good? 100 years ago, that demoness slaughtered more than 10 million people in order to become a saint. That's saying that you can be good just because you're good? As for that Gu Yun, I'm afraid he's already been tortured to death by the Blood Demon Empress. The old thing is clearly making excuses for his own Tai behavior. The clan's old ancestor was just about to go berserk. At that moment, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy suddenly came from outside. The people in the room were shocked. Someone is going to become a saint? The crowd immediately rushed out the door. Only in the southeast direction, a cloud of witnessing thunderbolts was condensing. They were suddenly wide-eyed. Oops. It can't be that the Blood Demon Empress is going to become a saint, right? Everyone tensed up instantly. One after another, they rushed towards the direction of the thunderbolt. Eastern Wasteland, Blood Corpse Mountain. The thunderbolt had become a reality, and countless Bolthic thunderbolts fell like rain. The terror was extraordinary, as if it could destroy the sky and the earth. The experts from the three Holy Lands were still a few hundred miles away from the Blood Corpse Mountain, so they didn't dare to go any further, fearing that the testimony lightning tribulation would split them into ashes. The clan's old ancestor and the old ancestor of the extreme Holy Land were both anxious. It's really the aura of that demoness. She's really going to become a saint. Once she succeeds in her certification, we'll be finished. While we're at it, let's rush in and destroy her witness. Okay, charge. After saying that, both of them were pretending to make a move to rush in, but in reality, no one was moving in place. As for Hong Yun, although he was surprised, he had already detected a hint of something strange. Beneath that thundercloud, there was also a hint of his familiar aura. After sensing that hint of aura, he was quite relieved. The three family congregations are just talking. The clan's old ancestor was also enraged. Go on. What are you waiting for? The old ancestor of the extreme Holy Land was also staring at him with glaring eyes. You didn't move either, so you have the nerve to talk about me? Both of them blushed, then looked at Hong Yun next to them in unison. Hong Yun, what are you still standing there for? For the sake of the world, you should hurry up and stop the Blood Demon Empress from becoming a saint. That's right, if she really succeeds, Tai Chu Sacred Land will be the first to suffer bad luck. Hong Yun, however, sneered disdainfully. You two don't dare to enter the thunderbolt, so you want me to go in? Am I that stupid? Both were furious. However, Hong Yun was telling the truth. Although they wanted to stop the Blood Demon Empress, but it really didn't dare to enter the range of the thunderbolt. Otherwise, with their strength, they wouldn't even be able to carry a single lightning strike. At that moment, the clan's oldest ancestor took a deep breath. Self-comforting said, Actually, we don't need to be so nervous. The testimony thunderbolt is so terrifying. The Blood Demon Empress, the demon may not be able to carry it. The extreme Tao old ancestor also immediately gave birth to a fluke. That's right, she's done all the evil things. The heavenly Tao will definitely not let her go. Even if we don't put up a fight, the heavens will take it. And hearing these words, Hong Yun was also the person who couldn't help but sneer. At such a critical time, instead of thinking about trying to salvage the situation on their own, they leave it all in God's hands. It's ridiculous. There were more and more experts attracted by the lightning tribulation. The crowd was shocked when they arrived at the Blood Corpse Mountain. Last time, a mysterious powerhouse became a saint in the Eastern Wasteland. How long has it been since then? And now there are saints? 10,000 miles away, on a high mountain. An immortal ancestor also looked in the direction of the Eastern Wasteland and frowned slightly. Another person has become a saint in the Eastern Wasteland? 10,000 years ago, there was once a giant power in the Eastern Wasteland called the Vast Immortal Sect. There were a full 3 saint-level powerhouses amongst the sect. But then, the Vast Immortal Sect suffered a change of heart. 3 saints fell. The Vast Immortal Sect had also become the 3 holy places today. Since then, no more saints have come out of the Eastern Wasteland. Unexpectedly, within such a short period of time, 2 saint-level powerhouses suddenly appeared. Eastern Wasteland, what is going on? It seems like it would be a good idea to send someone over there to take a look. The old man's eyes turned grim. The Eastern Wasteland doesn't need that many saints. Even if a saint was born, he had to submit to the 3 great saint clans. If they were unwilling to submit, then they could only end up the same as the Vast Immortal Sect back then. Blood Demon Empress's Thunderbolt. It lasted all day and all night. When the most violent thunderbolt was at its peak, something suddenly, as if swallowing all the thunderclouds in one gulp, the thunderbolt came to an abrupt end. The experts from the 3 Holy Lands were all dumbstruck. But then, they felt a transcendent aura. That breath was like the white moon, like the blazing sun, like the oceanic sea of heaven and earth. One can't help but feel awe and fear. The clan ancestor's eyes were wide open. His eyes filled with fear. He muttered, "It's over. The Blood Demon Empress has truly become a saint." The extreme Tao old ancestor was also filled with bitterness. The 3 holy places are finished. At that moment, an excited maniacal laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, my father, finally, has become a saint. Having said that, she violently appeared above the experts of the 3 holy lands. Coldly, he looked at the crowd. And Hao Kong, Qin Yun Xiao, Hong Yun, I heard that you 3 old thieves have been looking for my honor. Now that my father is standing in front of you, it's time to settle the grudge between us. Hearing this, the 3 of them broke out into a cold sweat. Back then, in order to force the Blood Demon Empress to hand over the method of sainthood, the people from the 3 holy lands had not offended the Blood Demon Empress. Not only did they capture the Blood Demon Empress's own disciple and torture him to death, quite a few of the Blood Demon Empress's relatives also died in their hands. Now, the Blood Demon Empress has become a saint. They're still alive? Thinking of this, the Yin clan's old ancestor immediately knelt on the ground. Empress, it was all a misunderstanding before. I, and Hao Kong, am willing to represent the heavenly diffusion Holy Land and submit to you. Please leave me my old life. The extreme Tao ancestor followed suit and knelt down. Empress, thousands of years ago, your blood fiend palace and our 3 holy lands were originally one family. We are all righteous sects. Now that you have become a saint and are officially leading our eastern wasteland righteous path to prosperity, we are willing to worship you. Chapter 62, The Holy Sun is Right. The 2 family ancestors crouched on the ground like 2 old dogs wagging their tails and begging for mercy. Such a scene made the Blood Demon Empress feel even more relaxed. Couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Hongyun old ancestor on the side couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The heart murmured, do I kneel or not? Ancestor Gu Yun, you came out instead. You come out so I don't have to kneel. And just at this time, a cold snort suddenly came out. The 2 Holy Land ancestors are actually kneeling down and begging for forgiveness to the Blood Demon Empress. The face of the righteous path has been disgraced by you all. When these words came out, the kneeling Yin clan ancestor and the extreme Tao ancestor both froze. Looking up, a handsome young figure appeared. It was the same Gu Yun who was taken a few days ago. Both men were shocked. He's not dead? He was publicly rebuked by Gu Yun. The 2 were also hungover. There was a lot of anger and gnashing of teeth, but at this point, in order to save your life, what is face? Thus, the Yin clan's old ancestor immediately rebuked. Gu Yun, little child, what do you know? The so-called injustice will be averted. We represent the righteous path. It's a heavenly good thing that we can reconcile with the Empress Lord. The extreme Tao old ancestor also immediately said in exasperation. That's right, a few thousand years ago, the Blood Demon Palace was still called the Demon Exterminating Hall, and it was indeed the righteous path. It's just that after they finished beheading the last devilish sect that plagued the eastern wasteland, their killing aura was too heavy, and only then did they slowly step into the devil's path. Why fight when we are all on our own? The more the 2 talked, the more excited they became. The Yin clan's old ancestor even directly stood up and respectfully said to the Blood Demon Empress, Lord Empress, this son has disrespected you. Please let me do it and help you kill him. In testimony to your majesty, Empress Sama, the Yin clan's old ancestor had wanted to kiss the Blood Demon Empress's ass. Unexpectedly, his words fell. The Blood Demon Empress glared. Snap! With a lift of his hand, an invisible palm force was thrown in the face of the Yin ancestor, knocked him straight to the ground with his mouth full of blood. The Yin clan's old man was confused. With an unexpected face, he looked at the Blood Demon Empress. Empress, what do you mean by this? The extreme Tao ancestor next to him was also extremely tense. Why is this demoness so temperamental? The Blood Demon Empress let out a cold snort and looked viciously at the Yin family ancestor. Gu Xiao, is the benefactor of my sainthood? If you want to kill him, I'll kill you first. The Yin clan ancestor was even more confused. Gu Yun became the Blood Demon Empress benefactor? What the hell? He was still reluctant and couldn't help but say, but he could have clearly degraded you just now. The Blood Demon Empress snorted coldly. What do you care if my father is happy? The Yin clan ancestor sucked in a breath of cool air. Is that even possible? This Blood Demon Empress, she wouldn't be looking at this Gu Yun kid, would she? But anyway, he dared not ask another question now. The Blood Demon Empress looked at Gu Yun and immediately said respectfully, Young Gu, this old thing has disrespected you. I'll help you kill him, in order to raise the prestige of your holy son. The Yin clan's old ancestor was once again confused. That's the ing word I just said. Gu Yun, however, laughed blandly. He said, I'm a person who has always been easygoing and forgiving, so forget it and spare him this time. The Yin clan ancestor was even more disbelieving. Those could be the words Gu Yun uttered. Conspiracy. There's definitely a conspiracy. He stared at Gu Yun dead in the face, waiting for Gu Yun's next maneuver. And the Empress was all smiles of compliments. Young Gu deserves to be a saint, son of the righteous path. His heart is just broad. After I met you, I realized that the path I was taking before was all wrong. From this day forward, I will renounce evil and change my ways. Gu Yun smiled bashfully. Then he smiled and said, "Good. I'm glad that you have this repentance. After you return, discipline your blood demon palace disciples well and do not do evil again." After saying that, Gu Yun turned around and left. The blood demon empress also nodded and then disappeared in place. This scene confused both An Hao Kong and the old ancestor of the extreme Dao Holy Land. That's the end of it? It's not possible, is it? Why didn't Gu Yun make a move? Old ancestor Hong Yun also then returned to his senses and hurriedly followed Gu Yun. Holy Son! What is going on here? Gu Yun had a puzzled look on his face. What's going on? Hong Yun was even more bewildered and immediately asked, "Why does the blood demon empress treat you with such respect?" Gu Yun smiled and said rightfully, "I've probed her for 3 days and 3 nights, so she naturally has a lot of respect for me." Hong Luk's puzzlement worsened instead. "Ha? 3 days and 3 nights of probation? What's the probation?" But he didn't dare to ask more. He just asked again, "Then why didn't you borrow the blood demon empress's hand just now to settle in Hao Kong? That old boy. He never had any respect for you." Gu Yun immediately scared. "What do you take me for? I have to kill someone if they disrespect me? What's the difference between that and the devil's way?" Old man Hong Yun's eyes widened. "Ha? Aren't you the devil's way?" However, at that moment, Gu Yun's words changed and Jie laughed. "Not only will I not kill him, I will also help him become a saint. In this way, my human emperor flag will have a saintly divine soul, and the quality of the human emperor flag can be further enhanced." Old man Hong Yun's eyes instantly widened. Sure enough, he really doesn't have a good heart. But soon, old man Hong Yun couldn't help but have second thoughts. "Hurry up and speak. Holy Son, I've always been loyal to you, and your human emperor banner isn't short of one of me. Can you keep me alive to help you?" Gu Yun laughed coldly. "I would like to help you become a saint, and then let you go and help me in the human emperor banner. Can you make it?" "Waste stuff." Old man Hong Yun let out a sigh of relief. With that, he laughed. Also, he was only at the Paramount 7 realm. It's still early to become a saint. However, becoming a saint is not that easy. He couldn't help but be curious. "Saint's son. Then how do you plan to help An Hao Kong become a saint?" Gu Yun laughed. Then he opened his mouth. Back then, the old ancestors of the 3 Holy Lands backstabbed the clan and united with outsiders to sneak in, which caused the vast immortal sect of that year, the 3 saints, to fall. The vast immortal sect. That's how it became the 3 holy places today. All these years, the 3 great holy lands have been searching for the sage jade that was left behind after those 3 saints fell. Legend has it that by using sage jade as medicine, one can make a pill that can help one break through to the peak of paramount sainthood, the sacred pill of proof. As far as I know, those 3 sage jades are in the middle of the vast immortal realm. Old ancestor Hong Yun couldn't help but stare in disbelief. These are the secrets of the 3 great holy places. Aside from the old ancestors of the 3 great holy lands, other people simply didn't know. How did Gu Yun know so well? Moreover, the vast immortal realm was precisely a small world left behind by the vast immortal sect back then. There are extreme restrictions on the age of entry. Those who are 30 years of age or older will never be able to enter. Therefore, the 3 holy places, every year, would organize a joint trial. Let the young disciples of the gate go therein, find the whereabouts of the sage jade. Unfortunately, it goes on for so many years. Still haven't found the slightest clue. Could it be that Gu Yun already knew the whereabouts of the sage jade? Gu Yun was naturally unaware of it. But he still has a good retriever. Ye Fan. In his last life, the sage jade was what Yi Fan had found. Chapter 63, Yi Family Ancestor. On the other hand, the back mountain of the Tai Chu Holy Land, Lang Ruyu brought Yi Fan, who was seriously injured. Here, used the secret method to contact Yi Tianlong, the Yi family's oldest ancestor. During this time, Yi Fan coldly looked at Lang Ruyu. "Senior, I heard that you went to look for Gu Yun. Does it mean that even you are abandoning me?" Lang Ruyu naturally had a weak heart. However, her face did not change as she said blandly, "Fanner, you must not think too much. I'm just going to test Gu Yun's veracity. If I really wanted to abandon you, why would I have brought you to the old ancestor?" Yi Fan was silent. In his heart, he swore, as long as the old ancestor came out, he would have something to fall back on. At that time, both Gu Yun and those who betrayed him must die. As for a wallflower like Lang Ruyu, who saw the wind and turned the helm, he has also decided. Let the old ancestor waste her cultivation and turn her into his forbidden domain. The thought that he would finally be able to take revenge. The pent-up anger in his heart finally loosened up quite a bit, and it was at this time. A secret voice transmission sounded in the minds of both Lang Ruyu and Yifan. What is it? The person who spoke. His voice was low and full of vicissitudes, but not Yi Tianlong, the oldest ancestor of the Yi family. Instead, it was one of the 5 grandmasters of the Tai Chu sacred land, Chen Yunchuan. Rumor had it that old ancestor Chen and old ancestor Yi had known each other when they were young and had quite an extraordinary relationship, so both of Yifan froze for a moment. But it wasn't too surprising. Lang Ruyue immediately said, "Disciple Lang Ruyue, greet old ancestor Yunchuan." Now that a huge change has occurred in the Tai Chu Holy Land, Yi Fan, the direct descendant of the Yi family's oldest ancestor, was even bullied and severely injured, and his holy body was mostly wasted. Therefore, the disciple had to use this method to deliver a message to old ancestor. Hearing this, the voice was silent for a moment. In the next second, an old man in a white robe appeared in front of both Lang Ruyu Yifan. The old man's attire was comparable to that of old man Han Yun. It was similarly whiskered. Only, this old ancestor looked even more serious. Neither Lang Ruyu nor Yifan dared to slack off. Immediately kneeling down, he respectfully said, "See old ancestor Yun Chuan." The old man nodded slightly. Opening his mouth, he said, "Get up and tell us clearly what happened." Lang Ruyu and Yifan exchanged glances. With that, Lang Ruyue opened her mouth and told everything about Gu Yun during this recent period. After listening, Chen Yunchuan frowned. Silence. Lang Ruyu and Yifan were both a bit anxious. How come old man Yunchuan was slow to take a stand? Yifan couldn't help but speak. "Old ancestor, Gu Yun has bullied me too much. Please decide for me, and I see that he has already entered the devil's path. Please also step in and exterminate this sect scum." Chen Yunchuan glanced at Yifan, then suddenly opened his mouth. "Ru Yu, I already know about this matter. I have my own arrangements on what to do. You go back first. I have something to say to Yifan alone." Lang Ruyu and Yifan were both stunned. What does old man Yunchuan mean? Although she was puzzled in her heart, Lang Ruyu did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Hurriedly, he said, "Yes, disciple obeys." After saying that, she glanced at Yifan and then turned to leave. Only after she left did Chen Yunchuan let out a cold snort and took out an elixir with a strange fragrance from his pocket and threw it to Yifan. "Eat up." Yifan was also surprised, but he didn't think Chen Yunchuan would harm him, so without much thought, he swallowed the elixir in one gulp. The elixir enters the mouth. It instantly turned into a warm current that rushed to his limbs and bones. The saint body's foundation that had been shattered by Gu Yun earlier had slowly begun to heal itself and recover. Yifan was ecstatic. "Hurry up and kneel again." "Thank you, elder ancestor." Chen Yunchuan laughed coldly. "Useless thing. After giving you so many resources and help, you can't even deal with the tiny Gu Yun. What a disgrace to my Yi family." Shame on my Yi family?" Yifan looked at Chen Yunchuan in surprise and subconsciously asked, "Old ancestor, what are you saying?" Chen Yunchuan sneered. Speaking blandly, he said, "Haven't heard it yet. I am Yi family's old ancestor, Yi Tianlong." Yifan instantly widened his eyes. "What? The Yi family's old man? How is it that my own ancestor did not see a long change in a few days?" But soon, Yifan realized something. Could it be that old ancestor Chen Yunchuan had been taken over by his own old ancestor? That thought just came to me. He just couldn't help the cold sweat that broke out on his brain. Wasn't the relationship between old ancestor Chen Yunchuan and his own family's old ancestor always good? I heard that the two were as close as brothers. And back then, the old ancestor of Yunchuan was suspected many times for his own old ancestor. A couple of times it was close to death. It's truly a matter of life and death. Why is that? At this moment, old ancestor Yunchuan laughed and glanced at Yifan and said, "It seems that you have guessed something as well." "That's right. Yunchuan has already been taken over by me, and now he is one of my doppelgangers. I'm also doing this because I see that he has been unable to break through to the peak of paramount sainthood and has been living in pain and entanglement. So this is also a way to help him free himself. Moreover, in the future, I'll help him with this body and certify him as a saint, and if he's in heaven's spirit, he'll thank me for it. To tell you the truth, it's not just Yunchuan. Nowadays, the 5 great old ancestors of the Tai Chu sacred land, except for that old smoothie Hong Yun, all the others are under my control, and all of them have turned into my doppelgangers. Nowadays, the Tai Chu Holy Land is all under the control of my Yi family. Yi Fan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Good brothers, kill when you say kill, take away when you say take away. Moreover, he had taken over all the old ancestors of the Tai Chu sacred land. His own old ancestor was indeed a ruthless person as well. But this matter was undoubtedly a heavenly good for Yi Fan. As long as the old ancestor was there, he would still be able to get whatever he wanted in the Tai Chu Holy Land. He hurriedly and excitedly said, "Congratulations, old ancestor. Congratulations, old ancestor. The Tai Chu Holy Land will definitely be more brilliant with you leading it. The other few old ancestors, in heaven's spirit, should also rest in peace when they see this." Yi Tianlong's doppelganger laughed. "That's what I thought. Anyway, I'll take care of their wives and children and descendants, too. They should be satisfied even if they die." Yi Fan was undoubtedly excited and hurriedly said, "Old ancestor, since you've already taken complete control of the Tai Chu sacred ground, please make your move and kill Gu Yun. Eradicate a major scourge for the Tai Chu Holy Land." Speaking of this matter, Yi Tianlong's doppelganger was frowning. "Now is not the time for me to strike. Yi Fan, I left you alone this time because I have another thing to command. In a few days, the three holy lands, as well as the eastern wasteland hidden families, will jointly conduct a trial. At that time, all the young disciples of these forces will enter the vast immortal realm in search of opportunities. I want you to lead the forces of my Yi family into the vast immortal realm, in search of the sage jade. As long as I can find it, these several great diversions under my control will be able to successfully enter sainthood. At that time, it won't be too late to kill Gu Yun." Hearing this, Yi Fan also heard the doorway. "Old ancestor, in that case, you have already attained sainthood and are searching for the sage jade in order to allow your bilocation to attain sainthood as well?" Yi Tianlong split laughed coldly. "That's right, but saints aren't invincible. 2 people have already become saints in the eastern wasteland, and this old ancestor will definitely not make a move without complete certainty. It's called stability." Yi Fan nodded in agreement. But soon, he realized another key problem. "Old ancestor, you just said that you led the power of my Yi family, but my Yi family is sparsely populated, and there are no roots of my Yi family in the entire Tai Chu Holy Land. Where am I going to get the power of the Yi family?" Yi Tianlong's doppelganger laughed and said, "Who said that there are no people from my Yi family in the Tai Chu Holy Land? I used a secret method to retain the souls of the top geniuses of the Yi family from all eras, and whenever I found a suitable cultivation genius, I would snatch them for my Yi family's geniuses to take over their bodies. Nowadays, those grandparents and uncles of yours have taken over and resurrected more than 20 people, enough to help you complete this quest to find the sage jade." Chapter 64, Your Ancestors. No wonder the Yi family is not well populated. The reason for this was found. When the old ancestor did something so hurtful, the Yi family was bound to suffer the wrath of heaven. It's a wonder the population is strong. Yi Fan also spat and swallowed a mouthful of water. There was so much information that even he was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Overall, though, it was a godsend for him. At least, the Yi family had strength. Then he had more to fall back on and backbone. He immediately said, "Yi Fan will definitely live up to his old ancestors' trust and will definitely find the sage jade." Yi Tianlong's bilocation also nodded, then spoke, "If you can think like that, I am relieved. Old ancestor, go on. I will immediately send a message to those ancestors of yours to come forward and assist you. These people, usually hidden amongst the major families, don't show their faces at all. The average person doesn't even notice. However, I've secretly arranged for them to go out and practice, and they already have a not-so-small network in the eastern wasteland. This time, the 3 great holy lands have joined forces with those hidden clans to enter the vast immortal realm, and they will definitely be able to help you quite a bit." Yi Fan nodded excitedly as well. He was orphaned as a child, never met the parents. Now, finally, I can see my loved ones. Afterward, Yi Fan left the back mountain. On the way back, Lang Ruyu was still waiting. Seeing Yi Fan return, she immediately greeted her and asked, "Yi Fan, what did the old ancestor tell you?" Yi Fan learned that nowadays, the entire Tai Chu Holy Land was his own private property. It only felt more expensive than before, not without a little more pride. What shouldn't be asked? It's best for Master to not ask. From today onwards, Master Teacher will stay by my side and serve me well. I, Yi Fan, will not treat you, Master Teacher, badly. Lang Ruyu froze. I didn't expect Yi Fan to suddenly be so arrogant towards himself. He wasn't like this before. Originally, he thought that after forcing away a Gu Yun, At least Yi Fan would be respectful to himself. But now that he looked again, Yi Fan didn't even put himself in his eyes. Lang Ruyu couldn't help but be annoyed. If she had known, she would have preferred Gu Yun. At least in the beginning, Gu Yun had sincerely respected her. However, she also knew that Yi Fan was afraid that he had gotten some kind of promise from his old ancestor to dare to be so arrogant. Dare to be angry but dare not say much. She took a deep breath and changed the subject. Then how will Gu Yun resolve this? Can the old ancestor clarify? Yi Fan snorted coldly. Don't worry, master. The old ancestor has already stated that when I return from the vast immortal realm, it will be the day Gu Yun deserves to die. Hearing this, Lang Ruyu was relieved. Now it had completely offended Gu Yun. Only by getting rid of it could she be at ease. The two of them then didn't say any more, and then returned to the Tai Chu Holy Land. At that moment, Gu Yun and old man Hong Yun had already returned. At the same time, the entire eastern wasteland was rumored. The Blood Demon Empress had succeeded in her proof of the Tao and had already entered sainthood. But she didn't go on a killing spree. Instead, it's a bit like putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha. She even offered to reconcile with the three great sacred lands. In the future, we will work together to deal with the Eastern Wasteland. This was undoubtedly a mixed blessing for the major forces in the Eastern Wasteland. Joyfully, those who had a grudge against the Blood Demon Palace didn't have to fight for their lives against a saint. What was worrying was, could the words of this Blood Demon Empress be trusted? But in any case, things just keep moving in a direction no one expected. A few days later, the news that the three Holy Lands had joined forces with the five major hidden families of the Eastern Wasteland and intended to enter the vast immortal realm surpassed the level of discussion of the Blood Demon Empress's conversion. The three great holy places and the five great hidden families. Once again, they gathered at the Holy Land of the beginning. It was only waiting for the experts of the three Holy Lands to join forces and open the entrance to the vast immortal sect. The Holy Land of Tai Chu, a certain mountain peak. Inside the large hall where Yi Fan lived, there were more than 20 more young men of his age. Yet he was respectful to the crowd. He rose in person and poured wine for the crowd. Between the seats, he couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, the three great Holy Lands, why do they have to join several hidden families to enter the vast immortal realm together? With so many more people, if any chance is found, aren't there so many more competitors? One of them, a boyish 17 or 18-year-old, laughed and said in an old-fashioned manner, the three holy families, rather, would like to not bring them, but alas, they have a handle on people. In the beginning, the old ancestors of the three Holy Lands were also disciples of the vast immortal sect, and they were encouraged to backstab the sect. Not only did they make three sage powerhouses fall, but they also killed quite a few experts of the vast expanse immortal sect, which allowed them to finally have the opportunity to, in the end, divide up the vast expanse immortal sect's legacy. But they don't have that much power with just a few of them. Yi Fan froze and instantly understood something. It was the few hidden families that helped them? The teenager laughed and said with relief, the children are teachable. Yi Fan laughed and immediately arched his hand. Old ancestor is flattered. The teenager waved his hand. Let's not talk about that. It's not easy for our Yi family to reunite once, and you get to know these old ancestors of yours well. Yi Fan immediately looked at the other youths with different images. Some were younger than him, only 15 or 16. Some were slightly older than him, but no more than 27 or 18. These people were all looking at Yi Fan with loving faces. Yi Fan, I'm your uncle grandfather, and you, old ancestor Tian Long, are blood brothers. I'm the 9th generation old ancestor, a direct descendant of the heavenly dragon old ancestor. I am your 7th generation ancestor. I'm your father. You, your father's third uncle, own grandfather. Well, there was an old ancestor who was a stutterer, a big gasp that almost didn't scare Yi Fan to death. If he does pop up with a 15 or 16 dad, then he really didn't know how to get along. After the people were introduced individually, both wore the smiles of elders caring for their juniors. Anyway, we're all your ancestors. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell your ancestor, and your ancestor will help you teach him a lesson. Yi Fan's heart warmed. For the first time, he felt the warmth from his bloodline. At this moment, the old ancestor who had just claimed to be Yi Tianlong's own younger brother and now assumed the name of Wang Di suddenly opened his mouth. I heard Big Brother say that in the Tai Chu Holy Land, there's a holy son named Gu Yun who's been bullying you? Don't worry, old ancestor will go and chop him up today to relieve your anger. Hear that? Yi Fan immediately tensed up. Wave your hands hurriedly. Old ancestor. Never. Wang De was full of doubts. Oh, why? What's the problem? Yifan hurriedly explained. Old ancestor doesn't know. Not only is that Guyun's strength very bizarre, but he also has the Patriarch and old ancestor Hongyun backing him up. Nowadays, in the holy land of Tai Chu, it can be said that one's hands only cover the sky. We're not opponents now. It's not until the heavenly dragon ancestor himself makes a move. Therefore, before entering the vast immortal realm, we must not provoke Guyun. Hearing this, those old ancestors of Yifan were first stunned. This was followed by a hearty laugh. Little Yifan, it seems like you were scared out of your wits by that kid. A mere Tai Chu saint's son. What is there to fear? Those of us who have lived hundreds or thousands of years and were top geniuses in our last lifetime are still the same in this one. We need to be afraid of him? Don't worry. Leave this matter to us to resolve. Old ancestor will show you what it means to play him in the palm of your hand.